Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruto Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck. A rainstorm roared over Amigakure as Gunma and Dakatsuchi raced along the walls of the slums, pursued by unknown assassins. The surveillance had turned out to be a complete failure, with 3 of Gunma's comrades killed immediately, barely managing to put up any resistance. It seemed the information they were supposed to deliver to Shikamaru and the Council of 5 Countries was truly valuable. Slapping their sawls on the wet tiles of the wall and dodging kunai, the pair of shinobi crossed an alley filled with garbage and ran out into a quarry filled with scaffolding and unfinished buildings. The people of Amigakure shared Nagato and Conan's hopes for a better life, and so the city was slowly but surely being renewed. Denma landed on a vertical metal structure, threw his head back, and with a few swift movements of his sword deflected another school of daggers. Large drops of rain beat on his neck and face, blinding and deafening him. Maybe someday the great countries will learn to control the weather, and Amigakure will turn from a steel swamp into a blooming paradise. He will have to do everything to make this future happen. At some point, he ran his gaze over the structure he was sitting on and shuddered when he saw Naruto, who was looking at him with a wide smile from a huge poster. From this look, his soul became a little warmer. Amigakure will definitely become a blooming paradise. The wall of water opened up and 2 black figures, blurred by O.A.Ni.S, appeared 10 meters away from him. Denma cursed, putting his palm in a gesture, but it was too late. Long steel stakes, the color of anthracite, emerged from black capes. A moment later, a huge stone wall roared from below, separating him from the killers. Dakatsuchi grabbed the beam next to Gunma like a monkey and clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, Konoha man, it's a 5-minute run to your embassy. I'll hold them off." His pale face expressed such determination that the man did not argue. He only nodded and touched his shoulder with his palm in response. "I'll tell the Tsukage that you fought with dignity." Dakatsuchi nodded, when suddenly a huge stone hand burst out of the wall of earth. Groaning hard in the wind, it knocked him off the beam and smashed him against the wall. Denma was momentarily stunned, looking at the corpse of his comrade driven into the dirt, and then knocked aside the anthracite stake. The killer fell on top of him, blocking the low stormy sky with a black whirlwind of heavy capes. The shinobi deflected several blows and with the next movement of his kunai ripped open the enemy's hood. Thunder rumbled and a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the scarlet hair that had escaped from under it. A thought flashed through Gunma's mind. He remembered stories about a clan with hair that color, and then the assassin slashed his throat with the dagger in his other hand. Denma fell down, feeling like he was drowning in an ocean of water and pain. He slowly closed his eyes, and the last thing he saw were 3 black silhouettes pinning Dakatsuchi's body to a poster of Naruto Uzumaki's face. Then it was all over. Naruto loved Konoha in the morning. There was something incredibly attractive in the warm rays of the sun that looked into the windows of his apartment, in the sounds of the street crowd hurrying to work, and in the fresh morning breeze that carried the smells of food, leaves and sakura flowers into the bedroom. And now, when the first rays fell on his face, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched in bed with pleasure. Scratching his butt, the young man went to the window, opened the shutter and looked out, enjoying the view of Konoha in all its harmonious combination of greenery and architecture. In the few years that had passed since Nagato's attack, the people managed to restore the former beauty and even increase it. There were more parks, gardens, and man-made reservoirs. The layout of the buildings became smarter with all its system of wooden and stone arches and water channels. They were all great, and it gave him special pleasure to take part in the construction of some new building. A couple of years ago, these were mostly hospitals and orphanages. But now more and more kindergartens and schools were appearing. I wished Sakura-chan would see how much had changed here in the last 2 years. Thinking about her, his chest felt warmer. Naruto smiled, feeling a slight sadness that he had once pushed into the very back of his heart, and patted himself on the cheeks. It was not the time to be sad again. There were always more good deeds than one day could contain, so there was no need to delay their implementation. He slowly inhaled and exhaled the fresh spring air for a few more minutes, and then summoned several clones. "Make me some breakfast," he said, and suddenly shuddered, feeling confused. Somewhere half a day's journey from Konoha, his clone met those whom he had not seen for over 2 years and disappeared, passing on to him the knowledge of what had happened. "Oh, and clean up the place. Maybe I'll have guests this evening." "Fuck you," said the clone, and with a pop, turned into a cloud. Naruto grunted, staring at him, and turned his gaze to the second clone. He made an obscene gesture at him and also disappeared into a cloud, leaving him alone in the middle of socks and other clothes scattered all over the floor. Wincing, Naruto began to clean up the apartment with his own hands. He had chosen this place himself when it was his turn to get a new place to live. It was on the top floor of a 5-story building, and the windows looked in all 4 directions. It offered a view of the new Senju Park, full of spreading trees skillfully grown by Yamato, the new hospital where Tsunade's grandmother worked, the Hokage Rock a few kilometers away, and the residential area that stretched almost to the horizon and was interspersed with green parks. Throwing almost his entire wardrobe into the trash bin, he was tossing and turning in his thoughts about Sasuke and Sakura, who would soon be arriving in town. His soul was uneasy, and it was understandable why. The fear of the unknown is always the strongest. How had Sasuke changed in 2 years? How had Sakura-chan changed? Where had they been? What news would they bring with them? And how should he react to the 2 of them? Having calmed down the trembling that had attacked, Naruto took a few more deep breaths. Everything would be fine. Sasuke and Sakura were his friends, they were alive, and, judging by the clone's opinion, healthy. They would meet in the evening, share some delicious ramen, and then we'd see what would happen. Encouraging himself with a whistle, Naruto made himself breakfast, quickly ate it, and, having put on his Jonin uniform, twirled in front of the mirror a little longer than usual. His tousled blonde hair stuck out in all directions, and almost touched his shoulders. Grandmother Tsunade once remarked that long hair made him a little cuter, and he took it as a sign from above. Having finished his preparations, Naruto climbed out the window onto the roof of the building, waved his arms, stretching his ligaments and muscles, and headed towards the Hokage's residence in long, measured jumps. Finding out the latest news and errands from his teacher had become his daily rule. The absence of most of his friends and acquaintances in Konoha was sometimes depressing, so he tried to fill each day with as many things as possible. After Kakashi, he was going to look into the archives, helping passers-by along the way, then visit grandmother Tsunade, and then do errands for both of them. And he also needed to check on Hinata. He felt ashamed, as always when he thought about her. A year had passed since they started dating, and during this time he still had not understood whether he truly loved her. She was an exceptionally good person, one of the best, and her feelings were very dear to him. And sometimes it seemed to him that he really loved her. And at other times it seemed that he didn't, especially when they were alone and simply couldn't find anything to talk about. And this created a contradiction inside, and while this contradiction existed, he felt like the last bastard who was tormenting Hinata. After all, she couldn't help but feel something strange just like he did, right? At some moments, he even mustered up the courage to tell himself that today he would definitely have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Explain himself, and they would decide what to do. Weakling. Naruto shook his head, driving away the gloomy thoughts. The day was warm and bright, with it the satisfaction of what had already been done, and new good achievements ahead. There were no real reasons to be gloomy. He was thinking about this when he crashed his head into the canopy above the Hokage's office window. The glass shook with a ringing sound but withstood the impact of his body. The window sash slid to the side, revealing the interior of the office and the teacher himself. Kakashi stood at the windowsill and looked at him skeptically, his hand clutching the visor. "Maybe you'd like to come in, Naruto?" "Thank you, teacher." Naruto rocked back and forth and flew into the room feet first. Kakashi, prudently stepping aside, closed the window behind him and sat down in a chair. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Yes, teacher. I was helping finish building the house near Uchiha Alley this evening, so I didn't have any problems with insomnia. Well, I did. I almost finished writing the novel and was stupid enough to reread the first chapters. That bad? That bad. Now I want to rewrite it all over again. You are a talented person, teacher. You will succeed. And I will be the first one to read it. I promise. Kakashi smiled and took a stack of parchment out of the drawer in his desk. He glanced at the top one and handed it to Naruto. The young man began to quickly study the contents of the sheets. After some time, he looked at the Hokage. Teacher, do you have any missions somewhere outside of Konoha? Something longer, like a week or a month. You don't want to see Sasuke and Sakura that much? Kakashi linked his fingers in front of him and narrowed his eyes slyly. Naruto cursed. How did you find out? You're not the only one with long-range detection. After the Great War, we had to create several sensor barriers in a radius of 10, 50, and 200 kilometers. And this morning, Sasuke and Sakura crossed the outer one. They are fine, they are alive, uninjured, and very hungry. Do you want to tell me what happened? Sorry, teacher, but this is personal. I'm not ready yet. Will this affect you? We were planning on making the three of you leaders of separate teams, but I still want to see how you handle it as a team first. Tsunade thinks that the three of you on one team would be an overload on any battlefield, but I want to try it out in practice. No, it won't. That's all I want to know. But if you need someone to listen to you, I'm always here and ready. Naruto smiled, rubbing his cheek. Thank you, teacher. So there's no special mission for me outside of Konoha? I could, for example, visit Bijou Island or help out in the Whirlpool Village. I heard Karen and the others need some hands on hand. Kakashi sighed. Sorry, Naruto. You see, the thing is, there's peace between the countries now. There are dozens of times fewer actual combat missions than there were before the Great War, and the presence of a person somewhere who can replace an entire army will create unwanted tension in the relations of the 5 countries. You've been very useful here, helping the common people, and I'd like to keep it that way for a while. Wait a minute, Naruto narrowed his eyes. You're saying that you want to make the 3 of us the leaders of our teams. Why, if you don't want to escalate the situation? In case the situation escalates without your participation. That sounded very mysterious, teacher. Let it be so for the time being. If something happens, I will tell you right away. In the meantime, choose something for yourself from this pile and you are free to go. Naruto snorted and tried to stuff the entire pile into his pants pocket. Naruto, Kakashi's quiet voice always had a sobering effect on him. Don't overwork yourself. I've known people like you, they seemed unyielding and very productive, and then burned out at the most inopportune moment. A little bit of everything. Naruto sighed, took a few of the top sheets of parchment, and returned the rest of the pile to the teacher. Have a good day. Teacher. And inspiration. Good luck, Naruto. 2. The second habit he had developed was daily visits to the archives. His teacher had given him a permanent pass, which he had taken advantage of. In one of his many lonely moments, he had come to the conclusion that he couldn't just go with the flow of regular training. He would become Hokage, and he would be the best of them, not just because of his chakra and the kyubi. Teacher Sarutobi was an outstanding sage. Kakashi knew more ninjutsu than he had ever hoped to master, and Tsunade had reached such heights in medicine that she could save people without using techniques. He was afraid to even imagine what knowledge Tobirama and his father had. No matter how boring the process was. I need knowledge. Knowledge of the country's past, knowledge of people, knowledge of dangerous, forbidden techniques. Only then can one grow into someone more than just a shinobi. He sat in the semi-darkness of the office, and in the dim light of the lamps, sorted through the scrolls left by his father. Hiraishin had always interested him, if only because this technique did not require a predisposition to any of the elements, but at the same time only 2 people mastered it perfectly. Genma told how many years it took him and his comrades to master the simplest version of the formula. They had to learn each of their parts, and mentally reproduce it in the correct order for it to have an effect. At the time, Naruto thought that all this was a lie and embellishment. Now he read the old yellowed scroll, entitled Hiraishin, Concept and Principles, and realized that Genma was right. Tobirama's Hiraishin and his father's Hiraishin had the same concept, but 2 different ways of implementing it and 2 different formulas. Both, judging by what he had seen during the battle with Obito, worked properly and could even synchronize. Naruto read his father's ornate handwriting, all those letters, variables, and other signs that were clearly related to the mathematics and physics he had heard about while wandering around the new Konoha districts, and he already felt like he was going crazy. It was impossible to even learn. How had Tobirama and his father come up with this? He put the scroll aside in a pile of others and unrolled an equally thick one. Hiraishin, brainstorming, and rough drafts. Oh yeah, every step of the formula's creation was written down here. Gods. Naruto suddenly wanted to stop. He sat for a few minutes, rubbing his heavy temples, and then slammed his fist on the table. No, he would not give up. A man with unlimited potential for quick learning had no right to give up. It would be a betrayal of himself and everyone who might need his help. He summoned 6 clones. Study all these scrolls, that way we will become stronger and smarter, he ordered and pointed a finger at the clone, who winced. And don't you dare disappear. Get to work, lazy bastards. And the clones obediently sat down to work. 3. Master Naruto, it's already evening, a short old man, the head of the archives, knocked delicately on the door. Are you all right? Naruto leaned back in his chair and ran his hand over his face, wiping off the sticky, greasy mask. His head was swollen from information and the blood was loudly pulsing in his temples. He closed his eyes and felt like he could fall asleep right there. Everything is fine, Master Okawa, he finally responded. Can I leave all these scrolls until tomorrow? I'll still be here in 10, maybe 12 hours. Sorry, but you can't do this. What if someone else needs them in your absence? Okay, the young man grumbled and rose to his feet. Was anyone looking for me? I don't remember anyone except for a person from the Hyuga clan. Oh, Master Okawa, tell me next time if this happens again, okay? Sorry, Master Naruto. Of course. Naruto and his clones tidied up the office, said goodbye to Okawa, and went home. After the news about Hinata, he was grateful for the pain in his head. The excessive information prevented him from worrying about the rest. This was the wrong approach, the young man understood, and one day it would come back to haunt him. But now all he needed was sleep. Evening Konoha was beautiful in its own way. It got dark and the stars appeared in the sky. Numerous lights lit up in the village, marking clusters of houses and street lines. Lights were also hidden in the parks, enchantingly peeking out from behind the tree crowns like shy fireflies. Naruto shuddered in the cool wind. Only this, and the sounds of his clone's numerous steps prevented him from completely falling into prostration and falling asleep on the fly. Having reached home, he fell onto the bed and only then allowed the clones to disappear. He waited until the last minute, afraid of the effect an 8-hour archive session, multiplied by 6 clones, would have on him. His body instantly felt heavy, as did his eyelids. Naruto spread his arms and legs, seeing in his mind's eye the lines of formulas and notes left in his father's ornate handwriting and Tobirama's clear, economical one. He looked away, surprised by another piece of news. His father had not been born in Konoha. Perhaps he had not been born in the land of fire at all. The baby's basket had washed up on the coast, where Shinobi had found him. Minato had been raised in an orphanage, then enrolled in the academy, and then taken under Jiraiya's wing. The corners of Naruto's eyes stung. He had not known his father was so much like him. In fact, Minato had never known who his parents were. But he had honed his fighting style, based on Haration, after losing his comrades on yet another mission. As they died before his eyes, he had sworn that he would never again let the blood of his people be spilled. That he would outrun death itself. Naruto blinked, and a tear rolled down his cheek. It was no longer sadness, but pride for his father. He smiled into the darkness. Even now you manage to inspire me, Dad. Lulled by the thought that he had done the right thing, the young man fell asleep. 4. The dream was disturbing. Sakura and Sasuke were in it, both of them were nervous about something, and both of them were looking at him, shouting something. At some point it became more and more difficult to bear, and Naruto woke up, all wet with sweat. His head was in chaos. The young man took a few deep breaths, calming his mind, and then he finally got up from the damp bed and leaned out of the window. The lights in most of the houses went out, leaving the street lamps burning alone. But above New Konoha, the tops of which peeked out from behind the Hokage monument, a giant yellow dome of light spread out. The daimyo did not skimp on energy for the main pearl of the country. Enjoying the wind that cooled his skin and drove away the chaos of thoughts, Naruto looked towards Senju Park. Over the past couple of years, he often went there to rest after another fruitful day. Sometimes he would be accompanied by Hinata, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru, before the latter was sent to oversee the construction of the new Amigakure. Naruto wanted to go with him, but Kakashi convinced him to stay behind to help the village itself. I wondered how he was doing there. Did he miss the green and sunny Konoha in the city where it was constantly pouring rain and the metal jungle was interspersed with bright neon signs? Naruto had only been to Amigakure once, right after the end of the Great War. Then he gave a short but passionate speech about the beginning of the era of prosperity for the country. He always thought the speech was awkward, but the villagers liked it, and according to Shikamaru, they even started pasting posters of him on the walls of buildings. Naruto winced at the thought of it. He didn't want such popularity, even though he realized that for many, he had become a symbol of a better future. Another thought entered his mind like a smashing Rasengan. His friends should have arrived in Konoha by now. Sure enough, a moment later he saw a lone figure jumping from rooftop to rooftop, approaching his house. Sasuke's chakra was like a sleeping viper, chilling and dangerous, but completely at peace. Naruto shuddered at the chill that ran down his spine, and opened the window wider to wave to his friend. Sasuke knocked a sound out of the tiles on the roof and hung down. Head down, like a bat. He was wearing his usual black cloak, partially revealing a white shirt and black pants, belted with a purple sash. Naruto laughed, feeling joy in his soul simply because he knew he had pulled his friend back from the abyss back then, during the battle at the Valley of the End. Clothes no longer had any bad meaning. Just like old times, he said, and extended his hand to Sasuke. Sasuke chuckled, but it didn't last long, his lips curling into a smirk. Then he smiled widely, took the outstretched hand, and allowed Naruto to pull him into the room. They hugged tightly, and in that moment, all the bad thoughts scattered, at least for a while. I missed you so much. Naruto exclaimed, breaking away from his friend and looking at him. You haven't changed a bit. How are you, tell me? How is Sakura? Where have you been? I'll make us some tea and cook something. He ran around the apartment, turning on the lights in the bedroom, kitchen and hallway, occasionally glancing at Sasuke, who took off his coat, shoes, and then joined him in the kitchen. I'm glad to see you too, the young man said quietly. Do you need help? Peel the eggs, I just boiled them. As if I felt you were nearby. In the meantime, I'll cook us some noodles. They got to work, interspersing it with leisurely conversation. I would like to visit all 5 countries too, Naruto drawled with slight envy. Not in the same capacity as us, Sasuke curled his lips. The first months were not easy. The fame of the criminal Uchiha had spread quite far. First of all, I felt sorry for Sakura if I was initially taken for a murderer, then they looked at her as if she was crazy for following me. What idiots! Vigorously stirring the pan with a spoon, Naruto splashed some of the water out of it. They are right about me, Sasuke said, calmly removing the shell from the egg. I killed many innocent people while I was studying with Orochimaru and was Akatsuki. I am a criminal. Even my short trip around the world is nothing compared to what I did. I do not hope to atone for my sins, but what I do brings me at least some relief. It will be like this until the very end. Naruto turned to his friend and, waiting for his return gaze, full of futilely hidden pain, put all his firmness and confidence into the following words. I will always be by your side. Sasuke smiled weakly. The silence was broken by the sound of boiling water. Naruto began to put noodles in it. So chin up, buddy. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. There is so much to build and improve in Konoha, so many people need our help. By the way, how is Sakura-chan? Is she tired from the journey? Yes, we decided that she would stay with Tsunade. She had a hard time on our journey. I understand, Naruto drawled. I hope she didn't hit you too hard when she was in a bad mood. We talked, and she doesn't do it anymore. But she will make an exception for you when you see each other. They laughed and Naruto caught himself thinking that he wasn't doing it very cheerfully. Although he was used to getting scolded by Sakura and didn't attach much importance to it, deep down he was upset that she treated him like a punching bag. Of course, it wasn't like that. For Sakura he was a real friend, but why wouldn't she make an exception for him? The secret is to tell her directly, Sasuke seemed to read his thoughts. And how is your life? Isn't it too boring? Naruto launched into a description of his daily life, not missing a single detail. The more he talked, the easier it became. At the moment with studying the archives, Sasuke asked him to slow down, and he happily wrote down everything he learned about his father. I missed you, Naruto finished his story. Maybe we can meet tomorrow at the training ground? I've become a little ossified without real practice. From time to time, I have to deal with thieves and petty hooligans, but a clone is enough there. Good. Just don't expect any concessions. No matter how much you complain to me now, there will be no concessions. Hey, asshole, I'm not looking for excuses. Tomorrow you will see everything I have. Let's not go to extremes. Sparring will be enough. What? It was late, Sasuke was already laughing. Naruto grunted and also broke into a smile. Then they cooked ramen and properly paid tribute to him. Then there was more chatter, and Naruto, who was initially wary of Hinata's topic, soon realized that Sasuke was either not interested in it, or he was tactful enough not to touch on personal topics for his friend. At the offer to stay overnight, the young man, after some hesitation, shook his head. It's been a while since I visited my home neighborhood. Thank you, Naruto. He threw on his coat, stepped into his boots, and opened the front door. See you tomorrow. See you. Tomorrow, Naruto smiled once more, watched Sasuke go, closed the door, and went to bed with a light heart. In a way, he was even glad that Sakura was not around. Tomorrow he would definitely be ready to see her. And now he needed to get a good night's sleep. And without any stupid dreams. Take that, asshole. Sakura flew into the stomach of the last bandit with her knee, bending him in half. With a gurgle, he flew back 10 meters, hit the tree trunk with a dull sound and went limp on the ground. Sakura threw off her Jonin vest, feeling the sweat running down her body, and threw it to Sasuke, who was sitting on a hill of 3 bandits. The young man grimaced, but threw the clothes over his shoulder. The girl went up to the man, who was lying motionless near the tree, and checked his pulse. Everything is fine, he's alive, she said with satisfaction. The blow hit the right nerve endings, turning off consciousness and creating some internal ruptures, but not killing. Well done, Sasuke responded. I'll make a fire for now. Sakura winced at her boyfriend's dispassionate tone. For 2 years, she still couldn't get used to his cold and at the same time hot-tempered nature. They talked about it, tried to get used to each other, smooth out the rough edges, but more and more often it seemed that it would not be possible to change neither she nor he. Exhaling, the girl tied up the beaten bandits and began to heal them. From the very beginning of the journey, she and Sasuke agreed to cause as little damage as possible to both people and their things. They went to atone for sins and help, and not to maim and destroy. Healing the bandits, Sakura turned her thoughts to home and felt more than ever how much she missed her native places, her friends, and teachers. Naruto's face appeared before her mind's eye, and she smiled, feeling warmth in her chest. When she and Sasuke were getting ready for the journey, her friend was worried, although he tried to hide it behind a smile and stupid, but funny jokes. She mechanically touched the green crystal hanging around her neck. "Well, never mind, I'll see you soon." While she was busy healing, Sasuke lit a fire and began to meditate. He did this every day, searching for the remnants of Kaguya's presence in this world. He did it fanatically, and it was wonderful, on the one hand. If Sasuke set a goal, then he could not be stopped. Only one person could compare to him in this. On the other hand, having finished healing the bandits and giving them water from a camp flask, she began to throw dry branches into the fire. It was cool, they had not eaten since yesterday, and their stomachs made plaintive sounds. She took a camp pot from her bag, poured water into it and began to cook soup with noodles and meat. She was used to this action no less than to fighting and patching up Sasuke's scratches. While cooking, she listened to the rustling of leaves and the trilling of birds, and involuntarily plunged into memories. Right after the Great War, there was a wonderful year when they rebuilt villages and cities across the country, opened hospitals, and treated people. Oh, those sleepless nights spent in wards for the seriously wounded, where she treated dozens of people with the help of Naruto's chakra. And then there was the fight against petty bandits and thieves, the incident in the corridor of the Hokage's residence. Sakura touched the crystal with her fingers again and smiled, shaking her head from side to side. Those were good times. And then Sasuke came back. How happy she was. Yes, the memory of the terrible moments when he was not himself sat deep inside, but Sakura drove it away, inspired by Naruto. It was necessary to look to the future, and the past did not matter, because Sasuke had become the same good person. Yes, arrogant and mocking, but no one could change that. Even Naruto. They were carried away by each other, like flints from which sparks were struck. Yes, they had problems, but then, at the very beginning, they encouraged each other, confident that they would overcome everything together. There was a special romance in sleeping in huts in the pouring rain, and in fighting bandits, standing back to back, and in resting by a warm hearth when they finally won the favor of generous hosts. She even liked overcoming obstacles. The feeling that their relationship was developing was wonderful. This went on for 6 months. Sakura finished the soup and looked at Sasuke. He was still sitting, legs crossed, eyes closed. She did not want to disturb him, but the soup was getting cold. The girl went up to the boy and threw another cloak over his shoulders. Maybe this would bring him out of his trance. It did not work. Then Sakura quietly called him. Sasuke winced and opened his eyes, looking at her irritably. "What's wrong?" There was anger in his voice. Feeling pain and boiling anger, Sakura pointed at the pot. "I made soup. Do you want some?" "No," he said, and he closed his eyes again. "Thank you." Sakura shrugged, picked up the vest lying on the ground and, throwing it on, went for a walk in the forest. Such outbursts of irritability were not uncommon for the guy, especially in the first 6 months. They talked about it a lot, and at first Sasuke even denied that he did anything wrong. Only when she hinted that she would not allow it to continue, the young man promised that he would try to restrain his hot-tempered nature, but after some time everything repeated itself. It seemed like a trifle, but it caused unexpectedly strong pain. She tried to treat him with love and respect, to surround him with care in every possible way, and he tried to reciprocate, but not enough, as it seemed to her. Sometimes it even seemed that he did not respect her. "You really do irritate me," she remembered, and the poisonous smile on Sasuke's face when he told her this floated before her mind's eye. Sakura angrily kicked a thick tree trunk and it fell with an indignant creak onto the soft forest floor. The birds began to screech anxiously and, flapping their wings rapidly, disappeared into the thick green crowns. A walk in the fresh air and a few trees knocked down by fists and feet helped her calm down. Soon she would be in Konoha and would share her feelings with Tsunade. The teacher was experienced in such matters and would surely be able to help her. But now she needed to rest a little and hit the road. There was less than a day left until her destination. 2. Sakura spent the rest of the way to Konoha in silence, hoping that Sasuke would be the first to talk about what had happened. Judging by the slight anxiety on his face, Sasuke felt that something was wrong, but he remained silent. Only when there was less than an hour left to run to Konoha, he casually said, "You're gloomy. Are you okay?" Sakura took a deep breath and exhaled. "I'm fine. Is it about how I talked to you during the day?" "Yes," and Sakura, barely restraining herself, told him her point of view in a calm tone. Sasuke was silent for several minutes. She hoped that he would say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I'll try not to do it again." She didn't need more. It was so easy to do when you realized that you were wrong. "You say that as if I'm callous and cold," Sasuke said. "I try to do everything to protect you, to make you feel good. I'm looking for Kaguya because I'm afraid of a repeat of everything that happened before. And now it's my fault too." The guy sighed heavily, his dark eyes studying the evening sky. Sakura felt pain, anger, shame and guilt inside. Again. She wanted to make a scene, but she understood that she would achieve nothing. This had happened before. He offended her, she told him about it, he made himself out to be a victim, and now she felt guilty and doubted the fairness of her offense. She wanted to fly up to Sasuke, hug him and ask for forgiveness. Again. She was overwhelmed with rage, primarily because of herself. "Today I'll spend the night at Tsunade's. Alone." Sasuke glanced at her and sighed. This means that I want to be alone and think everything over." "Okay," the boy's voice sounded genuinely sad and Sakura panicked. The thought that they could really part was terrifying in its plausibility. The lights of Konoha and the golden dome of light over the new city appeared ahead. By that time, the girl was already doubting her decision. After all, apart from incidents like this, as well as the outbursts of anger that frightened her when they had to face obstacles, Sasuke was a good person and a dear friend who supported her and with whom she could talk about everything in the world. "No, this time I'll go all the way." A monument with the Hokage's faces appeared ahead. Her soul felt lighter. Finally, after 2 years, they were home. Back then, leaving the village, Sakura had no idea that now everything would be like this. They reached the outer wall, and she felt herself being scanned by the censor guards standing along the perimeter. Judging by the fact that no one met them, they had passed the test. The tiles of the 5-story building clanked as Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other. She smiled faintly. "I'll be at Tsunade's. See you tomorrow." "Good night, Sakura. And, forgive me. I know how unbearable I can be. But I am who I am. It's hard to change." Sakura sighed, hugged the boy, and ran in wide leaps towards Tsunade's house. The further she got from Sasuke, the lighter she felt. After 2 years of constantly being in someone's company, such solitude seemed bliss. 3. Sakura? Opening the door to the apartment, a beautiful woman in a light green robe hugged her, and for the girl it was the happiest moment in recent months. Pressing herself against Tsunade, she shed a few tears. "Gods, are you okay? How are you?" "I'm fine, teacher," Sakura croaked and broke away from the woman. "Sorry for showing up so late and without warning. I wanted to ask if I could spend the night." "Of course, come in." Smiling, Tsunade led her into the apartment with an imperious gesture and closed the door behind her. "It's a little untidy here, but you know me. And of course, I won't accept complaints about it." Almost nothing had changed in the teacher's apartment in 2 years. The same mess in the closet and on the bedroom floor, a dusty TV in the corner on the nightstand, several empty sake bottles on the table for magazines. But something very tasty was coming from the kitchen. I just decided to try baking a pie. Shizun was buzzing about some newfangled recipe. You'll be the first to try it. Thank you, teacher. I'm a little hungry after the journey. Taking off her outerwear and slamming her bag of belongings in the hallway, Sakura walked past a small room, perfectly clean and filled with traditional masks and figurines of deities. The only piece of furniture in it was a neat clean nightstand on which stood 3 photo frames surrounded by lit candles. Dan, Nawaki, and Master Jiraiya. Sakura shed another tear, feeling her heart squeeze. Teacher, I'm sorry for tearing you away from your work, she pointed to the room. Tsunade's face twitched, but then the woman smiled broadly. It's okay, I'll do it later. In any case, these 3 are always next to me. So, tell me, why didn't you go to your parents right away? The question stumped Sakura. She bought herself time to think about the answer, sitting down at the kitchen table. I don't get along with them very well. Of course, I'll definitely stop by tomorrow, but right now I wanted to be with someone I feel at ease with. I understand. And where did Sasuke go? Probably to his home neighborhood. Oh, Tsunade pretended to be busy with the pie in the open oven. She understood everything and was incredibly tactful for herself. Sakura smiled warmly and, gathering her courage, said, Things haven't been going well for us lately. How long is the last? Maybe a year? Tsunade whistled. Sakura buried her face in her hands. Gods, how stupid all this is. Tell me, my girl, the woman gently stroked her shoulder. This gesture encouraged Sakura, and she began her story. It was a long story, listing all the details from the very beginning. With each word, the girl felt like she was emptying the cup of old pain, resentment, and rage. For this alone, she was grateful to her teacher. No one else could listen to her so attentively and sensitively, without interrupting and agreeing with any of her attacks on Sasuke. I tried to drive away the memories of him trying to kill me. I told myself that Sasuke had changed, because that's true, he is a good person. But in moments when he gets angry or allows himself even a tiny flash of anger, it seems to return me to the past. Sakura touched her chest, where she still felt the Uchiha's palm piercing her. It didn't matter that it was a genjutsu, the feelings of pain and horror were real. I thought that time heals, you said so. But now I'm not sure that it can heal completely. Tsunade glanced towards the room with the photos and sighed heavily. Of course not. The pain will smooth out, and the memories will lose their sharpness, but they will never leave us. But even that may take years. So what to do? Wait some more, try to live with it in the hope that everything will get better. It depends on whether the happy moments with Sasuke are worth the suffering. If they are, then continue to work on yourselves, both of you. If not, then one conversation is enough. Sakura hid her face in her hands and spoke through her fingers, and each word was given to her with great difficulty. I thought. I weighed all the good things we experienced together, and all the bad. And the further, the more I understand that it is not worth it. Every time we fight and make up, the thought comes to mind that we've been through all this before, and nothing changes. On the other hand, isn't that the essence of love, sacrificing yourself for the sake of your loved one? If one of you condemns yourself to constant unhappiness for the sake of love, then what's the point? Tsunade took her palms from her face and hid them in hers. Forgive me, I'm not the best advisor in such matters. The title of legendary loser stuck to me for a reason. But there's one thing I'm completely sure of. The meaning of life with a loved one is to create a place for you where you won't feel like you're at war. A place where you can return after a hard day full of battles and feel peace and quiet. A place where you feel at home. Happy. But if even in such a place you feel like you're at war, then it's better to run away from this person as far as possible. That's all. Sakura closed her eyes and a hot tear slid down her cheek. The girl kissed the teacher's palms and sobbed. She felt much better, but at the same time scared, because she was going to break up with Sasuke. How should I tell him about this? What will happen to him? She would think about it later. After the decision she had made, she wanted to relax and distract herself with something else. Tsunade looked at her with a sympathetic smile. "Thank you, teacher." "Oh, come here already." The woman covered her in a motherly embrace, and they sat like that for several minutes. "Do you feel better now?" "Much. But how can I tell Sasuke about this?" "Just find a moment and talk to him. He's already a big boy, he'll understand. And if not, then I'll feed both him and his Susanoo to Katsuki." Sakura grunted through her tears and wiped her face with her sleeve. Gods, she was so lucky with her teacher. And now the kettle is boiling. It's time to have some pie. "Are you ready?" "I cleared the way to the toilet just in case." "Ready, teacher." The girl laughed and rolled up her sleeves, tapping her fork on the plate. At least this evening would be exactly as she had imagined it when she left the village. When Sasuke woke up in his bed, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The clouds turned pink, and a fresh breeze blew through the room. A shock went through his head, and the young man jumped to his feet, ready for battle. But there was no forest, no dusty cliffs, no wide fields around. Only his own room with the windows wide open so that it would not be stuffy. It was almost the same as he remembered it before leaving Konoha 6 years ago. Whoever restored it after Pain's attack did a great job. Sasuke grinned and ran his palm over the wallpaper. He looked at his fingers a little dusty. He walked around the apartment, touching furniture and other objects, and memories emerged, bright, painful, and bright. He stopped at a bag of things thrown in the hallway and thought. Should he unpack it and should he tidy up the apartment? He had missed Konoha that evening, but now he wanted to be free again. To jump from treetop to treetop, to sleep to the sound of waterfalls, to lose himself in his thoughts, alone with himself or with an imaginary brother. Sasuke reached into his bag and took out a framed photograph of his family, placing it on the nightstand in the living room. Then, little by little, he began to take out the rest of his things: scrolls, weapons, clothes, bandages. Touching the bandages, he remembered that perhaps Sakura had left him. It became dark in his soul, and he leaned his back against the wall, running his palm over his face. He had offended her, for sure. The outbursts of irritation continued to occur, and each time he felt bad about it. He told himself that it would never happen again, and then he got angry again over some trifle. I shouldn't have let her come with me. No matter how much Sakura tried to convince me otherwise, there is nothing to love about me, and nothing to be attached to. He didn't empty his bag completely, put on loose dark pants and a t-shirt, stepped into sandals, and went for a run. He did it every morning, and now he needed to clear his head even more before meeting Naruto and Sakura. He tried not to think about them anymore, and completely surrendered to his own perception of the world. Smells and sounds wafted from everywhere. People began to fill the streets, and the sun's rays illuminated the rock with the Hokage's faces. It was not so loud in the Uchiha quarter yet. Apparently, not so many families lived there. "Mom, look, it's him." A child's voice was heard from one of the houses. Sasuke quickly turned his head there and saw a boy of about 8 years old, who was standing next to his mother and pointing at him. Well, here it begins. "Hello, Master Sasuke." The boy waved his hand. His bright face was lit up by a sincere smile. "Thank you for saving us." "Let's go, son." His mother frowned, casting a displeased glance at the young man, and pulled her son by the hand. "Let's go, otherwise we'll be late for the garden." "Right now." "Master Sasuke, show me a trick." Sasuke looked at the woman questioningly. She crossed her arms over her chest and nodded with a sigh. The young man smiled and threw several kunai high into the air. They sparkled in the sun like a school of fish, and he raised his palm in front of him, purple sparks running around it. The space between the falling kunai flared with a loud crackle with a myriad of lightning bolts that bounced off the metal and splashed in bright lights to the sides, like fireworks. Sasuke extinguished his chakra, soared above the ground, and, having caught all the kunai, landed on one knee in the same place where he stood. "Aya!" The boy screamed with delight, clapping his hands. Mom, I want to be able to do this too. If you behave well, then you will learn. That's it, let's go. Sasuke watched the couple go by and saw that he had attracted the gaze of many passers-by. An old woman approached him, leaning on a cane. We are glad you are back, son. No matter what they say about you, everyone knows how much good you have done for us. I can imagine how difficult it must have been for you these past few years. Just breathe easy and enjoy life. And patting him on the back, the old woman moved on. Sasuke felt his hands trembling. Waving to the passers-by, he was transported to the forest nearby, where, from memory, there was a small training ground. Here he allowed himself to shed a stingy tear and felt that his soul had become lighter. Maybe he was not lost to this world yet. He sat in the tall soft grass until the sunlight penetrated through the thick crowns of the trees. Rising to his feet, he lightly pushed off the ground and landed softly on the trunk of a tree 100 steps away. A second push and he was on another tree. The third, the fourth. Sasuke moved between the trees, gradually accelerating until he reached the feeling that he had reached his limit, beyond which only teleportation could be achieved. To an outsider, he must have looked like a blur, if he was visible at all. The next jump, Chidori screeched, and the youth plunged his palm, embraced by a cloud of lightning, into the trunk, piercing it through. He stopped, and the cloud of lightning stretched out for 10 meters and pierced several more trees with a blinding spear. Sasuke relaxed his abs to catch his breath. His heart was beating faster, but he smiled happily. He liked fighting, he liked the action itself, he liked having a goal to follow. Maybe that's why he felt out of place. There was no brother and Danzo to kill, there was no point in taking revenge on Konoha for the destruction of the clan, there was no war to fight in. Sasuke closed his eyes for a moment and waved his Chidori away. How do you like the form control, teacher? He said loudly and looked at Kakashi, who was sitting above him on a tree branch, reading a book with his legs crossed. Hello, the man waved his hand and looked at the boy with one eye. Are you interested in someone else's opinion? What did Sakura do to you? Sasuke grinned and jumped onto the branch next to the teacher, sitting down opposite. I'll make an exception for you. Well? Kakashi closed the book and smiled. Sasuke saw how his face wrinkled under the mask. No worse than mine. You're doing well. How did you get here? Without interference. And how did you find me? We have sensors everywhere, so it wasn't hard for me to track your chakra signature when you stopped hiding it. What happened? Sasuke told him about the incident in the Uchiha quarter. Thank you for restoring it. You're welcome. Your clan must have a good place to live, if everything works out. Sasuke's lips stretched into a string. I hoped Kakashi didn't notice. Kakashi noticed, but it seemed he didn't show it. On the other hand, why not? And he told the teacher about what was happening between him and Sakura. I think I'm better off alone, he finished his story. Kakashi rubbed his chin. Failure in one relationship doesn't mean you should completely withdraw from the world, Sasuke. That's a bad idea, believe me, I know. You don't understand, teacher. The longer I live, the more I realize that I like being alone. Naruto can repeat his fable about people being stronger together as much as he wants, but for me, constant relationships with other people are just a cage. I like to travel, make decisions based only on myself, do what I want. Do you understand? Kakashi sighed. I understand, Sasuke. Not all people are meant for society, and there's nothing wrong with that. I take it, you want to leave Konoha soon? I don't know yet. What's on your mind? I want to offer you a job where you'll have to act alone, the man paused. Sasuke clasped his fingers in front of him and rested his chin on them. I'm interested. Okay. Keep in mind that what I'm about to tell you next is top secret. No one is to know. Not even Naruto and Sakura. It's too early for them. Got it. A few days ago, a shinobi of ours was killed in Amigakure. It was Genma. 4 other shinobi died with him, 1 from each village. The killers have not yet been found, the information has not yet reached the ears of the locals, but the delegations of all the great countries are seriously alarmed. It does not help that a shinobi from Iwa named Dokatsuchi was impaled on a poster with Naruto's face. A blood-curdling rage awoke inside Sasuke, but this time he kept his cool. I hope the countries understand that they are being tried to quarrel. Of course. And I do not rule out that those who did this have connections at the top of the government. Gathering shinobi from different countries is extremely unprofessional, and it looks as if they were deliberately sent to their deaths. Shikamaru finds out what's going on. What worries me more is that they have put Naruto at risk. The common people of Amigakure consider him to be Nagato's heir, the one who will lead them to a better life. But Amigakure is at the forefront of modern technology. All the great countries are pouring big money into it, expecting great benefits, and no one wants it to bow to any of them. Naruto is a Konoha man, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone at the top wants to, if not kill him, then tarnish his reputation. This evening, the daimyo, the delegations from other countries, and I will decide whether to remove the posters. At the same time, we must take into account the mood of the people. The last thing we need is for another revolution to start because of some posters. I understand. What is my task? Find the killers and try to find out their plans. If you agree, I will send a message to Shikamaru, and he will provide you with the necessary cover. You're not on the most wanted list, but sending Naruto to Amigakure would be political suicide. I have another mission for him and Sakura. I'm giving you this, to think about. I agree. When should we set out? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but refrained from commenting. Tonight. Bring enough food for a few days, because we won't be able to send you by reverse summoning without revealing your identity, and you'll have to travel on foot. Other countries shouldn't know about your presence. Even sending you there would be insane, but the daimyo has allowed us to take the risk. We're going to be hit one way or another, but the mere presence of a shinobi like you will likely solve the problem with the assassins. Try not to use chakra unless absolutely necessary. Come to my office tonight, our guys will give you a temporary chakra concealer. It won't work for long, but it will allow you to use techniques. Do you have any other questions or requests? Kakashi, don't lie to Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke unexpectedly heard a sincere plea in his voice. I know this pain in the ass, eventually he will find out what is going on and get even more angry. Just tell him the truth when the time comes. I should know, Sasuke. I'll stall for time, but I won't lie to him. Kakashi rose to his feet with a smile. Well, I'm going. Have a nice day, and I'll wait in the office this evening. Bye. And waving goodbye, Kakashi disappeared, leaving Sasuke alone with cold rage. At that moment, the young man made a decision. 2. After doing his morning exercises, having breakfast and washed up, Naruto jumped out the door instead of the window, intending to walk down the street like a normal person, surrounded by noisy people and creaking cartwheels. He put on the cleanest sweatpants and t-shirt he had. His hair was a mess, stubborn yellow hair stuck out in all directions. Where did my father and I get it from? It was sunny outside and his mood was just as warm. Yes, it was scary, because he was getting ready to meet Sakura, whom he hadn't seen for 2 whole years, but this was Sakura, a close friend and comrade. He played through all the last emotions and words they shared before Sasuke unexpectedly showed up at the ramen shop. Forgive me for playing with your feelings. I shouldn't have done that. Sakura-chan. I was so worried about putting this burden on you that I couldn't find a place for myself. I convinced myself that I was doing it for your peace of mind, but maybe the thing is that I'm just a terrible person who wanted to get rid of the burden of guilt at any cost. Sakura-chan, th. But there was no stopping her. It was as if she had decided to do something and Naruto fell silent, respecting her determination. And instead of carrying it myself, I took the easy way out and made the biggest mistake of my life. A strange feeling of relief mixed with sadness settled in his chest. Forgive me, Sakura whispered, wrinkling her face so as not to cry. He understood, and, obeying an impulse, touched the girl's palm to get her attention. She shuddered, but did not remove her palm. Looking into her green eyes, Naruto smiled weakly. Thank you, he said, taking her hand in his in a short, gentle gesture. You're a good person, Sakura-chan. I knew it when you tried to stand between me and Sasuke on the roof of the hospital, and you've risked yourself more than once since then to save me and many others. I don't think you did this for yourself, and I don't think it was easy. And I forgave you a long time ago. Sakura sniffled and smiled, wiping her eyes with the back of her free hand. And his throat suddenly tightened. In case it bothers you, what we have is enough for me. Sakura's hand went limp, her gaze slid away from him, and then, afraid that he'd said the wrong thing, he felt a violent urge to confess. Sakura-chan, I love you. No, 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 don't ruin this moment even more, you idiot. He opened his mouth, and suddenly a familiar chakra wafted through the cafe. I hope I didn't disturb you, guys. Naruto felt the same relief and bitterness as he had then. Had Sasuke saved the situation by appearing, or had he, on the contrary, deprived him of his last chances, if he had any at all? I don't know. Leave me alone, young man. A raspy old woman's voice rang out. I'll call the police now. Naruto turned his head and saw a man and an elderly woman in a semi-dark alley. She dropped her walking stick on the floor and grabbed her purse with all her might, which the man was trying to snatch. The old woman was shaking all over and at the same time found the strength to shower the robber with waves of choice abuse. Naruto resolutely headed towards the couple. Hey, you, run from here, before I beat your face in! He exclaimed. The man turned his attention to him and grinned. Dash one more step, brat, and I'll beat this old woman into the ground, and then I'll deal with you. Your hammer hasn't grown up yet, child. The old woman trembled. What kind of people have we got? The war hasn't mown down enough of you. Naruto's face lengthened at the words of both of them. He continued walking until he suddenly saw Sakura behind the robber. The girl was passing by the alley from the other end. Come on, turn your head. Sakura turned her head, continuing to move mechanically, and only after a few moments she stopped, as if she could not believe her eyes. Naruto? Sakura-chan? Naruto. The girl jumped up and ran towards him. Naruto's heart sank, his stomach did a silent somersault, and his cheeks flushed. He tried to prepare himself for the meeting, but he failed. Maybe such a surprise was for the best. Like taking away a band-aid. When there were less than 5 steps left to the young man, Sakura made a characteristic movement with her torso and Naruto habitually closed his eyes, expecting another slap from her. There was a male scream, the sound of a body hitting the wall, and then his shoulders were clasped by gentle and cool hands. Naruto opened his eyes in shock and saw that Sakura had pressed her forehead against him, covering his chest and shoulders with her thick pink hair. He carefully buried his nose in the top of her head and inhaled the light, floral scent of perfume that excited his entire being. Slowly touching the girl's back with his palms, he pressed her to himself. Thank you, my lovebirds. The old woman trembled and tried to hug them both, simultaneously clutching her cane and purse in her hands. Sakura threw her head back, examining his face. Her lips trembled. She was trying not to laugh, it was visible in her eyes, and Naruto did it first. I will never forget you for the rest of my life, and then maybe I will come visit, when they start initiating me into the Hokage. Unable to contain herself, Sakura giggled, and with one arm around each other, they watched as the old woman hobbled out onto the bright main street. Only then did the girl break away from him and, casually brushing back a strand of her magnificent hair, approached the robber lying on the ground. He looked at them from below, not moving or making a single sound. Are you feeling unwell? Sakura asked, leaning over the man. The back of my head hurts. Let me see. The girl imperiously pushed aside the hands of the desperately defending robber, ran her palm over him, and then turned him over onto his stomach. I see. Naruto, make sure no one bothers us. Okay, Naruto turned around to check if there were any onlookers hanging around. From time to time, he watched as Sakura ran her graceful fingers around the patient's head, as if drawing a pattern of strict straight lines on it. It was hard to imagine that such fragile beauty could destroy walls and break trees. Can I talk? Of course I can, Sakura said indignantly. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. Naruto, everything is fine, I'm still the same as the day we last saw each other. It seems so, I guess. Well, maybe with a few changes. Ah. But I can still give you a kick in the ass if you ask. Oh, no, I can do without that without pleasure, the young man laughed and squatted down next to her. Sasuke said that if I insist, you won't hit me anymore. Sakura sighed. I see. Have you seen each other yet? Yeah, he dropped by last night. Sakura, I'm glad he has you. The girl's lips stretched into a string. An alarm bell sounded inside Naruto. It seems that I blurted out something wrong again. What did he tell you? He still considers himself a worthless bastard. He's very worried about it. Of course he's worried, Sakura smiled strangely. He rarely saw such a smile, which made her look like a fierce fox. Let's not talk about Sasuke now, okay? Okay. You're really good at healing, Naruto looked into the robber's face. I heard, asshole, you were lucky to be nailed by the most brilliant medic in the world. What are you, some kind of special police duo, he croaked. One distracts, the other strikes from behind? So you made a big mistake attacking an unarmed passerby. I was just trying to help that old lady cross the street. Sakura giggled and her face brightened again. Naruto smiled widely and looked at the man. My only mistake was going to meet Sakura-chan without a shinobi bandana. Maybe if you saw it, you would have been more careful. The second mistake would have been to beat you up even more, but you don't want me to make that. Do you? Who the hell are you? Naruto grunted, thinking about Kurama inside, and immediately heard the echo of his friend's bass laughter in his subconscious. He's Naruto Uzumaki, idiot, Sakura poked her finger at the back of the robber's head and he gasped. She saved everyone, including you. Why did you start stealing? After the war, I had no home, and then no means of support. Then go to work. I was fired from my job. I was a shinobi, I served on the far borders of the country, but after peace came, almost all of us were written off as unnecessary. Why pay people like us if there is no threat of war? That's how it is. I'm sorry, said Naruto. You shouldn't be, Sakura responded sharply. A pity that I stopped the war and thereby saved hundreds of thousands of lives? Don't be a fool. I'm sorry that my actions also have bad consequences. The girl's face softened. Biting her lip, she looked at the man. What is your name? Takata. Where do you live? I will tell someone about you, and we will try to find you a job in the hospital. But from now on, no robbery, do you understand? Yes, mistress, the robber's face looked infinitely amazed. Thank you, mistress. All this time, Naruto looked at Sakura, mesmerized. What she did was smart and kind, and how could he not stare at her, so beautiful and formidable? He wanted to do something good, not so much to impress her, but inspired by her. He looked at the man, frowning for effect. How many others have you harmed? Last week, I robbed an old woman near Senju Alley. In the evening, in the park. It was the first time I was able to gather my courage and do it. Now you and I will go to that place and find that old woman. You will apologize to her, and we will reimburse her for what we stole. The robber closed his eyes for a moment and exhaled. Good. That's it, and Naruto called a clone. He will look after you. Sakura, how are you? The girl nodded. I'm done, you're healthy. But still, tread carefully and focus on your balance. When Takata told them his address and last name, and slowly mingled with the crowd accompanied by a clone, the girl shook off the chakra flames from her fingertips and looked at Naruto. A slight smile appeared on her lips. "I'm glad to see you, Naruto." He smiled. As if there had been no 2 years of separation. "And you, Sakura-chan." And all the worries evaporated somewhere. 3. They went out onto a sunny avenue and set off wherever their eyes looked, weaving between the streams of people, animals, and carts. After 2 years of wandering through small villages and the noisy concrete jungles of large cities, Sakura felt familiar smells and sounds and finally allowed herself to relax. Ahead, among the trees, the white walls of the hospital where she worked as a medic appeared. With a cry, the girl ran up to them and ran her palm over the rough surface. The familiar-smelling whitewash remained on her skin and she smiled, feeling a long-forgotten serenity. "I always liked helping you here." Naruto stood next to him and reached out his hand to the vines winding along the entire wall. Carefully grabbing a large pink flower bud with 2 fingers, he unexpectedly brought it to her. "Whenever I passed by, I always looked in to ask Grandma Tsunade if she needed help with chakra. But I still missed something. Probably seeing you, biting your lip while saving the life of yet another shinobi who suffered from the war." Sakura brought the flower to her face and sniffed thoughtfully. The delicate scent took her back to the past, when they ran around hospitals, healing the wounded. It was a difficult year and the best year. The world was saved, Sasuke became the same as he could be after everything he had been through, the future seemed cloudless, and she had a new goal, to save everyone she could, even if their injuries were not physical. She let go of the flower and looked at Naruto. Over these 2 years, she thought about him more than once or twice, especially in those terrible moments after quarrels with Sasuke. The warm and bright image of the young man gave her strength and determination to move on, and the closer the return was, the more she worried that, upon returning, she would meet a stranger. Naruto smiled at her. She could not help but smile back. The boy was a blockhead, but sometimes he could also be insightful, like back in the land of iron, and he could speak beautifully, like when he poured out his soul to her. Sometimes it even seemed to her that the blockhead was a mask he wore for his own convenience. The girl instinctively touched the pendant on her neck. "I missed you too." She wanted to say it, but the words got stuck in her throat, because despite the beautiful sunny day and the company of her best friend, anxiety still sat inside, making itself known like a poorly healed wound. She didn't need to look for the source, because it had been obvious for a long time. "Sasuke. How are you feeling?" Instead, she placed her palm on the boy's forehead and directed chakra into it. Naruto tensed. "Okay. What are you doing?" "Checking you for all sorts of diseases." "Oh, thank you, Sakura-chan, but it's unnecessary, I assure you." "Naruto, when you help others, do you think about the fact that they might not want it?" No? Now you know how they feel. Now shut up and let the others take care of you." She immediately realized that she was being too pushy, and heat rushed to her cheeks. "No one has checked you since we parted, so a scan can't hurt. Okay?" Naruto closed his eyes, standing still. Sakura looked at his .y face, which had become a little sharper and more pointed over the past 2 years, and saw that his lips twitched in a satisfied smile. Smirking, she placed both palms on his temples, running chakra through his body and examining him at the same time. "A lot happened in Konoha during this time?" "To be honest, Sakura, a lot of small things happened, and over time they just blurred in my memory. After you left, I occupied myself with all the things I could. Helped Grandma Tsunade in the hospital. Helped teacher Irika teach children at the academy, helped Yamato and the others rebuild villages that were damaged by the Bija bombs. Helped grandmothers cross the road," the girl continued with a smile, from time to time touching her fingers in different places of his body. "Many times," Naruto exclaimed without opening his eyes. He wrinkled his forehead so cutely that Sakura could not resist and lightly patted him on the top of his head. But over time, there was less and less work, and the guys began to leave. "What? How so?" "Well, after the war, everyone began to lick their wounds, and border conflicts died down. For 2 years, I never went on a real combat mission. Those who wanted to were allowed to retire. So some took advantage of their right. So, Sakura frowned. And who left? Sai, Ino, Shino, and Hinata. Can you imagine, Shino got himself bees not far from Konoha, and now makes real honey. Wait, Ino? What demon? After the walk I went to her. Oh, she's not here. She and Sai left for New Konoha, and now work there. I heard that Ino is now a fashion designer, and Sai became an artist. I even saw one painting on the wall in Kakashi's teacher's office. The guy has talent. Sakura felt an emptiness inside. After Tsunade and Naruto, Ino was next on the list of those she so wanted to see again. And now? Don't be sad, Sakura-chan. Listen, since we're back together, let's go visit her together? It's literally an hour away from us. How did he know that I was sad, with my eyes closed? It became even warmer than usual, and then her mental gaze was covered by a fiery veil, which wove into a giant fox's muzzle. Kurama smiled, and his deep voice sounded in her head. Even if this kid has his eyes closed, he still has mine. Be careful with your gestures and signs, if you don't want to give him false hope. Kurama, if you say anything like that to him, I'll rip out all your whiskers with these very hands. The roar of his laughter shook her consciousness. I won't tell, at least not until one of you asks. But the kid is right. Life is much better now than it was 3 years ago. People are moving on, but that doesn't mean you can't catch up. Cheer up and good luck. And, good to see you, Sakura. She felt better. Really, why did she start to get upset? No one died, thank the gods. And what about Hinata? She continued, as if nothing had happened. Oh, she decided to stay and help the clan. A big family will always find something to do besides shinobi work. Naruto tensed up, Sakura felt it from the flow of his chakra. No, she would not meddle in his personal affairs. That's why we don't see each other much now. What about the other guys? Shikamaru works as Konoha's ambassador to Amigakure, Kiba and Choji guard the country's borders, and Rock Lee and Tenten teach children at the academy. Wow. Wouldn't you like to become a teacher yourself? Naruto put his hand behind his head and laughed without opening his eyes. No, I still have a lot to learn myself. Lately, I've been studying history in the archives. It's not just strength that's important to the Hokage, right? You're absolutely right. Well done. Well, I'm done. What's the verdict, Master Sakura? Naruto, you're healthy, and she patted his fluffy head again. By the way, are we going somewhere specific? I was planning to stop by the training grounds. Sasuke and I agreed to train. But since we've already met and have plenty of time, we can just walk around the city. You know, I wouldn't mind training too. Great idea. You've probably become even cooler in these 2 years. Sakura put her hands behind her back and stretched. Learned a couple of techniques. I guess you too. Oh, no, there was no need, Naruto drawled and smiled. Besides, I don't need new techniques to win a sparring match. Sakura snorted. What is this, a challenge? Think whatever you want, Sakura-chan, and the guy demonstratively put his hands in his pants pockets. Well, that's it. She jumped towards him like a cat and lightly flicked him on the forehead. Naruto jerked back with an exclamation, hit the back of his head on the wall and bent over, holding his head with both hands. Oh. Are you okay? Sakura leaned towards the guy and suddenly saw cheerful sparkles in his eyes. Reflexes kicked in, forcing her to jump back. Naruto's foot whistled through the air in the place where her head had just been. Landing on her feet a few steps away from the boy who had taken a fighting stance, she shook her head reproachfully. Who sparred in the middle of a busy street? First, I wanted to buy something at the market. Oh, and by the way, Sakura put her hands on her hips with a grin. The last one in gets the ramen. Giggling, the girl threw a chakra pulse into her legs and flew into the air. A second later, she heard a bang behind her. She didn't even need to look, she felt the guy's presence behind her. Naruto grabbed her ankle with one hand and threw her down. At the last moment, feeling the soft and elastic fingers of the wind with her whole body, she grabbed his leg and jerked down too. Naruto rushed towards the rooftops with a cry, and Sakura, leveling her body, landed softly on the tiles of the hospital building, and made another jump. The market was not far from here, and when Naruto caught up with her again, she only managed to mark her target with her eyes, a seller of children's and women's trinkets. "I won't give you any slack, Sakura-chan," the guy exclaimed and abruptly stopped when she stuck her finger in front of him. "Is that all?" Ignoring his question, the girl bought 2 bells from the seller and handed Naruto the one on a blue ribbon with a smile. She put the bell on an emerald sash around her neck. "Remember the teacher's game? Whoever touches the bell first wins." "You're one of the smartest people I know," Naruto said simply, and hung the bell around his neck. "Oh, you still have the pendant." Sakura looked down and sheepishly touched the crystal. "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't give it back. I'm already home, so. Please, keep it. It makes me feel better. And besides, it just suits you. Here." "Okay," Sakura smiled weakly, watching the guy sheepishly run his hand through his thick hair. "Where were we? Oh yeah, whoever gets to the training ground last gets ramen too." And she flicked Naruto on the forehead and took off again. "Shinaro." Sakura flew at him like a furious whirlwind of cherry blossoms. Her leg quickly described a semicircle, ending with Naruto's head. He ducked at the last moment, and the tree behind him crashed to the ground with a crash. The girl showed her unprotected side, and he reached out his palm to it. There was a whistle, yellow chakra twisted into a translucent sphere and touched her body. Sakura was thrown a few steps to the side. While still in the air, she did a somersault, and, pushing off the ground with her hands, gracefully landed on her feet. The Rasengan was weak, she noted, narrowing her eyes. "Don't pity me, Naruto." "Oh, the young man was embarrassed, and suddenly his legs went down. He sank into the ground up to his waist, and the shadow clone of Sakura, which had grown up behind him, leaned towards him, reaching out for the bell on her neck. Her graceful neck and gentle face framed by a pink shock of tangled hair were revealed to his gaze. He smiled at the clone, feeling a hot surge of passion, and grabbed it by the ankles with both hands, yanking it towards himself. Sakura screamed and fell on him, blocking him from the original, and this was enough for him to replace himself with the tree stump left after the girl's blow. From the side, he saw Sakura slamming the clone and the unfortunate stump into the ground. The entire forest edge that they had chosen as a training ground split into hundreds of separate islands, with a roar. Black fountains of earth and clouds of dust flew into the air. She had become stronger. It was not only about strength and speed. She expanded her arsenal to shadow clones. Who knows what else she has in stock? Sakura turned her head in his direction, a slight blush playing on her face. "I see you, asshole," she shouted and soared into the air, rushing towards him like a clot of jade chakra. "Oh, this is bad." Naruto got into a fighting stance and closed his eyes, surrendering to the energy spilled around him. The grass tickled his ankles, a breath of fresh air cooled his skin, the rustling of leaves and the rustling of small animals filled his head. He was the grass and the wind, he was the leaves and the rodent, he was the warmth of the sun. We are all one and equal. Without opening his eyes, he moved Sakura's palm to the side, slid past and with a blow of his other palm drove it into the thick trunk of an ancient tree. The girl hissed like a cat, softly touched the fluffy grass with her feet, and jumped at him like a snake. A shadow clone appeared in her path, she exchanged several blows with it, after which her clone threw it aside with a powerful kick. Naruto calmly parried a series of kicks and punches from the two girls, slid between them and pushed his fist into empty space. Invisible energy with a strained hum threw the clone and the real Sakura in different directions. He opened one eye and was surprised to see genuine joy on the girl's face. She was flushed, her chest was heaving under her t-shirt, but emerald lights danced excitedly in her predatory narrowed eyes. Taking a few deep breaths, Sakura threw herself at his clone and fell to the ground a moment before the blow. The stone pillar tore through the dark soil and tufts of grass and hit him right in the jaw. With a cry, the clone flew into the air and dissolved in a clap. With her hands on her hips, Sakura pointed her finger at Naruto and mockingly touched the bell on her neck. Gods! Now it's time to finish. Well, if that's what you want, I won't hold back and will pounce on you with everything I have. Naruto exclaimed. In any case, he couldn't let her defeat him. Come here. Sakura's ringing voice awakened a fountain of energy in him. A large yellow sphere, as big as his head, appeared in his hand with a deafening whistle. This time it was perfectly shaped and the air around it remained treacherously calm. Sakura assumed a defensive stance. Her palms were enveloped in jade fire. Clearly something from the arsenal of a combat medic. Naruto blinked, enveloping himself in a yellow cloak of Kurama's chakra, and crossed the entire distance separating them in one step. Sakura reacted an instant later. Her hands had just begun to move when the Rasengan hit her in the stomach. The grass between them did not move, the air froze, and the ground behind the girl seemed to have been plowed by a giant plow. The sharp roar made Naruto's ears pop. The trees behind Sakura exploded into clouds of wood chips. The girl herself turned into a white cloud, which immediately dispersed in the wind, and the ground beneath his feet opened up, revealing the real her. Sakura touched his leg with a triumphant cry, and then his arm, and Naruto fell limply onto his side, unable to feel his limbs. From there, he could only watch as Sakura squatted in front of him and reached out to the bell. The girl was real, he could feel it from her excitement. And when her fingers touched the smooth, shiny surface of the ball, the real Naruto tore the ground behind the girl with his hands and jumped on her with the intention of touching the bell on her neck. So we got you. Sakura turned around in amazement, and Naruto, limply lying on the ground, disappeared with a pop in a cloud of smoke. The real him threw himself on her back and, grabbing her in his arms, tried to reach the bell on the emerald ribbon with his fingers. The girl squealed and, blocking his hands, tried to shake him off. Her bare strength could send Naruto flying, but Kurama's cloak closed the gap in physical strength. Feeling her tense back muscles with his chest and stomach, he realized that he was probably overdoing it with his persistence, but it was too late. They rolled across the torn-up ground in a tangle of arms and legs, accompanied by Sakura's screams and Izu's every time she hit his face with her elbows. Get off me, pervert! Sakura-chan, it was your idea. Oh, now it's my fault? You wanted a sparring match. Then I didn't think it would turn into brazen groping. This is just close combat and nothing more. Really? Continuing to hold Sakura across her stomach. Naruto rolled over onto his back and only at the last moment dodged her hard back of the head. The blow split the ground under them. The girl jerked with her whole body, and he accidentally touched her chest with his palm. Even without seeing Sakura's face, he realized that it had turned crimson. Who knows how it would have ended when everything around suddenly became cold and gloomy. They froze Sakura, lying with her back on the boy, Naruto, hugging her from behind and synchronously turned their heads to Sasuke, who was standing a few steps away from them. His friend's face was expressionless. Blushing deeply, Naruto threw the girl off himself and got to his feet with a groan. Sorry, Sasuke. We were just training. You don't have to apologize to him, idiot, Sakura muttered, holding her lower back. Sasuke knows perfectly well that it was just close combat, and nothing more. Didn't I hurt you too much? Naruto held out his hands to her, but she slapped them with hers. No. The young man scratched the back of his head, looked at his comrade and was relieved to see a sympathetic smile on his face. But why? At that moment, he saw Hinata behind Sasuke, shyly crossing her arms over her chest. The good mood immediately disappeared somewhere. Naruto caught an echo of old pain coming from the girl, and immediately removed Kurama's cloak from himself. "Hello, Hinata," he said, feeling like the last piece of shit. "What happened?" "Sakura, can we talk?" Sasuke stopped a few steps away from the girl. "This is serious." "Yes, of course. What about your sparring with Naruto?" "It can wait." "Naruto, training will have to be postponed until later. I have an order from teacher Kakashi. You can't risk being injured by me." "I understand," Naruto nodded briefly. "See you later." After waiting for Sasuke and Sakura to disappear among the trees, he turned to Hinata, who was standing in front of him, her arms strangely crossed over her chest. This gesture was so uncharacteristic of her that it immediately caught his eye. "Is everything okay, Hinata?" "Yes, Naruto-kun. Although, it could have been better." There were unusual grumpy notes in her voice. "Where did she get that from?" "Oh, you mean yesterday's incident in the archives? Sorry, I wasn't warned that you came by, and I stayed up late and didn't want to." "It's okay, Naruto-kun. I just wanted to know if everything was okay. You've been really, how should I put it, lately? Not spending any time with you?" "Yes." Naruto didn't let the confusion take hold of him. Doubts gnawed at him, tenderness for Hinata was interspersed with an echo of emptiness in his heart. The question, "Do I really love her?" continued to hang in the air without an answer. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you," he scratched the back of his head. "Listen, let's say I order food from Ichiraku tonight and we watch a movie together? An evening together?" A timid smile appeared on Hinata's face, and the grumpy tone immediately disappeared. "That would be wonderful. At mine or at yours?" "Oh. Let's do it at mine?" "Hanabi is in the hospital and there won't be anyone home." "Okay," Naruto smiled and returned the girl's wide embrace. "And now I need to finish training with Sasuke." "I can't see them." The veins around Hinata's eyes appeared for a moment. "They must have gone far away. Do you want to walk to the village? Tell me what you've been doing these past few weeks." Naruto smiled, feeling a thrill inside. Sakura didn't look happy when Sasuke told her about having a serious talk. Could it be that they weren't doing well? Why not? Fighting that asshole isn't going anywhere. Wait a second. He turned to face the ruined forest edge, squatted down, and touched the ground with his fingers. A pulse of chakra thundered through the space around him, and the disturbed soil began to take on a smooth appearance. The cracks in the earth's crust disappeared, the plateaus came together, and young grass began to grow green above them. "This is wonderful," Hinata whispered behind him, enchanted. "You're wonderful, Naruto-kun." "Oh, come on," Naruto straightened up, feeling a mixture of guilt and embarrassment. Any normal person would do that. "Let's go." And they wandered along the path towards the village. It was a fine sunny day, tiny rays of light were breaking through the thick tree crowns, and the air was filled with the singing of birds. Hinata tried to press her shoulder to his, and Naruto instinctively moved away, putting his hands in his pockets. So, in tense silence, they reached the first lively streets of the village. "How are things in the clan?" he asked to disperse the awkward silence. They had walked together more than once, but it was still impossible to get rid of the feeling of being out of place. "Not very well, to be honest, but that's good." On the other hand, the money from combat missions was large enough to support us, but now, without the war, there is less of it. Of course, the daimyo helps, but Dad is worried that he cannot properly take care of the family. "Oh, I'm sorry. Everything is fine. The main thing is that our relatives and friends have stopped dying. And we'll find work. Besides, the gloomy atmosphere has cleared up a bit now. My sister has had a son." Gods, I didn't think to ask what was going on when she said Hanabi was in the hospital. Angry, Naruto slapped his forehead loudly. The Hokage should be paying attention. "That's great. Congratulations." "When?" "Next week." "Hinata, I'm sorry I didn't come to you earlier. You know, what if I visit her in the hospital? I'll buy a present for Hanabi and her son, and congratulate them. Will she and her husband be okay with it? I don't think so. Naruto-kun, you're always welcome in our family. Thank you, Hinata. He felt warmth inside and smiled. Well, see you tonight? What time should I be there? What time do you want? Let's do it at 7. Okay, and hugging him goodbye, Hinata went towards the Hyuga quarter. Naruto stood at the crossroads, full of noisy people and carriages, and headed towards the archives. He still had a few free hours, and immersing himself in his father's archives seemed like the best activity to distract himself from pressing issues. 2. When Sasuke said that they needed to have a serious talk, something disgustingly slimy began to churn in Sakura's stomach, something that made her legs weak and her soul heavy. Conversations that started like that were never pleasant. However, it wasn't the conversation itself that was the problem, but the fact that the time for it had come so quickly. Because it was this unpleasant conversation that she was going to use as a springboard to break up with Sasuke. Okay, pull yourself together, wimp. Don't be a coward, the girl mentally reprimanded herself, jumping from branch to branch after Sasuke. But this was her first real relationship, and one that Sakura had been chasing her entire adult life. It was scary, and there was nothing she could do about it. Thank the gods, she had talked to Tsunade all night, and despite her initial denials, the teacher had loaded her with so much advice and wisdom about life that she had actually begun to worry less. Sasuke jumped to the ground and, out of habit, raised his fist over his shoulder. After looking around, he unclenched his fist, and Sakura landed next to her. What did you want to talk about? She asked quietly, crossing her arms over her chest. The young man closed his eyes for a moment, an unusually restless reaction for him, and the girl tensed. I'm going to leave Konoha for a while. Kakashi gave me an assignment, and I can't let him down. I understand. Sakura's soul became a little calmer. So that's what it was. And I also decided to break up with you, and he fell silent, frozen like a bird, waiting for her reaction. Lightning ran through her entire body, shocking her from the top of her head to the tips of her fingers and toes. It took her at least a minute to gather her strength and thoughts. Sakura expected a wave of darkness to roll over her, to be overwhelmed by a suffocating surf of dark thoughts, for her legs to give way and for her to cry. Instead, relief came. It was as if a terrible-looking splinter was sitting in her body and head, but then the healer brought the pliers to it and looked at the girl questioningly. Are you ready? And she realized that she was ready, that there was nothing wrong with letting go of something that does not bring true happiness, even if you have been striving for it for many years. It was time to pull this splinter out. Okay, Sasuke. I thought about it myself, to be honest. For a while, silence reigned around them. Sakura studied Sasuke's face, unusually tense, and listened to herself what to say next. Finally, Sasuke relaxed, it was visible in his posture. Oh, I see. I understand. Forgive me for hurting you. Everything is fine, she made an attempt to smile. I didn't want to hurt you either. I hope it wasn't too bad? Only if it was during those moments when we had fights, the young man grinned. No, Sakura, it's not about you. I realized that it's better for me to be alone. He continued talking, sitting down on the grass, and she sat down next to him, listening to his story. She was beginning to understand what was going on, and the more she listened, the lighter her soul became. A slight sadness came when Sasuke said that despite everything, he enjoyed her company. She gently squeezed her palm on his shoulder. You will never be alone, Sasuke. And if you need support, Naruto and I will be glad to have you. The young man smiled. He said something similar. Thank you, Sakura. You are a good man, and he rose to his feet, shaking the grass off them. I have to go. I need to get ready. And what is your mission? You did not say what your teacher assigned you. I was forbidden to talk. Sakura narrowed her eyes for a moment. Sasuke shook his head. Everything I told you is true. The mission has nothing to do with it. I will be fine. Tell Naruto that sparring with me will not go away from him. Are you leaving already today? At night. That's all I can say. But I'll be back, I promise. Okay, Sakura hugged the young man. Good luck. And you too. Live with your soul, heart and mind to the fullest, Sakura. You deserve it more than anyone else. And Sasuke melted into thin air, leaving her standing alone at the edge of the forest. Feeling empty, sad and anxious, she couldn't bear it any longer and, leaning her back against the tree trunk, began to cry. The 2-year journey had come to an end. 3. Sometimes human weakness gives rise to progress. In my case, it was sluggishness and pacifism. They were not a problem in a vacuum, but real life, full of human thirst for power and the violence that comes with it, quickly tests the strength of children's principles. For me, such a test was the death of my dear comrades. I hesitated, trying to calculate all the possible outcomes of the battle with the enemy instead of decisive, perhaps more cruel and harsh action, and 2 of my teammates died. Thanks to the teacher for pulling me out of the abyss of deep depression. At some point, I suddenly realized that if I do not start fighting, if I do not become better, people will continue to die. Children will continue to die. I will not let this happen. I will do everything so that people stop dying in wars. And for this I must be fast. As fast as possible. I must outrun death itself. And I succeeded in this. Naruto rolled up the scroll, feeling his head swelling. His father was a master of the pen, his personal diary read like an excellent book, captivating with its plot and characters. The clock struck 6 o'clock. It was time to wrap up, because he needed to grab some food on the way to Hinata. He still felt guilty for not paying attention to her all these weeks, so he didn't want to be late even for a second. Carefully putting the scrolls back in place and thanking the head of the archives, Naruto flew out of the building and ran in long leaps to Ichiraku. Taking 4 servings of ramen from Tucci at once, he ran towards the Hyuga district slower so as not to spill the hot soup. Despite the feeling of guilt and irrational worry for Sakura and Sasuke, there was no reason to be sad. The village, covered in the evening twilight, lit up with numerous warm lights. The evening promised a few hours of pleasant rest with Hinata, watching a movie and eating a warm and hearty dinner. And tomorrow he would see his teammates again. Bowing to a respectable woman from the Hyuga clan who was passing by, he rang the doorbell of the house where Hinata's family lived. The girl herself opened the door, dressed in a translucent evening robe, through which something was visible. Naruto swallowed, returning his gaze to her face, and with a nervous smile handed over a bag of food. Hinata bowed slightly. A light blush played on her cheeks. Having accepted the bag, she went deeper into the hallway. Come in and make yourself at home. This will not be easy, Naruto thought, trying not to pay attention to the girl's rounded bottom under the robe. Gods, Hinata, what are you planning? But despite the fears, the evening started off well. They locked themselves in Hinata's room, plopped down on the couch and laid out boxes of soup around them. The girl let out a quiet ouch, got to her feet and turned on the TV. A young man in a robe with fire patterns and a girl with a bandana decorated with the cloud symbol appeared on the screen. They stood close to each other, holding hands, and confessed their love. Do you want to turn on something else, or should we leave it? Hinata asked timidly. Naruto, who had relaxed by this point and smelled the ramen, smiled good-naturedly. He would not ruin the evening by worrying about something that hadn't even happened. Let him go. Enjoy your meal, Hinata. Thank you. Enjoy your meal too, the girl blossomed and, like him, half lay down on the couch, leaning her shoulder against his. Naruto mentally waved his hand, and they began to eat, occasionally making comments about the film. What nonsense, Naruto snorted, pointing his chopsticks at the TV. He tried to kill her 3 times, and she didn't give a damn. After that, normal people would break off any kind of relationship. I agree. After he stabbed her in the shoulder with a dagger, she should have nightmares, and at the very least, good therapy wouldn't hurt. Not to mention how long it would take to restore trust. I agree. Sakura even said that there was such a disease. I don't remember what it's called. Hinata stirred next to her, her robe slipping off one shoulder. She reached for the TV remote between them. Can we turn on something else? Sure. Do you often spend your evenings like this? What do you mean with someone? Well, maybe only with my friends, occasionally. And so I usually devote my evenings to writing some story or poem. It would be interesting to become a writer someday. I'm sure you'll make a great writer, Naruto smiled. Their faces were only 10 centimeters apart. There was semi-darkness all around, dispersed by the warm light of the night lamp and the droning TV. In the girl's large eyes, he saw the reflection of the lights. Hinata reached out to him with her lips, resting one hand on his leg, and with the other removing the robe from the other shoulder. Everything inside him loudly protested against what could happen next. The first desire was to recoil, to jump out of bed. Be careful, you can miscalculate your strength and hurt her. And this is Hinata, not the enemy. Instead of jumping to the side, Naruto carefully moved back, escaping the kiss. He gently and slowly put the robe back on the girl's shoulders, feeling how his instincts and feelings became more acute. Hinata's eyes gleamed, filled with confusion, despair, and hidden resentment. Her lips trembled, and as if realizing what she was trying to do, she pulled away from him, wrapping her robe tightly around herself and pressing her palms to her chest. The situation was dire. Naruto didn't consider himself a romantic, but the situation was such that even he could feel how badly things were turning out. He had hurt Hinata, made her feel unwanted and wrong. Gods, she could remember this horrible evening for the rest of her life. The TV turned off for some reason, plunging the room into silence. Naruto, I'm sorry. For so many months I thought that we could have everything. I'm an idiot, she cried quietly. I'm sorry. Naruto felt like he was drowning. The sight of Hinata helpless, whom he, the idiot, had led by the nose for so long, feeding her with silent false promises, made him want to scratch his face. Of course, he could fix everything by telling her that everything was okay, that they could still have everything. He could bring back the smile on her face, at least for a short time. But that would be even more disgusting. Father, have I really lost my way in these 3 years? And then Naruto realized that he could no longer lie and dissemble. He moved closer to Hinata, hugged her, and cried with her. The tears flowed unexpectedly easily. After all, he had not cried since saying goodbye to his father. Burning tracks ran down his cheeks. So they sat, the two of them, burying their heads in each other and sobbing. It's not your fault, Naruto said, stroking the girl's head. It was me, an idiot, who convinced myself until the very end that I didn't know if I truly loved you. But, deep down, I knew that despite all your kindness, despite everything you did for me, I couldn't give you what you wanted. Hinata's whole body shuddered and she sobbed loudly. Naruto winced, feeling the pain he was causing the girl now. But it had to be this way, because this conversation had to happen someday. Better now than put it off until later. And instead of deciding to tell you about it right away, I continued to deceive both of us. And I am very ashamed of it. I'm sorry for deceiving you. I'm sorry for hurting you. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Hinata cried even louder, shuddering over and over again as if a volcano was bursting inside her. Naruto endured, hugging the girl and trying with all his heart to share her suffering. At some point, she stopped shaking and sobbing so often. I felt that something like this would happen, she croaked. In vain I listened to those idiots. I shouldn't have been so persistent. And they advised me on how to behave better, and I, a fool, believed them. No, this is not for me. I will always remain Hinata, the quiet daughter of the Hyuga clan. No, you don't have to close yourself off. Hinata, you're a wonderful girl, and this evening shouldn't make you suffer for the rest of your life. I really wish things were different. The girl smiled nervously and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Life is unfair, isn't it? We can and should give her a fight, Naruto whispered. If not with me, then with someone else. Oh, I have a feeling I won't find someone like that anytime soon. I hope you won't have to look for too long either. Naruto smiled sadly and hugged the girl. They sat like that, leaning against each other like two birds, until the night passed and the morning dawn broke outside the window. Hinata felt better, and they even silently brewed tea in the kitchen and went out for a walk in the fresh air. And the food was delicious, the girl noted, wrapping herself in her jacket. I shouldn't have made that move. It wasn't in vain. Maybe if it weren't for that, I would never have found the strength to confess. Hinata sighed. But at least we had reasons to see each other, even if they weren't very honest and even painful. I don't see any reason not to see each other anymore. I thought you were a wonderful girl even before you confessed your love to me. A good friend. Naruto remained silent, because words were not needed. So they walked along the deserted streets of the Hyuga district, until Naruto walked the girl back home. He rubbed his eyes, and Hinata stroked his cheek. You need to rest. Go home. Are you sure you shouldn't stay longer? To give me an excuse to show off my cleavage again? A sad smile appeared on the girl's lips. No, Naruto, don't worry, I'll be fine. But I need time to get over all of this. When the wound heals, we will see each other. In the meantime. I understand, Naruto said, looking at his feet. Have a good rest. And know that I am always there if you need support. Just don't forget. I won't forget, and Hinata hugged him, simple, friendly. Naruto responded in kind. Having stroked the girl's head for the last time, he stepped back and smiled. See you later. See you later. Hinata entered the house and closed the door behind her. And Naruto walked away, knowing that she was about to cry again. At least this is over, he consoled himself, wandering through the streets of the village. The sun rose, and the once deserted paths were filled with people hurrying about their daily affairs. The cycle of life continued as if nothing had happened. But the thought of it in the context of what had happened caused even more pain. Hello, Naruto. A low hoarse voice, heard from behind, made him jump in place. Are you okay? He turned around and saw a brown pug in a shinobi uniform sitting on the grass. Pakin? Yes, it's me. With a bored look, he approached him and offered his head. Scratch? Naruto bent down and scratched the dog behind the ear. His thoughts focused on the guest. Did something happen to Master Kakashi? No, but he's calling you into his office. Something important? Not as important as the handful of bones that awaits me at home, but he asked you to hurry. Yawning widely, Pakin nodded towards the Hokage's residence. Well, my mission is over, so thank you and good luck. And with a pop he disappeared into thin air, leaving Naruto alone in the middle of a narrow path that led to a wide street. The young man looked around, took his father's dagger from his belt pouch and stuck it into the ground. Maybe it would work. He closed his eyes, folded his palms in a seal and imagined the place around him. Chakra flooded him like the sun's warmth, swirling just below his chest, and then nothing happened. Naruto opened his eyes, sighed in disappointment, put the dagger back in his pouch, and soared into the air, rushing in long leaps across the rooftops towards the Hokage's residence. 4. This time he didn't climb into Kakashi's office through the window, but used the usual method. Quickly walking along the corridors and stairs to the top floor, he extended his hand to the door handle, when it suddenly opened, and Sakura accidentally butted him in the chin. With a simultaneous yelp, they jumped away from each other. Sorry, Naruto, the girl walked around him and, rubbing her forehead, leaned her back against the wall. Kakashi has already talked to me. Now it's your turn. She looked sleep-deprived. Over the past few years, Naruto had developed an alarm bell, and now it was ringing loudly. The young man froze on the threshold, looking at her and fighting the urge to go up to her and pat her shoulder. Sakura-chan, is everything okay? Huh? She raised an absent gaze to him. After a moment, it became meaningful and she smiled weakly. Yeah, it's okay. You go. Okay then, he smiled encouragingly at her before entering the office and closing the door. Naruto, sit down, Kakashi waved at him from behind his desk, which was covered in papers. The teacher also looked a bit rumpled, as if he had to sit in ambush for many hours without sleep or food. Did you sleep well? I didn't sleep. Kakashi looked at him carefully, but said nothing. Instead, he rose from his chair and handed him a parchment covered in writing. What is this? Your new assignment. Read it. This is Karen's signature, but it's not her handwriting. This is a decrypted copy of the letter. Is it that serious? Teacher, I've had a long-forgotten feeling. Like when we were trying to find out Akatsuki's plans? Kakashi's face wrinkled into a smile under his mask. There is. Naruto immersed himself in reading. There are a lot of gaps here. This? We removed her curses. I see, the young man chuckled, running his eyes over the lines. The further he went, the more he frowned. At some point, he felt Kurama's invisible head behind him, who was curiously looking over his shoulder and also reading. Having finished, Naruto returned the letter to the teacher and rubbed his forehead. In the village of Whirlpool, someone killed one of the Uzumaki. He was one of the few whom Karen and her comrades were able to find and convince to return home. He worked for the good of the new city, like the rest of the clan. They found him at the construction site, pierced with spikes, and with a leaflet with Naruto's face mockingly thrown on top. My condolences. Shit, Naruto muttered, again feeling a burning sensation in the corners of his eyes. Shit. I promised them peace and a new life. Standing up, he began to pace around the office, feeling his temples growing heavy and his heart pounding loudly. Fury tempted him to do something, like in the old days. Naruto, Kurama's booming bass washed over him like cold water. The time has come to decide whether you will remain a boy or take the next step towards something more. Here, now. The young man stopped and took a deep breath. Teacher, you don't have to worry about me. I didn't go through the war to stumble at the sight of my first battle. I'm glad to hear it, Naruto. Kakashi wiped his forehead. As you understand, your task with Sakura will be to arrive for revenge and find out who killed Uzumaki. Everything must be done as quietly and secretly as possible. Only the three of us and Karen know about what happened. Even the family of the deceased doesn't know yet. They think their father left the city on business. He left behind children. Naruto clenched his fists. It will be done, teacher. If you don't mind, I would like to set off immediately. Good. Now about your legend. Of course, there is no talk of any mission. You will be posing as a couple traveling incognito and deciding to stop by the Whirlpool village to relax. No one knows about Sakura's return, so the threat of being recognized is not that great if you follow Karen's instructions. You will also have to remove the leaf shinobi headband. Are you sure this is a good idea? Naruto felt his cheeks burning. We're not dating, after all. Relax, Naruto, no one is forcing you to pretend to be in love. I'm sure you'll figure out how to act. I don't think I need to remind you that you're both shinobi. But how should we act? I'm not the biggest expert on this. Kakashi's face turned pink above his mask. Hug each other a couple of times. I don't know. Go to the beach together? The young man turned around to make sure the door was closed. Have you already told Sakura about this? Yes. And what? Kakashi shrugged, sitting in his chair, and opened Master Jiraiya's novel, immersing himself in reading. I think everything will be fine with you, he said. Arrive, take a look around, and then proceed based on the situation. You will report through Karen. Thank you, Master. Naruto scratched the back of his head. So, we are moving. Yeah. And Naruto. I advise you to take the advice about going to the beach. I heard the views there are beautiful. Naruto sighed heavily and, with Kurama's laughter in his mind, headed for the door. This day was already one of the least favorite in his entire life. I hope Sakura was upset not because of the conversation with the master. A forked lightning cut through the hanging dark clouds, disappearing behind the treetops like a multi-headed snake. The unfortunate green giants rustled their leaves, which were beaten by the furious wind. The thick and tall trunks could barely withstand the pressure of the streams of brown water, which, with a roar and foam, carried stones, bushes, poor animals, and pieces of buildings. A sharp and crackling clap of thunder deafened Sakura, and she almost missed a piece of a boulder that the mad stream of water threw at her. Reflexes honed over the years worked, she rushed forward, caught the boulder with both hands and threw it behind her head, where the land had not yet been touched by the landslide. The girl jumped to the edge of the stream, where a minute ago, the yellow glow of her partner disappeared. Naruto! Her scream, amplified by chakra, echoed in the mountain spurs, looming over the forest like spiked walls. There was no answer. Then Sakura took a few deep breaths and, holding her breath, jumped towards the raging water element. 6 hours before. After talking with Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura agreed to meet on the wall on the opposite side from the Hokage rock, and the young man rushed home. Packing things was a responsible task, and it wouldn't hurt to tidy himself up after a terrible night. Especially since they were about to go on a trip together. In the heat of his thoughts and feelings, he completely forgot to ask the teacher about Sasuke, and thought about it only when he ran around the room, dumping things into a backpack. Since the teacher didn't mention anything about his friend, it meant that he had some other, no less important task to complete. Perhaps so important that he was forbidden to tell his friends about it. He must not forget to ask Sakura about it. I wonder what they talked about then, after the sparring? He tossed and caught his father's dagger and stuck it in his belt pouch. On the way, he would figure out how to use it, for sure. At that moment, the window behind him slammed and his clone climbed into the room with a pile of scrolls in his hands. The master finally allowed us to take them with us? Teacher Kakashi somehow found out about our get-together and asked the old man to give us more free access to the archive. Here, and throwing the bag to Naruto, the clone disappeared into thin air. Grunting from the weight of the bag that flew in, the young man tripped over the leg of the bed and almost fell to the floor. Hopping on one leg and rubbing his bruised heel, he involuntarily rejoiced that the best medic in the country would be keeping him company. Maybe Sakura even knows a way to relieve drowsiness and lethargy. The last time he slept was yesterday. After a quick shower and putting on a relatively fresh orange t-shirt and black pants, he threw the bag with his things and scrolls over his back, checked that everything was turned off in the apartment, closed the window behind him and headed towards the city wall in long jumps. Since the mission was secret, they decided to leave Konoha unnoticed. On the way to the wall, Naruto saw other shinobi patrolling the perimeter, but they did not approach him. Apparently, the teacher gave orders. He saw the lonely figure of Sakura, who was standing with a green backpack over her shoulders. Her pink hair glistened in the morning sun, and it was beautiful. Naruto smiled and almost fell down in another jump, losing control of his chakra for a moment. He pushed off the roof of the building as hard as he could and landed right next to the girl. "Good morning, Sakura-chan." He smiled, hoping to cheer her up with his smile. There, in the hallway outside Kakashi's office, there was something about her that he couldn't understand, but he didn't like it. "Good morning, Naruto." Sakura looked past him without smiling. "The Whirlpool Village is a week's journey away." "Oh, don't worry about the bag. I won't be a burden to us, don't worry." "That's not what I meant. I'm just used to traveling with just a spoon and a pot." "Naruto, look at the view from here." They turned to face the blooming village and the cliff with the Hokage's faces bathed in sunlight, and were silent for a few minutes to soak in the moment. "So, are you ready?" "Of course. By the way, Sakura-chan, do you know why Sasuke isn't with us?" Kakashi said he had another mission, the girl said, pulling her hair into a ponytail at the back of her head. "Naruto, just a moment." Please, let's focus on our mission, okay? She doesn't want to talk about Sasuke? The revelation was so unexpected that he ran his whole hand through his thick hair. Of course, he simply said and smiled. Sakura-chan, leave it to me. Sakura looked at him and winked. Not a smile, but something. Let's go, Naruto. Turning their backs to the village, they disappeared with 2 black strokes. 3. Aya. Sakura winced at Naruto's indignant cry next to her ear. It was still clear just recently. The downpour that caught up with them forced them to move from the treetops to their protection. The jets of water beat out a discordant chorus on the green crowns and raised a gray misty haze. Sakura happily exposed her face to the warm drops, periodically glancing over the young man, who grimaced and snorted every now and then. Naruto was cheerful, but it was clear that he was worried about what happened in the Whirlpool village. The whole way from Konoha, she had the same feeling as when they went together to save Gaara. And although a lot has changed since then, and they have matured, the feeling that an invisible threat loomed over the young man remained the same. I would like to answer your smile with my own, but not now. Maybe you want to stop and rest? I brought a ready-made ramen set with me. Thanks, Sakura-chan, but we need to move on. Who knows what else can happen in Yuzu? I have a feeling that someone specially called this downpour on us. Are you kidding? No. Kurama is very quiet for some reason. I feel like he's uncomfortable. Otsutsuki? No. Naruto's further words were drowned out by the noise of the downpour. It's nothing, it's still a light rain. She decided to distract his attention from bad thoughts. A couple of years ago, I spent 2 weeks in AIM, receiving the wounded in a simple tent. In winter. Then the rain was also freezing. Compared to that, this is a shower. Enjoy, Naruto. I didn't know you'd been there. Did you like the city? Very unusual and very beautiful at night. One day, the clouds will part above him and instead of rain, the sun's rays will pour down. I have no doubt in you. Thank you, Sakura-chan. If only I knew how to do it. He suddenly fell silent, as if he was deep in thought again. Sakura saw a tree with a particularly dense crown in front of her. Naruto, let's make a short stop. 5 minutes of rest. They landed on a thick branch and leaned their backs against the trunk, sitting shoulder to shoulder. The girl pretended that something had gotten into her boot and began to take it off. Tell me, what's the problem with AIM? She dropped it as if casually. Naruto sighed loudly. It's complicated. The great countries don't want AIM to lean in our favor, they want absolute neutrality for it. And this angers me, because I can make people's lives better. Persuasion doesn't help? Master Kakashi tried. And Shikamaru too. It's all useless. What if we use force? I doubt that the great countries will dare to act against you and all of Konoha. I thought about it. But it's much easier to go against the truly bad guys and those who want to destroy the world than against friends and comrades with whom we fought side by side just yesterday. It's not that simple, huh? Naruto wiped his face with a grin. And then, what if the great countries decide? Another war could start. And I don't want to start it. Moreover, I will do everything to prevent this from happening. Maybe there is still a way to resolve the matter peacefully? Maybe promise the great countries something in return? Something that will satisfy everyone? I don't believe that nothing can be done. We have always found a way, together. The young man looked at her, water dripping from his wet, fallen mane. His lips twisted into a smile and trembled. Another time I would show you my new super perverted ninjutsu. Sakura grimaced, barely restraining herself. Naruto couldn't resist laughing first, burying his head in the tree trunk and looking up at the intertwining branches and green shiny leaves. The girl burst out laughing too. They sat there for a few more minutes, smiling silently and listening to the sound of the rain. The sky lit up with a flash of lightning and 10 heartbeats. Later a distant rumble of thunder sounded. Sakura put on her boot, adjusted the straps of her backpack and looked at Naruto. Well, shall we move on? He looked up at her, still smiling faintly. Then he clapped his hands and jumped to his feet. Let's go. 4. The rain and thunderstorm began to grow into a storm, and he didn't like it. Gusts of wind prevented them from moving, the walls of rain became denser, mercilessly beating on their faces. They almost stopped talking. Water immediately clogged their open mouths, and the roar of the wind together with the thunderclaps drowned out their words. It became even darker, and soon he understood why. They reached the mountain range, beyond which were vast fertile fields, and further, the coast. Kurama, do you have any thoughts? I just don't like all this. I can count on the fingers of both paws those who are capable of creating thunderstorms, but thunderstorms of this strength are beyond the power of an ordinary shinobi. Almost all of the Uchiha are dead. You defeated the Otsutsuki, and the Jubi is long gone. Maybe someone invented a new technique? Guessing is pointless. Papa Hagoromo had many heirs, and it is not only the Uchiha and Senju. The question is not who, but why. Do they want to stop us? Perhaps. Although by doing so they only emphasize the importance of your mission. Stupid. All the better for us. Don't relax, Naruto. This is not relaxation, Kurama. I'm just encouraging myself. Naruto. Sakura extended her hand, pointing towards a weak light, barely visible through the gray curtain of rain. The young man nodded and, touching the girl's shoulder, enveloped them both in Kurama's warm, life-giving chakra. They shone like a bright yellow beacon of light. Naruto directed his senses towards the light and listened. No, there were no bad, dark, evil intentions there. But there was fear and pain. Sakura. I feel them? The girl exclaimed in surprise. They need help. Let's hurry. They picked up the pace and soon a small village came into view. Almost all the buildings were made of bamboo, and the roofs were once covered with bundles of straw that were already scattered everywhere. Some houses were completely destroyed, and people, no more than a few dozen, swarmed in the ruins and around, trying to hide their belongings away from the rain. They landed in the center of the crowd, which parted to the sides with screams. Naruto raised his arms and covered the village with a dome of Kurama's chakra. Be careful, Naruto. Do not forget your chakra is divided into 7 more clones. Use it wisely. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Is there a leader here? I am here. A stocky man with a leaf shinobi armband on his sleeve stepped forward. Gedemaru, retired Konohagakure Chunin. I know this chakra, I was there, at the war. Thank you, Naruto-san. We are here by accident, but we want to help. What happened? A storm. It hit unexpectedly about half an hour ago. Some houses were destroyed, the rest I was able to somehow cover with Doton. Gedemaru pointed towards a long 3-meter stone wall. But I'm not worried about that. Mud flows rarely happen here, but this time I'm afraid trouble will not pass us by. Understood. His voice was drowned out by a distant rumble. The ground shook under his feet. It's a mud flow, Naruto-san. Gedemaru, you need to get out of here. Sakura exclaimed. What? This is our home. We will help you rebuild it, Naruto said firmly. It is decided. He summoned a shadow clone. Intercept them. Understood. The clone enveloped itself in a blinding yellow shroud, accepting the giant fox's attacks. The people standing inside the chakra body screamed in fear when their feet were lifted off the ground. Don't be afraid, everything is fine. I will take you to a safe place and then you can return. But our things? Arg, the clone growled and looked at Naruto. He sighed. Okay, pick up the things too. Thank you, Naruto-san. Gedemaru shouted from above. And what about you? The young man only waved his hand goodbye and the clone, together with the villagers inside the chakra body, slowly walked away, trying not to shake the earth too much. Naruto, your chakra. Sakura came closer to him. The shining yellow cloud around the two of them was slowly disappearing. Something wrong? I divided it into 8 parts a long time ago. This story can wait, okay? He smiled wearily. We can't leave this whole thing like this. The mud flow along with the river will go further, and who knows what other villages or even cities below these places will suffer. And the animals. I understand. Then we need a lot of doton. And a lot of chakra. He stopped short when Sakura came even closer to him and put her hands on his shoulders. Ah, a great idea. I saved up some during my travels over the years. The girl closed her eyes and her hands were enveloped in a jade glow. Naruto felt his tiredness and sleepiness recede. Naruto, stop jumping. It's the ground shaking. Sakura smiled and opened her eyes. Do you know Doton? The boy snorted. The rain became weaker. And its rustle was intertwined with the increasingly loud roar of the mountain stream. The crack of breaking trees was heard. The gray curtain began to part. Then lightning flashed and the trees in front of them groaned and fell to the sides, revealing a wide brown wall of water, wood, and stone that was rushing towards them. Naruto looked at Sakura and winked. 5. When Naruto winked at her, she held back a giggle and turned to face the elements that were crushing everything. It was time to get all unnecessary thoughts out of her head. No worries or fears. Now she just had to stand firm. For the sake of those who believed in them and supported them, for the sake of their loved ones. She touched the wet grass with her palms, seeing out of the corner of her eye that the young man was doing the same. Doton. The ground between them and the roaring mud flows roared out walls of compacted soil. They rose up several meters into the air, like black sails, trembled and burst like eggshells. Jump! Sakura exclaimed, and they soared into the air at the moment when seething streams of brown water and foam flooded the place where they stood. The girl landed to the side of the stream and waved to Naruto, who was standing on the other bank. Tree trunks. Naruto waved back and threw his ridiculous bag of things off his shoulders. I hoped he heard and understood. Sakura jumped up to a thick 1,000-year-old hornbeam, grabbed it with her hands and, feeling her ligaments and muscles screaming in pain, pulled it out of the ground by the roots. Walking towards the roaring river, she lowered the tree across the stream. It began to flow to the sides. Excellent. On the other side, Naruto tore out a similar tree and threw it into the water. Then another, and another. Sakura ran after the second tree, when a shrill creak was heard behind her and the hornbeam broke in half. The water rushed on, carrying away both halves of the ancient giant, and the girl with a roar tore out several trees and kicked them all into the river. They lasted a little longer than the first. Naruto on the other side again enveloped himself in a yellow shroud, and jumped into the river. Naruto. She ran to the place where the boy had disappeared, and her heart felt a little lighter. He appeared above the surface, trying to create a dam with his widened fox paws. You won't last long. He shouted. Come out, we'll think of something else. What? Gods. Stubborn idiot. At that moment, Naruto went under the water with a scream. In despair, Sakura bit her finger until it bled and put her hand to the ground. Prizes. Bang. A sharp and crackling clap of thunder stunned her and she almost missed a piece of the boulder that the crazy stream of water threw at her. Reflexes honed over the years kicked in, she rushed forward, catching the boulder with both hands and throwing it behind her head, where the land had not yet been touched by the landslide. The girl jumped to the edge of the stream, where the yellow glow of her partner had just disappeared. Naruto. Her scream, amplified by chakra, echoed in the mountain spurs, looming over the forest like spiked walls. There was no answer. Then Sakura took a few deep breaths and, holding her breath, jumped towards the raging water element. 6. Nothing could be seen in the muddy water. Only rocks, trees, trash, unfortunate fish and trapped animals. Naruto floundered in the water, feeling the last remnants of natural energy leaving. He needed to train more. He tried to grab onto anything, but it was no use. He wanted to call on Gamabunta, but the water washed away the blood. Underwater whirlwinds mercilessly pinned him to the ground, everything around him wanted to tear him apart. He had never imagined that the elements could be so powerful, even during the cataclysm caused by Jubi. Feeling the accumulated drops of chakra, he wrapped his hand in Kurama's cloak, pushed off the bottom with it and soared into the air. A few moments of flight, rain hitting his eyes, brown streams of water that turned into, it seemed, an ocean, and he tried to stand on the surface of the water. A whoosh, several stones. A school of fish flew out of the roaring river, hit him, knocking him off his feet. He splashed back into the water and saw pink hair, glittering in a flash of lightning. Her hand seemed to find him itself and they clung to each other, waltzing in foamy curls. When they hugged, so that the elements would not separate them again, Naruto felt how the fire of chakra began to flare up inside him again. Heat penetrated his body, and he passed it to the girl, and with the next push of his hand from chakra threw them both onto the shore. The last thing the young man saw before falling into unconsciousness were clouds of smoke, in which the silhouette of a giant white slug appeared. Finally, I will be able to get some sleep. Akimichi Kaiza wiped the drops of water mixed with sweat from his forehead and sat down on a darkened boulder. Maintaining futon for so long had taken almost all of his strength, and that was taking into account the use of clan pills. Nevertheless, the storm was a sight to behold. The low tree crowns reliably covered him and several of his squad mates, and from the heights of the foothills, Uzumaki Naruto's attempts to stop the mud flow rushing inexorably down were clearly visible. A useless undertaking, Nika said, adjusting her light bangs. Before that, she and her two brothers had been warming up the air masses with Katon for half an hour. I don't know what Spider is up to, but we can't kill him. Don't be so pessimistic, little sister. Yamanaka Ayava carefully rubbed her back under the Jonan's soaking wet vest. The once bright and clean green clothes had long since thinned and faded. They had ceased to be Leaf Shinobi 2 years ago, when they had sworn allegiance to the Otsutsuki dream. Red Widow did say that he was weakened now. We have a chance. The boy defeated the goddess, brother, the girl sniffed and hugged herself. Many consider him a god himself. You saw what he and Uchiha did back then, 3 years ago. Stop talking nonsense, Nai. Orba growled. The man, built like a stone block, pushed off the tree trunk he was leaning on with his palm and caught up with his sister. The spider has never lied in his predictions. Uzumaki Naruto is just a fake, a lying idol. He is not the savior. Look at him, floundering in the stream among the mud and debris, unable to stop him, just as fate would not stop him. Kaiza, let's finish him off while he's distracted. Calm down, Orba. Kaiza ran the whetstone along one of the kunai. Despite futon, he had a habit of keeping his weapons perfectly sharp. He's not alone. See how the trees are flying? There's someone else with him. The four of them watched as the silhouette of a huge white slug appeared far below, among the clouds of steam. This chakra, Nika clasped her hands in concentration, wincing. Haruno. I didn't know she was back from vacation. No, brother, you won't be able to hunt Uzumaki today. Calm down, both of you. Kaiza threw the sharpened kunai into the air and, casually catching it, hid it in his bosom. The spider gave us another task anyway. We will complete it, together and clearly. In the name of sleep. In the name of sleep, 3 of the Yamanaka clan echoed him in chorus. Kaiza grinned, as suddenly, far ahead, a blindingly bright snow-white sun flared. He covered his eyes with his palm, and felt a light euphoria in the air that did not belong to him. A moment later, a sharp whistle was heard and he saw a bolide of raging bright yellow chakra rushing towards him. Move aside. He roared and managed to throw a pill into his mouth. The bolide crashed into the boulder on which he had been sitting a moment ago with a deafening roar, throwing up clouds of dust and showering everything with cascades of stone chips. A powerful stream of air dispersed the dust, revealing a man raging with bright yellow flame. It was a young man in a wide and long cloak of chakra. The hair above his head fluttered, resembling a crown of sunbeams. Everyone stay put. His voice almost deafened the man. And then everyone will stay alive. Silence hung under the tree, dispersed by the noise of the wind and the rustle of the weakening rain. Orba! Nayika screamed, throwing up her palms in front of herself. I know! Roared the giant and, covered in stone armor, rushed at the enemy like a sumo wrestler. The earth trembled from his steps. Uzumaki disappeared, a dull thud was heard, and Orba, with a cry of pain, flew far to the side and rolled down the slope. Kaiza raised his palms with kunai clenched in them, the blades covered the air blades with a hum and spun around, looking for his opponent. Uzumaki appeared a few steps away from him, right in front of Naika, who was trying to take over the youth's consciousness. The chakra shroud on his shoulder suddenly wove into a terrible fox's muzzle. The fox opened its mouth, letting out such a terrible roar that the girl squealed and recoiled. From the ground behind her, another girl burst out, crowned with pink hair shining with water. She touched Naika and she fell to the grass like a silent statue. Kaiza stood in place, watching as Ayava doused the new opponent with a stream of fire. Did it really work? The girl jumped out of the red-hot flames and tried to trip the enemy's legs. Yamanaka jumped back, summoned a clone, and ran even further, making hand seals on the go. The grass in front of him burst into flames, and a wall of fire rushed towards the girl, Uzumaki, and Kaiza himself with a low howl. Akimichi cursed and darted to the side. Running out from under the tree crown and getting caught in heavy drops of rain, he blinked and a bright flash of chakra covered the world in front of him. He recoiled at the last moment, letting a blow from a large clawed paw pass him by, and swung a kunai. A blade of wind with a thin whistle lashed the chakra paw and cut through 10 meters of soil behind it, leaving no trace on the fox's cover. Naruto, stop fooling around and finish the job. A pink-haired girl's scream came from behind the burning tree. Naruto Uzumaki covered the distance between them in one step and knocked both daggers out of Kaiza's hands with a blow from his other paw. The man bit into the pill and felt wings spreading behind his back, and he himself growing in size. Under the weight of his body, the soil splashed to the sides, the earth sank down, and the young man's figure became several times smaller. Kaiza slammed his foot down, pulling it out of the mud and kicking it at his enemy with all his might. Uzumaki Naruto dodged the blow and rose into the air like a yellow torch, hovering in front of his face. Lightning reflected on him as a snow-white flash, thunder roared. The youth smiled. Grimacing, the man hit him with a sweeping fist and cried out in pain when his knuckles hit an impenetrable wall of clawed fox paws. The enemy grabbed his wrists and Kaiza abruptly turned on his side, crashing into the ground with all the weight of his body. Trying to get up, he saw Uzumaki landing in front of his face and, like a hammer driving a nail, slammed him into the ground with a blow of his fist. Rejoicing, the man began to rise to his feet, when an unknown force pushed his heavy hand away. Uzumaki Naruto stood in the center of his fist print, hands on hips and shaking his head. I told you to stay still, his voice came from the ground. You're a leaf shinobi, why are you doing all this? The plan comes first. The silhouette of Spider appeared before his eyes, sitting in a chair, hidden by the shadows. It was time. He silently swung his fist, when suddenly his entire body simply stopped obeying. He fell to the ground like a limp doll and could only watch out of the corner of his eye as the pink-haired girl muttered something to Naruto Uzumaki, who faded and seemed to shrink, taking on the appearance of an ordinary person. Sakura-chan, I need a warm-up. I've spent all these years building buildings and helping people. A little practice wouldn't hurt. Such warm-ups are for demons. Sorry, Kurama, I'm not talking about you. Naruto, you are my partner, my life depends on you, and you are already in great shape. Be serious, please. Really? What? Nothing. Can you bring him back to normal? Okay, the girl approached Kaiza and placed her palm on his huge one. A moment later, he felt such heat that he screamed in pain, but his vocal cords refused to obey him. He lay like that for more than a minute, feeling himself getting smaller in size, and the heat weakening. You are magnificent, Sakura-chan. Naruto came closer, stopping a few steps behind her and looking at the man. It was not for nothing that Grandma Tsunade remembered you so often. That's it, the girl looked extremely pleased. A moment later, Kaiza regained his gift of speech. Can you hear me? Yes. Excellent. I paralyzed your comrades. They are safe. Of course, we will hand you all over to custody in the nearest city, but first, she hit her fist into her palm. Interrogation. 2. You're already in great shape. Naruto ignored everything else that was said and grinned widely, putting his hands behind his head. It wasn't often that he heard compliments from Sakura, and this one was especially pleasant. He would have played it over in his head all day if it weren't for the situation they found themselves in. They were attacked by Konoha shinobi, and this tormented him no less than the death of his clansmen. While the girl dealt with the strange man, he went to his comrades, who were lying motionless nearby, and sat down next to them. The girl who was closest to him turned her gaze to him, and he saw pain and hatred splashing in it. He didn't need Kurama's cloak to understand that they saw him as an enemy. Isn't the salary of a Konoha jonin enough to live a normal life? He asked tiredly. We probably fought Obito, Madara, and the Ten Tails together, after all. Watching each other's backs, one way or another. What had changed in 3 years? The girl's eyes widened, as if she was desperate to say something, but no sound came out of her mouth. Sakura-chan, did you cut their vocal cords? Will they not choke? Of course not. Sakura walked up to him and squatted in front of the girl. Do you want to talk to her? Yes. I think she's from the Yamanaka clan. When we were fighting, she made this gesture, like Ino used to do. Oh, that's possible. And the hair color is distinctive. Just like those two guys. Maybe it's a coincidence? Sakura touched her finger to the captive's throat, and she burst out with the dirtiest curse words he'd ever heard. Wincing, Naruto leaned toward her and summoned the most benevolent tone he could muster. What's your name? We mean you no harm. You didn't manage to kill or maim anyone, so even the prison term won't be long. But we need to know why you did it. Fuck you. I don't think she's going to cooperate with us, Sakura noted, giving him a sly look. Naruto shrugged. That guy who's a Kimichi, he was acting pretty calm when you gave him his voice back. Maybe he's the most reasonable one, or even the main one. Sakura raised a finger in front of her, an expression of insight. She touched the captive's neck, silencing her again, and instead gave the voice back to the two men. Free me! The big guy roared. No. I'll rip you apart. Then came the swearing. In the name of sleep. The girl shut them both up and winked at Naruto. I think you're right. Let's go interrogate him? Let's go. They returned to the man, who had already returned to his usual size and appearance. He looked at them without any interest, one could even say that he was completely indifferent. We're not going to kill you, by the way, Naruto noted. We're good guys. I know the guys from your clan, Akimichi. They're all great people. Maybe you could explain why you left the village? Keep in mind, Sakura added. I know some techniques that will loosen your tongue no matter what. So don't make your life difficult. So what did you want to know? Why did you attack us? We wanted to finish you off. We almost did, there in the river. But why do you want us dead? Not you. We don't need Haruno Sakura. We wanted to finish you off, Naruto. A shiver ran down the boy's spine. There was something terribly mundane about how a simple shinobi, who had recently served in his native village, simply said that he wanted him dead. Not Akatsuki, not another villain hungry for power over the world. Not a goddess. An ordinary shinobi from Konoha. But why? Sakura clenched her fists next to him. What did he do to you? He risked everything to save our lives. Without him, you would all be happy? The man interrupted her. What? The great goddess wanted to reward us with a happy dream, to make us gods. We would be reunited with our families, we would not know fear, sadness, pain and suffering. And you, he turned his gaze to Naruto. You trampled our dreams into dust. Dreams of the Otsutsuki dream. Oh, so that's what that guy was screaming about, Sakura dropped. It's all clear. Of course, few knew what exactly Kaguya wanted to do to people, but people cling so much to any hope of happiness, even the most illusory, that they are ready to indulge in even the most incredible self-deception. What a pity that I can't read minds. Then it would be possible to find these unfortunate people, talk to them, help them return to the real world and find happiness in it. Another failure. Naruto, are you okay? He realized that Sakura had been squeezing his palm for half a minute, calling for attention, and emerged from his thoughts to meet her worried green eyes and the crease on her forehead. And then he forced a smile. In vain. Sakura frowned, squeezed his palm again and, letting go, turned all her attention to the man. Are you acting as four, or are there more of you? Much more, the man said, smiling. Our people are everywhere, in every city and great village. How else would we know where you are? There are ways that do not require human intervention, Sakura noted. And this organization, does it have a name? Otsutsuki. A very fresh name, Sakura raised an eyebrow. Who is the head of your organization? Killing Naruto is the end goal? You don't need to know that. Naruto looked at the girl, whose face was tense. He knew that look. It happened when someone pissed her off. Oh. Sakura approached the man, knelt down next to his head and placed her palms on his cheeks. What is she doing? The young man, just in case, came closer to her out of excitement. I wasn't joking about techniques that would loosen your tongue. You can't hide from me, Akimichi. She squeezed the man's face with her palms, and her gaze became absent. What is she doing, Kurama? This is some kind of genjutsu. I've never seen anything like it. Naruto nervously paced from side to side, biting his lips, while waiting for the girl to wake up. Who would have thought that in several years of absence she had learned new things, and such creepy ones at that? Although he didn't even know what scared him more, the unknown technique or the determination with which Sakura decided to use it on another person. 3. Akimichi Kaiza blinked as the world around him turned into a multicolored kaleidoscope, then completely black. He looked down and did not see his body. Panic pierced him. I am gone? A mirror appeared in front of him and he saw nothing in it except blackness. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. You can't hide from me, Akimichi, came the voice that belonged to Haruno. This place is outside of time. You will spend countless myriads of years here, alone, contemplating only darkness. You could say that this is the same dream of Otsutsuki, which is probably what it would have been in reality if it weren't for us. Do you like it? Let me out. Answer my questions. Please let me out. I haven't done anything. Myriads of years, Akimichi. Silence fell. The moments flew by, turning into hours and days. He was terribly thirsty, but he did not lose consciousness. There was no one around. At one point, he tried to cry, but nothing came of it. Why are you doing this to me? By deciding to kill Naruto, you made the biggest mistake in the world, the girl's voice thundered. Because he has me. And more than anything in the world, I don't like it when someone tries to harm him. I can torture you for years, Akimichi, and if you haven't realized how wide my capabilities are yet, I will have to leave you here forever. Don't. I will talk. Then talk. The spider sent me. He promised us the Otsutsuki dream if we kill Naruto Uzumaki. Who is he? I don't know, I swear. We only saw his silhouette, in a room full of metal and pipes. I see. Where was it? Amigakure. Do you know where exactly his lair is? No, I swear. A messenger boy came to us, every time. Please, let me out. The darkness dissipated, bringing color and daylight back into place. 4. Sakura opened her eyes and saw Naruto's face, looking worriedly into hers. Smiling, she resisted the urge to bleed his nose and instead snorted as she rose to her feet and stretched, loosening her stiff muscles. Sakura-chan, don't make me worry like that again. I thought something had happened to you. Don't talk nonsense, Naruto, she waved her hand. I had the situation under control. It was a regular genjutsu, nothing supernatural. But now we know everything. And she told him everything she had heard. So, Amigakure again, Naruto thoughtfully ran his hand through his wet hair. She herself must have looked like a scarecrow after such a storm. Many years ago, she would have blushed with shame, but now, having spent so much time away from home, this thought did not bother her much. Well, maybe just a little. I want to work out our plan with you. Is that okay with you? Of course, she responded happily. With Sasuke, planning usually consisted of him talking and her nodding, with rare exceptions. At first it was nice, she could rely on the man, but then it began to irritate her when the feeling of involvement ceased to visit her. But let's discuss it with the real you. Okay? Naruto nodded and pointed at the 3 captives. Do you need help carrying them? I can handle it, don't worry. I'll be there soon. Okay. Take care of yourself. And the clone dissolved in a cloud of steam, leaving Sakura alone in the middle of a grassy field with 4 captives in her arms. Without delay, she hoisted the Akimichi onto her shoulder and headed towards his comrades. Naruto was about to wake up, and he might need help. 5. He dreamed of Sakura-chan, who was lying next to him on a soft bed, throwing her left arm and leg over him and tickling his chest and cheek with her soft silky hair. A fresh sea breeze peeped into the room, blowing up the translucent curtains, from behind which green palm trees and a piece of the sea were visible. He did not want to move, preserving the idol. Sakura moved her fingers, as if she wanted to attract his attention. Naruto. Sakura, just a little more, the young man muttered, not wanting to open his eyes again. It's so good when you. She pushed him with her palm. Naruto, wake up. He gasped and bent over in the bed, which in fact turned out to be wet grass. The sea breeze turned out to be a wet wind with the smell of a thunderstorm. His head was buzzing, as if the silt in it had been stirred up, which was now slowly settling to the bottom and finding peace there. The clone's knowledge was returning to him. Then he felt the girl's palm on his forehead. Good forehead, she said, squatting in front of him. You were moaning like that in your sleep. A nightmare? And what a nightmare, he shook his head. Sakura chuckled and poked her finger into his chest. By the way, we'll talk about trust again, but later. Katsui stopped the flood, and my clones are helping the villagers rebuild. If you help with a couple more of yours, I think together they can handle it in a couple of days. Of course. Just a second, he rose to his feet and offered his hand to the girl, after which he looked around, this time with his own eyes. The raging stream was no longer there, all the water had gone down and spread for many kilometers around, creating an artificial swamp. There were no people around, they had gone north, where the sleeves of the new water basin could not reach. Before that, the villagers had stood around his body for a long time, praying for him, before the gods. This memory of the clone overtook him, making him blush with embarrassment. He never wanted such an attitude, but no matter how you look at it, it was pleasant. While you were sleeping, I was thinking about Akimichi's words. Sakura brought him back to reality. The source of the problems is in Amigakure, in the opposite direction from where we are heading. You are not going to go back, are you? No. The spider is out of reach now, and we have a mission to help Karen and my clan. I want to continue on to the Whirlpool village. Then I suggest sending 2 clones with prisoners and new information to Kakashi. Let Ibiki and the others interrogate all 4 thoroughly. What do you think? I like your idea. Great. Just Won't you get too weak if you make another clone? I don't know what happened, you said that you divided the chakra into 8 parts. It's okay, Sakura-chan, I have enough strength, he smiled. Let's talk about this when we get to a real roof over our heads, okay? Agreed. And Naruto, please, if something is bothering you, don't pretend that everything is fine, okay? I'd like to know what's going on and solve the problem together. If you don't mind. Naruto felt his cheeks flush. I don't mind. And Sakura-chan, thank you. The girl picked up his bag of scrolls from the ground. Well, we managed to save your travel locker. It was a miracle that it wasn't washed away by the water. You're my savior. Naruto exclaimed, throwing the bag over his back and waving his arms. So it turns out that we saved people, uncovered the secret plan of the evil bastards, and got away with it. I consider this a victory. They slowly walked towards the prisoners, who were sitting near one of the surviving grabs. You could consider it that way, although I feel very sorry for the animals. That's true. You know, on the way back, we'll stop here for a while, and I'll have a good run around in Kurama's cover. Maybe the new forest will attract new animals. Sakura smiled. That'll be great. By the way, I had to drag you all the way from the river. When we get to a real eatery, you owe me a treat. Anything you want, Sakura-chan. Even 2 servings of ramen for you. You've been surviving on food from one pot for so many years. It's time to make up for lost time. Don't run off, Naruto, I might demand an especially large dish. If anything, I'll help you empty it. Then I'll have to immobilize you, because I'm so hungry. Cough cough. What the hell does that mean, dumbass? Nothing, Sakura-chan. We agreed not to hide anything from each other. There are things that are better left unsaid. I don't want you to send me flying like Grandma Tsunade did to Jiraiya. You're such a fool, Naruto. Nights in the mountains were always soberingly wild. There was something eerie about the shadows that starlight cast at the base of the cliffs. There was something beautiful in the ghostly swirls of snow dust that wandered between the mountain spurs, and something otherworldly in the howling of the icy wind. The chasms of the gorges held a blind terror in the pitch-black darkness of the abyss. In the past, before Sasuke and the war had left, this would have scared him. Much had changed since then. Now he stood at yet another chasm in the ground, swaying meditatively from side to side, rubbing his shoulders and listening to the voice of the wind that whistled over the mountain paths. The sight of the bottomless black maw reminded him of the day when Master Jiraiya had thrown him down, trying to teach him how to use the summoning technique. Then he had felt alone in the darkness. Now the invisible figure of Kurama stood frozen next to him, peering into the gorge with the same curiosity. What do you think is there? I don't even want to know. I don't like the dark. Before Papa Hagoromo created us, there was only dark. Another light? Yes, please. It's terribly cold here. He felt the warmth spreading through his body from the chakra center in his chest. He could have kept some clothes for himself. He could have, but I don't want Sakura to freeze. Naruto. Sakura's ringing voice came from behind a nearby rock, which, like a dark bent trunk, went somewhere beyond the nearest sheer wall. Come here, I need your help. Naruto moved away from the abyss and, crunching through the snow, went towards the voice. He found the girl standing at the very edge of the shadow that was flooding the entrance to the cave. Snowflakes swirled around her in a glittering circle, landing on her thick pink hair and the orange sweater that belonged to him. She held a camping lantern in her hands, peering into the darkness. Standing next to the girl, whose crown barely reached his shoulder, Naruto looked down at her. Sakura responded with a telling look. He understood everything and, taking the lantern from her, stepped forward. The beam of light pushed out the darkness, revealing a narrow and high crack in the rock. Give me your bag so it doesn't get in the way. Without arguing, the young man handed her his load, which she threw on top of her own backpack. I'll be nearby. He felt the girl's warm palms press against his back. Snorting, Naruto raised the lantern over his head and stepped under the arches of the tunnel. It was warmer here than outside, and there was no draft. The light revealed a low ceiling and a curve in the tunnel 10 paces away, heading left. "Do you think anyone's been here before us?" Sakura whispered. Her voice echoed faintly in the narrow walls. "We'll know when we find something." They walked forward, occasionally talking to each other, to break the oppressive silence. At some point, the lantern flame flickered and went out, plunging them into pitch darkness. Sakura swore quietly behind him, and Naruto, without looking, extended his free hand back. "Take my hand." "Huh? So as not to lose you." Naruto felt the girl's hand close around his palm and smiled, glad that it was not visible in the darkness. Hanging the useless lantern on his belt, he created a translucent yellow sphere of Rasengan in front of him and, squinting from the bright light, focused his gaze on the walls of the huge hall they had entered, passing the tunnel. "Naruto, look up," Sakura whispered, standing next to him and looking around the cave with awe. The boy raised his hand with the Rasengan higher, examining the neat rows of hieroglyphs that covered the shabby ceiling. Yes, there were definitely people here. "What do you think this is?" "I have no idea. Maybe something from the time of the Otsutsuki? If there was no need to rush, I would have stayed here." "Wow. What? I didn't think you were interested in rock carvings." "Oh, Naruto, there's so much you don't know about me." Sakura smiled contentedly. It seemed she liked to look mysterious. That's who she really is. When had we ever seen each other outside of hunting, the Akatsuki, and the war? Literally a few times, and then only in the company of comrades, without the opportunity to just talk about something unrelated to shinobi work. Be that as it may, we still have little time. Sakura let go of his hand. "In the meantime, I'll make a fire and put the food on to warm up. I need to get some sleep. Can you give me some light?" "Sure." The girl dropped her backpack and sack against the wall next to the entrance to the tunnel and began to fiddle with the flint. Naruto sat down opposite, watching the sparks striking out from the stone and the kunai. After a short while, a small, neat fire dispelled the darkness of the cave. "Maybe you should get some sleep?" "No, Sakura-chan. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Maybe with eating," the girl grinned. It was clear from her face how tired she was as they climbed the mountain. Fighting the storm had taken their strength from both of them, and then it was time to fight the cold and thin air. "You'd better get some sleep. I don't think you'll be able to fall asleep. At least not on an empty stomach." There was silence, broken by the crackling of the brushwood the girl had stocked up on. "Well, if you want to help so much, you can just tell me something. You wanted to know why I divided the chakra into 8 parts. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine." "No. I can tell you. Very few people know about this, only those who are supposed to. When the war ended and it was time to restore order, we thought about what to do with the bijou. The countries agreed to give up the use of Jinchuriki if everyone else did the same. I know there were those who really didn't like it, but they were outnumbered. Letting the bijou live among people was risky. Although I would have done so I had to look for other ways. So I used most of my power to create a place where the bijou could live and move around freely. It's an island moving in the ocean, and it's big as the bijou needed. I talked to them, each of them, and they agreed that they didn't belong among people. Each of them left wishes, which I tried to fulfill with all due care. This island is extremely difficult to track. No one is allowed to set foot on it except me and Uncle B. But of course, the island needs protection and support in case of any problems. That's when I created 7 of my clones, and these clones are now on the island, living among the animals in harmony, and telling me from time to time how they are doing. That's how it is." "Wow," Sakura put the branch aside and looked at him over the clouds of steam above the pot. "This is wonderful, isn't it? This is what the Sage of the 6 Paths wanted for them?" "I hope so. Anyway, everything has been going well for the last 2 years. I hope it always will be like this." Sakura smiled and handed him a bowl of stew. Here. You go. Thank you. Taking the plate, he leaned against the wall, feeling how cold he was in the damp cave. You know, it's unusually nice to eat outside of Konoha again after so long. I've wanted to do this for a long time. And even if the reason is terrible, I'm glad that I can be on a real mission again. And in good company, Sakura sat down next to him, carefully holding a bowl of food on her lap. Thank you. I meant myself. Naruto just laughed. The girl looked at him and mischievous lights of the fire sparkled in her eyes. Then they began dinner. Half an hour later, having emptied the pot, they leaned back against the wall, blissfully muttering something to each other about the events of the past days. You know, the last couple of days I've been uneasy, but now I think I've gotten better, Sakura said, half lying on her backpack with her eyes closed. I'm glad, Sakura-chan. He really wanted to know what the reason for her sadness was. Don't even think about it, fool. Thank you for dinner. You're welcome, Sasuke-kun. Naruto froze, feeling an old wound in his soul. It seemed that Sakura missed Sasuke, and he could understand her. They spent so much time together, and then they were separated just a day after they returned home. Don't be sad, Naruto. TSK. Kurama, at some point it seemed to me that something went wrong with them, and I'm ashamed to admit it, but I felt hope. Am I a bad person? Kurama smiled sympathetically. You're a human, Naruto. Don't be sad, everything will be fine, you'll see. Naruto patted the furry paw that the fox tried to put on his shoulder. Okay, no need to be sad. Thank you, friend. Sleep wouldn't come, so the young man took one of his father's scrolls out of his bag and began to read. The art of seals of the Uzumaki clan is more advanced than most of the techniques that shinobi from countries known to me possess. I read the hieroglyphs on the parchments that Kushina showed me, and I can't deny their strange attraction. The writing seems to call out to me, fighting off the gilding in my subconscious. Sometimes it seems to me that I've seen them somewhere before. Mastering their power would be no easy task, but it would bring great benefits. Naruto felt an extra weight on his shoulder and realized that Sakura had fallen asleep, her cheek resting on his shoulder. He admired her for a while, feeling everything at once, sadness, but also gratitude and pride for how much she had done for him and for the people during the storm, and almost dropped his head on hers. Sleep crept up on him unnoticed. Naruto threw his head back, and, letting it bind his eyelids, fell asleep. 2. Naruto, catch him. Sakura's yell next to his ear made Naruto wince. He jumped out of the bushes, aiming his hands at the target. The dark oblong silhouette of a small animal growled and stretched out in a jump, slipping out from under his palms like soap. No way, my friend. Naruto pushed off the ground and ran into the animal with his whole body, hugging it and pressing it to himself. Meowie. Quiet, Mr. Poppy. Quiet, Sakura stood in front of Naruto and stretched out her hand to pet the fluffy ginger cat. Mr. Poppy tensed up and concentratedly hit her palm with his paw. Ow. Mr. Poppy. We need to get him used to us, Naruto said, holding the cat in his arms in a boat and with all his might tilting his head back, dodging his other paw. The secret is to give him a habit, ouch. The girl sighed and took a piece of dried meat out of her pocket. Naruto came closer to her. Mr. Poppy seemed to calm down a little and no longer tried to jump out of his hands. He sniffed the outstretched meat, then turned his head away and began to rub it against the boy's forearm. I think he likes me, Naruto smiled. Can I feed him? Please. But let's hurry, it's a few hours to Madame Kobayashi's, and I'm hungry right now. Agreed, Naruto admired Mr. Poppy eating in his arms. Do you think she'll let us keep him? She wouldn't send us to look for a cat and then give him away. Maybe she's just a really good person. Sakura sighed and adjusted the straps of her backpack, then did the same with the ropes of the bag on his back. And look at that cheeky face of his? He'll eat all our supplies before we leave the Kobayashi house. It's okay, Sakura-chan. He'll get used to you. Naruto stroked the cat's head and handed it to the girl. Put Mr. Poppy in the bag. I don't want to accidentally drop him. As if I really need him to get used to me, the girl snorted, taking the cat and holding him away from her face, putting him in the bag. Just so he can breathe. Naruto. I'm quiet. Having finished their preparations, they soared up to the treetops and headed towards Ryurujuku. It was a small town they came across on their way to the Whirlpool village after they finally crossed the mountains. There they found shelter and food, and learned about the cat that had run away from the innkeeper. They couldn't refuse the crying lady who had welcomed them so warmly. Why are you in such a good mood, Naruto? It's a nice day, the sun is shining. You're here. He refrained from the latter. Sakura was a smart girl, but she might not have guessed some things. When he woke up in that cave, he found a sweater and a towel carefully thrown over himself. The girl only nodded when he thanked her, but this gesture supported him all these last days. By the time they reached Ryurujuku, it was already evening. The sky was rapidly darkening, and the town, a combination of traditional buildings with slanted roofs and fashionable panel 5-story buildings, was welcomingly lit up by the light of windows and street lamps. Naruto touched his stomach, feeling how it was rumbling, and heard a similar purr of a cat behind his ear. You'll be home soon, Mr. Poppy, he said, and reaching for his shoulder, stroked him behind the ear. Madame Kobayashi, a plump elderly lady, greeted them with joyful cries and clapping her hands. Cuddling and kissing the furiously meowing cat, she waved at the two of them, telling them to follow her into the house. Inside, the room was light, warm, and music was playing. The rare guests sat further away, near the walls, smoking cigarettes. Oh, this rascal. He loves to run away, but he still loves his mommy. The woman cooed, going around the bar. Thank you, lovebirds. For this, I will let you spend the night with me tonight, and I will feed you properly. Thank you, Madame Kobayashi. Sakura bowed to the lady with a smile. Oh, you are not required to thank. Mr. Poppy really is a big part of the joy in my life. So, you are getting one room, huh? Naruto coughed and looked embarrassedly at the crimson Sakura. No, we will have two, please, he croaked, raising 2 fingers up. The woman looked at the two of them and with an incomprehensible "oh" reached for the keys that were hanging in a row on the wall. Well, here you go, 2 rooms upstairs. They're next to each other. Sorry, the others are all taken. Thank you. Sakura took her key, grabbed her backpack and went towards the wide wooden stairs that led to the 2nd floor. Madame Kobayashi leaned towards Naruto, winked and whispered. The toothbrushes are on the first shelf in the bedside table. Ah, thank you, the young man smiled and, taking the key, hurried after the girl. Whatever mission Sasuke had, I hope he feels better. 3. Lightning raged in the black sky and thunder cracked so hard that his ears hurt when Sasuke came out to the gates of a small village beyond the border of the Land of Fire. The laws of the Hidden Leaf no longer applied here, and their shinobi were gone. The soldiers and shinobi of the Land of River were few in number, and many were engaged in ordinary robbery. Coming out of the dense forest to the edge of the forest, Sasuke lifted the edge of his hood and looked around at the wooden walls of the settlement, darkened by the rain. Smoke columns rose above it, and from behind the walls came the sounds of cursing and women's screams. The youth curled his lips, remembering Kakashi's words about stealth. No ninjutsu. He pushed off the sticky ground, pellets of rain hit him, the blade of his katana whistling, cutting through the wind. The young man touched the top of the wall with his toe, quickly picked out his targets with his gaze, dark and vaguely discernible figures of bandits in the wall of water, and fell on the nearest one like a black raven. I won't need ninjutsu. The first bandit didn't even have time to scream, as his head separated from his body and flew into the air, drawing a path in the water. Sasuke stepped towards the next one. He didn't have time to react yet, the sword cut off his head too. The third opponent opened his mouth to scream, the blade whistled, there was nothing to scream with. Finally, they noticed him. 3 people were running towards him from the barn, screaming. They drew their swords, and a red katan sparkled between someone's fingers. Sasuke found himself between them with one step, spun around, and the blood from the necks of all three opened in the air like a scarlet bud. The head of the first bandit slapped loudly into the mud. Sasuke lowered his sword and approached the girl, who was kneeling next to a corpse with a bare shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, he offered her his hand. She backed away, then hesitantly touched his palm and rose to her feet. "I am not your enemy," Sasuke said. Are you an Uchiha? Hide in the house, and do not show yourself until I come out of there." He nodded towards the tavern, the windows of which beckoned invitingly with a warm light. Following the girl with his gaze, he headed into the building. The shutters swung open, revealing crescent-shaped crossbows. The bowstring snapped, the bolts rushed towards Sasuke with a buzzing sound, scattering streams of rain around them. The young man moved the katana in front of him widely, like an artist's brush on a canvas. All the bolts flew off with a clang. His eyes are red. "It's an Uchiha. Master, have mercy. We'll give you half the village. Take any women you want." Sasuke burst into the tavern through the window in one movement, touched the windowsill with his foot and, pushing off with it, began to kill. The symphony of death, accompanied by the deathly wheezes of the bandits and the screams of the frightened villagers, lasted for an eternity, but when he finished off the last one, the headless body of the first one barely had time to fall over on its side. Sasuke stopped and froze, a tall black figure with scarlet eyes that glowed in the darkness. He listened to the rain on the rooftops, slowing his own pulse, calming the storm of emotions, until he finally moved and found a crowd surrounding him, bowed in prayer gestures. "Lord, what have you done? They will come back and finish what they started. Don't leave us. Save us, I beg you. Take my child with you, don't leave him here." Sasuke sheathed his sword and, pursing his lips, folded his fingers in a gesture to summon a shadow clone. "Protect this village. If necessary, create your clones." The clone nodded and Sasuke left the tavern, hearing him give orders to remove the corpses and clean up the trash left by the bandits. Remembering the girl, the young man turned toward the house where she was hiding, raised his hand reassuringly and disappeared, as if dissolving in the rain. "I still have a lot to learn, big brother." The rays of the morning sun burned out the window silhouettes on the wall next to which Sakura's bed stood. The girl opened her eyes, looking at the sunspots, and then closed them again. Neither a hut, nor a barn, nor a cheap bug-infested place had ever felt so good and comfortable. "Stop." Sakura sat up abruptly in bed. The bed was real, with a soft mattress, a blanket and a pillow stuffed with clean feathers. Almost like Tsunade's, with the only difference that everything there was arranged much more luxuriously. But still, it was one of the first real beds in recent years, warm and cozy. The girl sank back onto the pillow, hoping to sleep a little more. Naruto. The remnants of drowsiness disappeared, suppressed by the usual worries. Sakura got off the bed, finding herself in a clean green nightgown. "That's right, yesterday they saved Mr. Poppy, and then fed her and let her wash up as payment. At least something nice." Perhaps it was naive to expect a few more coins on top. She had some money, but 2 years of traveling the world with Sasuke were far from profitable. The girl went to the open shutters and stuck her head out. Her room was on the second floor, and below, on the wide road, the city life was already in full swing. A fresh wind blew, spreading the smell of freshly baked goods around. Sakura licked her lips, feeling how saliva was released in her mouth. Yesterday's pies were already forgotten, leaving only a memory of the taste. An unexpected knock on the door made her jump and turn around sharply. Realizing what she had done, the girl began to rummage through the cabinets and nightstands in search of a backpack with weapons. It was quiet behind the door. The visitor had either left or was patiently waiting for her to come out. "Where are you?" Sakura kept saying, panicking more and more with each passing second. The last thing she needed was for someone to rob them. And then the girl breathed a sigh of relief, remembering. Returning to the bed, she put her hand under the crumpled blanket and pulled out her backpack. Of course, out of old habit, she slept either on it or clasped it with all her limbs so as not to lose it. Her old friend never let her down, despite the numerous patches that gradually appeared during the journey. The knock was repeated. Sakura began to rush around the room again, this time in search of her hiking clothes. Gods, what difference does it make what I'm wearing? I'm not going to a dance, the girl finally spat in her heart and, clutching a kunai in one hand, approached the door. Who is this? Madame Kobayashi, my dear, the voice definitely belonged to a respectable, portly lady. Breakfast is on the house. Sakura didn't lower her weapon, however. She slid the latch back and jumped back, smoothing her disheveled hair with her other hand. The door slowly opened, revealing a woman holding a tray laden with steaming plates of food. Her stomach rumbled at the sight. The girl lowered her weapon and bowed. Really, you shouldn't have. I can pay for the food. Your boyfriend said the same thing, Kobayashi smiled and put the tray on the table. Save your money, you never know what might happen on the road. You're going far, aren't you? We didn't tell you anything. Oh, come on. Your boyfriend has a big bag with him, you have a backpack. You don't go on a day hike with those. Oh, well, we could have come from anywhere, Sakura smiled and bowed again. But you're right, Madame Kobayashi. Thank you. All right. Let me know when you're leaving, okay? Of course, Madame Kobayashi. And, he's not my boyfriend. Okay. When the laughing woman went out into the corridor and closed the door behind her, the girl stopped smiling. Clicking the latch, she darted to the backpack and took out several vials of tests for toxins and poisons. Squatting down in front of the tray with the delicious-smelling ramen and the attractive phobo, she got to work. After 5 minutes of testing, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and hid the vials back in her bag, after which she allowed herself to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the food was not poisoned. A false alarm? She played the woman's words and her curious face over in her head. Could it be idle curiosity? If she believed that her character was not a mask, then it very well could be. Sakura carefully sipped the broth and listened to her feelings. The tests were universal and worked with almost all toxins known to her, but you never know, the storm created by the Otsutsuki dream cultists also seemed impossible. Everything seemed fine. She began to eat, after which she blissfully stretched out on the soft bed, stroking her stomach. Apart from Madame Kobayashi's behavior, the day was starting off well. It was time to visit Naruto, who had probably already eaten and run downstairs for a second helping. The girl waited a few more minutes, basking in the sun, and then began to get dressed. In the evening, Madame Kobayashi had gotten her a sports set of turquoise pants and a t-shirt, for which she had happily exchanged her old one, battered by the storm and snowstorm. After spinning in front of the mirror and checking that she had packed everything into her backpack, Sakura went out into the hallway and knocked on the door of her partner's room. Come in, Sakura-chan, came from there. The blockhead was probably lying around, crumpled, in a disheveled bed, surrounded by empty plates of food. Naruto was half lying on the made bed, already dressed in black jeans and an orange t-shirt. Next to him stood an open bag, from which scrolls were peeking out as usual. Another young man held it unfolded on his knees, concentrating on reading the lines and resting his forehead on his palm. Sakura mechanically adjusted her hair and closed the door behind her. Good morning, Sakura-chan, Naruto said, not taking his eyes off the parchment. It was unusual to see him so focused on his mind. Did you sleep well? Oh, she didn't expect such a question. Yeah, and you, Naruto? I slept like a log. I didn't even turn on the TV. Madame Kobayashi woke me up. Speaking of which, the girl sat on the edge of the bed next to the guy. Didn't she ask you where we were going? Yes, she did. I hate lying, but we're on a mission, so I said we wanted to get to Kirigakure. Kasa City has a port, and there are routes from there to the Mist Islands. Do you think her questions are anything more than simple curiosity? Anything can be expected these days. After Akimichi's words about the Otsutsuki dream spies, I'm expecting surveillance. Maybe you're right. Madam asked me to come and say goodbye. Shall we do as usual? Clones, Sakura nodded, pleased that they had both had the same idea. We'll send them towards Kasa City. And we'll slip out the window. Naruto grinned. I like that we have the same thoughts. Are you ready? If you've already finished. There's no rush. I won't master Hiraishin in a week anyway. Can I watch it later too? Of course. That's a great idea. With your brain, things will go faster. Don't exaggerate, Naruto. She felt her face heat up and got up from the bed. You're not a fool, and false modesty doesn't suit you. Naruto finally looked up at her, a struggle evident on his face. I won't apologize for the compliment, he said quietly, and his serious tone made her feel uneasy. Didn't Sasuke do them? The question stumped her. Sasuke's compliments were rare. Of course, this emphasized their weight, but sometimes you want to hear simple pleasantness, without any special reason. Naruto's words and his intention were unexpected, and she bit the bullet. It's none of your business, she answered in the same tone and, adjusting the backpack on her shoulders, summoned a clone. Let's go, we have work waiting for us. Naruto got out of bed, with sweeping movements stuffed the scroll into the bag, summoned a clone, jumped onto the windowsill and, without looking at her, soared into the air. Sakura sighed heavily and ran her hand over her face, as if wiping away sticky cobwebs. I didn't want this, she said out loud and looked at the second Sakura. She put her hands on her hips and grimaced. It's just a compliment, friend. Relax and stop tormenting the guy. Tormenting? The clone rolled her eyes and put her hands on her hips. Someday, you will have to accept the fact that he liked you. And something tells me that all these flowers at the hospital and mutual hugs from his side do not smell like usual friendliness. And what to do with it further is up to you. But just keep in mind that this is Naruto, and not a friend with whom you barely know each other. Finally, nip his hopes in the bud or give him a chance, but you need to take this step. Unless, of course, you want him to really hate you over time. And, nodding to Sakura, the double left the girl alone with her thoughts. 2. Amigakure never slept. During the day, heavy, steel-colored rain clouds hung low over the city, which almost touched them with the thin spires of its tallest skyscrapers. At night, it lit up with a multicolored neon of signs, billboards, and road signs. In addition to umbrellas, passers-by often took flashlights with them. The city lighting was not always enough. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes, which were sticking together, and leaned his back against the wall of the elevator. Another briefing at the Konoha consulate had just ended, and he needed to digest the information he had received. He wanted to sleep, but he couldn't lie down. He sent the advisors home, and he himself went to his favorite 21st floor of Konoha Plaza. The residential area served as a shopping center, a school, and the consulate of the Hidden Leaf Village. There were parks here too. One of them Shikamaru got into the habit of visiting to relax. He had to keep a lot of important information in his head, and sometimes he wished that someone would invent a way to transfer it to a floppy disk and back to his head without wasting much time. Do you have a cigarette? He asked Kotetsu, who was standing on the left by the other wall. The man shook his head. Shikamaru looked questioningly at Izumo, who was standing on the right. We are your bodyguards, not pockets with personal belongings, he answered with a grin. Where are your cigarettes? I dropped them in the water while talking to the Reikage ambassador. She's not bad. Samui, I mean. Do you think I could hit on her somehow? Kotetsu picked his tooth with the tip of a kunai and spat on the metal floor. It's useless. I heard she only likes girls. Izumo sighed in disappointment and looked at Shikamaru. What about you, Shika? Shikamaru clicked his lighter and thoughtfully looked at the ceiling, thinking about the latest news from the high-tech institute. A worker had died at the construction site of the new laboratory block, and a poster of Naruto's face folded 8 times was found in his pocket. Such impudence was not accidental. Whoever had killed Genma, they seemed to be showing off. Shikamaru? What? How do you like Samui? I have Temari, and Shikamaru clicked his lighter one last time. The elevator door opened and he stepped out onto the park terrace on the 21st floor. There were very few people here, and there was silence, in which the distant rustle of rain could barely be discerned. Pots with trees and ferns stood along the walls, bizarre vines hung from the ceiling, and the wonderful aroma of red flowers growing on several bushes near the windows hung in the air. Shikamaru gestured for Izumo and Kotetsu to wait by the elevator entrance and walked over to one of the many open windows. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar figure fiddling with a hose for watering the plants. Yamato rose from his crouch, saw the boy, and, waving in greeting, joined him. Together, they spent a few minutes silently contemplating the flickering neon lights of the skyscraper opposite and below, where human figures were barely discernible. How did the briefing go? We decided to impose another veto. The posters with Naruto's face will not be removed for now. Is it worth it? The nation of Amigakure lives in the belief that Naruto will change their lives. I believe in it too. That such a day will come. Sounds sentimental. Shikamaru. Sentimentality and pragmatism can go hand in hand. There are enough extremists in Amigakure who will consider the disappearance of the posters an attack on the future of the nation. If a revolution starts, Kumo and IWA will send in troops, there will be a massacre. Maybe even a new war. Do you think the Reikage and Tsuchikage will dare? The bijou are hidden, and most countries don't care about the people. They need the city. Yamato sighed, holding his palm out to the rain. It's good that we have the vote of Suna. That's true, Shikamaru smiled weakly. Eventually, the Alliance Council will find a way to overturn the veto, and by that time, we must find the criminals and deal with them. Do you have a cigarette? Yamato laughed and the boy raised an eyebrow. It's obvious that you're tired. Look at your breast pocket. Shikamaru looked down at his vest pocket and, indeed, found a single cigarette in it. He chuckled happily, took it out and clamped it in his teeth. How did you know I was here? You weren't just here by chance, were you? Temari was looking for you. Then she had some business at the consulate and asked me to give you a message. And I've heard about your love for this place. Did those 2 idiots at the elevator spill the beans? No, Yamato raised his eyebrows. I can talk to trees. Shikamaru dropped his cigarette out the window. What did she ask me to tell you? He asked, looking after her longingly. That she wanted to meet at the Frog Denver. It's on the corner between Konoha Plaza and... I know where that is. When? Yamato leaned out of the window and looked at the huge digital clock that decorated the wall of the Alliance Tower, once the Tower of Pain, with neon lights. In half an hour. Then I have to hurry. Thank you, Master Yamato. You're welcome. Take care, Shikamaru. The young man quickly headed towards the elevator. Kotetsu, you're with me. Izumo, go get me some cigarettes, please. Why should I go get cigarettes? There's a really pretty girl working at the kiosk. She clearly doesn't mind being hit on. 3. Shikamaru ran into the Frog Den Cafe, folded his umbrella, and looked around. The room was bright and sparsely populated. The cursing of the workers could be heard from behind the door to the kitchen, and a young white-haired woman was deftly washing empty glasses behind the bar. Temari was sitting at the very edge of the counter, her massive black fan, shiny with moisture, stood next to her. Shikamaru hung his umbrella on a coat hook, walked up to the girl and they merged in a kiss. After the chilly weather, Temari's warm and tender lips along with the barely perceptible scent of perfume gave him the best feelings of the day. Unsticking himself from the girl, he sat down on the chair next to her and moved closer so that they could speak in whispers. There he found Temari licking her lips with a hungry smile. After a hard day at work, there's nothing better than a kiss from you, she said, noticing his surprised look. Likewise. Gods, how I want to drop everything and go away with you somewhere where there's only sea and sand. I thought you were tired of Suna. The emphasis is more on the sea than the sand. When this is all over, we'll go on vacation. How do you like that? I really like it. She kissed him on the cheek and he found a letter under his palm. Order a drink, or they'll look at us. He buried his nose in her slightly damp blonde hair and pretended to clamp his lips around her earlobe. The bartender is our man. He says her father is Jiraiya himself. He broke away from the girl and called out to the barmaid. Can I have some tea? Of course, my dear, the white-haired woman shot him a glance, not noticing Temari's slightly irritated look, and went to the kettle. Meanwhile, Shikamaru ran his eyes over the lines written in ornate handwriting. His mood immediately soured. It's him. The big-eyed friend, isn't he? Yes. He wants to meet. Cover for you? No. Only Kakashi and I know about this. Now you too, but I wanted this. Oh, Shikamaru, I want you right now. Not here, woman. I hope things will go faster with him. Why don't you like him so much? He's from your village. He caused a lot of trouble and infinity won't be enough to bring back those we lost because of him. Do you have a cigarette? Yes, my dear. Temari took a whole pack out of the pocket of her black coat along with a lighter. Shikamaru couldn't help but smile at the sight of them. Gods, I love this girl. He lit a cigarette and accepted a cup of tea from the barmaid with a grateful nod, who winked at him. Tell me, darling, Temari said loudly. Are you really Jiraiya's daughter? Yeah. He hit on me when he was here about 30 years ago. I never saw him, I only heard about him from my mother. He was quite the womanizer. And he died, and Temari patted her fan with her palm. The woman shrugged and disappeared into the kitchen. Shikamaru chuckled. Oh, come on. I won't let anyone flirt with you in my presence. The girl fixed her hair and glanced at the clock, which was glowing with red lights on the wall. Oh, I'm late for the meeting at the consulate. Thank you for a wonderful night. I would have liked more. More can wait. Shikamaru blew a stream of smoke towards the ceiling and kissed her with a smile. Have a good meeting. Thank you. If anything happens, call me, I'm always ready to help. Likewise. Always. The girl kissed him on the cheek, threw the fan over her shoulder and ran out into the street, warming Kotetsu, who was on duty at the door, with it along the way. Shikamaru threw the money on the bar and followed her out, helping the bodyguard to his feet. Are you okay? Yes, the man groaned, pressing his palm to the back of his head. You're right, Shika. No need for Samui with someone like that. The young man grinned and took a drag on his cigarette. Why did you send Izumo for cigarettes if you have your own? I thought that making a pocket with personal belongings out of it wouldn't be such a bad idea. Let's go, we have a lot of work. He raised his palm with the crumpled letter in front of him, blew sparks of catnip from the cigarette on it, and threw the ashes onto the wet asphalt. And Sakura did not stop being a characteristic tsundere, but she learned to control herself better and show more attention and care to Naruto under the influence of the same maturation and strengthening of interpersonal ties. Another day was coming to an end when they decided to make a stop. Naruto jumped onto the top of a spreading palm tree and squinted, trying to look over the horizon. Kurama craned his neck over his shoulder, looking in the same direction. The line dividing the firmament and the sky seemed to shimmer with the red of the setting sun. I think I can see the sea, Naruto said. That's the sun reflecting off the surface of the water. Right? It looks like that. I can also sense Uzumaki's chakra. Kurama's voice held a hint of old rage, and Naruto patted him on the shoulder. I don't know where exactly, but it's everywhere ahead. So much of it. They're good, Kurama. And I won't let anyone hurt you again. I know, and I don't hold a grudge against them. It's just that decades of imprisonment can't pass without a trace. Naruto bowed his head in solidarity. There was a rustling of leaves nearby, shaped like huge tablespoons. Sakura jumped onto a nearby palm tree and froze, contemplating the humid and loud jungle spreading around them. We are close. Maybe half a day's journey. Let's make a stop before the final throw? She had a tired, almost suffering look. We will arrive in Yuzu looking like normal people. A good idea, Sakura-chan, and he jumped down. The girl followed him, and he listened to himself. Did it hurt after the morning conversation? It did, but he would cope with it. He would shake himself off, as usual, and move on. It always worked. Together, they felled several palm trees, chopped the thick rough trunks into logs of the required length, with blows, and built a floor 10 meters above the ground. Large fleshy leaves served as a soft bedding and a reliable roof. Having taken off their backpacks and bags, they began to make a fire. Go rest, I can handle it myself, said Sakura. Fiddling with meat for the stew. I want to help. Good. They silently prepared the food, and Naruto tried to distract himself from his thoughts, listening to the chirping of crickets, various bird trills, and the rustling of ferns below. Standing up, the young man stuck his head out from under the green canopy and looked at the night sky. In the darkness, he could make out the sounds of low clouds, and the next moment a thick raindrop landed on his nose. A growing rustle wove into the live concert, and a minute later the rain began to drum on the palm leaves above their heads. Naruto rubbed his hands with a smile. He liked the feeling of protection and dryness here, on this island in the middle of the wet jungle that he and Sakura had built. If it weren't for the morning's event, he would now be sitting contentedly by the wall of palm logs and, together with the girl, recalling all the good things that had happened to them over the years and cracking jokes. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Naruto stuck his head out and began to wash himself. No matter how cool he wanted to seem in Sakura's eyes, the young man was also glad for the rest. Running through the hot jungle sucked out his strength. The stuffy air sometimes made his eyes blur, and his body was covered in acrid sweat. They all needed a break. He looked around. Sakura was sitting with her back to him, silently cooking. Oh, what a demon! Who should I be embarrassed of? He took off his t-shirt, went out to the patch of ground from under the awning, and began to wash off the sweat and dirt. The rainwater doused him with a warm shower, and he almost purred, closing his eyes and actively rubbing his body. He wanted to take off everything else, but that would have been too much. Sakura could have fainted, for sure. Naruto, catch it, he heard when he finished washing, and turned around. The girl was still sitting with her back to him in front of the fire, holding a towel over herself. Thank you, he caught it and began to dry himself. It smells very tasty. I mean, the food. Meat with vegetables. Madame Kobayashi was very caring for the cultist from the dream of Otsutsuki when she was getting us ready for the journey. I still can't believe that she was involved in spying on the clones. Maybe those guys followed them after? You remember what Akimichi said. If you believe him, then the dream has spies everywhere. If you believe him, he returned the towel to the girl and sat down by the fire opposite her. The flames played ominously on her face. Maybe he was just trying to give us that impression. In any case, they still have spies. Sakura stood up to pass him a deep plate, almost filled to the brim with food. It will be funny if the surveillance continues in Kirigakure. I would like to see their faces when the clones disappear. Naruto nodded at her half-empty plate. You don't have much food. I'm not that hungry. Let me put some aside for you. Naruto, don't argue with me. Eat, she folded the towel and left it next to her. You need to gain strength, you have so much work ahead of you. Naruto frowned. He didn't like Sakura's behavior. She had been like this before, when she was hiding something or worried. The young man began to eat, although he was tempted to ask what happened and how he could help. The girl hugged her knees with her hands and buried her chin in them. Very tasty, he said, humming with pleasure. Sakura-chan, you would make a great cook. I'm serious. The girl looked up at him and smiled weakly. Master Tsunade taught me. When I became her student, she would invite me to her home between training sessions, and we would cook together. Although, later we usually still ordered food with delivery. Naruto grinned and continued to gobble up the stew. At some point, the plate was empty, and he stretched out on the thick palm leaves, where he had been sitting with a satisfied cry. The rain was still drumming on the roof, the warmth of the fire and the air itself pleasantly warmed his body from the outside, and the food from the inside. He felt his eyelids quickly grow heavy. Sleep crept up on the edges of his consciousness. He heard Sakura's footsteps, then felt the leaves bend to his right, and raised himself up on his elbows. The girl sat next to him, her legs tucked under her, facing him. The anxious dance of the fire's flames was reflected in her large green eyes. I shouldn't have been rude to you. And I'm sorry that I hurt you, again. Forgive me, Naruto. The young man ran his hand over his face to collect his thoughts. Sakura rarely behaved so openly. It was impossible to ruin everything. It's okay, Sakura-chan. I'm already used to it. Shrugging his shoulders and smiling crookedly, he wanted to turn away, but the girl touched his cheek with her palm and turned his face towards hers. I don't want you to get used to it, she said firmly, looking into his eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes, trying his best to believe her. His words were not needed here. He only smiled, feeling her gentle palm on his cheek. They sat like that for a while until Sakura got to her feet and, throwing a towel over her shoulder, went to the small area where he was taking a shower. The young man continued to half lie down, leaning his elbows on the bag and watching her go. Sakura hung some leaves from the ceiling and hid behind the makeshift curtain. Naruto put his hands behind his head and leaned back, studying the ceiling. The dark thoughts that had been plaguing him all day now seemed insignificant. Lulled by the drumming of the rain and warm emotions, he fell asleep. 2. The morning woke Sakura up with a joyful, ringing chorus of birds and rays of sunlight barely breaking through the thick crowns. The girl lay for some time, looking from under her eyelashes at the green ceiling, dotted with sunny clearings in places where they had laid fewer leaves. Naruto, judging by the silence in their hut, was still asleep. She strained her ears and made out his quiet snoring nearby. She remembered the conversation at night and felt relieved. After they left the town, she was about to stop Naruto and apologize, but the fear of the unknown that would follow seemed an insurmountable obstacle. The relief the girl felt after she finally overcame it was comparable to a waterfall after a week in the desert. And Naruto, thank the gods, seemed to understand and forgive her. She sat up from her duffel bag, which was too hot to sleep in, and looked down at the sleeping boy with a warm feeling in her chest. Naruto lay with his arms and legs spread out, the ever-present scroll of parchment tucked under his arm. His single-mindedness had always fascinated her, even if she hadn't thought about it or given it much thought before. Sakura rose to her feet, straightened up, and stretched, yawning. Then she began to walk around their hut, packing her backpack. She smiled as she passed Naruto, and leaned over to gently ruffle his tousled hair. Then she realized he was shirtless and, blushing, she quietly retreated, returning to packing and preparing breakfast. When Naruto stirred, she quickly slathered the last of the bread in butter and pretended not to notice him. The young man sat on his bag, looking around the hut with a sleepy gaze. Then he saw her and she couldn't help but smile, noticing how his face blossomed with a smile. Good morning, sleepyhead, she said and handed him a plate with 2 sandwiches. Did you sleep well? For some reason I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall asleep. I had to distract myself by reading and keeping the fire going. But then I passed out and had a great nap. How are you, Sakura-chan? It was the best sleep I've had in a long time. I'm happy for you. By the way, Sakura-chan, do you remember you said that if something was bothering me, I should share it with you? Of course. The same goes for you. I don't want you to be alone with whatever's bothering you. Sakura took a particularly large bite of her sandwich and began chewing it with concentration. She took a short break to think about the boy's words. Why did Naruto say that? Because he was Naruto, he always wanted to help and support. He must have seen my mood yesterday, right? Yes. Besides, no matter what my clone told me, he had Hinata. Idiot, don't make this even more difficult. Sakura-chan. Naruto looked at her as if he was trying to read her mind. Thank you for caring, Naruto. Sakura began. Unless it's something you think is important to handle on your own, the boy quickly added. He was surprisingly accurate here. She had broken up with Sasuke only a week ago and needed time to recover. Naruto was right that this was her task, her fight, which she had to go through in order to move on. But other people dear to me should not suffer because of this. She nodded at him gratefully and rose to her feet. You have my word. Well, shall we hit the road? The boy stretched, then looked at his naked torso and scratched the back of his head, looking at her with embarrassment. Naruto, I've already seen you half naked, Sakura noted in a faintly casual tone, walking around the hut and collecting trash in a container. Next time, let's do without the awkwardness. By the way, I took a rain shower, completely undressed. Sakura-chan. Naruto fell on his back and let out a long groan. Let's move already. The whirlpool village is very close. Sakura smiled, feeling a lightness in her soul that she hadn't felt in a long time. It seemed that the despondency and melancholy of the last few weeks were starting to leave her. 3. A few hours later, they saw a lonely tall tower, sparkling in the sun. Is that really the spiral tower? Naruto exclaimed, cupping his hands. 2 years ago, it was as tall as a one-story house. Why make it so tall? Karen said that it would have 2 purposes. The first was a beacon for ships, and the second was as a sign that the whirlpool village sees everything and the fleets of Kumo and Kiri would no longer be able to approach it unnoticed like before. And the village itself is located around the tower? Both around the tower and on the islands nearby. I wonder if they managed to build a bridge between the mainland and the islands. Sakura-chan, I'm so glad to be here again. They left the jungle behind and got out onto an ordinary sandy road. The heat of the wild forests was replaced by the free winds of cultivated rice fields, banana and pineapple plantations. The road wound between them, connecting the whirlpool village and ordinary seaside towns. Here the boy and the girl slowed to a quick walk to catch their breath. Naruto, about the Otsutsuki dream. Yes? Akimichi said that their lair is an Amigakure, right? Yeah. Don't you think it's strange that they met us on the way in the opposite direction? First Kaisa's gang, and then Madame Kobayashi's spies. Why are they even watching us if we are far from aim? I don't know. Maybe out of simple principle? To keep us in sight. Maybe. I can't get over the fact that Kaisa met us on the way to the whirlpool village in order to later give information about AIM. Why? They wanted to kill me. Maybe they were counting on everything ending during that storm? I doubt it. I want to believe that they are that stupid, but it doesn't work. Even the strongest shinobi would have to try hard to have the slightest chance of killing you. Thank you for the compliment, Sakura-chan. She lightly pushed him in the shoulder with her fist, with a grin. Naruto yelped and rubbed the place where he had been hit with a deliberately serious look. In short, I have a feeling that the Akimichi gang was sent to us for one purpose only, to point the finger at AIM. It's good that we sent him to Master Kakashi. Ibiki will figure out what's going on. Do you think I'm complicating things? No, but we can't check your guess now. Sakura-chan. What is it? She perked up. Your shoelace came undone. She looked down and looked reproachfully at the young man. Naruto tried to hold back his laughter. Sorry, Sakura-chan, you just looked like you were going to beat me up for real because I didn't support your guess. I had to lighten the mood with an extreme method. Naruto, I'm not 13 or even 17 anymore. I only hit bad guys now. And you don't have to support my guess. Anyway, I'm not mad at you. That's good, because your guesses are good and I'm always happy to listen to you. even if I don't agree later. Sakura looked at the boy and he looked back at her. For a moment, it seemed to her that they were on the same wavelength. That's what we decided on, she said with a smile. The sun reached its zenith, mercilessly blazing even through the towel thrown over their heads. Naruto, who was kicking dust off the road shoulder to shoulder with her, suddenly perked up and looked ahead. Sakura did the same, but saw nothing but the trembling, hot air. I sense Uzumaki's chakra. Half a kilometer in front of us. It's them, I know it for sure. The boy's face was so excited and nervous that she patted his shoulder reassuringly. Meeting distant relatives was never easy, not to mention she hadn't gotten along with her own parents. Should we hurry? Yes, Sakura. Are you ready? He took the towel off their heads and tied it around their waists. Ready. Just remember, we're a traveling couple from Konoha. But Naruto had already jumped forward and up. Sakura put her palm to her forehead, barely holding back a curse, and followed him. Almost immediately after that, she saw the source of chakra Naruto had spoken of. It was a whole caravan of metal wagons pulled by mighty oxen. The wagons' black bodies glinted in the sun, and people were moving leisurely around them. The two of them were finally noticed, and a dozen shinobi with weapons at the ready soared into the air to meet them. Ahead of them, Naruto flared with Kurama's bright yellow chakra, and the people cried out, some in horror, some in warning. The boy's chakra paw grew to gigantic proportions, but instead of striking his opponents, it engulfed them, so that they could only flounder in the chakra, neither receiving nor causing harm. Naruto landed in front of the people surrounding the vans and dispersed the chakra with a wave of his hand. The shinobi fell to the grass like grapes from a bunch. Sakura stood next to the boy, holding up her open palms. He could pretend as effectively as he wanted that he didn't want a fight, but the old simple way of conveying to people that they were not wanted had never failed her. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto announced, smiling widely. It is good to see you all. The people still looked at them with fear, as did the shinobi, whose jackets and bandanas had the maelstrom symbol depicted on them. Sakura tugged the guy by the shirt. First of all, we are in a foreign country, Naruto. You can't attack its guards like that, she stepped forward. Hello everyone. Forgive my partner, he lost his head with joy. We are traveling around the world and now we want to visit your wonderful village. If you need any help, we are ready to assist. You are a shinobi, one of the soldiers came out to them, stopping a few steps away. Long red hair was sticking out from under a light hood. It was an Uzumaki, no doubt. For shinobi, we have simple instructions: take a prisoner, bring him to the village and interrogate him. If you come in peace, you will not resist? Of course not. Hey, you are an Uzumaki, aren't you? Naruto stepped forward. I am also an Uzumaki. What is your name? The man measured the young man with his gaze, lingered on the yellow hair, and then spat to the side. Sakura raised her eyebrows in surprise. You are not an Uzumaki. Why are you saying that? Naruto frowned. Hey. What do we have here? A loud, clear voice rang out. Don't push, people, move aside. The crowd parted to the sides, and an elderly red-haired man with gray temples came out to them. His blue eyes with a network of wrinkles around them shone with warmth and care, and at the sight of him, Sakura's heart sank. Now everything will finally become clear. Bah, it's Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, you idiot, who are you deciding to make waves at? The man pushed the red-haired shinobi aside and stepped towards Naruto. We haven't seen each other for 2 years, huh, Naruto? Uncle Takashi. The young man exclaimed, and they unexpectedly hugged. You haven't changed a bit. They broke the embrace and Naruto happily turned around to look at Sakura. The girl winked at him with a smile, not fully understanding what was happening. They were probably old friends. When the young man took her hand and gently pulled her towards him. Uncle Takashi is Sakura Haruno, the best, he hesitated and Sakura looked at him questioningly. In general, simply the best. He smiled widely. Oh, I see. Simply the best. The man looked at her with smiling eyes and put a heavy hand on her shoulder. You told me about her then, right? Well, now I understand. Well, Miss Sakura, welcome to the village of whirlpools. Delicious food, a warm sea, and good-natured people await you here. Thank you, Mr. Takashi. I don't know what Naruto told you, but I'll find out soon. She threw a murderous look at Naruto. Can we accompany you? Of course. Hey, lazybones, it's time to continue on our way. People of Whirlpool, today we have a reason to celebrate. Another Uzumaki has returned home. He went to the head of the caravan, dragging her and Naruto along with him. Sakura glanced at the faces of the people, calm, happy, excited. At least a third of them had red hair. Someone came up to Naruto to shake his hand and pat him on the shoulder. The boy returned the greetings, and at some point he looked over Takashi's shoulder at her, as if apologetically. It's a good thing we hid the Konoha bandanas in our backpacks. She looked at Sasuke, who walked past them at the head of a group of shinobi. His face was grim. What the hell is going on here? Yugao Yuzuki impatiently tapped her foot, standing under the awning at the entrance to the tall metal tower and looking at the gloomy gray sky. It was drizzling, the silhouettes of workers could be made out in the gray haze, a warm breeze blew. Shiba's heavy hand fell on her shoulder. The girl shuddered, for a moment recalling the precious feeling from her memory when Hayate did that. My dear, sweet Hayate. Are you worried? A little. Why did he call us? Perhaps he wanted to thank us for our help. Son Otsutsuki sacrificed many in order to make our shared dream come true. Spider would be an idiot if he didn't appreciate it. It's because of that Uzumaki worker, I feel it. There was nothing we could do. He saw what he shouldn't have. We couldn't make him keep quiet any other way. We had to try. The man sighed and came out from under the awning. His long black hair shone, and the green vest of a Konoha shinobi was darkened by the water. One of the last true Senju, he looked so much like the Hashirama they had seen during the last war. This was not hindered by the wrinkles, heavy bags under his eyes, and age folds, the result of accelerated regeneration. In just one day of the battle against the Jubi, Shiba had aged 10 years. The door behind Yugao hissed into the wall, revealing a brightly lit entrance portal and a woman in glasses with bright red hair gathered in a ponytail at the back of her head. Her red eyes were expressionless, as were her somewhat plump lips with shiny scarlet lipstick. In her hands, the Red Widow held a stack of papers, which she pressed to herself. She glanced at the two of them and, turning her back, walked deeper into the corridor. Yugao and Shiba followed her. The door behind her hissed into place. Here the girl was able to look around. The corridor, lit by built-in electric lamps, stretched to the central hall. On the way there, they met workers, judging by their uniforms, including scientists. There were also people in jackets and shinobi. Things are going well, Shiba voiced her thoughts, walking shoulder to shoulder with the woman. The tower should be finished by the end of the month. They would have done it faster, but with the Shinobi Alliance, there is always enough red tape. They are not very happy that a new player appears on the map, but they can't do anything. The hero of the Fourth War has weight, even when he does nothing, Shiba chuckled and stopped. They reached the main elevator shaft. A huge wide pipe reached the top floor. Red Widow pressed one of the buttons on the panel and looked at the man. I thought everyone in the Otsutsuki dream hated him. I wish I could say that, but I can't. Those days were chaotic. The world could have literally ended, for everyone. The guy made the right choice. Our job now is to achieve what Madara wanted, for everyone who wants it. If the hero of Konoha tries to get in our way, we will remove him. There was no door to the elevator. They saw this when the round platform lowered in front of them and simply stepped onto it. The woman lifted her right hand from the pile of papers and folded several seals into it. The floor beneath them shook and began to rise. The internal buttons aren't working yet, so we've tied the elevator's commands through the seals. Amazing, Shiba said, watching the levels of floors go down past them, some finished and lit, some bristling with reinforcement and dark. You've achieved so much in 3 years. And all without the help of the AIM government? They don't know what we're building. Silence reigned, broken only by the hum of the elevator's hinges. Yugao looked at Shiba's face. The man looked his usual calm, except for the drop of water or sweat running down his temple. He turned around, looked at her with a smile and patted her shoulder encouragingly. This only made her feel more uneasy. Shiba never encouraged his subordinates, because he preferred to replace empty gestures with effective actions. The platform stopped in front of a corridor with 3 closed doors. It was dimly lit, and the girl immediately felt uncomfortable. She placed her hand on the hilt of the short sword on her belt. Red Widow gestured for them to follow her and touched the wall near the first of the doors. It hissed like her sister below and opened a passage into a large office. They stepped inside and Yugao was able to look around. The office was shaped like a sphere, with sloping walls and a ceiling. The floor was covered with a luxurious blue carpet on which ships with scarlet sails were depicted. Maps hung on the walls: Amigakure, the village of the whirlpool, the world. The office window was a single glass screen, overlooking the city, now barely visible in the haze of drizzling rain. An oak desk stood opposite the window. The spider sat at the desk, his dark silhouette rocking back and forth in his chair. The girl stood hesitantly at the threshold, unable to bring herself to step onto the carpet with her wet boots, and looked up at the ceiling. From there, the eye of the spiral looked at her, glowing with a dim orange light. The owner of the office was definitely Uzumaki. Well, don't be shy, the dark figure rose from behind the desk. Dirtier feet have walked on this carpet. The spider stepped into the light, and goosebumps ran down the girl's spine. Naruto Uzumaki was looking at her. The same yellow hair, the same hairstyle, or rather, the lack of one, a lion's mane sticking out in all directions. Only after taking a closer look did she realize with relief that there were more differences. Spider had amber eyes, no fox whiskers on his cheeks, and was clearly 10 years older. Did something happen? The man raised an eyebrow. It's like you've seen a ghost. But I remember you, Yugao. You were involved in the treaty between Otsutsuki Dream and us. It's nice to meet you better. Yugao stepped forward nervously, ignoring the Red Widow's displeased cough. Shiba's tension was felt behind her back. The senju was ready to use his techniques at any second. Gods, let go of the hilt of the blade. The spider sat on the edge of the table, crossing his legs and clasping his long, gnarled fingers on his knee. I do not intend to kill you. Allow me to introduce myself. Uzumaki Erasure, at your service. He said this, but Yugao sensed that the man in front of them was not going to do them any favors. He exuded danger and power, and it was only by some miracle that she kept herself from falling upon him like a whirlwind of steel. Oh, it is good to see you again, Shiba Senju. It is pleasant to meet representatives of your glorious clan. My descendants and yours have so much common history that it would be enough for a week of evening gatherings in front of the fireplace. Yes, there are not many of you left, some have died, some have dissolved into alliances with other clans, but the power of Mokutan still has to be reckoned with. I can say the same about you. Erasure. The Uzumaki have always been our brothers and loyal allies. Ah, brothers. These words are music to my ears. It's good that it didn't sound at the funeral of my fellow tribesman, killed by you last week. Silence reigned in the room. Shiba frowned, Red Widow indifferently contemplated the landscape outside the window, Erasure smiled, and from this smile of a poisonous snake, Yugao's palms began to sweat. Finally, Uzumaki clapped his hands. Okay, let's talk business. Did everything go well with the hero of war? Of course. I lost 4 good fighters, but our man in Konoha reported that they took the bait. Naruto killed them? Captured. Now they are sitting in a dungeon in Konoha. We will get them out, eventually. Son Otsutsuki does not abandon his own. That's good. Now, Erashur sighed, hunched over and covering his face with his hand. Shiba. I want to clarify one last thing. There is nothing in common between the Uzumaki and the Senju. The alliance between our clans was not based on anything other than a demonstration of your strength. The Senju imposed it on us, and then took the best women and made ordinary weapons out of them. When the Uzumaki needed your help, Konoha did not help. The Uzumaki scattered around the world, living in poverty, becoming guinea pigs and accidental victims of your wars. I know history. I read the books, and even the very thought that you consider us your brothers causes such rage in me that you can drown the entire world. The man muttered the last words, without removing his hand from his face. His back heaved, his shoulders shook with emotion. For a moment, Yugao thought he was about to break. Then Erashur raised his head and looked at Shiba with a smile. When I spoke of the Senju's disappearance, I had hoped that you, like me, understood the importance of caring for our surviving tribesmen and of making it clear to everyone that no murder would go unanswered. That, I had hoped, was our only similarity. He pulled an anthracite-colored spike from the wide sleeve of his black robe and, swinging, threw it at Shiba. The spike pierced the man's shoulder and pinned him to the wall with a clang, his Konoha vest beginning to darken with blood. With a roar of pain, Shiba threw his right hand in front of him, which transformed into a flexible, thorny vine and rushed towards Erashur. He made a seal with one palm, and with the other, grabbed the dark green, nimble feeler of the plant. There was a hissing sound and the vine began to darken, after which it crumbled into ash. Shiba cried out in pain, holding the smoldering stump of his arm in front of him. Yugao, help! The cry shook her from her stupor, and at the same time she realized that she couldn't move. She looked down at the floor and saw a circle of black symbols beneath her. No more sounds if you wish to continue your work, Red Widow whispered behind her. A tear rolled down Yugao's cheek. She tried to move, but the seal on the floor sent such a numbing wave of pain up her body that she almost broke her clenched teeth to keep from screaming. Shiba snarled and tore the spike out of his shoulder, threw it aside in disgust, and looked at the stump that was rapidly growing into a new arm. Erashur was slowly walking towards him, holding his palms ready in front of him. Senju clapped his hands, and a wave of thorny branches and vines shot out from his body towards his opponent. It hit Uzumaki's palms and shattered. Splinters flew out. Erashur was like a living breakwater, inexorably approaching the source of the waves. Yugao squinted and saw that the tree branches were covered in webs of black hieroglyphs. They must have somehow made Mokutan less dangerous. Erashur approached Shiba and touched his chest with his right palm. His left was still folded into a seal. Mokutan. Amazing genome. It's a shame that I have to waste it in vain. His palm suddenly turned into a vine itself, which wrapped around the man's neck and dug into him with a squelching sound with long, sharp thorns. Shiba twitched in agony, wheezing and trying to push his opponent away, but he did not die. Yes, Arashi's voice was filled with caustic hatred. Regenerate. Only when you turn into a decrepit old man, when only a shadow of Senju remains of you, then I will stop. Hayuki. Red Widow readily approached him, stepping over the blackened branches on the floor. When I'm done, clean up everything here. Our friends must not suspect anything. All this time, Yugao stood there, unable to move, her gaze fixed on the aging face of her captain and comrade. She didn't even notice how the rain stopped and the clouds outside the window dispersed, giving way to the midday sun. She was brought out of her trance by the touch of Hayuki's palm. You are now responsible for Son Otsutsuki. No more amateur activities, okay? The girl nodded. Then go. I have prepared the elevator for you. Yugao Yuzuki crossed the office on weak legs and went out into the corridor. The last thing she heard before the door hissed shut, cutting off all sound, was Shiba's terrifying mooing. 2. Hey, guys, we've reached the top. Just a little more, and you'll see the village of whirlpools. Takashi Uzumaki announced after half an hour of leisurely climbing the slope of another green hill. Almost immediately after that, Sakura smelled the sea. A fresh breeze blew in, ruffling her hair. Naruto, who had been walking next to her all this time, perked up and climbed onto the roof of the van. "Sakura-chan, will you keep me company?" He extended his palm to her from above. "There's a magnificent view from here." "Why not?" She took the young man's palm, climbed onto the roof and straightened up, holding her hair, which was mercilessly ruffled by the wind. Then she gasped, looking at the snow-white city on the seashore, which stretched like a crescent from one edge of the horizon to the other. The buildings looked unusual low, with domed roofs and loopholes in the windows. The bitter experience of the past must have had an effect. Whoever planned the city kept in mind the need to defend itself in case of another attack. However, there was room here for more than just sand and stone rafting. The fields and plantations that stretched out on both sides of them and behind them, smoothly turned into palm alleys and parks in front. Green spaces were present in every block and encircled the entire city. The metal tower of the lighthouse, a tall and thin needle that caught in the center of the city, in the midst of the harmony of gardens and buildings, seemed like a foreign object here. And then Sakura saw the sea itself, which beckoned her with its shine and deep blue. How she wanted to swim. "Welcome to the village of whirlpools," Naruto announced. The young man smiled contentedly. He was clearly glad to be back here. This joy, willy-nilly, passed on to her. What can you do? He was always infectious in the brightness of his emotions. Gods, how she has changed in these couple of years. Huh. When Naruto came here last time, we were just cleaning up the ruins of the old village. With his help, we got it done much faster, otherwise we would still be living in tents. I really like the colors you chose for the buildings. White, sky blue, pink, Sakura noted, cupping her palms and looking at the city. You have amazing taste, Master Takashi. Oh, it's all Karen and her assistants. You should have seen her running around the city with rolls of colored paper, figuring out which tone would work best and where exactly. Sakura chuckled. She didn't know Karen very well. When the war ended, they would occasionally run into each other while treating the sick. The girl didn't have the necessary knowledge, but she compensated for it with a very extravagant natural gift. Karen left Konoha soon enough, and since then, Sakura had only heard about her from Sasuke's scant stories. At the very beginning, she felt a slight dislike towards her, but over time, this feeling disappeared without a trace. Naruto asked Takashi about the city, and Sakura sat next to him, listening to their conversation and looking at the approaching snow-white city walls with turrets and loopholes. Finally, they left the open gates behind and entered a wide street. The first thing she felt was the lack of people. They came across passers-by along the way. But there were far fewer of them than in Konoha. It was as if the city was built for growth. She voiced this thought to Takashi. The elderly man thought for a moment and shrugged. We wanted to build a dream city that our descendants would inherit. The Uzumaki returned home, and we also have guests from other countries. We believe that in the future, every street in the Whirlpool village will be filled with children's laughter and human hubbub. So there was no need for us to start small. They reached an intersection and Takashi turned to them. Well, guys, this is where we part. We need to deliver all this stuff to the tower, and you go that way. You'll see a 3-story building with country flags. Go in and ask for Karen. However, she will most likely sense you in advance. If she hasn't sensed you already. Okay, Uncle Takashi. Naruto jumped down onto the dusty road and extended his hand to the doors of the van. Let me help you unload everything first. No, kid. Takashi jumped down after him and held out his hand in front of Naruto. There's very fragile cargo there. Erasure will rip my ears off, and the guys from Amigakure too. I'll be careful. Naruto, let's not distract Master Takashi from the matter at hand. After studying the elderly man's face for a second, Sakura almost jumped right on the young man's head and, adjusting his t-shirt, took him by the arm and pulled him away from the van. Karen is probably already waiting for us. And I want to swim in the sea water as soon as possible. Goodbye, Master Takashi. Have a nice day, children. Uzumaki waved his hand at them, smiling. Come to my place for dinner tonight. My wife will cook real delicacies. And I'll introduce you to your future relatives at the same time. Thank you. We'll come. When they had walked a decent distance from the caravan, she stopped smiling and exhaled. What's the matter, Sakura-chan? Naruto looked at her face in confusion. Nothing special, Naruto. A few more seconds, and he would have quarreled with you over the contents of the van. Did you see how scared he looked when you tried to open the doors? And Sasuke's people paid attention to us. Understanding slowly began to appear on Naruto's face. Good. Sakura adjusted the straps of her backpack and walked along the road in the direction Takashi indicated. Naruto caught up with her, rubbing the back of his head. Do you think there's something dangerous in the van? I don't know. But they definitely don't want us to see it. Oh, I don't think Uncle Takashi is capable of anything bad. I knew him back when. How long? A couple of months, the last time you were here? You never know what could have happened in 2 years. People change, Naruto. I know, Sakura-chan. The boy's face briefly showed such excitement and anxiety that her heart sank. I still don't believe that he is involved in something dark. But we will figure everything out, I give you my word. He smiled, and the same feeling that filled her many years ago, when they met Kabuto and Orochimaru, flashed in her head. When Naruto used Kurama's power to summon the four tails. When she was afraid that he would die and lied to him about the wound after the blow, just so that he would not feel guilty. Then I told Yamato that I could not help Naruto with anything except meaningless little things. A lot has changed since then. I am capable of more. She took his hand in hers and squeezed it tightly. The boy turned his head to look at her, and their eyes met. And I give you my word, Naruto, she said firmly and smiled. I don't believe that Takashi is a bad person. Even if someone tries to tarnish his name, we will not allow it. Naruto nodded and his face brightened. And then, she added, looking at the white cirrus clouds, gilded by the sun, let's not jump to conclusions. Maybe the solution to the mystery of the van and its contents is simple and banal, and there are no dark secrets hidden behind it. For example? For example, the van contains valuable and dangerous equipment that cannot be handled without protection. Master Takashi was afraid for your life or for the safety of the contents. No terrible motives. Or they were transporting a year's supply of ramen and they were afraid that I would eat it all as soon as I saw it. They chuckled. Naruto Uzumaki. A distant scream suddenly rang out. They stopped, seeing a wall of dust approaching over the road ahead. Then scarlet hair appeared from the clouds, and then its owner. Karen Uzumaki threw herself at Naruto like a cat, wrapping her arms around him and almost knocking him to the ground. The young man screamed and, tearing the girl away from himself, lifted her into the air with one hand and put her on the ground like a statuette. I'm glad to see you too, Karen. His smile came out as if he was eating a lemon at that moment. Sakura barely held back a laugh. Do you really miss hugs that much? Last time we barely recognized each other. Sasuke said you were an asshole, or kept quiet, then I was in prison, and then I had to treat people, and you ran around Konoha and other cities while we were restoring the whirlpool. In general, I'm happy to see you, cousin. I'm not your cousin. I don't know if our parents even knew each other. Naruto raised a finger. How did you know about? Oh, my usual sensory. We Uzumaki have a special chakra signature. One can easily recognize the other. And only yours is so hot, she wiggled her eyebrows. Sakura coughed and the girl, adjusting her glasses on her nose, turned her attention to her. Oh, you seem to be Sakura? Sasuke's girlfriend? Yes and no. Oh, I should have realized right away. Karen looked down. Sakura followed her gaze and realized that she and Naruto were still holding each other's hands. Holding back an irritated sigh, she smiled politely. We wanted to come here incognito, as a couple. Unfortunately, we already failed the first part. Naruto coughed. The girl carefully studied his face. Did he realize that he and Sasuke were no longer together? If he did, he didn't show it. I was too excited to see Uncle Takashi and the other Uzumaki, he said and looked at her apologetically. She squeezed his hand. What's done can't be undone, Naruto. Let's start with what we have. Karen, we need to stop somewhere and discuss the situation without prying eyes. That's possible. I'll ask Yugo to arrange everything. We'll talk about the matter at my place, and Master Takashi has already prepared rooms for you in his mansion. It's located on the coast. It's very beautiful there, a terrace, palm trees, a view of the sea, everything as it should be. After a week here, you won't want to go back to Konoha. Why don't we stay at your house? Well, my apartment isn't that big. And Yugo and I like to misbehave in a big way. If you know what I mean, she winked. Anyway, if you don't want to be embarrassed every night, I advise you to accept Takashi's offer. Sakura raised her palm. Thank you, we understand. Excellent. The girl beckoned them to follow her and, continuing to chat, briskly walked along the dusty road. Sakura sighed. Forgive us, Master Kakashi. Everything went wrong. 3. Evening came and Naruto found himself running around the room assigned to him, looking for socks. Nemui, Master Takashi's wife, a wonderful dark-skinned woman, showed him and Sakura around the house, their rooms on the 3rd floor, and closed the door behind her. Naruto, we'll be expecting you for dinner in 10 minutes, she said before. He wrapped himself in a black kimono, combed his hair, still wet from the shower, spun in front of the mirror and then realized that he was walking barefoot on the warm floor. He looked in the nightstands, the wardrobe and under the bed, but still couldn't find any socks. They had already thrown all the dirty clothes at the dry cleaners. What do we do now? Where are at least some slippers? He got down on all fours and looked under the nightstand. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened slightly and Sakura looked through the crack, dressed in a light green kimono with a pattern of white flowers. Her hair after the shower was even fluffier and longer than usual. And she was barefoot. You didn't find any socks or slippers? As you can see. I'm in the process of searching, Naruto panted and rose from all fours. Sakura smiled crookedly. Okay, we'll have to go like this. Their floor seems clean. Shall we go? Yeah. He followed her out into the bright corridor of bamboo walls, and they slowly hobbled towards the stairs. His breath caught when Sakura took his arm. He didn't have time to properly consider Karen's words. Maybe she was lying, maybe she wasn't. Let her tell me herself if and when she deems it necessary. Now she is trying to follow Kakashi's plan, and I have no right to ruin our legend completely. He tensed the muscles in his arm and pulled the girl an inch closer to him. Now that they were moving, her wrist brushed against his every now and then, and he could feel how warm she was. Sakura leaned her head toward him. Our goal is to expose the killer of Kao Uzumaki. Let's just hang around the city tomorrow, pretending to be tourists. If we don't find out anything, we can make a little noise to make him nervous. That way, there'll be a chance he'll give himself away. And today? He asked, holding the girl as they walked down the steep stairs. Today, keep your eyes open and listen carefully to what the guests are saying. Notice anything unusual and try to be as quiet as possible, okay? Of course. Sakura-chan, I'm not stupid. That's not what I meant. You know that. And try to act like a loving boyfriend. He knew, of course. Okay, my dear, and he deliberately pulled her even closer to him. Not now, the girl hissed at him. They went out into the main hall, under the warm light of straw lamps. In the middle, there was a long table, at the head of which sat Takashi. To his right sat his wife and children, a boy and 2 girls. The table was set with delicacies, and Naruto's stomach immediately began to rumble. Takashi clapped his hands and with a good-natured smile exclaimed, "Here are our guests." Naruto, Sakura, sit to my left and pounce on the treats. Nemui, my beauty, stood by the stove all day. I'll be in big trouble tonight if and I don't eat everything clean. Uncle Takashi, you don't have to ask me twice, Naruto said, sitting down on the floor and gesturing for Sakura to sit next to him. In the entire week of travel, we only ate for real once, and even then we suspected that we might be poisoned. And who is the 8th place setting prepared for? Sakura asked, pointing with her palm at the empty plate and cup standing at the end of the table opposite Takashi. Oh, a friend of mine is coming to visit us later. He's busy now, but he promised to stop by to tell us a story or a legend. Little ones usually run upstairs to watch TV, but we, who are older, prefer to listen to something interesting. Master Erasure is an excellent speaker until he gets drunk, and Takashi burst out laughing. Don't listen to my husband, Nemui waved her hand. His sense of humor has been off the charts these past few weeks. Now eat. And don't worry, no one would poison your food in our city. Oh, don't worry about that. You know, I was once on Mount Myaboku. In good company and during good conversation, time flew by quickly. They ate half of the dishes and drank a lot of sake, and now Naruto was sitting blissfully, leaning his back against the pile of pillows he had collected behind him. Naruto. Yes? Naruto turned his head to the girl, feeling a little drunk and tipsy. I really broke up with him. Back then, in Konoha. The intoxication seemed to have disappeared. It's time for a serious talk, isn't it? Oh, he said, looking into Sakura's eyes. The flickering lights of the lamps were reflected in them. That's why you were so sad? Yes. I needed time to come to my senses and figure it out. He wanted to ask her a lot of questions, but he felt that now was not the right moment, so he just continued to listen to her. It was obvious how difficult it was for her to tell him what she thought. Sakura had never been a girl with her soul wide open, he realized this a long time ago and had long since gotten used to it. To tell the truth, this was one of the reasons he liked her. Honestly, I don't know if you even needed to know this. Whether you wanted to know this at all. After all, I never made you any promises, and I know that you have Hinata. Anyway, that's why I kept quiet. She looked at the ceiling and touched her forehead with her palm. But on the other hand, I understand that you can also notice my worries, and worry in turn. And I don't want you to worry about such trifles. That's why I think you should know why I was like this. Here. She paused and sipped her sake. Naruto ran his fingers through his hair and scratched the back of his head. Phew, what a story. Don't rush things, Naruto. I know, Kurama. Don't bother me. I'll keep quiet. Sakura-chan, thank you for sharing your pain with me. I'm sorry it happened this way. And if you want, I'll be happy to talk about it again when we've had a good night's sleep. You're right, Naruto. Thank you for understanding, the girl said quietly. Actually, Hinata and I. The door to the hall suddenly opened, dimming the lamps for a moment. A man dressed in a ceremonial blood-red kimono appeared in the doorway. Naruto squinted, trying to make out the guest, but due to the dim lighting and a bit of alcohol in his head, the picture just didn't want to come together. Takashi got up from the table and exclaimed, raising his palms. And here comes our storyteller. You are always welcome in our house, Master Erasure. The man came out into the light of the lamps, sat down at the table opposite Takashi and looked at them all with a smiling look of his amber eyes. The last one he honored with his attention was Naruto. What happened, Mr. Uzumaki? It's like you saw a ghost. Naruto rubbed his face, trying to wake up, but it didn't happen. Next to him sat a man who looked exactly like his father. Naruto felt like the ground was slipping out from under him. The world was spinning and he was starting to fall to the side when Sakura's soft but strong arm wrapped around his waist. He buried his shoulder in hers and heard the girl's voice through a fog. Naruto hasn't drunk anything stronger than water in a long time. Please forgive us. Oh, it's okay, it's understandable at a young age, the guest's voice rang out. It was higher and louder than his father's. The first time I drank sake, I almost beat up half of my clan brothers. I was so ashamed. Master Erasure, can I ask you a question? The girl squeezed Naruto's side with her palm, as if encouraging him and urging him to focus on the present. Of course. I'm here just to enjoy a pleasant conversation with my family. Where are you from? My grandmother was the last one to escape from here during the attack of Cloud and Mist. She still didn't want to part with my grandfather, who was then a shinobi of Whirlpool and defended the city along with the rest of the men. In the end, she grabbed my mother and fled to the land of fire. There, on the border with the land of rivers, there was a small settlement with a handful of surviving Uzumaki. There I was born and raised, and there I learned about what happened to my clan and the home of my ancestors. Why not Konoha? Well, the Uzumaki didn't really like it then. Many said that the Konoha army betrayed the alliance and came to the rescue too late and with too few forces to stop the allied forces of Cloud and Mist. Naruto finally came to his senses. Of course, the one sitting in front of him didn't look like his father at all. Yes, he had the same yellow hair sticking out in all directions, and he looked pretty cool, but otherwise he was completely different from Minato. Really, what am I doing? Moreover, he is an Uzumaki, not a Namikaze. Erasure, why isn't your hair red? He asked, nodding gratefully to Sakura. The girl removed her hand from his waist, looking very serious. Something about this man made her wary. Erasure took a sip from his cup of sake and, grabbing a yellow lock of hair between two fingers, pulled it to his eyes. For a moment, his face trembled with an emotion that the young man did not understand. I have no idea, Naruto, he said and let go of the lock. Both my parents are Uzumaki, and both had red hair, albeit different shades. I still wonder why. Maybe the genes of some distant ancestor played in you, Sakura said and stopped short. Erasure threw such a sharp look at her that Naruto, without any cover of kurama, felt the man was angry. The young man casually leaned forward, shielding the girl with his body and looking straight into his amber eyes. However, just a moment later, Erasure raised his palms and rolled up the sleeves of his kimono. On that note, gentlemen, I will tell you a story. It is quite appropriate for this evening, for this company, and for Ms. Haruno's remark. How did you know my last name? Lord Takashi told me. Now, allow me, he made seals with one palm so quickly that Naruto gasped. The light of the lamps faded, plunging the room into a mysterious twilight. The story I will tell you took place on a distant and unknown continent. It was separated from the rest of the world by raging oceans of eternal storm, giant sea monsters, and sharp reefs. The continent was fertile and beautiful. There were wide rivers full of fish, wonderfully fragrant flower fields, dense forests that served as a home for many exotic animals and birds, cold mountain ranges, and hot glass deserts. Two peoples lived in this distant place, and it so happened that one kept the other in slavery. No one knows how this happened, but it is the arrogant and proud Manas possessed powerful knowledge of ninjutsu, which they extracted from the scrolls of an ancient goddess. This knowledge allowed them to do incredible things and control the Bija themselves, who rarely appeared on this continent. Although the number of mana was small, this knowledge allowed them to rule over the unfortunate Shu for many hundreds of years. Until, at some point, a hero appeared among the oppressed people. No one knows his name, but with his cunning and prowess, he was able to defeat the strongest warriors of the mana, after which he reunited the disparate clans of Shu, and together they stood up to the oppressors. He offered them peace and equality, but the proud mana, accustomed to a life of luxury, chose the sword and ninjutsu. The beautiful continent was engulfed in war. It was short-lived, because despite their knowledge, over the years the oppressors relaxed, became lazy and indifferent, while the Shu only accumulated hatred and honed their skills. The Shu gained the upper hand and freed themselves from the shackles of slavery. The sign of the whirlpool, the symbol that represented the hero's abilities, became a sign of change and enlightenment. They cast aside their old name and began calling themselves the Uzumaki. From then on, peace and order reigned over the continent for many decades. My people prospered, and in time they wondered what lay beyond the stormy oceans. They sent out small fleets in all directions, seeking to find an answer. History is silent on the fate of each of them, except for the one that landed on these islands. Ereshkigal gestured with his palm to the window, through which a dark landmass was visible far out to sea. Here, our descendants met the people who called themselves Senju. From here, our alliance began. He fell silent, looking at the table, as if still trapped in his own story. Naruto found himself sitting with bated breath, waiting for the story to continue. He glanced at the others present. Sakura sat with her arms crossed over her chest. Takashi and Nemui's children looked at Ereshkigal with open mouths and hungrily. Their parents leaned back on the pillows that were spread around them and seemed to be dozing off. They must have heard this story 100 times. I see skepticism on your face, Ereshkigal smiled, looking at Sakura. Do you think I made it all up? Maybe, the girl shrugged. But there are a lot of holes in your story. Why have we never heard of this continent? How did the hero defeat the strongest warriors of the Mans? And what did the Shu do to them after the victory? I'll tell you about it next time. You'll be staying in Yuzu, right? Yes, we wanted to rest here properly, Naruto responded and, smiling widely, grabbed Sakura by the waist. The girl discreetly pinched his palm. Tomorrow we're thinking of taking a walk around the city. Will you join us? Oh, no, sorry. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. But we'll see each other again, for sure. Ereshkigal got up from the table and bowed to everyone present. Thank you for your hospitality, Master Takashi. Thank you for visiting, Master Ereshkigal. Takashi looked slightly upset. I wonder why. Your parents would be proud of you. The yellow-haired man did not react to this in any way and left the house, closing the door behind him. Who, demon take me, is this Ereshkigal? Naruto exclaimed right after that. He looks so much like my father. Ereshkigal is a purebred Uzumaki, on whom nature played a joke. For him, this is a painful topic, so I ask you not to touch on it in conversation with him anymore. I do not see any joke in this, Naruto wanted to say and would have said, if he were a few years younger. Instead, he nodded and demonstratively yawned widely. Oh, it's already past midnight, Sakura said, looking at the clock that hung on the wall. I'm going to go rest. And I'm with you, Naruto began to rise on numb legs. Uncle Takashi, Aunt Nemui, thank you for this evening and for the delicious dinner. Thank you too. The man exclaimed. Master Naruto, I'm glad you're here. And I'll try to help in any way I can. Naruto looked closely at Takashi, straightened up, squared his shoulders, and smiled encouragingly. And I'll try to do everything so that the good people of Whirlpool never again fall under the oppression of the Mans. He invitingly stuck out his elbow in front of Sakura. The girl looked at him in surprise, then at his elbow, and wrapped her arm around it. Together, they bowed gratefully to their hosts and slowly walked up the stairs. Well, how do you like Ereshkigal? He whispered. I don't mean to talk about your family like that, but he gives me goosebumps. All his politeness was so aggressive. I agree. Really? Yeah. I didn't like the way he looked at you when you mentioned his ancestor. Hair color seems to be a really sore subject for him. And Uncle Takashi had a weird reaction to it. Yellow hair instead of red. What's the joke? If this is a joke, it's a bad one, the girl nodded, slowly climbing the high steps. Naruto felt the pressure of her hand, felt like a support and couldn't help but smile. Sakura really accepted his help. And this whole story with the Uzumaki's past. Do you really think he told the truth? Your mother didn't tell you anything about the clan's history before the alliance with Hashirama? No. A couple of years ago, I dug through the Uzumaki shrine on the outskirts of Konoha, but there was nothing interesting there. In the archives, too. The chronicle tracks the history of the Uzumaki after they formed an alliance with the Senju. What happened before that, no one knows. No one, except the entire population of the city. Naruto, we'll need to find out. But why? At least because we're investigating the murder of an Uzumaki in a city where the Uzumaki live. It wouldn't hurt us to know the whole background of your clan, even if the whole story is fiction. And besides, Erasure didn't tell us what happened to Manami. I don't think it ended with reconciliation and a shared celebration. If Erasure hid it, then he had his reasons. And if he had reasons to hide the clan's dark past, then we're interested. Wow. Seriously, just wow. Sakura-chan, I'm glad you're with me. Well, I'm trying to match my partner. She lightly poked him in the side with her elbow and smiled. Naruto felt as if a balloon had inflated inside him, filled with lightness and happiness. No, I can't help myself. I love this girl, and that's it. You know, today was a good day, he said. I was afraid that when we arrived here, we would stumble upon a serene nothing, without a hint of strangeness. And finding a clue to the killer will be impossible. But I can't deny the tension coming from Uncle Takashi and the contempt of that shinobi in the caravan. And now this Erasure. Something is going on here, Sakura-chan. I agree. We'll find that clue, Naruto. There are too few people in the city for no one to be indirectly connected to the murder. And we'll also look around the city. As a cover. I don't mind. It's very beautiful here. They reached their rooms. Sakura stopped wrapping her arm around his elbow and retreated to the door to hers. Not a bad disguise for our first time, huh? She grinned. Naruto nodded. He was at a loss for words. She was as tired as he was, and a heart-to-heart talk would hardly be fruitful. Good night, Sakura-chan. Good night, Naruto. He returned to his room, undressed, turned off the lamp, flopped down on the bed and, closing his eyes, smiled. He liked pretending to be a couple with Sakura, even if the conversation with her was not the most cheerful. For the first time, the young man raised his fist above himself with a victorious cry. And then he heard a muffled knock, and then a voice coming from the wall he and Sakura shared. Naruto, if I don't get enough sleep, you better not see me in the morning. 2. Sok, a young man in glasses and a business suit, ran along the streets of Amigakure, holding a transparent umbrella in front of him. Gusts of icy wind mixed with light rain seemed to be trying to delay him, to prevent him from reaching the future AIM High-Tech Institute in time. And at the appointed hour, his colleagues from the project were waiting for him there. Drops of water got into his nose, and he stopped, coughing. Take this weakness. And why didn't I train my endurance as a child? Because as a child I had to hide in basements so that I wouldn't be found by another Hanzo patrol or the ubiquitous blue-haired angel. Sok continued on foot. Lightning flashed in the sky above his head and the neon signs on the stores went out for a moment. The man raised his head, wincing from the drops, to look at the gloomy clouds, not knowing why. A few moments later, a slow rumble of thunder rolled over the city. He lowered his head and crashed into a girl who was standing with her back and the heel of her boot leaning against the wall. She gasped and Sok barely managed to grab her hand to keep her from falling onto the wet sidewalk. Excuse me, he said and was about to continue walking, when suddenly the girl put her hand on his waist and looked under the umbrella. It's okay, she said with a timid smile. I haven't had a single client all morning, so no one needs all this beauty anyway. The girl was very beautiful, Sok noticed this only now. Black-haired, with bright red shiny lipstick on her plump lips, in a black t-shirt that tightly pulled her seductively ample breasts together. He licked his chapped lips. My name is Oviki. Sok. Are you in a hurry somewhere? Well, yeah, he looked at the huge clock on the tall tower opposite. I'm already late. Too bad. I wanted to offer to spend time with you, she glanced at the building opposite. Above the entrance, the sign Moon Kaleidoscope flickered invitingly in red neon. Maybe, it can wait? Just 20 minutes. Sorry, but I still have to go. She sighed. I like you. If you happen to be passing by, drop by, okay? I'll charge you a minimal amount. The scent of her perfume, slightly spicy, drove him crazy, as did her very presence so close to him. Sok felt himself starting to get excited. Okay, he smiled. Let's go now. Hooray! Oviki squealed. Jumping up, she grabbed his hand and dragged him into the building. We'll both like this, I guarantee it. They entered the deserted hall. It smelled damp, but it was clean and cozy enough. The girl started running up the steps, her heels clicking loudly and her butt wiggling, and Sok looked down at the floor to avoid staring up her red plaid skirt. They found themselves in a hallway. With a loud laugh, Oviki threw open the first door she came across and pushed him into a dark room with boarded-up windows. Sok tripped over a nail sticking out of the floor and fell to his hands and knees, with a yelp. Behind him, he heard the sound of a door closing, and then the dull thud of a girl's body hitting the floor. Fear shot through him from head to toe. A trap. He looked around. Oviki was lying behind him with her eyes closed. Sok tried to get up. And froze, pinned to the spot by the sound of a high, cold voice coming from the back of the room. Don't look at her. Just look at me. He turned his head toward the voice. There, in the pitch darkness, was a black silhouette sitting in a chair, staring at him with two glowing red eyes. Sok pounded his fist. WH. What did you do to her? It doesn't matter. Your life depends on how quickly and honestly you answer these questions. Got it? Why, yes. Okay. Who are you? I'm an intern. A lie. Burning red eyes filled the entire world and an unbearable sharp pain pierced his body. Sokka screamed, feeling that just a little more and his heart would jump out of his chest. Then the pain disappeared, leaving a gaping wound in his memory. Who are you? I'm the head of the Future AIM project. What is it about? Nothing special. We collect energy batteries and circuit boards compatible with chakra. For what? I don't know. Sok exclaimed and closed his eyes, expecting pain. But it did not follow. What do you do with them next? We hand them over to the people from Otsutsuki Dream. I don't know anything else, I swear. The truth. Who's in charge and where's their hideout? We always meet with a group of messengers. It happens in the backyard of Shu's ramen shop. They load the equipment into vans and take it somewhere. Do they have any distinguishing features? Regular shinobi, in clothes with AIM insignia. Oh. One of them has red hair. Does that count as a distinguishing feature? When is the next meeting? This Sunday, at 11 o'clock at night. This is the last batch. Then they'll have to settle accounts with us. The figure in the chair fell silent. Neon red eyes closed. Then they opened again. What do you know about the corpse on the Naruto Uzumaki poster? Sokka's eyes darted around the room, panicking as he tried to remember if he knew anything. Nothing. I don't know anything. Silence. Really? Forget about everything that happened in the last 10 minutes. When I disappear, the girl will wake up, and you'll return her to the place where you met her. Sokka opened his mouth to ask a question, but instead his eyebrows just rose in surprise. Where am I? 3. I liked Amigakure. Perhaps the melancholic image of a cold metal rose in a burning neon wrapper tonally matched my mood. Perhaps the monotonous immutability of showers and storms was ideal for the phlegmatic contemplation of the world that I often loved to indulge in. Even before the war, I liked to sit alone on the edge of a cliff or the top of a tree, from where wonderful landscapes opened up. True, then I was constantly hindered by an exciting desire for revenge on my brother, Konoha, everyone. The thirst for revenge has long disappeared, but in its place came another, to help, to protect, to care. A few years ago, feeling this was akin to opening a long-locked chest of drawers, where Mom and Dad, my clan brothers, were still alive. Now they have been replaced by Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, the inhabitants of Konoha, and all those places that I have visited over these 3 years. And here's the irony, I again do not have all the time to indulge in contemplation. Another day sacrificed to peace and duty. Another breath spent moving towards a goal. Probably, this is how the elder brother felt. And therefore I have no right to stop. After all, stopping means betraying his whole life. Sasuke took the pen from a small, tattered notebook, ran his eyes over the written lines, and hid both in a small backpack. Then he adjusted his hood and, coming out from under the visor, on which the rain beat out a march, with wide and quick strides headed towards the tavern with the picturesque name, Frog's Lair. There were no customers in the bright room. Only a white-haired barmaid sat at the bar, chewing gum and lazily flipping through the pages of some magazine. He hung his coat on a hook, noticing 3 jackets on it, one of which had the Nara clan symbol on it. Sasuke grinned and walked up to the bar. "We don't serve Uchiha," the woman said without looking up. "I have no desire to be served in this place," the young man replied in the same tone, looking around the room. "Well then, get out of here. And grab your coat before it makes a mess. I have a meeting with a man here." The barmaid blew a large pink bubble and popped it. Sasuke curled his lips and headed towards the unlit corner of the room, where a figure darkened, marked by the glowing flame of a cigarette. His chair creaked as he sat down opposite Shikamaru Nara, who was thoughtfully looking at the ceiling. Blowing out a stream of smoke, the guy turned his gaze to him. "Was there no tail?" "No." "How's Sakura doing?" "Good." "Tamari?" "My woman." "Can you trust the barmaid?" "Absolutely. Her father is Jiraiya himself." Sasuke raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the woman behind the counter again. Without looking up, she gave him the middle finger. The young man returned to Nara. He crushed the cigarette butt on the ashtray and shook his hand. "Let's get down to business. Did you find out anything?" Sasuke told him about the interrogation of the unfortunate boy, leaving out only one detail. Shikamaru rocked back and forth in his chair. "Any special signs of these guards?" "No signs," Sasuke lied. He didn't like Shikamaru, and Shikamaru clearly didn't like him, but the guy was extremely pragmatic. He didn't need to know that one of the criminals could be Uzumaki. Especially since he himself was not entirely sure of it. Who knows how many people with red hair there are in the world? A new informant from him. The only ones higher are those with whom he cooperates. We'll work with what we have. And what do you have? Nothing more than what I wrote in the letter. A worker with a photo of Naruto in his pocket was killed at the Institute of Technology. Such an idiotic provocation, but for the 5 countries it's like a red rag to a bull. So I was surprised when I learned this morning that representatives of the other 4 nations had agreed to discuss non-intervention in Amigakure. We can probably come to an agreement. Sasuke smiled for the first time in a long time. That's great news. Naruto can finally come here. Shikamaru lit another cigarette. It's just a plan for now, he said, moving the cigarette between his teeth and lisping. But theoretically, yes. The meeting will take place on Friday evening. That means in 3 days. Yes. You'd better keep a low profile for the next 3 days. Regardless of the outcome of the meeting, I hope we'll figure out what those bastards are planning on Sunday. Bans mean movement. The question is it movement within the city or outside it? A light bulb went off in Sasuke's head. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. But I don't have any ironclad proof. And without it, any action can only do harm. Why are you silent, Sasuke? Shikamaru stared at him. The boy smirked. The Nara didn't have that piece of the puzzle that would help him understand what he now understood. I'm waiting for your powerful intellect to come up with a plan for us. The plan is simple. I'll deal with the representatives of other countries on Friday. You're sitting as quiet as a mouse. I'll inform the necessary authorities, and on Sunday we'll take down the entire gang. With these guys? Sasuke jabbed his thumb over his shoulder, where Izumo and Kotetsu were sitting. The two Konoha shinobi had almost completely merged with the sofas a few tables away from the two of them. Almost completely. Good luck. As far as I know, the criminals easily killed 5 shinobi, including Genma. I'll go. I'll use Genjutsu to find out everything we need. Okay. But my people will still be watching, from afar, in case of an emergency. Okay. Well, of course, you're afraid that I might hide some information from you. Sasuke rose from his chair and headed for the exit without saying goodbye. Passing the bar, the young man nodded to the white-haired woman, pushed the front door, but did not go out. Instead, he turned to the barmaid. You say you are Jiraiya's daughter? Not even close. Even the name of your bug infestation is wrong. Jiraiya made a contract with the toads, and smiling sarcastically, he went outside, slamming the door behind him. The morning woke Naruto with a fresh sea breeze, which blew the transparent white curtains to the sides and tickled his face. The young man opened his eyes and stretched in bed with a sweet groan. That night he slept wonderfully. Nothing dug into his sides and back, there was no street noise, there were no dreams or nightmares. How good! He stretched again and sat up in bed. The windows of the room were wide open, revealing the tops of the palm trees on the sandy shore, the sea sparkling in the sun, and the clear blue sky. Naruto smiled and jumped to his feet. They had a lot to do, and this wonderful morning promised success. The young man rummaged through the wardrobe lovingly put together by Lady Nemui. Inspired by the view from the window, he put on an orange undershirt, a sky blue sports kit, and white sneakers. Then he squatted down in front of the travel bag with accessories and a scroll lying on the edge of the bed, and slowly brought his palms together in front of him. So. I can do it. Naruto mentally pronounced the formula for the negation seal and felt the heat in his palms. He slowly directed his fingertips toward the bag and touched its surface. A black web of symbols appeared on the fabric walls and then went out. It worked. Well done, kid. Naruto closed his eyes and mentally reached out and scratched the huge fox's furry red scruff. Are you okay, Kurama? While I don't relish the prospect of encountering your people's seals again, I know you don't use them for evil. Keep up the good work. Of course. This is the first seal I've mastered, and there are dozens of them. I have no idea how Dad managed to master them all. Kurama chuckled. I mean, keep scratching. That's it. Very good. Naruto laughed and gave him a good scratch at the back of his neck and his large, twitching ears. The fox purred in pleasure. He had a wonderful teacher in your mother, with whom he trained for years. Although I won't hide the fact that at one point Minato proved more skilled in their use than Mito, Kushina, or Hashirama. It was almost innate to the boy. Naruto smiled. My dad was always cool. I think you have the same gift. The main thing is to never give up. In anything. You mean Sakura? Yeah. She's free. Go for it, kid, I can see you want it. Yes. But she is not an easy person. And she is having a hard time right now. I don't want to crash into her like a train at full speed. That's not necessary. The main thing is not to whine and not to get depressed at the most inopportune moment, it scares off girls. Keep your back straight, chest out. Positive thinking. Be cool. I'm cool. I can't hear you. You are the hero who saved the world. I'm cool. I can't hear you. You defeated the gods themselves. I'm cool. At that moment, Naruto really felt cool. That's it. Now go ahead, and let every enemy hear your steps and tremble with horror, and every girl blush like the first time when she looks at you. You just reminded me of Jiraiya, Naruto chuckled and covered his mouth, remembering that Sakura was sleeping behind the wall. Ahem, I got carried away. Have a nice day. Still smiling, Naruto shoved the sealed bag under his bed and climbed out the window onto the roof of the mansion, jumping down onto the dusty road. He wanted to go for a morning jog. It was going to be a pleasant and productive day. 2. Naruto wiped his forehead with his palm, jogging along the light sandy embankment. The sun was mercilessly beating down, so that the shadows of the palm trees that grew along the entire coastline of the city seemed like a gift from the gods. A morning jog usually did not take so much time, but he really wanted to see as much as possible, meet more people, feel the spirit of the whirlpool. And, most importantly, the whirlpool gave him all of this in abundance. The rare passers-by looked happy and greeted him with a nod or saluted with the brim of their straw hats. Delicious smells wafted from small eateries, the architecture delighted the eye, and the lulling sound of waves came from the sea. Naruto did not want to stop. He stopped in the shade of another palm tree and, putting his hands on his hips, turned to face the sea. There were already people sunbathing on the beach and splashing in the water. Children's screams were heard in the air, a red volleyball was flashing. Someone was jogging with a dog on the perfectly clean sand. An idol. Naruto. A clear voice was heard behind him. Good morning. Naruto turned around and waved with a wide smile at Sakura, who was jogging towards him. She was wearing a white t-shirt and shorts, her wet skin glistening in the sun. Good morning, Sakura-chan. Decided to go for a run too? Yeah, the girl came closer and, breathing heavily, rested her palms on her knees. Why didn't you look in on me this morning? I didn't want to wake you up. I thought that after a long and tiring journey you would want to get a good night's sleep. Oh, thank you, she smiled, looking up at him. You know, I decided not to wake you up for the same reason. And that's good, because you had a great sleep. Likewise. Well, how about we go in for a bite to eat? Nemui said that the local bars make such delicious garlic shrimp finger-licking good. I'm all for it. They headed towards an open restaurant, invitingly beckoning with a sign depicting a huge bowl of miso soup and juicy scarlet shrimp. Having made their order, they sat down at a free table under a tarpaulin awning and began to discuss what they had seen that morning. Naruto listened with a smile to Sakura, who shared her impressions of the city with genuine delight. Then they were brought food and began to gobble it up. Here, try this, the girl muttered and put a large spoonful of snow-white mousse on his plate. They grow fruits here that look like ice cream inside. Very tasty. Thank you, Naruto blushed. No one had ever shared food with him like that. The first bell test doesn't count. Do you want some rakugan? Looks like they serve it with green tea here. Come on. He pushed a small basket of candies towards her. By the time they finished eating, the sun had almost reached its zenith. Naruto pushed himself away from the table, patting his stomach contentedly. Sakura did the same. We'll have to run hard to burn all this off, she noted. By the way, why did you decide to go for a regular run instead of running across the rooftops? We decided to pretend to be a couple of tourists. So I tried to attract less attention to myself. Good job. Well, shall we run to Karen's office then? She wanted to show us Kao's body. Of course, business doesn't wait. Naruto stood up and took off his coat, which was too hot. He tied it around his belt and jumped up and down, waving his arms and looking at the girl with a sly smile. It's a shame we have to pretend to be tourists. I wouldn't mind another bell race. Just don't tell me that it was from sparring after her. Sakura stood up after him, put the money under the empty cup of tea, and jogged side by side with him. Why not? This time I won't grope you, I give you my word. The girl grinned. Naruto happily combed back his thick, unruly bangs, which immediately returned to their place. Thank you, Kurama. 3. The morgue in the village of Whirlpool was located on the outskirts. An inconspicuous one-story building made of gray stone stood alone in the shade of trees. Apart from 2 shinobi guards, there was not a soul around. I take it there aren't many deaths in the village? Sakura asked Karen. The red-haired girl in a white sleeveless blouse and black pants shrugged. Not a single unusual one. Either some worker falls from a coconut palm, or an unfortunate visitor gets sucked into an underwater current. We don't have enough people in the Coast Guard, not enough doctors. Your hands could come in handy, by the way. Naruto told him so much about your talents. Right, Naruto? She turned around and winked coquettishly at him. Naruto looked back gloomily. For the last 10 minutes, he had been trailing behind the two girls, who were casually discussing the work of the morgue and all sorts of injuries that the locals received. He had no idea how they could be so businesslike and pragmatic about this matter. Yes, Sakura-chan is the best medic in the entire world, he said. Let's talk about something else besides corpses. Okay, dear cousin, Karen reached out to him and ran her nail along his chin. Sakura coughed loudly. Naruto snorted and glared at his fellow tribeswoman. She was clearly enjoying herself, just like she had been during his first visit to Yuzu. It must have been the dullness of everyday life, and the two of them had brought at least some novelty and color to it. Karen, have you heard of an organization called Sunatsutsuki? You mean the madmen who want to put themselves into a coma so they can live a happy life in their heads? Our spies caught one of those, but he committed suicide before he could say anything more than that nonsense. To be honest, I don't think it's possible without a very powerful Tsukyum source. We only have one, but it's out of reach and now there's not even a thread in the form of Sakura to it. That's enough, Karen, Naruto said quietly, following the girls down the dimly lit corridor of the morgue. Let's focus on our murder instead. As you say. This is Yoriku Uzumaki, our caretaker of the deceased and pathologist. A stern-looking man in glasses and a white coat nodded at them and gestured towards the open door to the room, from which a chill was blowing. Good to see you, Yoriku-san, Naruto extended his palm. The man with short red hair returned the handshake. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Yeah. I'm glad Konoha sent its cavalry to help us. A nice change of pace, his voice was filled with old bitterness mixed with genuine joy. He handed them masks. We are glad to see you. Yoriku-san, please tell me, Sakura began. The man looked at her as he opened the box with the body. Are all the Uzumaki really happy about Naruto's arrival? Well, I haven't seen everyone's reaction, Ms. Haruno. Why do you ask? They told him about the meeting of the caravan and Sasuke. Ah, Sasuke. I think he just thinks that those Uzumaki who have the wrong hair color are not real Uzumaki. Don't pay any attention to him, he's an idiot. People like him have always been, are, and, unfortunately, will be. So, here's the corpse. They pulled out a panel from the drawer, on which lay a pale, blue-spotted body. Naruto winced and looked at Sakura, who leaned forward, studying him with frightening fearlessness. The room was bitterly cold, and the young man took the trowel from his belt, throwing it over the girl's shoulders. After a moment's hesitation, she put her arms into the sleeves and answered him with a smile. However, her serious professional expression quickly returned to its place. How was he found? He was lying in a ditch in Mido Park. It's not far from the spiral tower. Karen crossed her arms over her chest. Surprisingly, there was no blood around. His neck was broken, Karen, Sakura said in a cold voice. By strangulation. And it wasn't done by hand, unless his killer was on Akimichi pills or some other enhancers. Naruto, maybe we should go for a walk in the sun? Karen touched his arm. I'm afraid your biceps will shrink in this cold. No, I'll wait until Sakura finishes her examination. Oh, okay. By the way, I'm inviting you to the beach after lunch. You go and I would be happy if you joined us. What do you think, Sakura? We'll see when we've dealt with the body and examined the murder scene, the girl said in an unusually even voice, turning the body over onto its stomach. Naruto, look, does this remind you of anything? On the battered, bruised back, he saw a row of parallel scarlet spots. Looks like burns, he muttered. It looks like, Karen leaned over the corpse. The chains with which the Uzumaki held me captive, Kurama growled. Naruto voiced his friend's words. Exactly. I had similar marks when I used chains in the war. And what does this mean? That he resisted and still lost. Whoever killed him was a strong shinobi with a suffocating technique. Orochimaru? But he's in a special prison. Not necessarily him. There are enough techniques in the world capable of such a thing. Yuraku-san, Sakura raised her head and looked at the man. When the body was delivered to you, you examined it, right? Of course. They didn't find any traces of the murder weapon? No, but, he was found in a ditch, full of leaves. Broken branches and stuff. There were plant particles, wood chips on his body. Nothing more. Who found him? Yugao's squad, Karen intervened. They serve in the city guard. Naruto and Sakura looked at each other. The girl's eyes read the same thoughts as his. Yugao Yuzuki will have guests. That's it, Sakura said. Thank you for your help, Yuraku-san. Karen, now we'd like to inspect the murder scene. After saying goodbye to the caretaker, they went outside. Even in the shade it was so stuffy that they wanted to plunge into a barrel of ice water. Be careful not to catch a cold, the man shouted after them. And stop by Arashi's party tomorrow. Party? Naruto squinted at Karen. What is he talking about? We're putting the spiral tower into operation. Arashir is in charge of the project and he's also organizing the opening party tomorrow night. He invited you, too, by the way. Will you come? Of course. Sakura-chan. If Sakura-chan doesn't want to, I'll keep you company, dear cousin. Sakura curled her lips. Nonsense, Karen. Of course I won't leave Naruto alone. Show me where they found Cow. Please follow me, the red-haired girl smiled serenely and beckoned them to follow her. Sighing, Naruto looked at his partner. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? I wouldn't be surprised if she killed Kuv, the girl hissed, glaring at Uzumaki's back. An excellent excuse to drag us into her lair and mock us heartily. Okay, let's go. The faster we find the killer, the faster we'll get out of here. You still didn't like the city? No, it's wonderful here, but I don't want the morgue to be filled with another Uzumaki. Be careful, it's wet and slippery here. There was a terrible downpour the day before yesterday, Karen said, stopping in the shade of a tall, spreading bush away from a wide, deep trench. According to the builder's plan, a whole network of water channels will entangle the city. This ditch is part of one of the branches. We haven't put it into operation yet. And after the murder, I don't even know if we will. Naruto looked at the bottom of the channel, which was covered with thick, tall grass. It seems soft there. He jumped, flew into the grass with both feet and doused himself with rainwater with a loud slap. Oh, shit. What time did they find him? Asked Sakura, carefully and slowly climbing down after him. At 6 a.m, Karen responded from above. But Yuraku said that death occurred between midnight and 2 a.m. Does that mean anything to you? I don't know yet. I need to take a good look around here. Naruto, help me. Got it, Naruto made a seal. A moment later, the girl did the same. With a quiet splash, the water in the ditch began to go deep into the soil until the area around became dry. The young man swirled around the bottom, pushing aside the wet, shiny rags of grass with his feet in search of evidence. At some point, he remembered Kurama's words about Uzumaki's chains, and it dawned on him there was no hint of their use around. He voiced this thought. Yeah, Sakura squatted down next to him, rustling her hands in the undergrowth. You also think that he was killed somewhere else? Naruto looked at Karen. Cal was working in the spiral tower that day, right? Yeah. Where does he live? In the Windy Quarter. Where is that? On the northern edge of the city. The tower is in the center, and we are on the east side now. Why did he come here instead of home? Maybe he wanted to sit in a diner or meet up with friends. Naruto is right, Sakura spun around and held out her hand to Naruto. The young man took it in his own and together, they began to climb up the slope. We know that Kao's shift ended at midnight, and the next one started at 6 in the morning. In his place, most people would prefer to spend the remaining time sleeping. People are different, Karen objected. Of course. But considering that there is no sign of a struggle here, I think he was killed somewhere else. Karen, can we visit Spiral Tower? Oh, for that we first need to ask Erasure for permission. Aren't you the head of Whirlpool? That's true, but Spiral Tower is the brainchild of Erasure and Hayuki. They designed it and invested their own money in it. I don't know where they got that kind of money, but if the Alliance had no questions, then I have nothing to worry about either. We need to get there. Having climbed out of the ditch, Naruto let go of Sakura's hand and began to shake off his wet pants. At any cost. But why do you think Kao was killed in the tower? We don't think anything yet, Sakura answered calmly, helping him shake himself off. But he was killed right after his shift ended. And this someone is strong enough to defeat Uzumaki, and in such a way that no one heard anything. We're sure that no one besides you knows about the worker's death, right? Maybe Yuga's squad. But they have a contract, they don't have the right to spread about what they saw. Naruto frowned. I don't like this. And we failed the incognito appearance, and almost half the village may know about the death. And does this Erasure know? Of course not. Calm down, no one except me and Yuga's squad has any idea. Then let's tell Erasure that we want to visit the tower before the opening, as tourists. Sakura-chan and I have already talked to this guy, so it's unlikely that he will interfere with us. And if it does, Sakura's eyes lit up and she grabbed his shoulder. That would be very suspicious. Exactly. It's decided. Karen, lead the way. He looked at the red-haired girl. She stood with her hands on her hips and looked at them with some kind of triumph in her eyes. What? They asked in unison. Karen giggled. You two are so cute at thinking together. Okay, let's go. 2. By the time they reached the bulk of the spiral tower, its metal spokes glittering in the sun, Naruto had already dried off. On the way, they stopped at a cafe, where they got a cocktail each, and met Yugo. Hello, darling. Karina jumped into the arms of the broad-shouldered, red-haired guy. How was the training? Good, my hedgehog, he answered evenly, holding the girl in one arm, and adjusting the large bag on his shoulder with the other. The newcomers are slowly getting used to the old guard. I told you not to call me hedgehog in front of strangers, Karen hissed. Her hair stood on end, making her look like a real red hedgehog. Yugo tried to smooth it down with a laugh. Sorry, but it looks so similar. And very cute. Well, if it's cute, then fine. They merged into a kiss. Naruto, trying not to show it, continued to walk and noisily move the straw along the empty bottom of the glass. Sakura followed him. I was thinking about the spiral tower. We can't pretend that we're just tourists and examine the crime scene at the same time. Do you think we should reveal our target to Erasure? Naruto sighed. It hurt him to admit it to himself, but right now he didn't trust any Uzumaki except Karen and Uncle Takashi. He expected to see a close-knit family that was optimistic about the future, but instead he met a split between the likes of Yoriku and Takashi, and the likes of Sasuke and Erasure. He told the girl about this. Erasure should be the last one to know about our target, Sakura-chan. Karen knows exactly where Kao worked. We'll try to accidentally wander there. If it works out, good. If it doesn't, we'll take advantage of tomorrow's party. Speaking of which, we'll need to plan everything carefully. How to behave, what to talk about with strangers, what information to extract from particularly talkative guests. I'll have to look at the building's plan. I hope Karen has it. What is? Karen's voice was heard behind them. Sakura began to give her the details. Meanwhile, Naruto shook hands with Yugo. He barely knew him, and mostly from stories about his and Sasuke's journey together before the war. By all appearances, he was a good person and a reliable comrade. You could do business with him. And what do you do here? Besides guarding Karen? I train the city's security. We used to do that together with Suigetsu, but he left for a while to settle family matters in Kirigakure. You've heard about Terumi Mei, right? About getting married? Yeah. Wait, she married? Yeah, that scoundrel. Karen turned around, walking side by side with Sakura in front. Imagine? She always said that she wanted a respectable and dignified man, but in the end she almost left her post as Mizukage to run away with this cunning bastard. Stop gossiping about them, Sakura exclaimed. Maybe she realized what she really wanted over time. By the way, Karen, Naruto intervened, seeing the poisonous barb being born in his fellow tribeswoman's face. How did you and Yugo start dating? Oh, it was great. Yugo, do you want to tell me? Well, there's not much to tell. We were used to following Sasuke everywhere, so when he said goodbye to us, we didn't know what to do for a while. Then that hedgehog got the idea to restore the Whirlpool village, and Suigetsu and I followed her. For a while, we looked for other Uzumaki, but soon realized that it was a waste of time. It's like moths flying to the light, Karen picked up. We decided that we should start by building the village itself. Even a small tent city, that was enough for a start. And when we finished, with Kakashi's help we sent word to all corners of the world the vortex exists again and it is glad to see everyone. And people flocked to us, much more than we expected. Everything started spinning. Suigetsu was with us at first, but then he decided to return to Kirigakure. I heard that he and Terumi are expecting a child, so I doubt we'll see him anytime soon. Anyway, out of the four of us, only this handsome guy and I were left. You know, at first I somehow didn't pay attention to him, forgive me, darling, but then, the girl snapped her fingers, it was as if something clicked and we realized that we can't live without each other. Naruto smiled. Well, I realized it a little later, Karen, Yugo rumbled. When she created a cure for my fits of rage, I felt her care and concern to such an extent that I could no longer deny my feelings. So, what's next? They stopped in front of the main entrance to the tower. There, a guard of 6 shinobi awaited them. None of them had red hair. Interesting. Are they your people? He asked Karen. No, these guys are Hayuki's personal guard. Who is this Hayuki? Arashi's personal assistant. I won't gossip. As if you don't want to, Sakura muttered. Naruto looked at her with a smirk and the girl smiled at him with the corner of her mouth. The door hissed open and Sasuke came out of the corridor. He glanced at them and stopped, realizing who was in front of him. Well. Uzumaki, her guard dog, the yellow-haired demon and his lover. What do you want in Spiral Tower? We want to show it to the hero of the war, Sasuke, Karen answered. Let us through, or at least call Arashur. Arashur isn't here, he's out walking somewhere. Come another time. Naruto stepped forward and stopped a step away from the young man. You won't say such things about my friends anymore. Sasuke curled his lips. Or what? Kill Uzumaki? I thought you weren't here for that. You're right. I'm here to enjoy the beauty of the city my people built and its hospitality. If I were you, I'd be ashamed of my behavior. That is, empty threats. That's what I thought. Your seal. What? Naruto pointed at his feet. Your seal of restraint won't work. I've already broken the integrity of the circle with my tail. Don't relax. Sasuke glanced down. The black circle of hieroglyphs he had woven with his palms behind his back was torn by the tip of his dying tail of yellow chakra. He clicked his tongue and jumped back, pulling a kunai from his bosom. Attack! To battle! The shinobi synchronously took a fighting stance. Yugo dropped his bag on the dusty grass and, shielding Karen with himself, straightened his shoulders. Naruto felt the air trembling behind him. Sakura had strained the chakra in her fists to such an extent that she could probably knock down the tower itself with a blow. "Hey, be quiet." A ringing voice cut through the air, echoing off the metal walls. Erasure, dressed in a purple robe with golden patterns, jumped off the roof of the building closest to the tower and walked quickly towards them. "At ease, guys. Karen, Yugo, Gentleman Naruto, and Sakura, no need for a fight." He clapped his hands and approached the red-haired man. "Sasuke, is this how you show the hospitality of our people? You should be ashamed. These are not your people," he hissed. "You should be sham. Go back to the tower." Erasure lowered his voice, and there was such ice in it that goosebumps ran down Naruto's spine. "As for what you should be ashamed of and what you shouldn't, we'll talk inside." The man spat on the ground next to the toe of Arashi's boot, made the door slide open with a wave of his hand, and disappeared into the tower's corridor. Its owner ran his hand through his hair and turned to face them. "Excuse him for his bad manners. I'll give him a lecture. Ms. Karen, what brings you here?" "We'd like to admire the beauty of the tower from the inside, if that doesn't cause you any trouble." "A tour? That can be arranged. But not now. We're in the midst of finishing work, plus preparations for the party. When it's all over, I'll be your tour guide myself, okay?" "Of course." Naruto nodded with a smile and held out his hand. "Thanks for helping with this." Erasure shook his hand with a grin. "We're all not without sin, right? Well, have a good day. Things can't wait." Erasure entered the tower, leaving them standing in front of the line of shinobi. Naruto beckoned his friends to follow him, only allowing himself to speak once they were a respectful distance away. "Is Sasuke always such a jerk?" "Not usually. You're annoying him, just like Erasure. But Erasure is his boss, and he seems to have some leverage." "I even know what for," Naruto growled. "How I wanted to punch him in the face." "You're a good boy for holding back." Sakura patted his hand. "We don't need to draw attention to ourselves." "Phew, what a day." "So what then?" Karen came out to them, smiling slyly. Naruto immediately sensed something was wrong. "Are we going to the beach?" 3. "Serve, Naruto!" Yugo shouted, standing at the opposite side of the volleyball net. "Catch!" Naruto jumped up and sent the snow-white ball towards the opponents with a powerful lunge. Yugo screamed and hit the ball into the air as he fell. Karen squealed and sent it back. The hit was weak, but this surprisingly played into their hands. The ball touched the net and began to fall down. Naruto was too far away to make it in time without using chakra. "It's mine!" Sakura exclaimed and gracefully jumped and fished the ball out from the ground. Naruto soared over the net with a war cry and drove it into the sand on the opponent's side. "Yoo-hoo!" he exclaimed, landing next to the girl and helping her up. "Well, is it a tie?" "I'm thirsty. I have water in my bag, you can take it." Karen nodded towards the lounge chairs where their things were lying. Naruto nodded and raised his palm in front of Sakura. "Great game." The girl happily slapped her palm and they headed to the lounge chair. "Have you played it before?" "When I was younger, before the war, before all the events associated with Sasuke. Me, Ino, and a few other girls often ran after the academy to the sports ground and played volleyball, football, and sometimes tag. Apart from the bullying, I think it could be considered a good life. Forgive me for saying this." "Why?" "Because I can imagine how hard it was for you." "Oh, that," Naruto smiled. "I dealt with it. And no need to apologize, Sakura-chan. I'm glad you shared a piece of your life with me." The young man handed her a bottle of water. The girl nodded gratefully and began to drink. "So, guys, is it good in the whirlpool?" Karen approached them, wiggling her butt and holding her straw hat on her head so it wouldn't blow away. "Naruto, the boys are going to play water polo in the sea. We need one more for Yugo's team. Are you two okay?" Naruto looked from one girl to the other. I mean, is it safe here? Naruto, we're shinobi. Don't worry about us, Karen slapped him on the chest. Onward, cowboy, to new victories. Thank you, Naruto. The young man nodded, took a sip from the bottle, and ran to the sea. The anxiety was dispelled by the sea breeze. The rolling waves made an inviting noise and sparkled with white caps. Finally, a real vacation at sea. No training with B, no giant squids or turtles. Just sun, swimming, and playing water, whatever it was called. Focus, Naruto. You're on a mission. I know, my friend. And I'm on guard. See who's playing water, what's his name over there? That red-haired bug again. Maybe we should squash him? No, he could be useful. Look. 4. Sakura had felt refreshed all day. The weight of the past seemed to have fallen off her shoulders, the anxious thoughts had retreated. She didn't know if it was the influence of the maelstrom, the improved relationship with Naruto, or just a great long sleep. But it didn't matter. She felt good. There was more to this investigation than meets the eye. Cal was almost certainly killed in the tower. Someone with a choke technique, someone strong enough to handle the chain technique, the power of which cannot be denied. Then the body was dragged out to the park and dumped in a ditch, without even bothering to create the appearance of a struggle. This person was either extremely confident in his elusiveness, or did everything in a panic. It was unlikely to be a murder based on a quarrel. Let's assume that the locals do not resolve quarrels using such powerful techniques. Perhaps Cal became an inconvenient witness. And this already fits into the overall picture of the strange things that happen here. But is that true, or do I just want to believe the most convenient version? Sakura, relax, finally. You look like you're solving the riddle of the universe. I've been thinking about everything that's happening here, Karen. Tell me, do you trust your fellow tribesmen? No. The fact that that yellow-haired handsome guy is a beacon of goodness and peace doesn't make all the other Uzumaki good guys. I like Takashi, but he's been depressed for some reason in the last few months. I'm afraid to ask, because he's a straightforward person and won't lie, but it seems to me that in his case, the truth will mean trouble for his family. Sasuke is a typical troublemaker and always has his own agenda, but he's never harmed the residents of the city. I can rely on Yoriku and some of the other Uzumaki. Arashur and Hayuki are a mystery to me. They were among the first to arrive, never causing any trouble, but I saw the passion in their eyes when they presented the Spiral Tower project to the village council. There was something they liked about the idea of creating a beacon that would serve as a guiding star for people, both at sea and on land. I can't say I don't like the idea. But some underlying feeling tells me there's something wrong with these two. I can't put my finger on anything specific. They're just weird. Could they be involved in Kao's murder? Arashur? I don't think so. He loves his people, that's for sure. Do you know how many Uzumaki came to the maelstrom without parents? Dozens. And Arashur gave them homes, organized their education with my help, gave them a relatively normal childhood. I don't believe he's a murderer. What if one of his goals contradicted another? What are you talking about? Just random thoughts and speculation. Let's forget about it. It's so hot that my brain is boiling from thoughts. Karen reached up from her lounge chair and put a straw hat on Sakura. So, what's up with you and Naruto? Speaking of which. Karen, don't bother him anymore. Oh, the red-haired girl's face began to show understanding, and she didn't like it. So. You and Yugo clearly love each other, Sakura explained hastily. And Naruto has Hinata. Why are you trying to ruin everything? Yeah, I was just kidding, Sakura. Oh gods. Okay, for your sake, I won't do it again. Thank you. And then, what does Hinata have to do with it? He clearly broke up with her. Huh? Karen snorted. Sakura, you're such an observant girl, but sometimes you completely miss what's right in front of your nose. The first time Naruto came, he told me about life in Konoha first. About how you built houses, hospitals, schools together, about how Hinata was doing. But yesterday, nothing. Just not a word about her, and I even led up to it and hinted at it in every possible way. And I suspect he didn't mention her during your trip here either. We were mostly focused on the mission. And besides, I was worried about the breakup and somehow didn't pay attention to such details. Oh, I was focusing all the attention on myself again, huh? She ran her hand over her face bitterly and pinched the bridge of her nose. If he broke up with Hinata, he was worried too, and I didn't even bat an eyelid. Okay, stop beating yourself up. It's everyone's business. Naruto is strong and thinks he should cope on his own. But I want to be as supportive to him as he is to me. Then let him know that and let him decide when to open up. Oh no, Sakura sat down on the lounge chair, watching Naruto and Sasuke punch each other while standing waist deep in water. Huh? Karen looked in the same direction and cursed. What are we doing? What? Let's run to separate them. 5. Hey, asshole. Naruto said loudly and pushed Sasuke. Let's sort this out with our fists, like real men. No ninjutsu or genjutsu. Naruto? He heard Yugo behind him. Is everything okay? Don't interfere, the boy held up a warning finger. This one is mine. He turned to Sasuke just as the man punched him right in the cheekbone. Pain flooded his entire face. Naruto. It's okay, Kurama. Don't interfere. He deflected the next blow to the side and hit the red-haired man in the chest. He winced, but didn't back down. Good. Naruto parried a few more blows with a grin, responded with his own. Sasuke lost his balance, disappeared under the water for a moment, and reappeared, gasping for air. Worthless, he hissed. There's not a drop of Uzumaki in you. You are the disgrace of our people. I've heard that before, idiot. I'll beat the bad manners out of you. Sasuke waved his hair and a hail of drops hit the boy's eyes. He growled, trying to blink, and then felt his opponent grab his body with his hands and try to push him under the water. Fury covered his vision with a scarlet veil. Releasing bubbles of oxygen from his mouth, Naruto twisted and began to strike the man's torso with blow after blow. The water dampened some of the energy, but the boy felt how the enemy's grip weakened with each hit. He put all his strength into the last blow and knocked Sasuke to the surface. Jumping out after him and gasping for air, he managed to hit him with a fist on the back of the head. Why did you kill Cow? He growled in his ear. He is your brother. I did not kill him. Sasuke yelled, burying his palm in his chest. I didn't kill him. Naruto laughed triumphantly and jumped back. You see, Kurama, Kurama? Instead of the warm glow of his friend's presence, he felt emptiness. No. What is this? Panic gripped him, his laughter giving way to the silence of horror. Naruto clutched his chest, looking at Sasuke, who was looking at him over the water with a predatory smile. What did you do to me? Gave you a taste of our abilities. I told you you are the shame of our clan. Naruto stumbled onto the shore. His legs failed him and he fell onto the wet sand, hearing the anxious cries of children and adults. Kurama, where are you? Silence. Naruto. Sakura's voice came from somewhere. The girl fell to her knees in front of him and hugged him, lifting him off the ground. What happened? It's okay, Sakura-chan, he whispered and smiled, looking into her frightened eyes. He didn't want to scare her. It was so stupid, but at least I found out that Sasuke knows. Knows? What? He knows about Cow's death. I think they all know. Gods, why did you have to take such a risk? We could have found out another way. Oh, okay. Lie still, I'll see what happened. Her cool hands touched his body in various places, pressing lightly, as if playing a musical instrument. The touches brought relief and filled the emptiness. Karen, where the hell are you? Look at this seal. Can you remove it? Move aside, everyone. Karen sat on the other side of him. Now let's see. The rest seemed to dissolve into fog and Naruto lost consciousness. Naruto. Bright houses, dusty streets, everything covered in blood. Naruto. Sakura holds her father's kunai in her hands, tears on her face, distorted in a bestial grin. She threw the kunai and disappeared, leaving behind only a cloud of steam. Answer, Naruto. A giant shadow covered the snow-white seaside town. A purple warrior in armor spread his wings over it and raised a sword that blocked the sun. Naruto, wake up. A roar shook his consciousness and a red flame flared up in his chest. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kurama's worried face in the darkness before him. Kurama. He rushed to his furry friend and hugged him, feeling the fur and warmth with his palms. The fox put his paw on his shoulder and laughed hoarsely. I already thought I had lost you, boy. I hate Uzumaki seals. Was that one of them? At some point, I stopped feeling you. Just like I stopped feeling you. Then that red-haired girl showed up and broke the seal. We're lucky Karen can do more than just be sarcastic. You know, I haven't seen you in a while, but it feels like years have passed. Can I stay here a little longer? Whenever you want and for as long as you want, but it seems to me that there are people waiting for you there too, people who are very dear to you and need you. Don't make them wait an extra minute, because unlike me, people don't last forever. Okay, buddy. Naruto patted Kurama on the paw and opened his eyes. He was lying in bed in his room in Uncle Takashi's house. There was a dim light from a table lamp, and a fan was lazily humming in the corner. It was dark outside the windows, and the distant sound of waves and the occasional voices of passers-by could be heard from them. I must have slept through the rest of the day. He wanted to feel himself with his right hand, when suddenly he felt someone holding his palm. On the other side of the bed, Sakura was snoring peacefully, her hand clasped in hers. Dressed in a white kimono that was too big for her, she was lying on her side, her legs tucked under her. Her pink hair fanned out around her, the edge tickling his elbow. Naruto held his breath. Sakura-chan, here? Why? The young man tried to move so as not to wake the girl, when the door to the room quietly opened and Lady Nemui appeared in the doorway with a candlestick in her hand. Good night, she whispered with a smile. How are you feeling, Naruto? He gave her a thumbs up with his left hand and nodded at the sleeping girl, raising his eyebrows questioningly. She didn't leave your side for a moment all day, and then she said she would guard you until you woke up. You're lucky, Naruto. The young man rubbed his burning cheek. Naruto. A sleepy voice sounded nearby. Sakura opened her eye and, wincing cutely, raised her head, looking at him. Damn, I passed out. Sorry. It's okay, my dear, your clone has been guarding you outside the door this whole time, the hostess said in a normal voice, and opened the door wider. The second Sakura stood behind, looking at them with curiosity over the woman's shoulder. Should I bring you something to eat? Yes, I can, Naruto said, feeling his empty belly rumble. Sakura, would you like something? Tea with candy, if possible. And some kind of sandwich for me. I'll make two, Nemui smiled. Thank you, mistress. The woman pushed the clone back into the corridor and closed the door behind her. Sakura let go of his hand, rolled over onto her back and stretched, with a quiet squeak. I still can't get used to sleeping on a real bed, she said, closing her eyes and folding her palms on her stomach. Looks like it's forever. Give yourself a couple of weeks, Naruto smiled, sitting up in bed. At that moment, he found himself completely naked under the covers. I hope she doesn't know that. Do you think we'll be here for long? I hope not, but we can stay here longer. If we want. I mean, we're not on official duty, and we can use the time to let you get some proper rest. What about you? Sakura rolled over onto her side, resting her cheek on her fist. Don't you want to rest? Well, I had enough time to rest in Konoha. He suddenly realized what he was saying and wanted to slap himself. Sakura raised an eyebrow and, squatting down, reached her hands towards his face. Naruto backed away, but the girl only lifted his eyelids one by one, looking inside inquiringly. Weren't you very busy in Konoha, working hard? The young man scratched the back of his head. Come to think of it, I've been running around the country all these years helping build houses and fix dams, so I wouldn't mind having some fun here. I'd prefer something quiet and peaceful. Open your mouth and say ah. Ah, Naruto froze with his mouth open, watching the girl's face as she examined him with a professional expression. Like, just lying on the beach in some quiet bay for days, swimming in the sea, finally visiting the islands we've seen before. Esha would be Ekaho. Shakua-san, maybe you can give me some shesht. Why? You were telling me to bite. Sakura looked down. Oh, sorry. Shut your mouth. Phew. Anyway, I don't mind your list of activities. That's great. You're fine. How's Kurama doing? He sent you his regards. Said he was glad I was in your arms. Well, tell him I like his words. But please, her smile gave way to a stern expression that even made him tense up. Refrain from antics like yesterday. Yes, it's already past midnight and Karen has been busy for half a day and almost fainted while removing that damned seal from you. What was that? The seal of the 9 barriers. Completely separates the wearer's consciousness from Kurama. So you and Kurama couldn't sense each other. Not the worst seal, as Master Takashi said, but very nasty. Sakura sat down next to him and looked out the window. Tomorrow, at this time we will be at the Spiral Tower. We need to prepare. If there are Uzumaki with abilities like Sasuke among the enemies, then we will have a hard time. We will try to avoid head-on clashes. The door opened, Nemui entered the room, holding a tray with sandwiches and 2 cups of steaming tea. The smell of pleasant grass immediately filled the air. Eat, children. Thank you, Lady Nemui, they responded in chorus. Lady Nemui, Naruto called out to the woman who was about to leave. She turned around. Do you know what happened to Sasuke? Nemui closed her eyes for a moment longer than usual. He's under Master Arashi's command. I think he'll make sure Sasuke doesn't bother you again. She left, closing the door behind her. Sakura looked at Naruto. Did you hear what I said? Ftu, the boy asked, chewing on a sandwich. Don't take that risk again. You mean the fight? Come on, I got some useful information out of him. Now we know he knows about the murder, which means it's not a secret, and there's a mole among Karen or Yugao's people. Or maybe there are many moles. Or maybe Sasuke killed him himself? Although he said he didn't. Naruto? Okay, I'll try not to take that risk again. Give me the sandwich. He pressed a juicy sandwich into her hand, with fatty bacon, sauerkraut, and spicy carrots. The girl stared at him as if she hadn't eaten all day. They were silent for a while, busy with their meal. No, I can't resist. Sakura-chan was worried about me, he said quietly, in a sing-song voice. Nato, the girl looked at him indignantly with her mouth full. Cheap poeslo, show a m. I'm not afraid of even a fat slap in the face, if it's your hands. Naruto half lay down on the pillow, crossed his legs and bit off a piece of sandwich. Especially since it will only confirm my words. She nudged him in the shoulder with her elbow. The young man laughed. But really, Sakura-chan. Thank you. I'm glad you're with me in this matter and that you're worried about me. Sakura looked at him. The light from the table lamp reflected in her green eyes. Always. She smiled and, turning her head to the ceiling, took another bite. What do you think, Naruto? I can try to study the seals of your clan. Naruto raised himself from the pillow and, leaning on his elbow, turned to the girl. Of course, Sakura-chan. I've been thinking about offering this to you myself for a long time. Together, we can handle this much faster. And I would also like you to learn Hiraishin. He wanted to say and went cold, remembering the vision. Blood on the streets. Sasuke Susanoo over the whirlpool. Sakura with her father's kunai in her hands. It was a simple nightmare, nothing more. So that I would what? Sakura looked into his eyes with curiosity. But I can't let this future happen. Naruto blinked and smiled. So that you would continue to cover my back. And I, in turn, will cover yours. Well, okay. Do you want to sleep? Not yet. Then let's start training right now? A couple of hours until sleep comes. Well, let's go. Sakura jumped up on the bed with a joyful exclamation. Naruto dropped the rest of the sandwich from his palm and pulled the blanket that was about to slide down on himself and jumped onto the floor. On all fours, she crawled under the bed and pulled out his bag of scrolls. Hey, how did you remove the negation seal? The girl shook her hair, throwing him a sly look. I already mastered it. You're kidding. Sakura changed her gaze to a reproachful one. I memorized reference books on diseases, a book a day, to pass Tsunade's exam. Then I'll have to create several clones to catch up with you. Yes, you're welcome. Only you'll have to create more than a few. Good, Naruto folded his palms. Shadow cloning. Around him, with alternating claps, his clones began to appear in clouds of steam. The steam dissipated, revealing what was hidden. It was only a moment later that Naruto, stripped naked, realized that the clones were completely copying his current appearance. Naruto. He looked at Sakura, who was kneeling, looking around at the Narutos who surrounded her. The color of her face was quickly approaching tomato. You used to be an intern for pathologists, right? Naruto. I'll call one for you soon. AI, this promises to be a fun night. It was already dusk over the maelstrom when Naruto heard a knock on the door, woke up and jumped out of bed. He and Sakura had been studying their father's seals until dawn, before they began to nod off. The girl, looking like a sleepy bird, wished him a good night's sleep and wandered off to her room. Should I leave a clone to watch over you? She asked, pausing at the threshold. Thank you for your concern, Sakura-chan. I'll leave my own. The girl left, and Naruto fell into bed and dozed until there was a knock on the door. Yes, right now, the young man pointed to the door for the clone. He nodded, got into a fighting stance and raised his palm, over which a yellow translucent sphere of Rasengan silently wove. Come in. A group of Karen and Yugo tumbled into the room, both looking quite rumpled. What's wrong with you? It's all the organization of the evening. Hayuki is simply unbearable with her security demands. As if there will be no celebration in the tower, but a full-fledged assault. Do they suspect something? Only you, me, and Yugo know about our plan. Don't worry about Hayuki, she's just her usual paranoia talking. Let's wait for Sakura and discuss everything again. There was a knock on the door again. Here she is. Come in, Sakura, we're already dressed. What? She swung the door open and stepped inside, looking at them with a sleepy look. Karen, shove your jokes up your ass, okay? Okay, Karen smiled, adjusting her glasses. So, the plan is as follows. When they finished their discussion, it became completely dark. And if things get really bad, I'll send a toad with a message for Teacher Kakashi, Naruto said, studying the tower plans with his eyes. It's good that there's a small pond on the south side. It'll be quicker to deliver the message that way. I don't think it'll come to that, Yugo boomed. It's unlikely that some kind of armed uprising or something like that is brewing in the center of our city. Besides, our people will be guarding everywhere. Are you going to the reception too? Of course. I can't pass up the chance to show off a low-cut dress, Karen winked at the young man. Sakura, who was sitting opposite, rolled her eyes. By the way, Sakura, we've prepared a few for you to choose from too. Let's go try them on now. Dresses? I'm a sure. Shinobi, yes. We've been taught since childhood to blend in with our surroundings, so be a good girl and don't argue. All your old clothes are at the dry cleaners anyway. The girl looked at Naruto. The young man shrugged with a smile. It's just for once, Sakura-chan. Naruto, we've prepared costumes for you too. Which do you like better, black or black and orange? He sighed resignedly. Let it be black. Great, I'll tell Nemui, and she'll bring you everything you need. Oh, my gods, look at your watches, there's only a couple of hours left until the reception. Okay, we all need to shower, freshen up, and get dressed. Meet us in an hour and a half at the entrance to the spiral tower. Nemui has your invitations too. Bye, lovebirds. She pushed Yugo out of the room, went out herself, and, looking at them with a smile, closed the door. Naruto looked at Sakura with an annoying grin, who was rubbing her eyes. Sorry about her. Oh, come on, I'm starting to get used to it. How do you feel after yesterday? As cheerful as can be. And you? My head is still swelling from all these symbols and hieroglyphs. Then maybe you should stay home? I can handle the search for clues myself. Thank you for your concern, but without me, our legend will completely fall apart. We started this thing sitting in the same boat, and I'm not going to jump out of it at the most important stage. Okay. Then who's going to shower first, you or me? Let me. I'll have to spin in front of the mirror for a long time anyway. You're already beautiful, Sakura-chan. The girl blushed and shrugged. Of course, she said and pushed the door. When you're ready, wait for me downstairs, okay? Of course, Naruto smiled. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he heard Kurama's satisfied laughter. 2. Naruto walked out onto the porch of Uncle Takashi's house. You're so handsome, Naruto, he heard the last words of Aunt Nemui as she walked him out. Oh, no, Auntie, he blushed embarrassedly, waved goodbye to the woman, and walked down the steps. The warm evening air smelled of the sea, and stars were beginning to appear in the indigo sky. Naruto looked at the spiral tower, which towered over the city like a glowing spoke a couple of blocks away. The streets were busier than usual today. Smartly dressed couples and groups of people flocked to the main building of the city, chatting loudly and laughing. All this created a certain festive atmosphere, and Naruto exhaled with a smile, putting his hands in the pockets of his black half-pants, half-jeans. You look happy, Sakura's ringing voice rang out from behind him. The young man turned around and opened his mouth, looking at the girl in a tight black dress just below the knees and with bare shoulders, who was carefully descending the steps, looking at her feet in elegant shoes. He stepped towards her and, holding out his hand, helped her down. You are magnificent, Sakura-chan, he said, clearing his throat. The girl shyly adjusted her pinned-up hair, and the breeze brought him the floral scent of her perfume. This smell excited his entire being. It was difficult to choose, but with great difficulty. You look magnificent, he said a little more insistently, and stuck his elbow out in front of her. Sakura nodded, wrapped her arm around his elbow, and they joined the line of people leisurely walking towards the tower. The atmosphere here is so pleasant that it is difficult for me to concentrate on the task. I understand you, the girl looked at the people walking in front of and next to them. But we need to get together, because the killer is on the loose and could be anywhere. Agreed. How do you like that old couple over there? The woman looked at me as if she saw a dead person, and her man frowned, as if he was not happy to see me. An old lady killer? She has problems with her eyesight, I can see it from here. And how do you like that man in the yellow kimono? He is hiding something in his sleeve. Naruto squinted, looking at the man the girl had mentioned. He took a smoking pipe out of his sleeve and began clicking a lighter. Sakura groaned in disappointment. Have you never been to such receptions? Nope. Naruto, I'm worried. He felt her hand tremble and covered it with his own. Everything will be fine. We are a couple in love who came to have fun, accidentally stuck our noses where they didn't belong, and pretended to be stupid if we got caught. An apt description. Look, he casually leaned towards her and pointed his finger at the sky. The clear sky was covered with one after another falling stars. Wow. Is this a sign of trouble or good? For good, definitely. Then good. They passed another block and came out to a whole field of snow-white tents and marquees, on which the symbol of the whirlpool and ships with scarlet sails were depicted. There were many smartly dressed people here, servants in white and black scurrying about. Naruto caught a glimpse of several shinobi. These were the only ones who had not changed their clothes to more festive ones. At one of the tables, he saw Karen in an elegant red dress with a cutout on the hip, who immediately waved at him. Yugo, a giant in a black tuxedo, stood behind her, placing his palms on her shoulders. The young man squeezed Sakura's palm and looked at her with a smile, remembering Kurama's words. Ready for the show? The girl bit her lip, blew a strand of hair from her forehead and looked up at him. Then she nodded. Ready. 3. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for gathering here for the opening of the Whirlpool Tower. Erasure, who had changed his kimono into a purple tuxedo, stood on the stage in the tower's enormous main hall and spoke into a microphone. The sea of people gathered around him were silent, listening intently. My dear friend Hayuki and I have dreamed of the revival of our beautiful country since our youth. And although this structure, this lighthouse, is only a symbol of it, it became the very core that united us all around a single goal. Thanks to all of you, our common dream has come true. Therefore, tonight is dedicated not so much to the tower, but to all of you. Celebrate and be merry, eat and drink. And once again, thank you. The crowd burst into applause, which made Naruto's head spin. Then light music began to play, the spotlights dimmed, plunging the hall into semi-darkness. Sakura noticed his state and held him by the back. It was nice to feel the touch of her strong and gentle palm through his tuxedo. Naruto, how are you? Better. It's noisy in here. Look, people are starting to leave to take tables and seats outside. Maybe you want to get some fresh air? No. Karen said that Cow was working on the lower level, so we'll have to search in the tower itself anyway. Let's split up and walk around the room. Maybe we can sniff out something or distract attention. Of course. I'll go to that bar over there. I think I saw Master Yoriku there. Then I'll go to the opposite one and have a glass of beer. Naruto, no alcohol, Sakura hissed. We're on a mission. Fine, I'll have some plain water. Have fun, my dear. He smiled slyly. It was great that they were pretending to be a couple. You can tease Sakura and nothing will happen to you. The girl measured him with a look of narrowed eyes that made her look like a cat. And you, dear. Keep in mind, I will feel it if you drink. She turned and headed to the bar, maneuvering between the people. Naruto remained standing, staring at her butt, outlined by her dress. This sight awakens the beast in me. Me? I mean another beast. Ah, I know this. Your mother was the same when she dated Minato. But I don't want to know these details. He stopped contemplating Sakura, who sat down at the counter, and headed in the opposite direction. Lord Minato rang out over the table to the right. He looked there and saw the same old woman who an hour ago was looking at him as if with recognition. Keep me company, please. Naruto smiled politely and took a seat next to the woman. Her middle-aged face was framed by pale red hair, giving away her Uzumaki identity, as did the remarkable strength with which she patted his palm when he sat down. Where is your husband? Who knows? Maybe he went to hit on some young wives again. At least he won't interrupt our conversation with his grumbling. So, Mr. Minato, she leaned back in her chair and smiled benevolently. How did you end up here again? Again? Of course. Did you think that when you visited the ruins of the whirlpool, you were alone? No. The mist and the cloud destroyed our city and left. Many Uzumaki left too. And I and some stayed to protect what the murderers and robbers failed to steal. We kept the memory. Then you came. Wandered through the ruins, looked under the rubble of destroyed temples, looking for something. Oh, you were such a handsome man and look, you've barely aged. Sorry, Grandma, Naruto tried to speak as softly as possible. But I'm not Minato. I'm his son, Naruto Uzumaki. The woman narrowed one eye and looked at him skeptically. Little by little, the wrinkles on her forehead began to smooth out. It began to dawn on her. Oh. Forgive me, she covered her eyes with her hand, as if she wanted to cry. In vain, I opened an old wound. Forgive me, but you look so much like him. Don't worry so much, Grandma. Maybe you can tell me a story about him? If you knew him, of course. Oh, well. Did I know him? Personally, not much. I first saw him at the ruins of the whirlpool, and then a few years later, when I came to Konoha, led by rumors that Uzumaki was dating the future Hokage. I was young, I was interested in what those of us who survived were gossiping about. Oh, that Minato. It was funny, he wasn't an Uzumaki, but the Uzumaki seal stuck to him. Some even said that he was actually the last of the mana. Mana? You mean the slave-owning people? The ones the Uzumaki defeated before they came here? That's what some say, the woman said dryly. Others say that the Shu exterminated all the mana except for one, which they couldn't reach. According to legend, this mana will come to us from across the sea and lead us to a future free of the sins of past generations, a future where no one will encroach on the freedom of another. Minato Namikaze was that, without a doubt. He was. She began to cry. Naruto reached out to the old woman to pat her shoulder. Don't cry, Grandma. I don't know if the legends are true or not, but I am my father's son. I will do what he didn't have time to do. I give you my word, and he smiled. Ms. Meshi, a female voice said behind him. Let me take this man from you. Slow, slightly dramatic music began to play. He turned around and saw a red-haired girl in a shimmering silver dress. It was not Karen. There was grace and poise about her. Even the gesture with which she adjusted her glasses was elegant. A beautiful girl. The old woman wiped her eyes with a scarlet handkerchief and simply waved at Naruto, who stood up from the table and bowed his head in greeting. Master Jiraiya knew a lot about etiquette, being a womanizer. And even if he couldn't hammer all of his knowledge and skills into him, some of it still bore fruit. Mistress. Hayuki Uzumaki. Just Hayuki. Naruto Uzumaki. Just Naruto. Okay, she took his hand and drew him into a circle of dancing couples. Naruto looked around to find Sakura with his eyes, but Hayuki put her hands on his shoulders and touched his thigh with her stomach, demanding attention. She was a head shorter than him and her eyes were searching for his eyes. All of his senses screamed in unison about danger. Keep a cool head, fool. It seems like a big fish has bitten the hook. Why did you decide to ask me to dance? Does this need a special occasion? You are a handsome man, and I want to enjoy this holiday. Don't you already have a suitable gentleman? Especially since he looks so much like me. Oh, you already know everything about Erasure, don't you? I like to spin in a whirlpool of information. Even when I'm on vacation. Hayuki smiled and laid her head on his chest. He smelled her perfume, something spicy and dangerous. Let's not talk about my friend. Tell me about yourself instead. What is a handsome man like you doing here, at the end of the world? I came to relax. And how does visiting the morgue help with that? I'm inquisitive and don't like excessive heat. And what about you, Hayuki? Didn't Kabuzumaki's death affect you at all? The girl looked at him, the spotlight catching her wet eyes from the semi-darkness. I really feel sorry for him, she said quietly. He was a good comrade. Whoever did this was punished, no doubt about it. I don't like lynching, Hayuki, Naruto said with a sigh and relaxed. But I want to believe you. Will you visit us in Konoha sometime? Absolutely. One more thing. Will you let us relax here a little longer? Really relax. Lie on the beach, play ball, go to the islands. Hayuki laughed, throwing her head back and pressing herself even tighter against him. With who? With that girl who kept glancing at us like she wanted to strangle us? I don't think so. We love each other. That doesn't sound convincing. Hayuki's eyes sparkled mischievously. Want us to test it out? She reached out to him, intending to kiss him. Naruto bent back in panic, hoping with all his heart that Sakura would come up with something. At that moment, he heard the ringing sound of high-heeled shoes behind him and turned his head, already knowing who he would see. Sakura strode towards them, wiggling her hip. Naruto swallowed convulsively and briefly slapped Hayuki on the cheek. Slap. The glasses flew off and fell to the floor with a crash. Sakura-cha. Sakura slapped him with an astonished face. Slap. Naruto stunned, letting go of Hayuki, looking after the girl who ran towards the toilet. And followed her. Having made his way from the hall to the corridor, the young man quickened his pace, searching among the numerous doors for the one he needed. Stopping in front of the door to the women's toilet, he looked around. The rare guests here did not pay much attention to him. I hope there will be no one there except Sakura. He pushed the door and went inside. There really was no one here except Sakura, who was standing over the sink and looking at herself in the mirror. Sakura-chan, is everything okay? Naruto asked cautiously, approaching the girl. She smiled. Everything is wonderful. Did you find out anything? Hayuki and Erasure know about Kuv's death. Moreover, she said that the killer has already been punished. You mean to say that our task was completed? But we don't even know how exactly he was punished, and whether that red mop was telling the truth. Sakura was on edge, the boy could feel it. And so he didn't move to touch her, but called upon all the composure and gentleness that was available to him. Even if she told the truth, she did it because she wanted to get rid of us. Kao saw something he shouldn't have seen. The tension on Sakura's face was replaced by mischief. Thank the gods. It's quite possible, Naruto nodded. An inconvenient witness. The only thing is that. What? Hayuki seemed sincere when she said that she felt sorry for Kao. And if she told the truth and they punished the killer, then this death could still have been to their advantage. Let's go, we still have work to do. Wait. Sakura-chan, are you sure you're okay? I'm talking about the incident in the hall. Oh, that, the girl smiled. I had to think on the fly. Sakura-chan, so it wasn't serious? What, you liked? The door to the toilet suddenly began to open, Hayuki's red hair flashed in the doorway. Naruto, in a panic, blocked Sakura with his body, ran his hand through her hair, the hairpin clinked on the marble floor, pulled her head towards him and they froze for a moment, looking into each other's eyes. Then he kissed the girl and felt her hand on the back of his head. A brief moment, quiet sighs with which they kissed each other. They broke apart for another moment. Sakura looked past him at Hayuki, he realized she was still watching them, and then she grabbed the collar of his tuxedo with her hands and crushed her lips to his. She pressed herself against him, his hand sliding down her back to her buttocks and squeezing. Naruto gave in to the waves of heat that spread through his body, enjoying every second of the play of their lips and tongues, the feel of every touch of her breasts through her dress, every sound Sakura made. He didn't know how much time passed. Finally, the door slammed shut and they broke apart. Breathing heavily and very red. That was amazing, Naruto whispered hoarsely. Sakura looked at him with panic in her eyes. The way you improvised, I mean. You're a great kunoichi. Yes, the girl whispered and pressed her palm to her rapidly heaving chest. Okay, let's go. They ran out of the toilet and stopped dead in their tracks, surrounded by a dozen shinobi with naked kunai and katanas. Sasuke was there, and Hayuki Uzumaki stood to the side and chuckled. Her glasses were barely hanging on, broken in the middle. Now that you're done, follow me, she said. Erasure wants to see you. Naruto looked at Sakura and winked. She smiled out of the corner of her mouth and jumped on the nearest enemy. She exchanged several punches and kicks with him, and at some point, Naruto saw it on her enemy's face, she splashed a huge amount of chakra into her body and drove him into the wall with her next hook. It's better to dodge a blow like that. Grab them! Hayuki exclaimed. Her glasses flew off her nose. Most of the shinobi rushed towards Sakura. Naruto blinked, donning the sage's robes, made of blinding light. The dimly lit corridor became brighter than day. He turned his head towards Hayuki and crossed his arms over his chest with a smile. The woman created 2 clones and stepped back. Wise. 3 shinobi jumped towards him, crossing their katanas in front of them, while 2 more kept their distance, making seals. Naruto brushed off the first ones with Kurama's extended chakra paw. The bodies flew into the wall with a dull thud and remained lying on the floor unconscious. The youth strode towards Hayuki's clones. What are you planning, mistress? He asked, loudly. Flames roared behind him. Another chakra paw grew from his back and expanded, taking on the fire, and then darted like a snake towards the source of the katan. The shinobi tried to parry the blow with a katana. In vain, the paw deflected the steel to the side, grabbed the body and squeezed. The man went limp, losing consciousness. Naruto had no intention of turning the fight into a massacre, just as he did not want to chop down the tower at the roots. The time of hammers had passed, it was time to learn to be surgically precise. My lord was just about to explain this to you. By sending an entire brigade with weapons at the ready? He is obliged to protect the maelstrom from any threats, even if it comes from Uzumaki. He will explain to you if you agree to listen to him. One of Hayuki's clones approached him and held out his palm. Please. I would like to believe you, if it weren't for things like this. He pointed his finger at her left palm, folded into the characteristic seal that Sasuke used on the beach. This trick won't work on me anymore. His chakra paw hit the woman in the stomach, and instead of disappearing in a pop, the clone exploded into bloody splashes, sprinkling all the walls, ceiling, and floor, the young man himself. Naruto felt the cold and saw how the metal of the corridor began to be covered with a crust of ice. He tried to move from the spot, but his legs were bound by scarlet ice. What kind of technique is this? He asked. Hayaton, bloody snow. My blood clones are almost impossible to destroy in the usual way. Stay still, boy. Hayuki formed hand seals and runes, began to light up on the floor around him one by one. Let me take care of you. You're naive if you think you can stop me. Naruto grinned and summoned a clone. It darted towards Hayuki, wrapping itself in Kurama's cloak on the fly. A second clone of the woman appeared on its way. It swatted it away with its chakra paw. A yellow sphere whistled in its other paw. Rasengan. The air in the corridor grew heavier. Naruto covered his face with his hand, feeling the pressure his technique created. The sphere touched Hayuki and, like the blades of a mill, turned her body into a bloody whirlwind. Naruto, it's useless. Sakura, who had suddenly appeared next to him, shouted in his ear. Her dress was torn in several places, blood was oozing from her lip, and there was a burn on her cheek. The corridor behind her was littered with the bodies of guards. There are only her clones here. We have to run. The cloud of blood slowly moved towards them, covering everything it touched with ice. Hayuki's last clone continued to form seals, and the symbols around him gradually formed a circle. What is this? The seal of perfect severance. She wants to separate you from Kurama. For real. The girl squatted down, tensed up, and with a growl, tore out the metal sheet he was standing on. Follow me. And they ran deeper into the corridor, away from the main hall, where the music was still playing and the guests were happily making noise. Wait. Hayuki shouted after them. You have nowhere to run anyway. We're everywhere. Naruto turned around and saw that his clone had turned into a bloody lump. Then red flashed before his eyes, and Sasuke punched him in the cheekbone. A second Sasuke appeared from below and tried to trip his legs. The young man flew into the air, touched the ceiling with his feet. The world turned upside down. He saw another clone attacking Sakura below. The girl jumped up with a running start. Naruto extended his hand to her and, grabbing it, she slammed both feet into her opponent's chest like a pendulum. The clone flew into the darkness and burst with a characteristic pop. "So we met without strangers," Sasuke exclaimed. "Show me what you're made of, bastard." Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, feeling his face sting from the blow. "Sakura, don't interfere. Let us settle this matter once and for all. Don't be an idiot, Naruto. Our mission is more than just some petty feud. It's not about some petty feud. It's about what will happen to my clan. I won't let some asshole determine its future." The girl looked at him and sighed. "Then go ahead. But remember, we can't fall behind schedule." Naruto nodded with a smile and jumped from the ceiling onto the wall, cracking his neck. His opponent stood 5 steps away from him, his scarlet hair a bloody stain in the semi-darkness, his eyes invisible. A couple more clones stood on either side of him. "I never thought I'd have to beat the shit out of Uzumaki," the young man said and blew up Kurama's veil. "Your arrogance will be your last mistake," Sasuke hissed. Mass shadow cloning. A crowd of red-haired shinobi rushed towards the young man crowned with snow-white flames, screaming. The floor trembled. Naruto blinked and took off, slamming both feet into the thick of the enemy army. The clones scattered, bounced off the walls and ceiling, and piled on top of him again. So that's how my opponents felt. Naruto started using his chakra paws, unleashing a hail of blows on the clones that were rolling toward him wave after wave. They began to burst with loud pops, enveloping the corridor in clouds of steam. At some point, the boy's fist hit Sasuke's chest and instead of disappearing, he fell to the ground with a stifled groan. Naruto gasped in surprise and leaned toward him, holding out his hand. The man extended his, but instead of accepting help, he touched the boy's chest with his palm. "Die, bastard." Naruto felt like he was losing Kurama again. And he smiled, looking at his opponent. "You love your clan, right? It's just that the way you express it comes out as .ovo, which makes you look like a real moron." "More than life," Sasuke croaked. "Even though you have to serve that yellow-haired brat of Erasure." "As do I." "Then why are you bothering us?" "Because I love all people. I don't care what their last name is, or the color of their hair. Don't get me wrong, I'm not your enemy. But if any of you decide to harm other people," holding Sasuke by the collar with one hand, Naruto made a seal with the other and touched his chest. "The curtain between him and Kurama disappeared, then I will stop you, even if I have to break all your limbs." He knocked Sasuke out with a punch and turned to Sakura, who was waiting for him. She chuckled. "Not a bad speech. Thank you. You know, the shortened dress really suits you." The girl raised her finger. "Say no more." "Got it. Do you hear? The rest of the guards are running towards us. Did you at least kill any of those?" "Mostly cut the ligaments and tendons on their legs and arms. They'll live." "So, phase 2? "Yeah." Naruto released Sasuke from his grip. The man's body fell limply to the floor and raised his hands, looking at the shinobi surrounding them. "Wow, guys, and all this just because I went into the girls' restroom?" 2. Erasure slammed the door, entering the corridor full of shinobi. "Where are they?" In the interrogation room, Hayuki handed him a folder. "The machine is 95% ready." "Not bad. But it can be launched already, right?" "It can, but it is not recommended. The last thing we need is to blow it up." "Great. What did they do?" "They just surrendered. Although they really gave the guards a hard time before that." "Do you hear Sasuke screaming?" From behind one of the doors came a furious swearing and the loud pounding of fists on metal walls. "Great," Erasure grinned. "It will be useful to knock him down a notch." He walked over to a large transparent mirror, behind which was a bright room with a table and 3 chairs. A young man in a black tuxedo and a girl in a torn dress were sitting shoulder to shoulder, heatedly arguing about something. "Maybe we should talk about it?" Now, in captivity in the heart of the enemy's lair? Have mercy on me, Naruto. Well, we have plenty of free time, which I would prefer to spend in peace and quiet. And after this is all over and we go to the beach, will we also be silent? The girl leaned back and let out a loud guttural groan. Okay, I get it. Damn, my back itches so much. I wouldn't have scratched it even if I weren't handcuffed. It was more offensive now than back then, in the land of iron. Silence. What, are we even joking about this anymore? The girl's voice trembled. Why not? We've already passed that stage. You apologized, I accepted the apology, and you ran away with Sasuke, like you always wanted. Although, back then I wasn't completely frank when I said those last words. The girl's face began to blush. Erasure snorted, handed the folder back to Hayuki, and placed his hand on the handle of the interrogation room door. The guy's about to freak out, he said, winking at the woman. Let's see if we can calm them down somehow. He walked inside and sat down across from the couple. Hello, guys. Are you comfortable? The girl glared at him and shook her handcuffed hands. This is a necessary measure, but I apologize, Miss Sakura. I didn't want to fight. I don't like it when people invite us to talk at gunpoint. Perhaps I overdid it, although I ask you to look at this situation from my perspective. Konoha didn't notify us of your appearance, and then you show up, awkwardly posing as a couple and poking your nose into Whirlpool's affairs. Why didn't you ask directly about Uzumaki's death? Then you already know that we know. Sasuke got a scolding for his big mouth and hot temper, no doubt about it. But this story will come to light sooner or later. We'll have to tell Kao's relatives everything and provide them with everything they need. He was loved in our clan and we mourned him no less than you. Hayuki said that the killer was punished. Yes, it was one of the guards who exceeded his authority. We found him and sorted it out, our way. Wouldn't it be better to entrust such things to the city manager? Karen, for example? Asked the girl. Arbitrariness does not paint you in a good light. The murder took place in the tower. My guards were not paying attention and also got a scolding. Can you imagine what a blow to our reputation this is? Yes, I speak as a callous person, I know, and, frankly, I don't care. Hayuki and I's dream, the revival of Whirlpool and the return of Uzumaki, is worth a lie, especially a lie not for evil. Well, have I satisfied your curiosity? Naruto rocked back and forth in his chair. Of course, Master Erasure. But, can you allow us to inspect the murder scene? That won't cause you any problems, will it? Of course. We can set up a meeting, for example, for tomorrow. The boy and girl exchanged glances. We don't mind, Naruto said, leaning forward. Can I ask you a question? Is your story about the man's and the shoe really true? Mr. Naruto, everyone who could answer that question has long since died of old age. I heard an interesting story at the party today about the shoe exterminating all the mans. Ah, I see you've been listening to old lady Meshi's tales. Why are you so interested in that? Naruto shrugged. It's interesting to know the story of your ancestors, even if it's made up. It was made up, wasn't it? I mean, who would actually believe that nonsense about two peoples on a distant continent? Pfft. Erasure looked at his watch. The two began to approach questions that might lead to certain thoughts. Speaking of the party, I need to get back to the guests, he said. And we'll talk about the legend tomorrow, if you don't mind. Of course, of course. But one more question, what color were the man's hair? Erasure stood up from the table and looked at the mirror on the wall. I hope Hayuki was recording the conversation. I need to listen to it again to check if I made any slips of the tongue, and if Naruto made any slips of the tongue while he was trying to talk me into death. He looked at Naruto and narrowed his eyes. I'll just go make sure they bring you some food. Master Erasure. I'm not the only surviving man, if that's what you're implying. I'm a purebred Uzumaki. 2 minutes. Erasure walked out of the room into the corridor, where Hayuki and several other close soldiers were waiting for him. "They're clones," he announced gloomily, closing the door behind him. "They sent 2 clones to the party while they themselves scour the tower in search of the machine." "Are you sure?" "They fought like crazy." "And they lost?" "Look at them," he pointed his finger at the mirror. During the interrogation, they argued like teenagers in love, as if their lives weren't hanging by a thread. They still have a long way to go to become real spies, but even that was enough to buy time. What to do with them? We can't let them cancel themselves and pass the information on to the originals. Try to keep their attention. Chat, tell them about the mans and shoe, but without details. And send people to the machine. Immediately. They're already somewhere nearby. Okay, dear. How did you guess their tactics? That was my tactic too, Erashur said gloomily, and made a seal with one palm. We need to pass this information on to the original. Cancel. And the clone disappeared with a pop in a cloud of steam. 3. The ventilation was dry and dark. From somewhere above came the sound of footsteps and voices, the quiet flapping of turbine blades. Naruto sneezed. Thank the gods the black mask he was wearing, completely covering his face and hair, muffled the sound. Bless you, Sakura whispered. Thank you. It's so dusty in here. At least this isn't a sewer anymore. There's still water sloshing around in my sneakers. I'd like to go to a party. If everything works out and we don't get caught, I'll take you to one. Naruto smiled and froze over another grate through which the floor was visible. Are we there yet? According to the plans for Karen Tower, yes. There are some boxes here. I see a piece of the wall and that's it. Let's go down, Sakura pushed him in the buttock with her fist. Wow, Sakura-chan, I like you too. Sometimes I think I shouldn't have stopped beating you, the girl grumbled. Come on, don't lie, Naruto removed the bars and dangled his legs down. You like the night gatherings and studying the seals. Especially before getting dressed. The girl pushed him down and he landed softly on the floor, finding himself in a giant dark room. Then he raised his head and just in time Sakura jumped after him right into his arms. He caught her, smiling under his mask, thank God he was wearing a mask. Check, Sakura patted him on the shoulder and stepped onto the floor. Her eyes, the only part of her body that was not hidden by her tight black clothes and hood, were also smiling. He was ready to swear. They turned on the flashlights and slowly moved along the wall, examining the floor, ceiling and walls for any traces. At some point, the light picked out a huge pit in the floor. Some of the steel sheets bristled with sharp, jagged edges inward, some outward, exposing pipes and reinforcement. It's as if a giant plow had gone through it. That's a good comparison, Sakura squatted down, running the flashlight along the entire perimeter of the floor. Look, everything here is ripped apart. 2. What could have created such an effect? Wind release? I don't know, Naruto said, looking at the ruined ceiling above his head. But there are more potholes over there. There was clearly a battle here. You know, I can imagine that someone used Uzumaki chains. Was the killer one of your kind too? That's quite possible. Look, there are more small scratches here. They look as if they were left by blows from a sharp sword. Maybe there were several people fighting? I have no idea. Maybe the killer wielded both a sword and chains. Or Mokutan, Naruto pointed the flashlight at several holes in the floor. The holes look like the ones in the stone wall after Grandpa Hiruzen and Orochimaru's battle. All this is fortune-telling on tea leaves. I still have to visit Yugao Yuzuki. Sakura, look here. What? They stood in front of a wall that was made entirely of thick glass, covered in small chips and scratches. There was another room behind the glass, and a spherical silhouette of something large could be discerned in the darkness. Naruto pressed his face against the wall, trying to make out the object in the dim light of the lanterns. What is this device? A generator that will power the beacon, Miss Haruno. Erashur Uzumaki's loud voice rang out behind them. There was a click and the light in the hall came on. Naruto winced and covered his eyes with his hand, trying to make out the man. Erashur closed the door behind him. The young man heard the loud click of the lock and slowly walked towards them. He was dressed in a dark blue tracksuit with rolled-up sleeves, long yellow hair swaying from side to side behind his back. Calm and mundane, and yet Naruto could feel the man's chakra being compressed into an incredibly tight ball. It was as if he were holding a Rasengan inside himself. It was quite clever to send your clones in your place. It bought you time and distracted the guards. Why, Lord Uzumaki? What did you hope to find? We're looking for a murderer. I know. Senju Shiba was working as a guard for this room and saw that Kao Uzumaki had managed to get in here. A scuffle ensued, which escalated into a tragic battle. Thank the gods, they didn't manage to damage the generator in the process. But Senju killed Kao, our brother, and you, and was punished for abuse of power. There's nothing more to investigate here. That's not true, Sakura said, crossing her arms over her chest. Karen showed us the files of Yugao Yuzuki and her comrades. It says that Shiba Senju was her superior and worked side by side with Yugo. Or did he work here part-time in his free time? He didn't work side by side with Yugo. Nice try to catch me in a lie, but it's a miss, Miss Haruno. I'm not lying to you. Then will you allow us to examine the device that took Kao's life? I'm afraid I can't. It's very fragile. That's why there's a protective screen here for observation from the outside. That night, it saved the generator from being destroyed. Lord Erashur, Sakura adjusted the mask on her face, and with her other hand touched Naruto's palm, which he held behind his back. Either you allow us to look at it, or we leave and return here in the morning, already with the city council and security. We will also send a message to the 6th Hokage with a detailed report. Erashur closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. I tried my best to let you go in peace, he said quietly and lowered his head, as if crushed by the news. You left me no choice. He sighed again and took off. Naruto wrapped himself in Kurama's cloak and met the man halfway, and struck him with his chakra claw. Erashur took the blow to his chest and screamed, absorbing the chakra without a trace, like a sponge. A moment later, there was no trace left. The opponents landed in the middle of the hall. Clinging to each other with their hands, breathing furiously, and staring at each other. Erashur smiled predatorily, his hair bristling as if from static electricity. Today, Lord Naruto, many surprises await you, he said. And burst into a blinding yellow flame. Kurama's cloak enveloped Erashur and Naruto jumped back, looking at his opponent in amazement. He was standing in the middle of the cracked floor, looking with interest at his palms, sparkling like molten metal. What kind of demon is this, Kurama? Where did he get your chakra? He must have absorbed it during your attack. But how could he make it his own? I don't remember Nagato being able to do that. Nagato was an Uzumaki, but he didn't have their knowledge. He absorbed my blow so easily. But every technique should have its limit. I need to test it. Be careful, because it only gets stronger. I know, but I have no choice. I need to stop him and not destroy the entire tower in the process. The party wasn't over yet. Erashur suddenly appeared in front of him and tripped over a hole in the floor. Naruto stepped to the side, letting the man's body pass by, and swung his foot at him in the stomach. There was a dull, loud bang and Erashur crashed into the ceiling with a groan. The metal sheets creaked and bent like an accordion, spreading out in waves to the sides. Sakura stretched out in a jump, touched the ceiling with her feet and extended her hand to the man's body. Not so fast, Erashur croaked. His chakra-covered leg darted toward the girl like a clawed fox paw. At the last moment, she crossed her arms in front of her face and took the blow on them. There was a terrible crunch and she flew off like a black fireball toward the mirror wall. Naruto landed next to Sakura, who had torn off her mask, and, hugging her shoulders with his arms, helped her up. Are you okay? He asked and dropped his gaze to her hands, from which the skin below the elbows was torn off. I'll live, the girl said, wincing. The bone in my right hand cracked. This guy has a lot of strength. Like Obito, he hasn't had time to get used to it yet. We need to take advantage of the moment. Can you help? Of course. Give me a minute to develop my arm. When you tie him up with attacks, I'll try to cut his ligaments. Naruto nodded and convulsively stroked the top of her head, and then pushed off the floor with his paws. A sound wave hit loudly in all directions, and his feet dug into the place where the enemy's head had just been. Erasure jumped up, spun around. His leg described an arc that ended with Naruto's head. He ducked, dodging the blow, and hit the enemy back like a cannon. The man did not defend himself and instead took the attack again, absorbing the chakra paw completely. Lord Naruto, the previous attack was fatal, Erasure smiled, breathing heavily. What happened to your desire to protect your people? That's what I'm doing now. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Naruto unleashed a hail of blows on him. The man parried several, responded with his own. Naruto dodged at the very last moment, grabbed the enemy's paw with both paws and, as if hammering a nail, slammed his entire body into the floor. The roar echoed in the high walls of the hall. What even means this? Erasure broke through the floor and lay on the pipes, from which jets of white steam whistled. He laughed. Your father has bestowed upon you a great gift. I feel how life itself flows within me, how every wound is healed. An amazing feeling. Naruto jumped on him, 9 chakra paws crawled out of his back at once. He roared and hit the man lying on the ground with all of them. The man swung 2 of his own, pushed off the floor with the third and flew into the solar plexus with his foot. Naruto choked on air as he hit the ceiling, the sharp edges of the metal sheets digging into his back, not breaking through the covering but still causing pain. He momentarily lost his bearings. Erasure stood over him, his long, glowing hair cascading down to the floor, and slammed his fist into his face. Then again, and again. Naruto growled, covered himself with his paws, and tried to get up, but another blow knocked him back down. The man's face twisted into a furious grin, as if he had something personal to say about him. Ironic, isn't it? To fall from his own strength. He struck again and froze as Naruto met the fist with his forehead. Scarlet blood slowly oozed out. You're wrong, Erasure. This is our strength. He heard the fox's satisfied laughter and smiled. No matter how much of my chakra you absorb, you will never have kurama. He pulled his fist to the side, jumped to his feet, helping himself with the paws on his back, and charged the enemy in the cheekbone with a right hook. The blow knocked Erasure onto his back. He hit the back of his head on the ceiling and fell to the floor. The young man jumped after him. Shadow cloning. The clone appeared on the floor, took the man's falling body on his knee, and sent him back to the ceiling with a deafening clap. In flight, Erasure ran into Naruto's fist himself, who was falling from above, and with a groan of pain, he flew to the side and tumbled across the floor. We rubbed against each other for a long time, honed our skills for a long time, fought against the gods themselves. Naruto landed next to him, wrapped in the sage's cloak. You received this power only 5 minutes ago. Just give up. I will not harm Whirlpool, I give you my word. This is my home too. Erasure staggered to his feet. His face was also covered in blood, turning it into a terrifying mask. Lord Naruto, I am an Uzumaki too, he said. His breathing was ragged, but that gleam in his eyes. The youth had seen the same gleam in Obito's eyes. Don't think that you are the only one who never gives up. You are disgracing your family name with your proposal. Naruto nodded. His clone appeared behind the man in one movement and sent him flying towards the original with a kick. Naruto and another clone met the enemy's face with both fists and slammed him into the floor. Arashi's body rolled over it for another 10 meters, collecting metal sheets around itself in an accordion. Steam from the pipes began to howl and whistle as it filled the room. Sakura, are you ready? Naruto exclaimed, heading towards the enemy. His clones were beacons in the fog, showing him the way. The girl flashed as a dark silhouette in the clouds of steam, landed next to Erasure and ran her fingers over his body, cutting through his ligaments. The young man squatted down next to him and wiped the blood from his face with his palm. Lying on the floor, covered in blood, Erasure sighed loudly. The blinding yellow chakra gradually thinned, petals breaking away from his body and melting into the air. Your father gave you life, Naruto. I was given the gift of death, he croaked melancholically. What do you mean? Once, during the Third War, I wanted to take revenge on Konoha and joined the Tsuchikage suicide squad. We were supposed to break through to the village and blow it up with magic clay. We stopped for the night near the border with the Land of Fire. That's when he appeared. I was resting in my tent when the forest was filled with the screams of my comrades. They screamed, almost in sync, as if they were dying one after another, breaking apart in an instant. First one, then another, then my Uzumaki comrades. I recognized their screams until this symphony of horror reached its peak and abruptly ended. I ran outside to see in the semi-darkness all that was left of the camp. Tents cut by futon blades, and corpses. My entire squad died in half a minute. And 10 steps away from me, a man with yellow hair froze. He moved, and then there was pain in my chest. I woke up only a few days later, already in the hospital. Other Uzumaki found me, and were able to save me from death. Over time, I learned who this man with yellow hair was. The yellow flash of Konoha. And you swore revenge? Naruto removed Kurama's veil just in case. No. He was defending his country. It's my own fault. I was weak. You're lucky he didn't kill you. Sakura lifted the man's sweater. Where did he die? She fell silent. Naruto looked at her and then down at Arashi's torso. A wide, deep scar ran from his right hip to his left shoulder. Naruto, he couldn't have survived. The girl whispered. Horror was reflected in her eyes. Half of his internal organs are missing. The blow cut all the way to the spine. And he is not Lady Tsunade. You didn't hear me, Miss Sakura. Minato Namikaze gave me death. When I woke up in the hospital and asked the young Uzumaki how he saved me, he said that he didn't. Our clan is famous for many seals, terrible, horrible, and forbidden seals. Like this one, he tensed his abs and a whole ligature of black symbols appeared on his body. The seal of inevitable death. It is known only to a few Uzumaki, you can't read about it in books. What does it do? It does not allow a person to die, for some time. This time depends on the reserve of chakra and endurance. Now do you understand why I cannot be killed? Erasure moved and intercepted Naruto's hand, who tried to hold him on the floor. I'm already dead. My body just hasn't realized it yet. Sakura pierced the floor with her palm in the place where the man's head had just been. He grabbed Naruto by the collar with a sharp movement and threw him at her. The young man collided with the girl and they rolled back to the wall together. I thought you cut all his ligaments, Naruto groaned, watching their enemy slowly rise to his feet. That's how it was. His limbs should be paralyzed. I'll have to beat him up again. It worked with both Kakuzu and Pain. But this time I'll do without Kurama's cover. Bell training? Huh? A weak smile played across Sakura's face. It dawned on Naruto. Of course. Let's go. Sakura pulled out a few balls from her bosom and threw them at Arashi's feet. There were pops and streams of smoke flew in all directions. Naruto followed the girl with his eyes as she disappeared into the thick dark gray clouds, jumped and ran along the ceiling, trying to get behind his enemy. As he ran, he summoned a couple more clones and sent them forward. There was a roar and screams ahead, and the clouds of smoke were illuminated from within by jade flames. Good try, Mr. Naruto. Erasure shouted. But such tricks are only good against Chunin. Naruto smiled, finding himself right above the man. In one hand, he was squeezing his clone's neck, and in the other, he was holding Sakura by the hair. His own hair was trembling from an unknown energy, changing color from yellow to gray and back every second. What is this? Danger, Naruto. This is. Naruto pushed off the ceiling, raising his hand over his shoulder. The yellow sphere that appeared in it whistled and dispersed the clouds of smoke to the sides. The boy thrust it forward, aiming for the enemy's shoulder. Erasure took a step back, exposing himself to the clone's blow. Naruto grunted, extinguished the Rasengan, and tried to change the angle of his fall, to kick the man. Too late. Naruto slammed his entire body into the floor and broke it. Something inside him crunched and a sharp pain pierced his consciousness. I hope it wasn't something important. There was a bang overhead. It was clearly a clone and it hurried to roll to the side, breaking the distance. Erasure threw Sakura to him, he barely managed to catch her in his arms, and began to slowly walk towards them. Naruto, he broke both my arms, Sakura whispered, wincing. We need to retreat. He turned out to be a strange opponent. His abilities need to be analyzed. You're right, Naruto said and looked at Erasure. The battle seemed to have had no effect on him. Well, yes, he was dead, according to him. He carefully lowered the girl to the floor and straightened up, looking at the enemy. Then he got into a stance and summoned several more clones. Do you think you can win without the power of the bijou? I think I need to wear you out properly. Let's see who has more chakra. He said nothing, just smiled. The man's face darkened with anger. He understood. You can't cheat death itself. Neither can you. The last petals of yellow chakra melted into thin air and were replaced by gray ones. Arashi's body seemed to have absorbed all the bright colors, and then flared with a putrid silver light. The blue tracksuit disappeared, replaced by a long silver robe with long, wide sleeves. A simple rope with a knife behind it tied around his waist. The mane of yellow hair faded, becoming a ghostly gray. The man slowly floated above the ground, the opposite wall of the hall visible through his translucent body. Then Naruto made a decision. He fell to his knee, bit his finger, and summoned a toad. An old gray-haired paw appeared in clouds of smoke. The old man shook his head in bewilderment and croaked loudly. Gods, where did you summon me, kid? Is this the god of death? No time to explain, Grandpa. Sakura, take him with you and send a message to Master Kakashi. I need help. Naruto, I won't leave you alone. Then if he wins, no one will know. Trust me. He smiled briefly. Sakura nodded and briefly touched her forehead to his chin. Naruto closed his eyes to feel the moment. Good luck. You too. Pa climbed onto her shoulder and the girl ran to the exit. Not so fast. Erasure flew after her like a ghost. Stop. Naruto exclaimed. The man turned his head to him. The youth spread his arms. Only me is needed. Here I am. Sakura kicked the door with her shoulder at full speed and disappeared into the corridor. Screams and the sounds of blows came from there. The walls of the hall shook. The smell of dampness wafted in. Pa's work, no doubt. Get ready to have the shit beaten, buddy, Naruto said, getting into a fighting stance. No, Master Naruto, I'm ready to party. Today is my day of triumph. Looking at Erasure, who was rushing towards him, the young man made a seal. Mass shadow cloning. 2. The lake was agitated, as if anticipating another thunderstorm over Amigakure. It grew colder and Sasuke stirred, coming out of his trance. He looked at his notebook, another page covered with thoughts about life, and placed it on the backpacks. Rising to his feet, he waved his arms, looking around the gray horizon. He liked sitting here, on the outskirts of the village, and watching the waves crash against the breakwaters. The monotony with which they rolled and lulled his consciousness, and helped with abstract thoughts. He sat down again on the edge of the barrier that separated the village from the lake and continued writing. Friday. The day of negotiations between the delegations of the 5 countries. The day when, perhaps, the countries will make AIM accessible to everyone, including Naruto. I wanted to believe that Shikamaru and the others will be able to agree. I wanted to believe that Naruto will be able to make this country a paradise. The sacrifices of many fighters for a better life must be justified. Meow. He raised his head and looked at the white cat with black spots. It slowly approached him, raising its tail and rubbing itself against his elbow. Sasuke grinned and took a piece of cat food out of his pocket. Okay, here you go. The cat began to eat from his fingers, and he turned away so as not to look. She did not like it. Meow. He turned his head. The cat ate everything and continued to look at him with demanding yellow eyes. That's all for today. Find someone else to feed. And then I tell him your hut is now my hut. And he immediately ran away. Can you imagine? What an idiot. From behind the nearest building, a warehouse for fishing gear, a group of 5 people came out. All of them were tall, in good clothes. It was strange. The place for such people would be somewhere in the prestigious districts of AIM, beating up merchants and fleecing prostitutes. What were they doing here? Oh well, what difference did it make? They were going to a cafe soon anyway. He could only hope that they wouldn't push their luck. They saw him. Hey, you! Sasuke didn't turn around. He wrote a few more lines in his notebook. The local punks tried to rob me today. They didn't succeed. As far as murder, he was thinking, when suddenly a heavy and strong hand yanked him by the shoulder. He took advantage of this and gave himself even more speed, pushing off the parapet with his feet and somersaulting backwards. The steel of the kunai whistled and he ran it along the crook of the leg of one of the hooligans. He cursed and opened his hand. Hey, we just wanted to talk. Sasuke spun around, cutting off a forest of legs. The punks fell to the wet ground, and the young man stood over them and with swift movements stabbed each of them in the leg. Each stab was answered with cries and curses. When he finished, he wiped the blade on the jacket of the nearest man, put it in its sheath and returned to the backpack, on which he had left the notebook lying. Didn't get it. Had to wound them and inform the nearest patrolman about the bandit group. Time to go on surveillance. Wants to believe that everything will end well. 3. Hey, friend, another beer. An old man with a beard tied in a bun put the filled mug in front of Sasuke with a loud thud. The young man pretended to drink, but he looked around the Harakura cafe once again. Today, the hall was unusually crowded with customers. It wasn't every day that delegations from all the big countries gathered in the building across the street. Onlookers pressed themselves against the large windows, looking at the pouring rain and the crowd of shinobi who surrounded the meeting place. Sasuke made a note in his notebook. Izumo unexpectedly sat down next to him, also ordering himself a drink, and then looked around. I don't like the atmosphere around this whole meeting. It seems like there are shinobi everywhere, but I still can't shake the feeling that something is going wrong. This is common paranoia. Talk less to Ibiki. Izumo frowned and glanced sideways at Sasuke. But you're here too. Clearly not because of his love for the local chef's cooking. It would be stupid not to come here. Why are you and Kotetsu here? Did Shikamaru not like you? We were not allowed to attend. Some elite jonin from the daimyo's own guards, big shots. They are in charge of security. Have you sniffed out anything? Sasuke opened his mouth to say something, but instead only sipped from his mug. So they sat next to each other, not paying attention to the noise coming from the street, where an endless stream of people with umbrellas was moving. For the past few days, he had been thinking about the words of that unfortunate boy. The man with red hair. That day, the boy came to the meeting place, hoping to accidentally run into one, but he found no one. He used a chakra camouflage and left behind a couple of clones, in case the meeting was postponed from Sunday. The clones still existed, which meant the fish had not bitten. For now. Izumo finished his beer and stood up from the bar. Throwing a few coins to the owner, he turned to the windows, where a column of shinobi and a richly decorated self-propelled cart could be seen. Kuratsuchi's motorcade. I'd be very surprised if the lady herself was sitting there. Sasuke stood next to her, holding a full mug in his hand and looking out the window. And then there was a deafening roar. The street and everyone on it flew up. Fountains of earth and stone hit the dark sky. The building opposite seemed to swell from the inside and burst, dousing the entire block with cascades of metal, wood and glass. Creaking and screeching, the wall of the cafe toppled over, falling apart into pieces. Sasuke and Izumo were thrown to the ceiling and then slammed into the crumbling floor. At the last moment, the young man managed to cover himself and his friend with a round tabletop that had flown off the table legs. A hailstorm rained down on the ceiling from above. Then the rumble and clatter of stones died down, leaving only the screams, groans, and the drawn-out cry of a child. It was this cry that made Sasuke crawl out from under the pile of rubble that had covered him and Izumo and go in search of its source. The bodies of the dead lay motionless around them. Some were moving, trying to crawl out from under the piles of rubble. The few lucky ones who were not injured either ran away or sat on the floor, recovering from the shock. "Someone, help," the woman held, cradling the lifeless body of a child in her arms. "Someone, for the love of God, help." Sasuke quickly looked away from her, heading towards the sound of the child's cry. From behind the mountains of garbage came the rumble of Doton and flashes. The earth was shaking. But now he did not care who and how was clearing the rubble on the street. He approached a cracked piece of stone slab that had acted as a vertical support for the collapsed roof. However, this support was about to collapse. The temptation to use Susanoo was great, but revealing oneself as a Konoha shinobi near the site of a terrorist attack could result in many more deaths. Sasuke looked into the void that had formed under the slab. A girl was sitting in the semi-darkness, hugging her bloody knees with her hands. She had already stopped crying and was only quietly humming to herself, rocking back and forth. "Hey, girl," the young man said in the most gentle voice he could muster. "I came to save you." The girl looked up at him in fear and hugged her bloody bag. Her gaze, hunted and full of horror, sent shivers down his spine. "How did you feel when you saw me in my parents' bedroom that night, big brother?" Sasuke held out his hand, palm up. "Are you badly hurt?" "My legs hurt a little," the girl responded quietly. She looked to be barely a day over 10. "Now you'll be more careful playing tag with your friends," he tried to smile. "What's your name?" "Sarada. But my parents called me Sarah." "It's a beautiful name," Sasuke extended his hand more insistently. "You know, this whole place could collapse soon. You don't want to stay here forever, do you?" The girl sobbed and grabbed his palm. Somehow he pulled her out into the open and crouched down, level with her height. "So, are you still scared?" "Yes. My parents," Sarada pointed over his shoulder. The young man turned around and saw a man and a woman lying on top of each other, crushed by rocks. They were dead. Sasuke froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Then he hugged the girl, shielding her from the image of death. Gods, he wished that today would become a hole in her memory. Izumo hobbled over to them, carefully weaving between the corpses. He didn't look too good. Blood was pouring out from under his torn pants, and his face was covered in scratches. Sasuke felt that he, too, had more wounds. At that moment, he saw a group of people outside the window, carrying a stretcher with Shikamaru lying on it out of the building. They were also carrying a stretcher with Temari. Sasuke looked at the girl who was holding on to his shoulder. "Listen, Sarada. I'm just going to be gone for a minute, and you stay with Izumo." "Izumo is Sarada." "Sarada is Izumo, he's a good guy, he'll look after you." "I'll be back, I promise." "Izumo," he looked at the shinobi. "You're responsible for her with your life." He ran out into the street and caught up with the people with the stretcher. "Hey, get away!" one of them barked. "Outsiders are not allowed in here." Shikamaru turned his head to look at him. "How do I look?" His left eye was swollen shut, his face a mess of dried blood and dust. Ovo. Do you know what happened? Someone brought a bomb into the building. Do you know where Temari is? She's behind you. Is she alive? When the explosion started, she covered me with her fan. Sasuke looked at the bloody girl. She was unconscious, but breathing. Alive. You'll pull through, both of you. That's good. You know, now I won't smoke for the rest of the year. Shikamaru smiled weakly, then grabbed the boy's hand. Don't let there be a war. Don't let. He lost consciousness and Sasuke stopped, allowing the medics to take care of the wounded. Right now, his attention was needed not only by cats and red-haired shinobi. Inhale. Exhale. Sakura ran out into the corridor, her sneakers sliding across the slippery metal floor. 3 shinobi in whirlpool vests were waiting for her, sitting on the ceiling and 2 walls. The girl stopped, casting a glance at Pa, who was sitting on her shoulder. He slapped his paws and hot streams of water splashed out of the walls, the hissing merging with cries of pain. Thick white steam began to envelop the corridor. Sakura jumped onto the ceiling and rushed forward, blinded. Someone's leg in dark pants shot out from the left, intending to knock her down. The girl crashed into it with her forehead, having first sent chakra there. There was an unpleasant crunch and an exclamation, and then the slap of something heavy on the ground. Inhale. Exhale. She passed another turn, praying that she would not come across ordinary people. There was no way civilians could get involved. This was between the 2 of them and the Maelstrom brass. If the common people died, Naruto could lose the trust of his people. Thank the gods, the hallway was empty. Sakura sped up, almost crashed into the wall on another turn, and dropped to 1 foot, dodging a shoal of kunai. Metal fired a loud burst behind her. Several more people were running towards her, crossing their katanas in front of them. Pa opened his mouth, and a long tongue shot out. Just don't kill them. The toad croaked regretfully. The tongue twisted and lashed out with loud clicks at the enemy's legs and arms. Limbs broke with a loud crunch, and shinobi fell to the floor like shot-down birds. Sakura ran past, relieved to hear their curses. Inhale. Exhale. Baby, if we want to win, we can't give the enemy such a head start. Pa croaked indignantly. If we start killing, then everything Naruto did will be in vain. But these idols know what they're getting into. Do their families know? I don't want to guess. She stopped abruptly, seeing a cloud of scarlet fog ahead, which was slowly moving towards them, covering all surfaces with an icy crust. Hayuki was nearby. Hold on to me. Sakura exclaimed and broke through the steel wall with her shoulder. Ducking her head, she broke through the forest of pipes and partitions like a bull and fell out into another corridor. And she found herself nose to nose with Hayuki. The woman smiled. Hello, Lady Sakura, and pinned the girl to the wall with 2 snow-white chains that grew out of her back. Sakura screamed. Sharp metal tips pierced her palms, burning the flesh from the inside. She hissed. The air smelled of something burning. Pa jumped on top of her head and slapped her with his paws. Hayuki stuck her finger in front of him. Stop. It's in your best interest not to resist. It will all be over soon and there will be peace. What are you hoping for, Hayuki? Sakura hissed through her teeth. By killing us, you'll be signing your own death warrant. You don't stand a chance against Konoha, let alone the Alliance. The events of the past will repeat themselves. By the time everyone figures out what's going on, the population of our country will have increased considerably. I don't understand. You don't need to. Besides, no one is going to kill you too. Your lives are a reliable guarantor of our safety. What about Karen and the other village heads? Did you ask them? They played a role in the restoration of our people, for which we are grateful. Now Whirlpool has new masters. I'm against it, bitch. Karen's loud scream rang out and a red-haired girl in a red dress and barefoot flew into Hayuki's head with both feet. The woman flew 10 meters to the side with a short scream, slid across the floor and froze. The glowing chains thundered to the ground, freeing Sakura's hands. Karen ran up to her, holding the shoes in her palms. "Gods, Sakura, what happened? My men lost you after you ran away from the party. We scared off Erashur and his men. They were planning to take over the village without anyone knowing. There's some kind of device here that's supposed to power the beacon. That's what Erashur said. It's because of him that Cow was killed, and now they're trying to kill Naruto and me too." "Where is he?" "He stayed behind to fight Erashur. I need to send Pa a message to Master Kakashi, now. Do you know the shortest route to the pond near the tower?" "In general, she began to explain quickly and held out her hand, covered in tooth marks. "Bite." "What?" "Bite me until I bleed, it will heal your wounds." "Come on." Suppressing her disgust, Sakura did as Karen asked and felt an itch in her hands, palms, then the rest of her body. A sharp pain pierced her wrists as the bones were set and healed. And then the wounds began to heal and finally became covered with pink skin. The girl looked at her hands in fascination, listening to Karen's explanation. It was a miracle. Pa tugged at her hair. "We have to go. Now." "What?" Karen turned her head and the next moment she pushed Sakura to the floor. A chain flashed above them, cutting the air with a strained hum and ripping both walls of the corridor. Steel screeched. Sakura raised her head. Hayuki was walking towards them, adjusting her hair. The chains hung over her like scorpion tails, aiming at both of them. "Run, darling," Karen whispered. "I'll hold her off." "Run." And Sakura ran, feeling the air grow heavy. Behind her, there was a ringing and clanking of colliding chains, mixed with the cursing of the two Uzumaki. Inhale. Exhale. She made it through the last few corridors, broke through another wall, and plopped into the dark, warm water of the pond. 2. Karen fought with all the fury of her clan. Not just for herself and her friends. The future and freedom of Maelstrom were at stake today. "Why are you resisting, my dear?" Hayuki cried. She was clearly out of breath, her face and hands were stained with her own blood, and her shoulders were slightly slumped. The corridor around them was cut and torn from the blows of chains. "We can take you into our team, you are a great Uzumaki." Karen said nothing and jumped back, noticing that one of the enemy's chains was too close to her. Hayuki rushed forward, through several kunai. The girl put out her hand and winced when the blades pierced the skin and peeked out from the back of her forearm. "It will heal before the wedding." The woman was on her right, the chain on her left. The bloody mask wrinkled into a smile. "We can even leave you as the head of the village," she whispered. Her tone and mocking words pierced Karen's entire being, causing her to tremble with rage. "Shut up," she hissed and slapped Hayuki with the shoes in her hands so hard that her head jerked and hit the wall. The girl jumped on the woman with all fours, like a cat, and began to hit. She hit with all her might, on the face, on the chest, on the arms, and on the stomach. Blood sprayed in all directions, abundantly watering the floor and the walls. "I grew this place like a flower, so that it would bloom and rejoice in the sun, and make everyone around happy. Not to become a weapon or a perverted monster in your hands." She swung again and shuddered, opening her mouth wide in an attempt to gulp air. Then she lowered her hand and touched the black metal rod, which pierced her back, came out through her stomach and stuck into the floor. Her body felt heavy, swollen with a dull pain that spread from her torso to her limbs. Falling to her knees, the girl turned her head and saw Sasuke next to her, looking at her with his brows furrowed in pain. "And so, the end has come for Karen." "Uzumaki," Hayuki whispered. Her bloody lips twitched in a grin. The woman raised a kunai over her head, but Sasuke intercepted her hand. "No. She is one of us. She will be the first to execute us if she gets the chance." If Uzumaki must die for your dream of a paradise for Uzumaki, then such a dream is worth nothing. Lower your weapon or I will have to knock you out. You have already lost too much blood. She will die anyway, the woman whispered, lowering her hand. You almost killed her. I did not hit the heart. She will pull through. Really, Karen. The corridor shook from the roar that rolled through it. The girl recognized this voice and shed a tear, feeling a hot love for its owner. Yugo! She exclaimed, crying. Run! Run away! You will be killed. But he appeared anyway, a boulder of muscle and orange hair, bristling with bone growths and nozzles, with blue lights trembling above them. His gaze fell on her, kneeling and pierced by the pin, and for a moment Karen saw in them pain and horror, before which even natural madness parted. No, his whisper in the silence of the corridor pierced her more than any roar. I will kill you. The air grew heavy. Hayuki and Sasuke stood shoulder to shoulder, facing him, like two ants in front of a huge stone. Get ready, the red-haired man said abruptly. With his legs wide apart, Yugo hunched over and spread his arms in front of him, as if trying to embrace an invisible ball. And then he straightened up abruptly, and the bone nozzles on his back exploded into a blindingly bright blue flame, throwing him forward. Karen closed her eyes, the hot air blew over her, the blood suddenly evaporated, Hayuki and Sasuke were thrown to the sides and driven into the walls, the pin broke with a ringing sound. Pain pierced her stomach, and then it suddenly became easier. When the girl opened her eyes, she found herself in the muscular arms of Yugo, who was running along the corridors, smashing walls and bulkheads, scattering the shinobi who got in his way. She touched his face with her palm and smiled. I love you, my savior. Then her hand slid down and came across a huge shard of ice stuck in his side. Oh gods! Yugo, you're hurt. It's nothing. It's nothing, the man smiled, but she saw the pain he was doing it through. The main thing is to get to fresh air. I so want to see the sky and the birds. A huge chain lashed out at his legs and they rolled head over heels on the floor together. Karen raised her head and saw open doors, behind which she could see snow-white tents and people having fun. She looked at Yugo, who was lying just a few steps behind her. He was barely moving, his back was covered in jagged wounds. He had taken many blows while they were running. Karen crawled towards him as hard as she could, but still, slowly. Bite me, she whispered, trembling. The man looked at her and crawled towards her. Sasuke's figure appeared behind him, clutching a katana in his hands. Karen looked into his eyes and shook her head from side to side in supplication. I am not touching Uzumaki, Sasuke said, raising his weapon over the fallen enemy. He, on the other hand. Karen extended her hand towards Yugo. He took her palm in his and, looking into her eyes, smiled. Live, my love. Holding back tears, Karen smiled. Sasuke suddenly lowered his katana. Yugo gasped for air and, frozen, slowly closed his eyes. His hand unclenched and Karen began to sob silently. 3. Sasuke returned home when it was already dark. Remembering that he was no longer alone, he quietly closed the door behind him and walked around the small 2-room apartment he had been renting for the past few days. I wonder if the girl had run away yet. Entering the kitchen, he admired the red and blue neon lights outside the window for a few moments, then turned on the light and put the bag of food on the table. He froze for a moment and smiled when he heard quiet, slow footsteps in the hallway. Having finished putting the food on the table, he turned around and looked at the girl, who was standing in the bright hallway, not knowing what to do with her hands. I brought food. Should I cook something for you? The girl didn't answer. Interestingly, there was no particular fear in her expression. Instead, she looked at him inquiringly, as if trying to figure out what kind of fruit he was. I was the same way myself when I first saw teacher Kakashi. Or don't you want to eat, Sarada? The girl shuddered when she heard her name and timidly entered the kitchen, sitting down at the table opposite Sasuke. I want to. Great. You know, when I was little, I was always happy when my mother came home from the store with bags of food. He smiled bitterly. The memory of what happened will always be vivid. Can I help? Of course. What do you want to eat? Ramen. And fatter. Smiling, he took off his wet jacket, threw it over the back of a chair, and began to cook. You reminded me of my best friend. He also likes ramen. Is he from Konoha too? Yes. How did you know? Well, you are Sasuke Uchiha. I immediately understood that by your aura. She lowered her eyes, as if feeling ashamed. But you are not that simple, are you? You can switch chakra to sensory mode, which means you can control the chakra itself. And you have something on your mind. I took ready-made eggs, he said, continuing to fiddle with the pot and noodles. Peel 4. Okay. They were silent for a while, each busy with their own business. Yes, my friend from Konoha. If you want, we can go there someday. If you want. I want to. Sasuke grinned and began chopping green onions. Then we will. Have you and your parents ever left Amigakure? Nope. Do you like it here? I don't know. I guess. It always rains here, but I heard that it doesn't happen everywhere. Is that true? True. There is a country in the south where it doesn't rain at all. Will we go there too? If you want. Just let's agree on one thing. He dusted off his hands and turned to the girl. You have to be honest with me until the end. Sarada peeled the last egg and looked at him with narrowed eyes. I didn't lie to you. Sasuke narrowed his eyes in response. During the day, I made inquiries about the people you called your parents. They are not husband and wife and they do not have children. I decided to give you a chance and mentioned them in our conversation to see your reaction. You could have at least made a sad face. The girl blushed, jumped up from her chair and ran into another room, leaving Sasuke standing in the middle of the kitchen alone with hissing water in a saucepan. Shit. Why don't they teach you how to communicate with children at the academy? After a while, he finished cooking and returned to the room with a tray in his hands. Putting it on the table in front of the TV, he looked at Sarada, who was lying on the couch, curled up with her face to the wall. He sighed, sat down in the armchair next to him, and turned on the TV. A group introducing itself as Otsutsuki Dream claimed responsibility for today's terrorist attack. Its leader made several loud statements, in particular, that Amigakure belongs to the land of fire. Representatives of the Fire Daimyo and the 6th Hokage called these comments lies and promised to make a statement on Monday. Sasuke switched the TV to another channel. Meanwhile, General Darui reported that the Cloud Army is ready to crush the resistance of any country that encroaches on the independence of Amigakure. According to our correspondents, the advance echelons of shinobi are already approaching the city. He changed the channel. There was some action movie on. At that moment, the main character was beating up a villain with a clawed paw instead of a hand in a room made of many mirrors. I was in a similar situation, he said, picking up a bowl of soup. I got it pretty bad then. Sarada sat on the couch and looked at him. I won't lie anymore. Sorry. Sasuke nodded his head in surprise. Then take your portion and let's pay tribute to our cooking. The girl smiled for the first time that day and began to eat. Tell me about a similar situation. Please. So, I went on one of my first missions to the land of waves. Having eaten to their fill, they collapsed on the couch. The final credits were playing on TV, the rain was pounding outside the window, in which the neon lights glowed in blurred spots, the muffled voices of the neighbors could be heard from somewhere above. Apart from the war that was about to break out, Sasuke felt surprisingly good. And he felt the dampness of the rain on his lips. A picture appeared before his eyes, a frail one-story ramen shop, the silhouette of black vans, the dim light of headlights and people carrying huge wooden boxes. The clone had done its job and cancelled itself. They still decided to go on the job before Sunday. Great. That way, Teacher Kakashi would have more time to react. He got up from the couch and went into the hallway to put on his shoes. Sarada ran out after him. Where are you going? I have something to settle, Sarada. There could be a war. And you want to stop it? Exactly, he paused, and then handed the girl a bundle of kunai. Here, take this. Just in case. You know how to use them, right? How do you know all this? You have the habits of a person who has been in all sorts of trouble since childhood. I'm very sorry. But, he smiled, this will not happen again. Barricade the door and do not open it to anyone. You know my chakra, I will open it slightly when I knock on the door. Mr. Sasuke, for the first time in a long time, Sarada looked scared. The young man stroked her unruly black hair. I'll be back. I promise, smiling at her once more, he pulled the hood over his head and left the apartment. Very soon his suspicions could be confirmed and Sasuke was not sure if this was for the good. Naruto, I hope you're okay. Naruto landed on the wall, all torn apart after his fight with Erasure, and thoughtfully touched his chin. He needed to catch his breath and think about his next steps, while a dozen of his clones jumped around the gigantic hall, trying to defeat the enemy. Erasure seemed invincible. His body stopped absorbing attacks, but instead became incorporeal, like Obito's body. He reveled in the fight, letting the clones' blows pass through him and bursting them with swings of the dagger he took from his belt. The clones were not wasted. With their help Naruto gathered information about the man's fighting style. Have you ever seen anything like this, Kurama? He looks like the death god that your father sealed a part of me into himself. This is a terrible creature, Naruto. He must not touch you under any circumstances. How is this possible? As far as I know, the death god's seal is my clan's technique, but in its case, the shinobi summons a god, not becomes one. Could this be the seal Erasure was talking about? The one that prevents him from dying? No. He said that the death god's seal only prevents him from dying until a certain time. He didn't mention the death god. Enemies can lie. I know. This is all just guesswork. One thing is clear to me, if this form was that cool, he would have used it from the very beginning. It has a limit. Maybe we just need to stall for Tim. Don't relax, Lord Naruto. Erasure suddenly flew through the clones who were trying to pounce on him in a crowd. He raised his hands to chest level and threw his head back. The air immediately became viscous and heavy. Blue sparks flashed between his fingers. Naruto activated Kurama's cloak and the man's palms emitted a roaring wave of angry, bright purple flame. Naruto found himself on the opposite wall of the hall in one movement, watching as the place where he had just been sitting flowed onto the floor as sparkling liquid metal. I'm in a tin can here. We can't go outside, they might see us and consider us an attack on the village. Innocent people might get hurt. On the other hand, this is also not in Arashi's interests. Let's try to lead him away from the tower. He closed his eyes, feeling the natural energy spilling around him, grabbed it like the edges of an infinitely spacious canvas, and shook it, sending waves of vibration in all directions. A moment later, response waves came from the people who were still in the tower. Naruto found a place where there was no one, jumped to the floor and, pushing off with all his might, crashed into the ceiling with a Rasengan. The metal squealed and slid apart and the young man, surrounded by clouds of dust, flew out into the corridor on the floor above. He continued moving and broke through the next partition with a madly spinning sphere, and then another and another. Just a little more, Kurama, and we will be able to roam freely. The next moment he heard an inhuman roar behind him and abruptly turned to the side, rolling on the floor. Stopping, he looked at the column of purple flame, which with a guttural growl ate through the floor and the ceiling, becoming wider and wider. Naruto exclaimed, crawling back like a beetle, froze, and the flame went out a few centimeters from his feet. Erasure flew out of the hole in the floor. The young man narrowed his eyes, feeling an entire ocean of natural energy inside him and flew with his foot right into his head. The man ducked, dodging the blow, his face distorted by a grin and then amazement, when an invisible force slammed him into the wall. The second blow followed a moment later. Naruto smashed the man's body through the wall and slammed him into the wall of another corridor. The enemy slid to the floor, rested his fist and one knee on it, raised his head, a mane of silver hair fell like a wet rag on his bloody face, and spat. He was vulnerable to attacks using natural energy. "Well, bastard, you're finished," the young man exclaimed and summoned a clone. Nodding to each other, they swung, and the next moment Arashi's hand lengthened and darted at him, covered in a ligature of black cursed symbols. Naruto barely managed to jump back. The 5 fingers crowned with long nails caught only air. The man bared his teeth with a bloody smile and rose to his feet, holding his clone by the throat with his other hand. "Have you already forgotten the lessons you were taught at the academy? It is not proper to introduce you to our mutual relatives without a proper education. Lesson 1: Never underestimate your opponent. Even if you've already defeated a god." He looked over his shoulder at the wall behind him and shouted into the empty air. "No, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more." "Who are you talking to?" Naruto took a few cautious steps back. "The one you'd rather never see, because that means certain death. Too bad you never had a father to tell you about." Naruto clenched his fists and scowled. Then he remembered Sakura and relaxed. "I'd be a bad Hokage if I let the enemy get the better of me that easily. My father would definitely not approve." Erasure looked at him searchingly and smirked. Lesson 2: Get the better of the enemy. Alright, Master Naruto. But what common relatives did he mean? I've already met the Uzumaki townspeople. I think lesson 3 will be don't let the enemy talk you into letting his clone sneak up on you, Naruto said and closed his eyes for a moment. Your clone killed one of mine 3 floors below and is now fighting another. I have some time. So, what is this device down there? Care to share? Why not? I wasn't lying when I said it was some kind of beacon. Only this beacon doesn't show the way to ordinary people. The picture in Naruto's head began to form. A beacon. The Uzumaki fleet, sailing from afar. Common relatives. So the legend is true? We'll find out soon enough. You're crazy. To spend so much time and the life of an Uzumaki for a dream that could be based on a lie. Let me clarify. I have circumstantial evidence that the legend is true, at least in part. Your father is one of them. You heard the old lady at the party. What old lady? Oh, so your clones haven't disappeared yet and you don't know. Hayuki is a good boy. But I'll be honest, Naruto, telling this story in the middle of the hallway isn't very comfortable. I know you want to stall for time in the hopes that my contract with the God of Death will expire. And, am I right? Erasure smiled and threw the clone he was holding by the throat at him. Naruto waved him off, and the man had already appeared next to him and lunged at him from below, trying to grab him by the chest with his disgusting translucent paw. The boy allowed himself to fall backwards, swung his leg, and an invisible force slammed Erasure into the ceiling. He quickly formed seals with his palm, and the metal sheets on the ceiling turned red, white, melted, twisted into sharp spirals, all in an instant, and shot darts at Naruto. The boy clapped his hands, strengthening Kurama's cover. The blow shook his entire body. He felt the sharpness of the red-hot spikes even through his defense. Having broken through several floors, he summoned 2 more clones in anticipation of the next attack. Erasure jumped down to him, dressed in a blue tracksuit, torn in many places. His hair returned to its former yellow color. Naruto met him as soon as his feet touched the floor, and dug into his chest with Rasengan. The air howled, the metal sheets screeched as if glass had rolled over them. Erasure doubled over, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, and the blow sent the man flying to the very end of the corridor, where he crashed into the wall with a bang. Naruto was there in one movement and didn't let him fall to the floor. He grabbed Erasure by the lapels and stared into his eyes, looking for at least some hint of remorse and kindness. No, there was only self-confidence and stubbornness in those eyes. How similar you are to Mom and Obito. And to me, for that matter. What are you hoping for? He asked sadly. You won't defeat me, no matter how many seals they stuff you with. I was waiting for you to ask me, to tell me about the fourth lesson. Always have a backup plan ready. What are you talking about? See for yourself. Hanging on his hands, Erasure took a small translucent ball out of his pocket. Show me the prisoners. Naruto's heart sank as he saw Uncle Takashi and Aunt Nemui sitting, chained to the chair. He then looked at the man. You're lying. What difference does it make? The very thought of what if he's not lying will still haunt you. I see what kind of fruit you are. You can't let children be left without parents. You'll save everyone. So why not do it now? Naruto thought. Erasure was coming to his senses, his wounds were healing before his eyes, and he could still feel the tight ball of chakra inside him. He wouldn't back down, and eventually we would destroy the entire tower. Father would have tried to avoid that and not involve innocent people. The young man unclenched his fists, letting Erasure fall freely to the floor. Okay. I surrender. A wise choice, the man said and relaxed a little. The ball of chakra loosened slightly. And now? Naruto quickly pulled his father's kunai out of the pouch on his belt, swung it briefly, and threw it at the enemy. Erasure turned his head to the side with an exclamation, letting the maple-shaped blade pass by him, and his lips began to slowly stretch into a smile. But the young man didn't care about that. Time slowed down, and for the first time in his life, he felt the presence and location of his father's seal in space. She shone like a star in a faded three-dimensional space. The formula of the technique flashed in his memory, and Naruto reached out with all his being to this guiding star. And he almost reached it when he felt it slipping away from him and rapidly losing its brightness until it went out completely. Shit. Remaining in place, he punched the wall in rage from failure. Then he sighed and tried to relax. I almost succeeded. The next attempt will be successful. Erasure looked at him in surprise, then picked up his father's kunai and hid it in his bosom. Good try, Master Naruto. The lessons did you good. Mokutan branches suddenly emerged from his hand, tightly swaddling Naruto's arms and legs. Now relax and enjoy. When I open the way for our people here, you will be in the front row. 2. Sakura climbed out onto the shore, turned to the tower, which towered over her like a giant dagger, and coughed, spitting out warm, mud-smelling water. Pa jumped down onto the soft grass. I'll give the message to the Hatake boy, he croaked. We'll try to make it with reinforcements by lunch. Good luck. And he disappeared under the water, leaving the girl alone with the night. The sky was clear, a huge moon disk hung like a saucer over the horizon, reflected in the sea, barely visible from here. From behind the tower, the voices of the rare guests who had remained for the Depasna feast could still be heard. She thought about Naruto, about Karen, who were left inside completely alone against Erasure and his people, and she felt her hands tremble. It had been a long time since she had to be alone against everyone. Even when she had to fight an army of Sasori's puppets, she had Chio. Have you decided to give up, my dear? As soon as something goes wrong and there is no comrade nearby, you immediately run away? Suddenly flashed in her brain. And what about Naruto and Karen, and Yugo, and all the innocents in the tower? They are counting on you, just like you counted on them. So pull yourself together, Shinobi, and do the job. She forced her hands not to shake and clenched her fists. Naruto and Karen are not dead. I am not dead. We have the strength to win. But there is no time to waste. We need to notify Takashi and the other leaders of Whirlpool so that they hide or take the people away. Having made a decision, Sakura tore a black rag from her pant leg, tied her hair with it as best she could, and, squelching her sneakers, ran towards Takashi's mansion. Thank the gods, there were no people on the streets at all, not counting the shinobi in Uzumaki uniforms. She didn't even think about revealing herself to them. The risk that one of them was working for Erasure was too high. Several shinobi were on duty at Takashi's mansion. One stood below, leaning on the railing on the porch of the house. Two more stood on the roof and talked about something, their backs turned to her. Sakura crept silently to the end of the house, turned her head, making sure that no one was watching, ran up the wall, jumped, pulled herself up on the ledge and, swinging, flew out onto the roof. The guards turned to her, opened their mouths and grabbed their necks when she touched them with her finger and cut their vocal cords. Sakura deflected several blows with her fists and feet, slid between the two men, ran her palms along their shoulders, the shinobi's arms hung limply, and with her last movement slashed the chakra lance across the bend of both their knees. The shinobi lost their balance, and the girl had to pick them both up and carefully lay them on the roof so as not to attract the attention of strangers with unnecessary sounds. There was a hatch with a fire escape on the roof of the mansion, something she and Naruto had discovered on their first day inspecting the house for bugs. Getting inside was a simple matter. Sakura stepped quietly onto the carpet in the hallway and froze for a moment. It had been a pleasure to be here not long ago. It seemed like this had happened in some other life, where she and Naruto had chatted and joked between learning new seals. Pull yourself together. Sakura crept down the dimly lit hallway towards Lord Takashi and Lady Nemui's bedroom, praying with all her might that they were home. Opening the door, she peered inside. It was dark, the beds were made. Crap. Okay, maybe the nursery? The girl opened the nursery door a crack, walked inside and closed it behind her, looking at the red-haired girl who was playing a board game with Takashi's children. The girl was wearing a vest with the maelstrom symbol. "Oh, hi Aunt Sakura," the younger girl exclaimed. "Will you play with us?" Of course, Sakura walked up to the table and sat down on an empty chair. "Where are your parents?" "They went to visit Master Erasure." The shinobi girl took a wooden figurine from the table and brought it to her eyes. It was an ordinary soldier. "I advise you to stay, Sakura. Let's wait until the party is over together." "I can't." Sakura shook her head and was about to get up when the red-haired shinobi grabbed her palm. "I beg you. Think about your friends." Sakura smiled. Takashi and Nemui were hostages in the tower, that's clear. Their children too. The ruins of Konoha after Pain's invasion flashed before her eyes. No. No. The girl touched the pad of her index finger to her interlocutor's palm, and with a quiet, drawn-out groan, she laid her head on the table and fell asleep. The children fell silent, shifting their frightened glances from her to Sakura and back. "Is she okay?" "What's her name?" "Anuki." "Aunt Anuki is just tired. Do you want me to show you something interesting?" "We want to see Mom and Dad. They're not here yet, but, do you want me to give them back to you?" The children nodded their heads in unison. "Then let's do it this way. I'll go get your parents, and you hide. Are there any secret places here?" "In the kitchen, behind the refrigerator." "Great. Let's go quickly." They quietly went downstairs. Sakura held her breath, moving ahead. Who knows who else could be in the house, besides Anuki? And besides, she entrusted the protection of these children to herself. Nothing should happen to them. Luckily, there was not a soul in the rest of the house. There was silence in the kitchen, broken only by the occasional dripping sound from the sink tap. The girl pointed questioningly at the refrigerator. The boy nodded. Sakura grabbed the refrigerator with both hands, lifted it off the ground. A strange cracking and creaking sound was heard and set it aside, revealing a door in the wall. "There was a button on the wall to move the fridge to the side," the girl said. Sakura let out a silent gasp and turned pink. "I'll buy you a new one." "Is there a button for the door?" "Yeah. Right now." The guy went to the wall, and the girl bit the skin on her finger and touched the floor with it. Summoning. There was a pop, the children jumped in unison, and a miniature copy of Katsui appeared in the clouds of steam. What is this?" "Well, it looks cool to me. This is Katsui, my friend. She will stay with you in the cache for protection and communication. Here, look, Sakura pointed to a small slug that had molded itself from the tail of its fellow and was climbing onto her shoulder. There will be a connection between them, like between phones. If anything happens, just tell Katsui, and help will come. Got it? Then everyone inside. She waited until the children and Katsui had settled into the small closet, then patted each of them on the head. Hold on. I'll be back soon. Closing the door, the boy tugged at her sleeve. Aunt Sakura. Will you bring them back? Of course, Sakura said and smiled. The boy nodded and locked the door from the inside. Putting the refrigerator back in place, the girl wiped her face with her palm and put her hands on her hips, thinking about what to do next. What to do? It was time to go back. And, not alone. She patted Katsui, who was sitting on her shoulder, and darted like a silent shadow to the fire escape above. 3. Hey, guys, 2 more vans, and that's it, shouted a woman with long red hair. Careful, dumbass, don't damage the container. Jin, I want you to fire this idiot later. Okay, Jin nodded and adjusted the hood on his unruly black hair. The rain was pouring down, flickering in the rays of the neon signs. Chief, when are we going to get paid? When we deliver the goods to the maelstrom. Hey, idiots, get a move on. The Alliance troops will be here by morning, so we need to finish up and get out of here as fast as possible. They say there are already traffic jams leaving the city, so hurry up. Chief, Jin took the box from the hands of one of his comrades, passed it to another in the line. Why does the maelstrom need this cargo anyway? It's none of your business, Jin. You're paid to do your job and keep quiet. You don't want the Red Widow to come visit, do you? Jin chuckled. The red-haired woman came closer to him and leaned down to look into his face. Wait a minute, she whispered. You're not Jin, are you? The boy raised his head and glared at her with his Sharingan. Are you involved in the murders in AIM? Us? And the terrorist attack? A contract for the Otsutsuki dream. Why do you need this? The woman's mouth opened, the muscles in her face twitching. Impressive willpower. So much chakra. Definitely an Uzumaki. Get your paws off her, you bastard. The male roar next to his ear nearly deafened Sasuke. His gaze darted to the side, catching sight of a sword blade hurtling towards him. The boy leaned forward on one leg, hitting the woman in the face with his forehead and letting the blade pass over him, and kicked his opponent from behind with his other leg. The red-haired man growled. Everyone to fight. Well, fuck you. One of the workers exclaimed and rushed away. The rest followed him, leaving only Sasuke and the 2 Uzumaki at the vans. The man is a censor, the woman most likely has chains, like Karen. The woman, to neutralize. The man, to talk. The wet gravel beneath him was covered with a black hexagram and the boy soared into the air. Kunai whistled. The woman parried them with blindingly white chains growing from her back. A bright light turned night into day. The man dodged, threw his kunai at Sasuke and made a seal. Blue lightning sparkled between the kunai with a screech, creating a semblance of a sharp sieve. Sasuke chuckled and knocked the steel skeleton aside with a raten-coated katana. Then he threw the weapon at the man, who dodged it. The katana sank into the ground. Gotcha. Kaya, lightning, the man exclaimed. Up. Both men jumped as the ground exploded into a field of screeching lightning. Sasuke pushed off the ground with Susanu's momentary purple paw, changing his trajectory and meeting the man in midair, pinning his legs to the ramen wall with his other paw. The man screamed in pain. A blinding light flooding through him, and Sasuke winced as the impact of the chain sent him flying, covered in Susanu's ribcage, into the garage next to the diner. He crashed through the gate and into another self-propelled cart, sending jets of steam howling into the air. Kaya, I think that was her name, flew toward him with a whoop, pushing off the sparkling gravel with 2 chains like hands and lashing out with the other 2. A chunk of chakra rib flew off. Wow, Sasuke said, standing on Susanu's arm a step behind the woman. Impressive. The woman turned around, looked at him in amazement, then looked at Sasuke, lying in the garage. A moment later, he flew away like a flock of crows. Let's continue. Why do you need all this murder and terrorism? To distract you, from Badavaro, she twitched, clicked her jaw. There was an unpleasant smacking sound. Sasuke grabbed her chin with his palm, but it was too late. The woman moaned with a smile, blood flowed from her lips. Then she spat and the blood got on the bag that contained his diary. No. He grabbed the strap, then looked menacingly at Kaya. The woman winked at him and he suppressed the desire to invade and disembowel her mind. No. There is neither sense nor compassion in this. Brother would not approve of this. I am not like that. He swaddled a woman and a man to deliver them to the Konoha embassy. He already knew everything he wanted. Amigakure was a decoy for everyone's eyes, while everything important was happening in Maelstrom. This war would be built on lies. He remembered Shikamaru's last words and adjusted his hood. The Uchiha clan often started wars. It was time to learn how to stop them. Arashi's men roughly sat Naruto down on a chair in Arashi's office and left. The young man cracked his neck and turned to face the morning sky and the sea outside the huge panoramic window. A new day promised hope. Well, Mr. Naruto, we can finally talk face to face in my office. Erasure entered the room and closed the door behind him. The lock quietly clicked. The man, wet from water, full of bruises and abrasions, stood next to the young man and looked out the window. We could have made this easier by accepting Hayuki's request at night. Then we would not have found out anything about your plans. And we would have slept soundly. Or maybe even in the company of your girlfriend. Naruto felt his heart pounding loudly. Blood rushed to his cheeks. No, he cannot let him understand how much his words can hurt. Sakura managed to leave, send a message and hide. To be honest, I don't want to kill you at all. You are a valuable exhibit. Lady Sakura, on the other hand, is replaceable. Naruto gritted his teeth. You will not succeed in angering me. Just like Lady Karen and her boyfriend. Poor Yugo. What about them? The young man could not resist, looking up at Erasure. The man's bruised and swollen face did not reflect any emotion. He nodded towards the window. A beautiful view. A new day always promises hope, Lord Naruto. What about them? Erasure sat down at the table opposite and leaned back in his chair. Then he waved his hand around the office. How do you like my collections? The Uzumaki Legendarium in its entirety, the black books of forbidden seals, the carpet that was rumored to have covered the captain's cabin on one of the ships on which our people sailed here, maps of the world. Naruto did not answer, continuing to drill him with his gaze. Mokutan squeezed his chest and he could feel kurama raging inside him. The natural energy was still there, but Hayuki, who had met him behind the office, had placed a seal on him, one of those that he and Sakura had not had time to study, and now using the energy was akin to walking chest deep in water. Who cares? Now. He needed to find out about Arashi's real plans, and find out where Uncle Takashi and Aunt Nemui were hiding. And by time. Master Kakashi had long since lost the ability to teleport, so help would have to wait. By the way, I never got a chance to say thank you on behalf of the clan. Erasure ran his hand through his thick head of hair. If it weren't for you, we would all be sleeping in Otsutsuki cocoons. Isn't that what you wanted? Of course not. Ah, I get it, you met people from the Otsutsuki dream. Useful idiots. They believed that we were building a machine to simulate the dream, played their role, and would disappear in time. How many more have you deceived in pursuit of a dream? The city council, some daimyo who agreed to transfer some of Amigakure's technology in exchange for future benefits, useful people in Konoha. Finally, I had to bribe some shinobi from AIM. Without them, it would have been difficult to organize the chaos. What does Amigakure have to do with it? So you don't know? It's good that you have Mokuton and the 5 elements seal on you. I wouldn't want you to get upset and destroy the entire tower. What does Amigakure have to do with it? We staged a series of murders near posters with your face, Naruto. Oh, don't give me those looks, they make me feel uneasy. We killed shinobi from each of the great countries so that everyone would think of everyone and suspect everyone, but first and foremost, Konoha. No matter how you look at it, the Land of Fire is home to 2 of the most powerful people in the world, and in the event of a war, at least the allied forces of the other 4 countries would be needed to contain you. I will destroy you, Naruto hissed. The faces of Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, Jiraiya flashed before his eyes. I gave them my word. That's not all. Savoring the words, Erashur put his hands behind his head and looked at the curved ceiling. Yesterday, Son Otsutsuki blew up the building where your ambassadors wanted to open the road to aim for everyone. The 5th Great Shinobi War is already on the doorstep, Lord Naruto, and no one can stop it. In the meantime, under the noise, I will complete the construction of the lighthouse and open the way for my people. Naruto lowered his head, trying to contain the raging emotions. Anger clouded his vision, pain crushed his chest, rage was ready to flow from his eyes. He wanted to die. He groaned, and at that moment, sparks seemed to flare up in his head. He saw Sakura in an elegant black dress, Erashur performing, the old lady telling him about her father, the dance with Hayuki, the girls' restroom, the kiss. The pain receded, replaced by other feelings. Naruto touched his lips with his fingers, still feeling Sakura's lips on them. A persistent, single thought began to beat in his head. She kissed me back. Why? What? Naruto glanced at Erashur and realized he had asked the question out loud. He barely kept from smiling, replaying the toilet scene in his head over and over again. Why did you let me live? Oh, that. In case something went wrong. It was time to tell the rest of the legend of the Manas and the shoe. When the Uzumaki defeated the Manas, they enslaved them. Reveling in their freedom, over time they became more and more like their oppressors. They adopted their traditions and habits, including their bad habits. You see, Mr. Naruto, I'm not trying to justify them or glorify them. In the history of any people, one can find flaws. At some point, the Uzumaki civilization reached a level where slavery was no longer necessary. A descendant of the nameless hero gave the order to get rid of the manes, literally. A wave of executions swept across the continent and, according to eyewitnesses, the wails of the mothers shook the sky itself. The manes were exterminated, all but one. Before her death, the desperate mother placed the baby in a basket and gave him over to the will of the sea waves and currents. The basket with the baby washed up on the coast of the Land of Fire, Naruto whispered. Did you know? I read my father's notes. Very curious. Do you have them with you? No. Too bad. I would like to read about your father's life. But let's not talk about the dead anymore. Where were we? Oh, right. When the manes were finished, the Uzumaki realized that one continent was not enough for them. They were overcome by curiosity and a thirst for conquest. They built a great fleet and sent it to all corners of the world. Of course, many ships could not withstand the harsh ocean waters, but several still landed on those islands. Erashur jabbed his thumb behind himself. Where the islands in the sea could be seen through the window. The warlike ardor quickly faded when the Uzumaki encountered the Senju. Hashirama and Madara were too tough for them, and an alliance seemed the only way to survive in the new world. At some point, the Uzumaki realized that going back was pointless suicide, and so they chose to forget about the past and live in the present. The new generations born from the interbreeding of Uzumaki and Senju knew little about the history of their parents and ancestors. But I'm talking too much, Lord Naruto. The point is this, I don't know what these Uzumaki I'm going to bring here with the help of the lighthouse are really like. I am, forgive me for bragging, a passionate dreamer, but not an idiot. I would not want the Uzumaki to start a massacre the first second they arrive here. I do not know how strong they are. That is why I need a guarantor of safety, such as you and Sasuke Uchiha. So you lured us here? Was it worth killing the Uzumaki for this? Erasure hesitated and Naruto caught this uncertainty in his gaze. Maybe not all is lost? Kao's death was an accident. That idiot Shiba decided that he would tell about what he saw downstairs and disrupt the plans of son Otsutsuki. Killing that idiot was a great pleasure. I took the mokuton you are wearing from him. A useful thing, albeit temporary. He did to Shiba the same thing as to me downstairs. Absorbed the attack and reproduced. But what kind of ability is this innate or? How many seals are placed on you, Erasure? He asked, casually. The man smiled, pleased as a cat, and brought his fingers together. 3. But you won't be able to check whether I'm lying or not. You'll have to be content with this. But you're a good boy. I wish I could say the same about you. What kind of Uzumaki are you if you sacrifice your brothers? Kao's death is not on my conscience, Erasure quickly replied, steepling his fingers. I already told you. But you could have just come to me, told me about your plan, asked for help. Who knows, maybe I would have even agreed. Instead, you started a war and killed Uzumaki. Maybe Sasuke was right. Maybe there's nothing Uzumaki about you. The man jumped up from the table, resting his whitened knuckles on the surface. I'm more of an Uzumaki than any of these worthless idiots. He barked. Your presence here is a mere coincidence. Who knew that idiot would decide to kill Kao and attract Konoha's attention? I had to rework the plan to include you. Are you satisfied? Naruto nodded, looking at his heavily breathing interlocutor. Enough of that, he said abruptly, and, putting his hands behind his back, he went to the window, where a new day was breaking. The Uzumaki will finally do what they sent the ancient fleets to all corners of the world for. They will become the rulers of the world with my help. I will soon perish, yes, but my name will live forever. 2. A storm was raging over Amigakure. The sounds of buildings were barely visible through the wall of rain, gusts of wind knocked people off their feet, and water mercilessly lashed their faces. Sasuke fought his way through the noisy human rivers, heading to his house, where Sarada was supposed to be waiting for him, and trying to ignore the constant alarming hell of sirens hanging over the city. According to Izumo, about a third of the city's inhabitants were trying to flee the city. Rumors of the armies of the 4 countries, which were about to approach AIM, meant a likely war. A bird flew in from Konoha, with a message: the advance units of the shinobi of the Land of Fire had not yet crossed the border. A letter from Gaara also arrived. Temari's brother wrote that the army of the sand would not enter the battle without making sure that the words of the terrorists from the Otsutsuki dream were true. Sasuke chuckled, considering how sand needed territories with water and fertile soil. This terrorist attack was an excellent reason to lay claim to part of the rain. The red-haired demon deserved respect. The main problem was the other 3 countries. The Raikage had never been known for his meekness, for Inoki. Amigakure was a tasty morsel of business. Kirigakure's motives were unclear. Sasuke had sensed Terumi's dangerous nature back at the Kage summit. But the fact that their shinobi would feel at home in a country full of water was an obvious advantage that could play an important role. Move aside, thundered over his ear, and Sasuke barely jumped out from under the wheels of a cart on which about a dozen people were riding. Several more followed. People on foot screamed, trying to jump onto the carts. The people on top pushed them down. A crush began. The young man couldn't stand it any longer, used chakra, and with the help of Shunshin found himself on the steps of his house. It was dangerous to move along the walls and roofs. AIM was full of shinobi from the delegations of the 5 countries, and there was great tension between them all. No one trusted anyone, and any wrong move could provoke a massacre. Sasuke entered the apartment, closed the door behind him and threw off his soaking wet heavy cloak. Sarada ran out of the room, picked up the cloak and carried it to the bathroom. The sound of water being squeezed out came from there. The young man chuckled and turned on the light in the kitchen, putting his bag on the table. He opened it and with his hands numb from the cold took out a bloody diary. And, sighing heavily, he sank into a chair. As he feared, most of the sheets were soaked in blood, washing away the lines he had written. What happened? Are you hurt? The girl ran up to him, touched his palms. She was wearing black wide pants and a dark blue blouse. Comfortable and practical, and wouldn't give away the shinobi in it. Sasuke had bought them yesterday, when he was making inquiries about the family of the orphan and the famous thief. No, this is someone else's blood. The young man turned the pages in confusion. Thoughts erased by rain and blood. Your diary. Yes. It's my own fault. I shouldn't have taken it with me. I was afraid that old habits would kick in and you would steal him. I'm sorry. Sarada sat down on the chair opposite and they were silent, listening to the rustle and drumbeat of the rain outside the windows. But you know, these thoughts, they are not lost. They are all in your head. Sasuke grinned and looked up from the book. There was reason in the girl's words. Have you had breakfast? Yeah. And I made you some. The girl moved a bowl of scrambled eggs towards him. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. He began to eat, listening to the muttering of the TV coming from the other room. Will there be a war? There was well-hidden fear in Sarada's voice. He shook his head negatively, then clenched and unclenched his fist, looked at the calluses decorating his palm. Naruto and Sakura on a mission in the maelstrom. So, the enemy's plans have already been disrupted. All that remains for me is to prevent the armies of 5 countries from clashing. And there is no easier way than to unite the enemy against one person. Sasuke leaned back in his chair and, covering his face with his hand, laughed. Is everything okay? There were notes of fear in the girl's voice. History repeats itself, Sarada. Once I wanted to do the same thing as I am going to do now. Become everyone's enemy. Unite humanity against myself. Accept everyone's hatred. You wanted to sacrifice yourself for the sake of peace, the girl shrugged, crossing her arms over her chest. The fear in her voice was gone. It is not for me to judge you. But I was wrong. Then, 3 years ago, my idea was doomed to failure. Sasuke put the last piece of scrambled eggs in his mouth, got up from the table and bowed to the girl. It was very tasty. Wait for me, okay? I will. Smiling briefly, the young man left his weapon and bag on the table, tightened his belt on his pants, and, opening the window, jumped out into the pouring rain. But I'm different now. Everything will work out now. 3. An hour passed. The door to Arashi's office opened and Hayuki walked in with a tray full of food. She kissed the man and placed the tray on the table. Is Karen okay? Naruto asked at random. She's resting in the medical bay. We're not that easy to kill. What about Sakura? The woman looked at Arashir, who was sitting in a chair. He nodded. I'm also curious. Nothing yet. Maybe the girl just ran away. The patrols are still searching. Let me know if you find anything. Sure, dear. Then go to the medical bay and bite Karen. Her body heals wounds. When the woman left, closing the door behind her, Arashir stood up, took a huge grape from the tray, put it in his mouth, and then walked over to Naruto and sat on the edge of the table next to them. Want to tell me something? Naruto looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He had spent the last hour trying to feel the seal on his father's dagger in space. Arashir threw the weapon on the shelf where the other exhibits from his collection lay. The man leaned towards it and said crisply, I hate my subordinates. All my life they looked down on me, despised me because of the color of my hair. Yellow-haired demon, damned man, slave brat. My abilities and immortality left them no choice but complete obedience, but I knew that without them, my brothers would have torn me apart immediately. Torn apart only because I resembled one of those slave owners from legend. The very thought of this ridiculous prejudice causes me a rage comparable only to the heat of the sun. Because I am better than my brothers. I am smarter, stronger, more persistent and will soon achieve what they cannot. Hayuki, perhaps, is the only exception. She always believed in me. Naruto sighed. So that's the thing. I feel sorry for you. Why? According to legend, the Uzumaki can destroy or enslave all the people dear and close to you. You should hate me like everyone else. You are a talented man, Erasure. I'm sorry that you waste these talents on revenge for the ridicule and contempt of your comrades. Instead, you could do so much good for the benefit of the inhabitants of these lands. Even what you do for the sake of Whirlpool is already a reason to be proud. Isn't that enough for you? I don't consider myself a worthy person, the man whispered and, crossing his arms over his chest, walked back and forth across the office. Only a few days left to wait, Master Naruto. The last parts for the safe activation of the generator will arrive and there will be a lot of us. In the meantime, it's time for me to read another report from Amigakure. The 5th Shinobi War is about to begin and I don't want to miss any details. 4. Despite the rumors spread by the Cloud Daimyo and his mongrels, the 4th Reikage had no intention of retiring. The end of the Great War had left him very depressed. It seemed that nothing could compare to the drive and tension he had experienced in the battles against the Uchiha. The events in AIM had rekindled the embers of ardor in his heart that had begun to die out, and now, in a spacious canvas tent, he was holding a council to which he had invited ambassadors from rock, mist, and sand. When we take AIM, the city must be divided equally between all the great countries, Kuratsuchi said, throwing her feet up on the table. That was my grandfather's condition. No one is going to bite off a bigger piece, the Reikage grumbled. We will even give an equal share to the sand, even though their leaders did not show up for the council, which is strange in itself. Are they in cahoots with the leaf? Come on, Reikage, said Suigetsu, sitting on the table and picking at his sharp teeth with a toothpick. The huge sword that once belonged to Zabuza rested on his lap. You don't believe that Konoha carried out the terrorist attack? They are not that stupid. Hatake Kakashi. I know that he is a worthy man. And yet, he does not rule the country. The daimyo does. No one knows what his plans are, but we know for sure that everyone wants Amigakure for themselves. So much technology left by Hanzo and multiplied by pain could bring a real revolution to the world. My wife is happy with what we already have, Suigetsu scratched his ear with a toothpick. But we can't ignore the attack. Once we take the city, we need to comb every meter. The evidence could lead us to the real masterminds. The Reikage winced as the rain stopped pounding the canvas roof. A deafening silence fell. Everyone present looked up at the ceiling, and a moment later the ground shook, throwing them all into the air. Landing on his feet, the man stepped forward, roared as he activated his right ton armor and used the edge of his palm to cut the wall of the tent in half, revealing Amigakure. Darui stood next to him and threw his head back. Oh, shit, he whispered. Amigakure was covered by the shadow of a giant warrior in purple armor, who was kneeling on one knee, his white katana blade slung over his shoulder. He slowly straightened up, raised his leg and stepped over the city. The ground shook again, then a deafening roar was heard. The warrior waved his katana in front of him, driving away the clouds that hid his head and shoulders with a low hum. The Reikage covered his face with his hand and squinted, looking at the clear blue sky and bright sun that had opened up. The giant warrior leaned forward and blocked the blinding disk with his helmeted head. Two glowing purple eyes stared at the man. Susanoo, the man growled. The terrorist didn't lie. The explosion and the murders were the work of Konoha. Darui, signal for all to assemble. We're moving out. Kuratsuchi, tell your old man we're moving out and requesting fire support. Yes, Darui looked at him. Are you sure? You dare to ask? Do it. Madara's tricks didn't scare me, and neither will this brat's antics. I almost broke his back once. It's time to finish what I started. You'll have to forgive me, of course, but Sasuke has become 100 times stronger since the moment you met, Suigetsu threw his sword over his back and trotted away. Good luck. The fog will provide you with all possible support. The army began to stir. The vanguard, 5,000 shinobi, lined up in battle formation. Enveloped in furiously blazing yellow lightning, the Reikage ran in front of them, peering into their faces. Fear, uncertainty, panic. Bad. Too bad B is not here. Don't piss yourself, brothers. He roared, his voice, amplified by chakra, rolling over the ranks like thunder. We fought against a more formidable enemy once. We fought as one, stood firm, and won. Because no one took a step back. Now there is only one enemy against us, and he can be defeated. Darui, command the attack. Darui clapped his hands. The air around them trembled, filled with a blue glow, and emitted 100 blinding laser beams. The beams rushed towards Susanoo, past him, and the purple surface began to swell like mushrooms of explosions. That's it. Follow me. The Reikage yelled and, pumping himself with chakra, soared into the sky like a golden comet. The giant warrior took another step, placing himself between the army of Cloud and Amigakure, and then raised his weapon above himself and plunged it into the ground. There was a deafening screech. The Reikage turned around and saw how the seismic wave threw his army back. Shit. With a wide, smooth movement of the blade, Susanoo cut the ground in front of him, creating a long and deep arc between the army and the city, into which the lake water immediately began to pour. The Reikage landed on the edge of the new plateau and looked around at the wide waterfall several hundred meters in front of him. Then he looked up at the giant warrior. Leaving the katana sticking out of the ground, he straightened up, crossed his arms over his chest and froze, as if waiting. Damn you, the man muttered through clenched teeth. The new crevice, several kilometers long, was too wide for a jump. He would have to go around it on foot. Hello, Reikage, came from the side and the man instantly turned his whole body towards the voice. Raitun, the armor filled with whiteness. Sasuke Uchiha stood 10 steps away from him, his arms crossed over his chest. His face had the same arrogant expression as back then, at the Kage summit. How do you like my technique? If you're here, then who controls Susanoo? The Reikage growled. Now I can do it remotely. The impudent man snapped his fingers and 2 chairs made of purple chakra shreds appeared between them. What do you need? I need a little time. Someone really wants to make us all quarrel, and it would be better if we all calmed down. There's nothing to discuss here. Konoha caused all this mess. You want aim for yourself. That's not true. Reikage, you don't have the power to do anything right now. All you have at your disposal at this point are words. I can summon a second Susanoo. The Reikage growled. The brat Uchiha was right. The advance guard won't be able to handle Susanoo. The rest of the army will arrive in a few hours. Then the conversation will be different. Okay, the man muttered and, turning off the Raitun armor, sat down on a chair. Even in diplomacy, strength decides everything. What do you want? Now I want to talk, and Sasuke sat down opposite. Sasuke washed himself in the toilet. He splashed water on his face, blinked, snorted. His head was still ringing from the fight with the damned Uzumaki. Uzumaki, no, with the son of the damned Mana. The descendant of those who kept my people under the thumb of slavery and humiliation. The same nonentity as Erasure. At the thought of Erasure, his mood worsened, if that was even possible. He looked at himself in the cloudy mirror and grimaced. There were enough shinobi in the clan who deserved to lead the clan more than the yellow-haired demon. More honest, smarter, simply better. Take the same unfortunate Karen, who had the misfortune to fall in love with this monster. Sasuke listened to himself. Yes, he felt sorry for her. It was good that he was there in time, not letting Hayuki deliver the fatal blow. Yes, Karen was smarter and more decent than Erasure. More talented, even. All she needed was to die at the hands of Namikaze and be brought back to life by an unknown Uzumaki. He splashed water on his face, coughed, and looked at himself in the mirror again. and saw another person in it, who froze a step behind. Sasuke tried to turn around sharply, but the man, a shinobi, obviously touched his shoulder, and his arms hung, no longer obeying him. Then his legs gave out and he began to fall. On the way to the floor, he hit the back of his head on the sink and screamed. The man caught him, pulled him away, and leaned him against himself. Then he squatted down and took off the black bandage from his head. Dirty pink hair glinted in the dim light of the lamps. Sasuke winced, recognizing the girl. Oh, shit. You'll have his pants full if you don't answer a few simple questions. The man looked into Sakura's serious eyes, thinking about his next words. 2. Sakura wasn't sure that the tunnel she and Naruto had passed through wouldn't be found and searched thoroughly. And so she was glad that she hadn't hesitated in her decision to go to the rescue when she heard voices coming from where they had been crawling just recently. To the right was a tunnel sleeve that led to the first floor, and the girl had climbed into it just a minute before the search party would have found her. There were practically no people in the tower corridors. She would put the rare people she encountered to sleep and drag them into dark corners or empty, unfinished rooms. And then she saw Sasuke, who was wandering along a deserted corridor, pressing his palm to his forehead and muttering something under his breath. She crept after him into the toilet. Sasuke winced, recognizing her. Good, his cognitive functions were in place. He'll perceive threats better. Oh, shit. You'll have his pants full if you don't answer a few simple questions. He was silent for a few seconds, and Sakura barely kept herself from smiling. The man's face showed a storm of thought. Fuck you. Wrong answer. She touched his throat with her index finger, turning off his vocal cords. Then she poked her thumb into the sore spot, sending an electric shock throughout his body. Sasuke's mouth opened wide, his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Sakura winced. She was disgusted by what she was doing, but her love for Naruto was stronger. She would not let anyone hurt him, or Karen, or the parents of the unfortunate children. Love for Naruto? This unexpected thought would have occupied her for many days another time, but finding out where the prisoners were being held was above all else. And she did not have time for long questions. She took her thumb away from the sore spot and looked questioningly at Sasuke. His gaze expressed everything he thought of her. Sakura wiped her wet, dirty forehead with the back of her hand and blew her bangs out of her eyes. Okay. At least 5 minutes of torture passed before Sasuke gave in and she gave him his voice back. What did you do to them? With whom? The girl or her boyfriend? I don't understand. They have different fates. The man couldn't help but smile. Sakura raised her thumb over the pain point and stopped a centimeter from it. Okay. Karen is in the medical bay on the 5th floor. Takashi and his wife, in Hayuki's office, under guard. That's the 20th floor. And Naruto and Yugo? Dead. Sakura's heart sank. I don't believe you. That's your business. I saw their corpses myself. Sakura began to tremble. No, this can't be. It can't be. It can't be. At that moment, a waterfall of memories washed over her. Trying on a dress, Naruto in a chic suit, the nervousness and joy of an evening walk, the anger that overwhelmed her when she saw him dancing with Hayuki, the kiss. Tenderness and excitement overwhelmed her, and she almost cried when this wave and the wave of pain caused by Sasuke's words collided. The girl closed her eyes, not letting the tears come out. Naruto's face floated before her eyes, always smiling and friendly, even after he was wounded. He never gave up. Giving up would mean betraying him. Sakura opened her eyes. The trembling disappeared. This can't be, she said firmly and leaned towards the man's face. I despise you. You are not even half the Uzumaki that Naruto is. I will gut all your memories in search of the truth. Is that what you want? I don't care. For the clan, I am ready to die. A sudden idea struck Sakura. Really? Then you won't be too happy about the fact that Erasure wants to take revenge on the Uzumaki for the fact that their ancestors once exterminated all the mans. It's not true. He wants to open the way for the Uzumaki here to glorify the clan. Who said that? She held her breath, watching his face, which reflected the struggle. Come on, idiot, let paranoia and prejudice take over. I don't believe you, the man finally exhaled. Erasure is a yellow-haired demon, and yet. Whether you believe it or not is your business, Sakura shrugged. But Naruto saved humanity from destruction and deserves to be trusted. He will not kill the Uzumaki. With him, you will have a chance to lead the clan to its former greatness. After all, man or not, he is definitely half Uzumaki. But Erasure is soaked in falsehood. You know better than I how easily he manages to fool others. Sasuke was silent for a few minutes, breathing heavily. Sakura waited patiently. Finally, he opened his mouth. I didn't lie about Yugo. I personally finished him off. Sakura barely resisted the urge to punch him. And for this, you will be judged. Naruto? In Arashi's office. It's the top floor. He's alive. I know, the girl touched Sasuke's temple and he went limp. His unconscious body slowly slid to the floor. You're lucky I'm merciful. She rose to her feet. Katsui. The slug that had stuck to her back crawled onto her shoulder. Yes, Sakura. Tell your sister downstairs. Let her cause a panic. Okay. Moments later, a deep siren's wail reached her from below, through the bulkheads and walls. Sakura took off Sasuke and put on the Maelstrom shinobi vest. She wouldn't be able to fool everyone, but it would be enough. She tied her hair with a black piece of cloth again, ran out of the toilet, and hurried down the hallway towards the spiral staircase that ran through the entire tower. There would be people in the elevator, guaranteed. Hopefully, not on the stairs. For their own good. 3. Naruto sat, rocking back and forth in his chair and smiling. He replayed the kissing scene in the toilet over and over again. Erasure took a folder of papers from the table, pulled glasses out of his sweatpants pocket, put them on. Then he winced and took them off. Your father put an interesting seal on you. It very effectively converts the Kyuubi chakra into life chakra. I have had problems with my eyes for a long time. This is something that the seal of inevitable death cannot fix, as well as the healing techniques of my comrades. But I absorbed part of your cover and, now I can see worse with glasses than without them. You healed my eyes. Please. Can't I help you survive without this seal? No. Your father really killed me. You can buy time from death, get ahead of it, but you can't cheat it. Your chakra will not bring me back to life. I'm sorry. Really? Why? Because I'm an Uzumaki? Naruto grimaced. Spare me that crap, Erasure. Feeling sorry for someone because of a set of letters? You're not that stupid. I feel sorry for you because it's normal to feel compassion. My father wouldn't have harmed your squad either if it weren't for your mission. Erasure chuckled and put the folder aside, crossing his arms over his chest. Ah, I get it. You're trying to do the same thing your father did back then, but with words instead of weapons. That's commendable. You know, Naruto, you deserve respect. You look for at least a little bit of good in people, so you can use it for your own purposes. The most noble purposes, of course. But you'll have to learn a simple truth. He leaned forward, darkness splashing in his amber eyes. Not everyone has that little bit. You can't grow crops on stone, Naruto. He leaned back in his chair and wiped his wet forehead. Naruto didn't move, the man's words leaving a mark of pain on him. Was he right? The faces of Zabuza, Nagato, Obito floated into his mind. Each of them seemed unyielding in their beliefs. Someone like Obito seemed incapable of change. Incapable of compassion and remorse. Life seemed to have killed the love in them. And yet, in the end, they managed to become better. Naruto stirred and leaned forward too. That doesn't mean I'll stop trying. Arashi's eyebrows shot up, and suddenly a shrill siren howled from somewhere below. The man jumped to his feet and looked at Naruto. Wow, you weren't scared. You're lucky, Lord Naruto. I'll have to leave you for a while, but don't worry, we'll get back to this conversation. If you touch her, I will disintegrate you into atoms, said the young man. Into atoms, Erasure. We will see. In the meantime, he created a clone, the other me will keep you company. You do not talk to him. I want to keep the conversation to myself. The copy of Erasure nodded. The original patted Naruto on the shoulder, walked to the door of the office, and suddenly stopped. Then he returned to the lockers, took his father's kunai from the shelf and hid it in his bosom. You definitely won't need it, he said and walked out of the office, closing the door behind him. Naruto looked at the clone, who sat down in the chair with a grin. And a moment later, the dark silhouette of a man flew into the huge panoramic glass with his feet and fell on Arashi's back in a storm of sharp fragments. The blow threw the man forward face first. Naruto tensed and met it with his forehead. Collision, pain, darkness. 4. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling his consciousness slowly return, and saw Sakura's face above him, her green eyes and pink hair, dirty, covered in dried mud and seaweed, but still beautiful to him. He closed his eyes, feeling pain in the back of his head. His lips suddenly remembered the kiss in the toilet. He blinked and then realized this was not a memory. The girl leaned over him and covered his lips with hers, warm and tender. Heat filled his body and he groaned. Sakura rested her palms on his chest and pressed. Ow, that hurt. Naruto exclaimed, bent over and sat up, almost colliding with the girls' foreheads. Sakura-chan, what's going on? You were unconscious, blockhead, and you lost your pulse. The girl sat up, tucking her legs under herself, and rested her hands on her hips. I had to give you artificial respiration. It must have been the Mokuton, it was slowly strangling you. She gestured with her hands to the torn tree branches that were lying on the floor nearby. Oh, Naruto touched his lips with his fingers, met the girl's gaze, looked away, feeling himself blushing, and touched his chest. Thank you, Sakura-chan. Did you cause a commotion downstairs? Yeah. Katsui is causing trouble down there now, pretending to be an entire army. Great idea. How much time do we have? 10 minutes before they realize what's going on. In that time, we need to find Takashi and Nemui, and save Karen. I know where they're being held. What's wrong with her? She's alive, but seriously injured. Moving her could be dangerous. Where is she? Sakura told him what she knew. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Karen is in no danger unless we start a massacre here. Can you help her? I don't know. I need to see her first. Okay, Naruto reached out to the girl, put his palm on her cheek. She opened her eyes wide. What are you doing? Sharing chakra. You'll need it. He felt warmth and Kurama's stream of consciousness burst into his consciousness. Dude, are you okay? Alright, buddy. How are you? You made me nervous. I don't like Hashirama as much as I don't like the Uchiha and Uzumaki. When this is over, I need to figure out how to defend myself from this damn Mokuton in the future. Definitely. But now I need to go back. Sakura-chan is waiting for me. Hammer. Naruto returned to the real world with a smile. His skin glowed golden, streams of chakra oozed from his palm and spread throughout the girl's body. Sakura closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head, pressing her cheek into his palm. Her face relaxed. I understand you. Kurama's chakra always feels like sweet nectar, inspiring and uplifting. I need you to be in several places at once, he said. Without opening her eyes, Sakura nodded. Take care of Karen, find Uncle Takashi and Aunt Nemui, free Yugo. In the meantime, He fell silent, noticing how the girl's face trembled and turned white. Sakura opened her eyes. Naruto, Yugo is dead. He froze, cold and pain piercing his body. His free hand clenched into a fist. Shit. He looked at Sakura, trying to keep his temper in check. How? I don't know. Naruto took a deep breath, tore his hand away from the girl's cheek, and rose to his feet. Sakura rose after him, surrounded by a glowing cloak. Her presence gave him strength. Let's do what we came here for. Let's end this. There will be no more killing in Maelstrom. Okay. I'll send clones to Takashi, Nemui, and Karen. Do you want me to come with you? No. We don't have much time now. I'll tell you everything I learned from Erasure later. This is my fight, and, obeying an impulse, he took the girl's hand in his. But you will help me in it if I know that they are in safe hands. In yours. Sakura looked down at her palm, then into his eyes. Her own, especially green now, also shone with a bright and warm light. What is this? The girl rose on her toes and kissed him briefly, and then took a step back. The blush on her cheeks broke through even through Kurama's blinding cover. It's for luck, she said. Naruto smiled, then smiled even wider. You are my luck, Sakura. Sakura smiled, touched her forehead with her palm. Then she suddenly became serious and put her hands on her hips. Then let's run. We don't have much time. What if Hayuki shows up here, or Erasure comes back? You run. Kurama's chakra will protect you. We'll meet here in half an hour. And you? And I. I will accept my father's legacy. He closed his eyes and brought his palms together. The chakra inside him swirled in chaotic twists, and he shook its reins. The chakra twisted into a perfect spiral. Kurama, prepare to pump chakra through the teleportation seal. This will be a little unusual for both me and you. I know your father did this with my other half. Good luck, Naruto. Thank you. He felt the chakra inside him, and for the first time in a long time it was in an orderly state. He saw its boundaries, felt every thread, and could pull the one he considered necessary. To master Hiraishin, you must master yourself completely. To pass through the eye of a needle of space, you must become a perfect thread. Without perfect chakra control, this is impossible. He recalled his father's lines in the scrolls. Time seemed to stop, sounds disappeared, and a beacon star appeared before Naruto's mind's eye. The seal on his father's kunai. Of course, there was no star, it was all just an image, convenient for perceiving the technique. It moved along with Erasure, who had the weapon in his bosom, but the young man was in no hurry to answer its beckoning call. Instead, he moved his mind's eye away from the tower and looked at the faded world. In the gray space, there were other beacons, scattered here and there, dozens, hundreds of seals left by his father and Tobirama over many years. He could reach out to each one. The realization of possibilities washed over him like a drunken wave, and it took a lot of effort to focus on the task. Erasure. His father's seal on the kunai. The world around Naruto regained its colors and sounds, and he smiled one last time at Sakura, who was standing a step away from him. And mentally touched the star. The round walls of the office gave way to narrow gray corridors, the sweet smell of dope gave way to the smell of metal, the distant howl of a siren cut his ears piercingly. Teleportation with the help of Hiraishin was not like fast movement with the help of Shunshin. Naruto was prepared for a sharp change in the environment, but even this was not enough. The young man crashed his body into Erasure running down the corridor, knocking him off his feet. In a tangle of arms and legs, they knocked down several more shinobi who were following the man, and rolled along the floor for several more meters before they stopped and managed to get to their feet. Naruto ran his palm over the metal surface, leaving on it the seal of Hiraishin, which he and Sakura had devoted the lion's share of the night before the party to studying. Erasure straightened up, looking at the young man in amazement. And you are full of surprises, Mr. Naruto. Do you want a second round? I'm afraid it will end the same as the first one. Naruto smirked and silently jumped towards Erasure. Erasure jumped towards him. They grabbed each other by the chest and locked eyes. Then Naruto teleported himself and the man away from the maelstrom. Naruto and Erasure fell to the ground and sank into the deep snow. Naruto snorted loudly, jumped to his feet, and looked around. They were on top of a mountain peak. It was night, and the icy wind cut the skin on his unprotected face in gusts. The young man squinted, trying to make out at least something in the blizzard, and turned on hermit mode. Erasure rushed out from behind the snow-white wall like a dark fireball, and a dark blurry spot flashed as his leg was raised to strike. Naruto took a step to the side, the snow canopy crunched, took the blow with both hands, grabbed the enemy by the leg and threw him behind his back. The man silently disappeared into the darkness. He's unlikely to die from the fall, Kurama noted. Be careful not to lose him. I've placed the Hiraishin seal on him. He just needs to get used to the change in terrain and switch his chakra to sensory mode. Well then. He felt the seal mark moving away from him and reached for it. The solid ground beneath his feet gave way to emptiness and, falling, he saw Arashi's silhouette beneath him. The air hit him in the gut, his stomach seemed to press into his spine, his temples ached. It took him 10 seconds to adapt to the new conditions. He stood at attention, caught up with the man and grabbed his hand. And touched him with chakra. They fell like stones onto the hot yellow sand and rolled down the slope of the dune. Hermit mode helped to avoid any injuries. Naruto rose to his feet and jumped onto the top of the dune to look around. He made a visor with his hand, covering himself from the scorching sun that scorched his skin. In the distance, beyond the rows of dunes, he saw bizarre, light-colored tops of buildings that looked like termite mounds. Sunagakure. Had his father really been here too? He and Kushina had been to many places during the war. Erasure stood up and looked around, spitting out sand. Your father came up with an interesting technique, he shouted. It's a shame he had to die so early. Yeah? And what do you say next? I wish I could be the one to finish him off. Naruto responded, putting his hands on his hips and looking down at him. By the way, why didn't you try to kill him after you were brought back to life? The one who resurrected me forbade me to do so. You see, he has the keys to the seals he placed on me. If I disobey, he will deactivate the seals and that will be the end of me. Who is this man? Erasure grinned and disappeared. Naruto turned around and intercepted his blow. Then he squeezed his palm, there was a crunch and the man screamed in pain, looking at the bloody hand, turned into a mush of flesh, skin and bone. Who is he? Erasure took a deep breath and spat a purple cloud of flame at him. Naruto screamed, the fire flooded his face with an ocean of pain and loosened his grip. Wiping the caustic flame from his face, closing his eyes, he took a step back. The enemy did not fail to take advantage of this. The natural energy around him began to swirl, like water into which a stone fell. With his eyes closed, the boy dodged several blows, blocked the fourth, then butted Erasure. The man jumped back, but an invisible force caught up with him and slammed him into the ground. The shock wave shook the ground, throwing up columns of sand. This is not the spiral tower, Erasure. Naruto roared, shaking the last tongues of fire from his face. He could feel the burns on his skin that would take a long time to heal even with Kurama's chakra. I won't hold back. He pulled a kunai from his bosom, marked it with his chakra and threw it several hundred meters into the air. Then he teleported to it and began to fall straight onto Erasure, who was trying to get up from the ground. The dust in the air swirled around the perfect, correct sphere of the nature Rasengan. Naruto again stretched out to attention, giving himself additional acceleration. And he plunged the Rasengan into the enemy's chest. The roar cut through his ears, the sand rushed towards him like a spiky wall. Erasure bent over, his mouth open in a silent scream. Naruto blinked and appeared next to the falling kunai, looking at the expanding cloud of dust below. The Hiraishin seal was hidden in this cloud like a beacon, helping him not to lose the enemy. He fell again. A second Rasengan appeared in his palm. This time he could not see the target, and so he tried to trust his father's seal. Erasure stirred when the second Rasengan hit him. Then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. Naruto appeared in the air, fell down and attacked the enemy until the kunai was too low for another teleportation. All this took no more than 10 seconds, and the boy finally landed on the top of the dune, looking at the aftermath. The dust slowly settled, little by little revealing a funnel 100 meters deep to his eyes. The man lay on the bottom. His chest was still heaving. Naruto thought. Erasure is a golem, like Edo Tensei. It can't be destroyed or exhausted, only sealed. But I don't know of any such seals yet. And what do you suggest we do? I don't know yet. I need to think. In the meantime, it's best to get out of here. The last thing we need is to drag the sand into our mess. The young man jumped to the bottom of the funnel, touched Erasure, and carried them into the stuffy, sound-filled and putrid-smelling jungle. Oh, shit, he wrinkled his nose and waved away a large, elongated, dark body with wings that crashed into him in midair. It fell with a slap into the waist-high, thick grass, and Naruto leaned forward to examine it. It was a huge insect with a thin, meter-long body, transparent, 2-meter-long wings, and a sharp proboscis. I wouldn't want a mosquito like that flying into my room at night. Where are you dragging us? Erasure croaked at his feet. It smells like a toilet. I don't know. The young man approached a huge bush and pushed the branches aside. His gaze opened up to a beach several dozen meters away, and an endless, choppy sea beyond it. I've never been to this place. I wonder if it's an island. Does it matter? Erasure spat out a tooth and touched a new one in its place. Take me back, I need to check on the tower. I should leave you here, bastard, but I'm afraid you'll get out of here. A high-pitched trumpeting sound rang out in the air. They turned to look at it and exchanged glances. The ground trembled, the trees and bushes shook, the thick crowns and grass rustled. The sound of heavy footsteps grew louder behind the green, lush wall of the jungle. Naruto approached the man and touched his shoulder, not taking his eyes off the wall. The trees parted to the sides, revealing a huge, 10-meter-tall, black leathery limb. They looked up at the giant spider body that peeked out from behind the treetops. The creature stirred and turned its many blood-red eyes on them. Without thinking twice, Naruto teleported himself and Erasure straight into the warm, dark blue water in the middle of the ocean. A wave washed over them and dragged them down. A shiny school of fish flashed before his eyes. Then he saw the dark silhouette of a huge shark in the water. Do you need help, buddy? That would be nice. Take control, I need to look around in space, figure out where we are. With pleasure. Naruto roared, released a string of bubbles from his mouth, and the surface of the water was torn apart by a giant fox body. Kurama pushed himself out of the ocean and soared into the air, then landed on all fours and waved his huge kilometer-long tails. The water spread in all directions like a tsunami. Quiet, buddy, the last thing we need is to flood the coastal settlements. It's so nice to be out in the open again. Haha. You know, I have an idea. What if there's a limit to this bastard's absorption capacity? Let's try overloading him. Naruto paused, trying to calculate the risks. He sensed the beacon of his father's seal. Minato had placed it on a buoy, which he then sent out into the wild, probably from the ship. Apparently, he was trying to cover as much area as possible with the Haratian net. Okay, try it. According to the beacon map, we're far south of the Land of Fire. But still, don't overdo it. Innocents must not be harmed. He withdrew into himself, mentally reaching out to all of his father's seals in the world. A plan began to form in his head. He needed a little more time. Kurama arched, threw his head back, and let out a thunderous roar. The sound pushed the clouds and the sky apart and made the ocean ripple. The water under his paws boiled and steamed. The fox looked at Erasure, who was riding the huge waves, balancing on the foamy ridges and helping himself with Sueton. Naruto, frozen in a trance inside his comrade's head, heard a soft pop. Erasure waved his arms and emitted a huge spiral of purple flame, directing it towards Kurama. He slowly turned around, covered himself with his tail, the curls of flame licked the scarlet shaggy surface, and the young man felt pain. The fox growled, raised his other 8 tails above himself, the limbs blocked the sun, and lowered them flat onto the section of the ocean where the man was moving. The splash of water echoed in the vaults of heaven with a sharp roar. The tsunami scattered to the sides again, and Ereshkigal disappeared into the ocean depths. He will appear again. I have no doubt. Ereshkigal flew out of the water like an arrow, surrounded by scarlet fox chakra. He rose to the level of Kurama's muzzle, shouted something Naruto did not hear. Then a huge scarlet chakra paw grew out of him and hit Kurama in the muzzle. The fox slowly fell over on its side, kicking up waves, shook its head with a roar, showering the ocean with spray, and covered itself with its tail from the second blow of its chakra paw. Enough. From this roar in Naruto's mind, it stirred. Kurama suddenly lost its slowness. It jumped up on all fours, swung one, the blow knocked Ereshkigal off like a bug and he flew several kilometers to the side, piercing the surface of the ocean. A few moments later, the man jumped out of the water, a tiny dot on the blue horizon, and Naruto heard a low, growing hum, from which the hairs on his body stood on end. A tiny blue-black sphere of chakra appeared at Kurama's mouth. He was preparing a biju bomb. The clouds slowly reached out to the place where the fox stood, sank and darkened. The ocean stopped worrying, instead its surface trembled as if expecting a catastrophe. Lightning flashed between the clouds. This is an unusual biju bomb, Naruto thought absently. It looks like a cataclysm caused by Jubi. He is drawing natural energy from me? How is that possible? Does my father's seal work in the opposite direction too? The black sphere of chakra suddenly increased in size. Kurama's paws went under the water. The hum turned into a high vibrating howl, which drilled into the youth's consciousness. Thick dark gray clouds quickly curled up above the fox in a spiral, from which a tornado's trunk grew. It reached down to the biju bomb, touched its surface, and began to be drawn into it, dragging the clouds along with it. Ereshkigal on the other side did nothing. It seemed that he, too, was mesmerized by this spectacle, the embodiment of natural fury. Naruto still felt a tightly pulled ball of chakra inside him. Perhaps even tighter than before. He was getting ready. The black sphere grew once more and, like a voracious monster, sucked in both the tornado and the clouds, leaving behind a clear blue sky. It became light again. "Hold on, Naruto," Kurama said. And he fired. Naruto didn't have time to see the biju bomb move, it simply disappeared. The world was covered in a pitch-white light. The boy's heart stopped for a moment, his stomach felt like it was doing a somersault. Then there was a grinding sound, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The light gradually began to fade, revealing an infinitely high column of snow-white energy stretching between the ocean and the blue sky. Then a shock wave reached them. Kurama was torn from his place and dragged across the ocean in streams of water and compressed air. He dug into the surface of the water with his tails and finally managed to land on all fours, after which he let out a victorious roar. "I'm sorry I didn't ask your permission, Naruto. This guy is affected by attacks with added natural energy. This memory came to me in my last moments. It's okay. I'm already in your debt. Did we succeed? How do you feel?" "Nothing yet. I think we'll destroy it." He stopped short, because where there had been nothing a second ago, a chakra heart began to beat. The pillar of energy died down completely, and in its place, as if nothing had happened, Ereshkigal Uzumaki was trampling the air. The man flew up to them and demonstratively shook the ashes from his shoulder. What a stunning sight. "Naruto, Kurama," he bowed mockingly, and then raised his palm in front of him, over which curled a small black sphere of the biju bomb. "Maybe it's time to raise the stakes? Surrender and I will not destroy Konoha." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "No. As you wish. When the death god takes my soul, I will tell your father what his son has become." And Ereshkigal soared into the sky. Naruto twitched his cheek. Kurama, I ask you. I understand. Forgive me for that stupidity with the bomb. Everything is fine. We should have tried. The fox melted into thin air and Naruto mentally reached for the Hiraishin seal he had left on Arashi's body. He broke out in a cold sweat when he felt that it was no longer there. The bomb's explosion had erased both Arashir and the seal itself. But then why weren't all his old seals erased? Were they special? He saw a huge black sphere pass through the blue sky. Shit. Did he really send it towards Konoha? The youth created a clone. Hurry after Arashir. Put the seal. The clone nodded, pushed off from the air and followed Arashir. Naruto himself enveloped himself in Kurama's cloak and inhaled natural energy. He would need all the speed his body could muster. He took a deep breath and disappeared. Inhale. Exhale. Running through the corridors again the jumbled thoughts that besieged her head. Sakura shook her head, driving them away. Now she needed a clear mind. Arashi's office was at the very top, and she counted 10 floors, going down. Hayuki's office, where Takashi and Nemui were being held, was only 3 floors below her. It's her. Kill her, a loud female voice rang out from behind. It was Hayuki. Sakura felt the danger behind her and turned the corner. A drum roll rang out behind her. She turned around. A forest of ice shards was sticking out of the wall. The girl ran on. She could have fought. Kurama's chakra, temporarily hidden, seductively wrapped itself around her own, ready to come to the rescue at any moment, but she and Naruto had a plan, and she stuck to it like an exemplary shinobi. Rescuing the hostages and finding Karen was her job. She didn't fancy maiming another 10 people. The elevator should have been right next door. There it was. She ran up and pressed the button. Nothing. She pressed it again. They'd turned off the elevator? The sound of many feet was growing louder behind her. Sakura threw herself forward with both fists and punched through the steel doors. She looked around inside the elevator, pitch darkness, except for a few openings from which light was pouring. The doors hadn't been installed there yet. Then she crossed her fingers in front of her and summoned a shadow clone. And then she jumped into the darkness. She calculated the distance between the elevator doors correctly and stuck to the door on the 20th floor. From above, she heard screams, curses, and then the whistle of the wind. A cloud of snow flew out of a hole above. A few snowflakes tickled her face. Sakura grabbed the door panels with her fingers and pulled them apart, crumpling them like an accordion. Oh, this will cost me a pretty penny when I have to restore what was destroyed. She burst into the corridor and broke through another door with a few blows. Now was not the time for ceremony. She crawled inside and stopped dead in her tracks. Instead of the usual corridor with doors, she found herself in a huge hall where semi-darkness reigned. Fog swirled in the dim crimson light of the spotlights, in which dark capsules as tall as a person could be guessed. There were 2 rows of them, 1 row near each wall. Around and above each hung vines of wires and tubes, with unknown liquids bubbling in them. These vines went into the floor, apparently connected to the generator that Arashir had spoken of. Sakura counted 9 capsules in total. Gods, what was Hayuki doing here? The girl carefully walked past the rows to the center of the hall. A curl of fog touched her leg and she pulled it away. It was cold. Katsui on her shoulder moved. It's dangerous here. Instead of answering, the girl stroked her body. In the center of the hall, she saw something like a huge control panel, with many multicolored buttons and levers. All her senses were heightened to the limit. Seal the entrance here. I need at least 5 minutes. She put Katsui on the floor and moved on. Then come back to me. Okay. Sakura stood at the control panel and squinted at the brightly lit buttons on the panel. She looked at one of the capsules, a dark metallic silhouette in the shape of an egg, around which fog swirled. Unable to bear it, the girl went up to it. The glass on the door was covered with frost. She took a deep breath of cool air and blew out a thin stream of flame. The fire licked the glass, the frost darkened. Sakura wiped the damp and cold surface, came closer and looked inside. And shuddered. In the darkness of the capsule was a man. Or something like him. Part of the face and body looked normal, part changed, covered with gray-brown suckers. Bull horns peeked out of the black hair on the head. Sakura took a step back, the altered part of the body slowly and rhythmically pulsed, the suction cups moved. The creature was alive. "Is there someone here?" came a whisper from the end of the room opposite the elevator. The sound echoed off the high walls. "Help us, if you are a friend." Sakura tore her gaze away from the creature in the capsule, walked around the panel and quickly walked towards the sound of the voice. The chakra inside her stretched like a string. The fog cleared, revealing another control panel near the wall, and behind it 2 people tied to chairs. They were Takashi and his wife. "Thank the gods I found you," Sakura ran up to them. Leaning over the woman, who did not look very healthy in the crimson light of the spotlights, she examined her face. "How are you feeling?" "My head hurts," Nemui said, wincing. "It seems they stunned us before dragging us here. One time I woke up, but there was no one here." "What happened?" "Erashur decided to stage a coup in the maelstrom. He wants to use the generator at the bottom of the tower to summon the Uzumaki from the legend he told you at dinner here." She pointed her finger at Nemui. "Can I examine you?" "Of course," Nemui smiled wearily and looked at her husband. He nodded. "Just hurry up. I want to get out of here as soon as possible." "We will." "And about the generator at the bottom, did Erashur tell you that himself?" "Yes, and she briefly told the man what she heard from Naruto. I didn't expect that his mind would be so clouded by evil tongues." Takashi lowered his head with a sad look and suddenly raised his gaze to her, burning with determination. "I have to talk to Erashur. Maybe I can sober him up." "Unlikely. He did something bad and now Naruto is dealing with him." "Is Naruto alive?" "Of course. Thank the gods. When we were attacked, I was afraid that he would rush to save us and fall into a trap. That's basically what happened, but he has me, so nothing bad happened." She looked at both of them and tore the ropes around their wrists. Luckily, they weren't tied too tightly. "Can you walk?" Nemui rose from her chair and took a few timid steps. "A minute of practice, and we'll even be able to run." "Yes, Takashi?" "That's right." The man slowly walked forward, leading his wife by the arm. The girl, just in case, got ahead of them, looking around. The cold fog around the capsule seemed to thicken even more. "Sakura, where are you going now?" "To the 5th floor. Karen is being held there." "Oh, my gods. Can I come with you?" "I feel somewhat guilty about what happened." "Don't blame yourself, Lord Takashi. Few people knew what was going on here. And it will be easier for me to settle this conflict without the 2 of you. My clone and Katsui will lead you down the spiral staircase low enough for you to freely jump out of the tower and make your way home. The children are waiting for you." Nemui slapped her forehead and shook her husband by the sleeve. "Takashi, this is old nonsense, we forgot about the children." "Sorry, my dear," the man scratched his beard in embarrassment. "Have you seen them? Are they okay?" "Yes. They hid in a secluded place, behind the refrigerator." "Thank you very much." "Everything is fine." Sakura felt herself blushing. Over the past years, gratitude for his help had not ceased to embarrass her. She would have to ask Naruto if he knew a way to combat this. She clenched the green crystal in her fist, which she always wore on her. "Naruto, even if you do not hear it and do not know it, they believe in you and worry about you." "What kind of laboratory is this?" she asked to defuse the anxious atmosphere. "Have you been here, Mr. Takashi?" "Never." The tower had always been under the command of Erashur, and he jealously guarded its secrets. "I couldn't expect that he would grow these monsters here." No one could. Sakura passed by another capsule and got goosebumps when she saw a dark female figure frozen in place between her and her sister. The girl quickly turned her whole body towards her, blocking Takashi and Nemui. "Show yourself!" she exclaimed and raised her palm above herself, around which a jade light flashed. The figure moved and came out to him, revealing Hayuki Uzumaki inside. "It was so interesting listening to your conversation, and then you went and ruined everything." There was annoyance in her voice. "Glad I ruined your mood. How about giving up? I was going to suggest you do the same." "Oh, Takashi, Nemui, how are you? I hope the ropes weren't cut too much." "It's not too late to listen to Lady Sakura, Hayuki." The man raised his hand reassuringly. "Not all is lost. We can start over from scratch." "Why does everything have to be lost? I'm alive, Erasure is alive, the beacon is intact and will be up and running soon. All we have to do is take out that bitch and her boyfriend. Didn't I teach you to be realistic, Hayuki?" It was all over when Naruto showed up. "So I'm asking you for the last time, put down your weapons." Hayuki curled her lips and spat to the side. Erasure was right. None of you pathetic cowards and traitors are half the Uzumaki he is. I will kill you. She pulled a kunai from her belt. "Takashi, Nemui run," Sakura said and summoned a clone. The pair ran. After exchanging a glance with the girl, the clone followed them. "Hey, no, you're mine now!" Hayuki exclaimed and threw several kunai in their direction. There was a clang and a ringing sound of steel falling to the floor. None of the projectiles hit their target. The woman turned her gaze to Sakura, who was playing with the kunai in her palm. "You can't save everyone." "That doesn't mean I won't try." Hayuki silently raised her fists in front of her, which had grown into icy spiked gauntlets. Sakura assumed a fighting stance. "Let's see what other surprises you have in store." The woman shook her hair and leapt at her with the grace of a wild cat. Sakura took a step to the side. An icy fist hummed a centimeter from her face, and a cold air washed over her skin. Hayuki landed behind her, spun like a top, continuing the movement, and the gauntlet transformed into a long sword. An icy blade whistled and Sakura staggered, clutching a deep wound on her shoulder. Hayuki turned to her and grinned, saluting with her bloody sword. "Anything else to say?" Sakura straightened up silently and cracked her neck. The wound on her shoulder hissed, quickly becoming covered in pinkish skin. The smile disappeared from the woman's face and the next moment the girl slammed both hands down on her. Ice met flesh and the sword broke in the middle with a ringing sound. Sakura continued moving and knocked Hayuki off her feet, then quickly bent over her to habitually cut the ligaments and tendons. "Wait, where are the ligaments and tendons?" She looked into the woman's eyes in amazement. She smiled, the crimson light turning her pale face into a terrible mask, and plunged the newly grown blades into her chest and stomach. A searing pain pierced every cell of her body, her insides seemed to turn into ice themselves. The girl desperately gasped for air. "It can't end like this." "Very bad, my dear. You know, despite my nickname Red Widow, Erasure affectionately calls me Scarlet Snowflake," the woman said, shaking her above her. Her voice seemed muffled. "It's because of my ability to turn body cells into snow and ice. That's why you can't cut my ligaments. I just don't have any." She threw Sakura away from her. The girl barely felt the pain from the impact with the floor, because she was swimming in an ocean of pain. Only years of training under Tsunade and during the Great War helped her to keep from losing consciousness. She slowly crawled to the side, looking at Hayuki approaching her. "Maybe you still have something to say for the last time, Sakura Haruno? You could use a fireproof suit," the girl croaked, feeling the life-giving streams of Kurama's chakra that intertwined with her own, generously nourishing and healing the wounds. "What? I didn't hear." "See, come closer." "With pleasure." The woman clanged her sword limbs against each other, took another step towards each other, then another, towering over Sakura, and then suddenly splashed something on the floor. "What?" She looked down and saw the thick sticky slime left by Katsui underneath her. She tried to move, but to no avail. "You sly bastard." Sakura's fist pierced her through, coming out of her back with a terrible crunch and slurp. Rising from her knee, the girl lifted the woman off the ground with one hand, grabbed her by the throat with the other, curled her lips, resisting the temptation to crush him in one movement. "Is that better?" Hayuki doused her with a waterfall of blood from her mouth and shuddered with her whole body. Sakura dropped the woman to the floor and jumped back to a safe distance, watching her transformation. Hayuki fell on all fours and threw her head back, screaming. The crimson light of the spotlights merged with her bloody clothes and hair. The woman jerked and exploded into a whole cloud of bloody snow. It froze for a moment, as if looking around, and then rushed towards the girl, covering the floor and the capsules with an icy crust. The clouds of fog turned into bizarre light gray curls, shells, and buds. Sakura jumped back, took a deep breath and doused the snow cloud with a wave of bright yellow flame. The cloud hissed and was covered with a curtain of steam, which slowed down its movement, but did not stop. The hall shook with loud laughter. "Do you think I can be killed with ordinary fire?" No, Sakura jumped onto the capsule and pulled several pipes that supplied it with coolant. Scalding cold white streams hissed from them. But stopping it for a while is easy. She aimed the ends of the pipes at the cloud and it fell to the floor in a hail of blood. The scarlet balls rolled across the floor, chaotically colliding and flying in all directions. Sakura returned the ends of the pipes to their place and welded them as best she could with katana. Then she looked at the lake of ice on the floor. In time it would melt and then Hayuki would be able to return to her human form. But it would not happen right away. Maybe resting here would cool her ardor. The girl grinned, patted Katsui, who had climbed onto her shoulder, and hopped out of the room. The last thing she heard before disappearing into the darkness of the elevator was a quiet sob. "Erasure, where are you?" Sakura sighed. Hayuki was a villain, but even she was not a stranger to love. Erasure Uzumaki had not been afraid of death for 24 years. He died there, in the night forest, from the blade of Minato Namikaze. He felt his soul leaving his body and welcomed it. Finally, he would rest from the pain of life, from the twisted wrongness of this world, full of wars and violence. He would rest from himself and his own dreams of the greatness of the Uzumaki clan. Consciousness faded, pitch darkness clouded his vision. Peace and quiet came to his head. Seal. He opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth, and hoarsely inhaled air. A waterfall of sounds poured into his ears, human voices, the clink of medical instruments. The darkness slowly parted and he saw the face of a man with smiling blue eyes and red hair pulled back into a ponytail above him. "Welcome home." He should have felt relief and joy, but instead disappointment and rage came. Then he smashed the medical tent to pieces until the Uzumaki who saved him stopped him and explained what was going on. And he offered a deal. "You will die when you complete your mission." "That's cruel." "Cruel? Bah. I am giving you a chance to immortalize your name and return our clan to its former glory. Why can't someone else do this? You are the only deceased Uzumaki with suitable data and a passionate heart. Of course, this is not enough, so I have added a couple more seals of my own work. You will be able to absorb and reproduce ninjutsu. It will not work on living people. The test samples were torn apart during the absorption process. With you, everything will be different. I feel something else inside me." Something dark. He closed his eyes, darting his gaze in the darkness of his own mind. And saw a grotesque pale face with a shock of silver hair. A long gray tongue flashed between sharp teeth. "No. What have you done to me? I made you a god." "True, not for long, and when the seal of inevitable death loses its power, he will take your soul, but until then you are invincible. Leave me alone." Uzumaki stood nearby for a while. "Get out of here." Uzumaki left, leaving Erasure alone. He sat for a long time, trying to get used to the idea that he was forced to live. Days passed, they brought him food and drink, but he did not touch them and did not feel anything. Sleep did not come to him, neither music nor people's voices, nor the warmth of the sun pleased him. When Uzumaki returned, Erasure already had an answer ready. I agree. Why, may I ask? The sooner I do my job, the better. Uzumaki hesitated, as if thinking about his answer. It will do. But this is not a one-day job, mind you. There is a war going on now, but if the rumors are to be believed, the great villages will soon sign a peace treaty. Then we will get down to business. Erasure nodded. This suited him. In the meantime, try to act like a normal person. Soon you will have to lead an entire nation, and it will be easier to do so if they do not see you as, he looked at his yellow hair, a monster. Erasure curled his lips, feeling spat upon. Someday he would get even with his savior. This Uzumaki was no less a slave owner than the Manas of legend. Years passed. The Third Great War ended, and they had just started working, when the fourth Hokage died. Erasure remembered feeling a strange sadness and envy then. One of the two people who connected him with his past life was dead. Dead. Someone knocked on the door. If it is one of the Uzumaki, then you are not welcome here, he said in a half-joking tone, reading the scroll. The door opened and a young girl, hardly older than him, with red hair and glasses, and a stack of papers in her hands, entered the office. Hello, I am Hayuki Uzumaki. I was sent to you by. Erasure raised his palm. I know who. You were sent to follow me, weren't you? Actually, I volunteered myself. I heard a lot about you and your spatial displacement generator project, and I became interested. Oh, and I thought that our mutual comrade was unhappy with the way things were going and decided to assign a spy. If you doubt my qualifications. No, I have heard of you. I even read about your concept of the Whirlpool Tower. Read? The girl blushed. Of course. I liked it, Erasure smiled. Over the years, habits and feelings began to return, like very slow muscle memory. He moved the second chair towards Hayuki. Well, since you and I have to work together, let me at least treat you to a cup of coffee. The girl smiled, sheepishly adjusted the neck of her sweater and sat down on the chair next to him. Erasure Uzumaki was afraid of death for the first time in 24 years. Not long ago, he welcomed it, longing to return to the peace and tranquility that he had been forcibly deprived of. That was until he met Naruto Uzumaki. Now, finding himself face to face with him in the open sky, he felt how close he was to death like never before. And it scared him to the point of trembling. Because after he had Hayuki Uzumaki, life had acquired real meaning. Now he had something to lose. Erasure dodged the boy's blow and his head flared from the pain in his cheekbone. An invisible force threw him to the side. Just a clone, but his speed and abilities seemed no different from the original. The man leveled his flight, stopped and turned to the enemy. The golden figure disappeared and he felt another attack on his back. Erasure managed to activate Kurama's shroud, which he had managed to absorb before, and took the blow of the Rasengan. His insides seemed to twist, the air thickened and he was thrown back several hundred meters with a loud bang. Even in flight, he heard a vibrating ringing, turned around and saw a sphere with madly rotating blades rushing towards him. The man spread his arms to the sides and took the blow. Sharp pain, myriads of needles dug into his body, and for a moment he drowned in the silence of merciful darkness. Instead of joy, he became afraid. The darkness gave way to a bright sun and a blue sky, sharing the horizon with a dark blue ocean. The Biju bomb should have already detonated in Konoha. The ocean before his eyes silently swelled like a giant white flower. In that silence, he heard the whistle of a kunai that flashed a meter from his ear. And a moment later, Naruto Uzumaki emerged from that emptiness. 4. Naruto raced over the ocean, scattering the rare clouds and leaving behind a trail of golden flame. His gaze was riveted to the black dot on the horizon, which was heading towards the mainland. The distance between him and the Biju bomb was decreasing, but too slowly. The young man folded his arms at his sides, straightened up like a needle, but even that was not enough. The air became incredibly dense, besieging his head and shoulders with blows from invisible battering rams. If not for Kurama's cloak and natural chakra, he would have broken his neck long ago. The dark blue ocean and sky became blurry, almost merging into a gray canvas. The Biju bomb was approaching. Too slow. With an effort of thought, he ordered the chakra paw to take a kunai from the bag on his belt and put the Horatian seal on it, after which he dropped it into the ocean. The kunai disappeared, falling somewhere behind. This Biju bomb would sink to the bottom, and he hoped the bottom was deep enough in this place. All that was left was to catch up with it. Kurama, get ready. I'm going to need a lot of chakra. He clenched his fists, drawing the fox's chakra into his father's seal on his stomach, and unclenched them, directing it into his palms. Black spheres appeared in them, one in each, and began to slowly increase in size. More chakra. The spheres became the size of a fist. Bigger, Kurama. The spheres increased in size to the size of a human head. Naruto realized that they were emitting the same brain-drilling howl only by the strong vibrations that spread from his palms up his arms. The wind had long since clogged his eardrums. Now hold on. He detonated both bombs. Enormous balls of white flame swelled behind him, rapidly expanding, almost touching his heels, and remained far behind like two slowly fading suns. The blast wave threw Naruto forward, but numerous chakra paws stabilized his position. Thank you, Kurama. His friend smiled. The air around the young man turned into a white and dense curtain for a few moments. A thunderous bang was heard and the curtain disappeared. The Biju bomb ahead began to rapidly increase in size. When it filled the entire horizon, Naruto extended his chakra paw towards it and carefully touched the black surface. Then he began to cover it with his chakra. His stomach ached, the seal became unusually hot. He felt how Kurama was trying, sharing his power. When the entire bomb was saturated with his chakra, he summoned a clone and barely managed to grab its hand to drag it along with him. This is a one-way ticket, he shouted, hoping that it would read his lips. Good luck. The copy nodded and extended its chakra paw towards the Biju bomb. Naruto raised his hand in farewell and slowed his movement, watching the golden figure and the huge black sphere moving away from him. Then they disappeared, and a moment later, far, far behind him, the ocean heaved and blossomed into a snow-white bud of an explosion. Naruto exhaled and wiped his forehead. He had no time to rest. Erasure was still alive. Sakura was still in the Whirlpool Tower, fighting alone against everyone, and he realized that he was afraid of being late and that something irreparable would happen to the girl. The young man reached for the Horatian beacons and felt the movement of one of them several hundred kilometers away. Snatching a kunai from his belt, he swung it sharply in front of himself, simultaneously teleporting to Erasure. Most of the distance the blade covered was intended for the man's neck. He missed, cutting through the air behind Erasure. 5. Arashi's heart skipped a beat as the enemy's kunai nearly sliced through his neck. He turned around, clapped his hands, and felt the death god's breath on the back of his neck. It became cold. A monstrous, grotesque figure in white robes appeared behind him, a knife clenched in its sharp teeth. A misshapen hand covered in cursed marks emerged from its wide sleeves, a rosary clicked on its wrist. The death god took the knife and placed it in Arashi's hands. As the man's fingers touched the hilt, he felt himself begin to change. The world faded, his hair turned silver and grew longer. His clothes were replaced by a simple white robe. And then, for the first time in 24 years, the death god looked at his face and smiled. The disgusting mouth stretched and the creature licked its lips with a long tongue. Erasure knew he didn't have much time left. Hayuki's face appeared before his eyes. He entered Uzumaki's house without knocking and sat down opposite his savior. The latter looked up at him in surprise. Are there any problems with the construction of the tower? I thought everything would be ready in a year. I don't want to die. Uzumaki raised a graying eyebrow. Why, may I ask? He told him about Hayuki. Love? I understand. But I'm afraid there's little I can do. The contract with the god of death cannot be broken. But maybe there's a way to extend it? Why should I do that at all? He couldn't believe his ears. I'll destroy everything we've built. You'll have to start all over again, but without me. I'll die, yes, but you won't get what you wanted either. And maybe I'll even tell Carrie about our plan. Uzumaki raised his palm and Erasure fell silent. Enough. I understand you. Very well then. I cannot break the contract, but I can extend it, for a period of time, long enough for you to live happily. Just complete the job within the allotted time. Erasure jumped to his feet and bowed deeply, something he had never done before. I will do it. No matter the cost. He looked at Naruto and threw chakra into his palms. With a low hum, purple waves of flame burst out from them, one after another. As expected, the enemy disappeared and Erasure turned around just as he appeared behind him. Naruto slapped him on the shoulder with his palm, and the man slashed at him with his knife in response. The blade ripped through Kurama's veil and left a cut on the boy's cheek from the corner of his lip to his ear. Naruto jumped back and touched the wound with his fingers. It did not heal. Yes, Lord Naruto, the wounds left by the death god's blade are not easy to heal even with the fox's chakra. Please stop. You still have something to live for. So live the rest of your life as a good person. Erasure snorted. Save your lectures for others. You should have realized that you can't convince me. You can't even kill me. I know, Naruto said quietly in his ear, standing behind him, and touched his shoulder. They fell on the yellow sand of the beach and Erasure floated above the surface, looking around. They were carried to a small island in the middle of the ocean. Naruto rose to the same level as him, leaning on the long chakra paw that grew from his back, and made the shadow clone seal. With claps, a dozen copies appeared behind him. I can't kill you, Erasure. But I can stop you. Here. You can't stop me with clones. I'm immortal. I know. And yet, now I'm going to leave and destroy the generator. Then we'll arrest Hayuki and the rest of your subordinates. There will be a fair trial, I'll take care of that. And you stay here for now. Stop talking nonsense, Erasure folded his arms across his chest in irritation. What the hell was he getting at? See you later, Erasure. I hope we meet again. Naruto pushed off the ground with his paw and flew into the air. Stop, the man roared and took off. One of the clones suddenly appeared next to him and, before he could stab him with a knife, touched his translucent body. Erasure fell onto the yellow sand and, spitting out grains of sand, soared into the sky again. Another clone touched him and he found himself on the ground again. Rising to his feet, the man raised his head. Naruto was still hovering above the island, looking down at it. The wind was fluttering his blinding chakra cloak in gusts. Come back and fight. Erasure shouted and rushed towards the sky with all his might, only to fall back onto the sand. Fight, bastard. Now you understand, Naruto lowered himself to him. With my technique, you will never leave this island. If necessary, I will create new clones. Your plan is finished. The man lowered his head. Then he smiled, looking at his enemy from under his brows. My plan is going well, Lord Naruto, he said through clenched teeth. No one will stand between me and life with Hayuki. I'm still smarter and more prudent than any Uzumaki. I gave the order to activate the beacon 20 minutes ago, before you found me in the tower. He noted with joy how Naruto's face paled. The youth nodded to his clones and disappeared, leaving him standing in the middle of an uninhabited island. Erasure fell to his knees and laughingly plunged his knife into the sand. Everything was going as planned. The Uzumaki armies were probably already pouring out of the Whirlpool Tower portal. The savior would keep his promise and grant him a little more time. He squeezed the handle of the knife. The savior would keep his promise. Sakura raced down the fifth-floor corridor, looking for the hospital room she needed, screaming. Alarm! Alert! A shinobi in a maelstrom vest jumped out of the door, holding a sandwich in his hand. What alarm? Something happened downstairs. Code Red. Red Widow is calling everyone to the generator room. Cursing, the shinobi returned to the room, jumped out without a sandwich and rushed towards the elevator. Sakura slipped through the door. Another guard was sitting in a chair, a katana resting on his lap. Seeing her, he jumped to his feet. What's the code for the demons, Red? Sakura darted towards him, the soles of her sneakers squealing on the perfectly clean, smooth floor, and with a roundhouse kick sent him towards the cabinets with shelves along the wall. The man crashed into the closet with a crash, a waterfall of jars and medical instruments doused him. Having fallen to the ground, he fell silent. Sakura ran to the bed on which Karen, dressed in a clean white nightgown, was sleeping. The girl touched her wrist, leaned towards her chest, and listened. Uzumaki was alive. Thank the gods. She ran her fingers over her body, feeling the wounds, and winced they would take more than one day to heal, even if she sped up the process with the help of healing techniques. Katsui slid down her arm and sucked onto Karen's body just above her chest. I'll take care of her. Thank you, the girl summoned a clone. You will protect her with your life. Of course, he nodded. Good luck. And, everything will work out. Naruto will return. Sakura nodded and shuddered as a long, guttural howl came from below, a shudder that sent shivers down her spine. It was definitely not human. What's going on in the generator room, Katsui? The slug didn't answer for a few moments, connecting with other parts of its body below the tower. Then a wave of tremors passed through its white body. Something terrible, mistress, so much chakra, it's something I can't name, no. No. The guttural howl below was joined by human screams. The girl rubbed her shoulders, calming her trembling, then nodded to the clone and walked resolutely towards the elevator room. Please, Naruto, hurry. 7. And again she made her way through the ventilation tunnel, again holding her breath and carefully checking the turns so as not to run into the guards. If only she could cover her ears so as not to hear the chorus of howling, roaring and screaming voices. If only she could not feel the trembling of the floor, along which crowds of frightened people were running. At some point it became quiet and this silence was broken only by the wail of a siren. Goosebumps ran down her spine. Sakura turned at a fork and saw a hole ahead through which they descended into the hall. A dim dark red glow was breaking through it into the tunnel. The girl ordered her heart to beat slower, crawled to the hole and looked down. The floor, as far as she could see, was strewn with the bodies of shinobi. Their limbs were crushed, their vests with the maelstrom sign were darkened with blood. Mixed in with the people in the bloody lake were whitish shapes that vaguely resembled Sakura. The slime clones slowly returned to their original form and dissolved into white spots. Gods, what had happened? Was this the work of the Uzumaki that Erasure had told her about? She heard a squelching sound, then a disgusting crunch and slurping. Circles appeared on the surface of the bloody lake. Sasuke's legless torso slapped the floor and began to convulse. The man stared at her lifelessly, the light leaving his eyes. Sakura covered her mouth with her hand to keep from making a sound and backed away. This was bad, very bad. If only Naruto hadn't seen all this. Her butt suddenly hit something hard behind her and she turned around with her heart frozen, and for a few moments she couldn't believe her eyes. Naruto was standing in front of her, on all fours just like her. Grimy, wet and covered in sand, but alive and well. Her head cleared up a little, her soul felt lighter. How much she wanted to tell him, how much she wanted to hug him. But before that. How long have you been lying behind me? She whispered indignantly. Just a little. Squinting suspiciously, the girl moved over, making room next to her. Naruto crawled over, stopped, rubbing his tired eyes. The red glow and shadows from his long, tangled hair aged him by 10 years. He was so different from that 13-year-old boy who picked on his peers and refused to listen to his teachers. And now I regret not crawling behind him last time. Sakura stared at the young man, who was barely maintaining a serious expression, and felt the blood rush to her cheeks. Then came a frantic desire to cling to him, but not like before, to properly soap his face, but like a cat to a ball of thread. To cling and not let go. You haven't seen me in jeans yet, she casually dropped. Naruto turned his head towards her, a scarlet light on his frowning face. His bushy yellow eyebrows rose for a moment. His lips trembled and he laughed silently. He didn't yet know what was waiting for him below, and she wanted this serenity to stay with him as long as possible. The squelching sounds came from the hole again and the young man tensed. What is it? Uzumaki? No, Sakura rubbed her wet, cold palms, anticipating a storm. Katsui mentioned a portal, that something passed through it. Did you see that? The girl shook her head, ready for what would happen next. Naruto leaned forward, hanging his head down, and she grabbed his pants to keep him from falling. The young man yelped, mechanically covering her hand with his own, continued moving, stopped, shook his head. Then he quietly returned to his place. His smiling face turned into a pale mask. She knew what was coming next. She had seen it before. He would be hurt by his broken promise. Then Sakura moved closer to him, touched his cheek with her palm and turned his face towards hers, a strong-willed face, with teeth clenched to the point of crunching, full of suppressed suffering. The words themselves were asking to come out. We will save the others, Naruto. The young man jerked his head convulsively. Who am I if I can't keep my word? A person who tries to become better. Who doesn't give up, even when it's hard. Who mourns the fallen, but first of all thinks about the living. She wanted to add something else, but held back. It seemed she had managed to find the right words. Naruto remained a tight lump of pain for a few more moments and then began to slowly relax. I'm sorry, he muttered, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. I didn't want you to see me like this. I want you not to feel like you're at war with me. Sakura silently tore a piece of fabric from her sweater, carefully gathered the boy's dirty hair into a ponytail and tied it with it. At least that way it wouldn't get in his way. You know, she said, fiddling with his hair. I want the same for you. He looked at her strangely, their eyes were separated by a few centimeters, then carefully extended his hand and touched her cheek with the back of his hand. Sakura closed her eyes, feeling her heart beat quickly and loudly. Then she remembered where they were and perked up. But first, we need to figure out what's down there, she whispered loudly. The boy blinked. Exactly, the generator. We need to turn it off. I'll take care of the enemy, and you look for the switch. Is that okay? Yes. And if I don't find it? You're smart, you'll find it. Of course I will. Naruto, stop petting me. MMM? Now is not the time. Ah, it was me who gave you Kurama's chakra. Naruto sheepishly removed his hand. I think that's enough. Well, are you ready? This will be dangerous and very risky. We don't know what we'll face. It's not our first time. Now, after everything that had happened, Sakura was filled with amazing lightness and fearlessness. Naruto was nearby, all that was left was to take one step, and they would put an end to the nightmare in the Whirlpool Village. Indeed. Well, I'm going. The young man took a deep breath, enveloping himself in Kurama's blinding cover, and slipped into the hole. Sakura cracked her neck and followed him. Softly landing on her feet and feeling every muscle in her body, she was finally able to properly look around. The blood-soaked floor, ceiling and walls were covered with a moving brown mass of living tissue. This mass rose and slowly fell, trembled in spasms and contracted, like part of a living organism, from which the arms, legs, and heads of the unfortunate shinobi stuck out like nightmarish growths. Sakura forced herself to look away from the horrifying sight and focus on the generator room. There was a man-sized hole in the center of the glass wall that divided the room into two halves, and now faceless creatures were slipping through it from the generator room. Constantly changing shape and translucent, they seemed to be made of chakra and flesh. One such creature floated past her. Without paying attention, the girl almost vomited from the putrid smell. She looked at Naruto. The boy was also clearly uneasy, sweat glistening on his face. He looked at her and extended a clenched fist. Sakura jabbed hers at it, and for a moment there was a connection between them that had never been there before. The boy touched her gently, and a wave of serenity and intoxicating warmth washed over her. She reached out in response, wanting to share the same with him. Then the connection broke. They simultaneously pushed off the floor and flew into a tangle of brown flesh and thick black tentacles. Glowing golden chakra paws crawled out of their backs and began to tear the living thing apart. Raisingans flashed yellow spheres with a roar, bit into the moving mass and scattered it in all directions, opening the way to the generator room. Everything turned out to be not so simple. The monsters behind their backs at once lost their clumsiness, and with a guttural howl rushed towards them with endlessly changing translucent silhouettes. Having reached them, they were overwhelmed by a wave of stench. Sakura found herself in a brown cocoon of mucus for a few moments. Even through Kurama's cover, her skin was burned. An unprecedented force squeezed her body, trying to flatten it. The girl screamed in pain and rage, tensed her muscles, threw chakra in there and broke through the cocoon, getting out. Naruto's chakra paw appeared in front of her. She grabbed it with her own and jumped onto the edge of the hole in the glass wall. The monsters gathered into one hole and approached their feet in a bloody brown tide. "Naruto, get down," the girl cried. The young man dropped to one knee, bowing his head, and the girl doused the entire room with a hot wave of katan. It buzzed and crackled, the fire merrily spread to everything it could reach. The creatures retreated, twitching, writhing in clouds of smoke, filling the room with a shrill howl. There was a smell of scorched flesh. Naruto pulled Sakura into the hole in the glass, tore several metal sheets from the floor with his chakra paw and applied them to the hole. The girl finished the rest with katan and stepped back, catching her breath. They finally found themselves in the generator room. The device itself stood in the center, two huge spirals, located parallel to each other and white-hot. Between them, lightning bolts ran like swift snakes, buzzing and chirping, emitting waves of faceless creatures. "Do you know what this reminds me of?" Naruto covered his eyes with his hand, wincing from the bright light. The monsters began to gather into one huge figure with many tentacles. The monsters that separated from Jubi. Exactly. It's a pity we can't destroy the tower. Oh, how they would have gone wild with their summons now. We need to find the control panel and turn off the machine. Sakura's eyes ran around the room in search and saw her, a spitting image of her sister in Hayuki's office. "I see. I'm going to her. Come on, I'll cover you." The girl ran to the panel, hearing a guttural howl and rumble behind her, glanced at the surface and grabbed her head. Everything was overgrown with the same brown living mass. "Naruto, the demon will break his leg here." She screamed and began to tear off pieces of flesh from the surface covered with light bulbs. A red button appeared before her eyes. "Her?" She pressed the button. Nothing happened. She pressed it again, with the same result. Then she kicked the panel with her foot and accidentally split it in half, from the base to the very top. "Oops. Sakura? Is everything okay?" She turned around with a guilty look when the monster, covered in many holes and burning, slammed Naruto into the wall with a dull slap and rushed towards her. Sakura jumped forward, broke through the gelatinous, jelly-like body and got stuck in it. The faceless face suddenly distorted with a smile. This display of emotion, the first in the entire fight, scared the girl the most. Did it have a mind? The creature threw her to the floor, raised its huge paw and slowly, with force, brought it down. Sakura tried to roll to the side, but it was too late. She frowned, expecting a blow, but it did not come. The girl opened her eyes. Naruto stood over her, kneeling on one knee and resting his shaking hands on the monster's paw. Kurama's cloak trembled on him, disappearing and reappearing like a candle flame that the wind was persistently trying to blow out. Sweat was streaming down his face, his cross-shaped pupils were looking at her, and despite his fatigue, an indomitable will was beating in them. He was like a rock, cut by wind and water, impressive and continuing to stand despite everything. It was impossible not to admire and respect someone like him. Naruto smiled weakly. You know, I won't be able to hold him for long. It eats up chakra like a vacuum cleaner. Sakura perked up, rested her palms on the boy's chest and directed a mixture of the fox's chakra and her own into them. Naruto growled, rose from his knee and, slowly straightening up, threw the monster away. It howled and broke through the glass wall and crashed to the floor. The small creatures that had been waiting for prey until now, those that had survived the firestorm, rushed through the opening into the generator room. Sakura and Naruto stood shoulder to shoulder and took a fighting stance. I think we'll have to destroy the generator, the young man said, not taking his eyes off the enemy. What if it detonates and destroys the city? We don't know what Erasure stuffed it with. The monsters got to them. Naruto took two of them on himself, grabbed both by the necks and pushed them together with their faceless heads. There was an unpleasant crunch, and brown shreds splashed in all directions. Sakura grunted approvingly, knocked her opponent onto the bloody floor and smeared the gelatinous body with the sole of her sneaker. Then she turned to the young man who was drilling another monster with Rasengan, and with a swift kick knocked the last one's head off. The creature fell with a slap and spread across the floor in a bloody and dirty mess. Yeah, after this battle I'll have to spend a week in the shower. I was also thinking of teleporting the spirals. But, like you said, we don't know if everything else will detonate. It looks like we need to destroy it right here. Naruto threw himself to the side and took the blow that was meant for her. Then he aimed an open palm at the enemy's torso. The room became quiet, the air froze, his temples pounded. The walls, ceiling, and floor sank under the pressure for a few moments. An invisible force turned the monster into dust, and a moment later, the same fate befell its brothers. The room returned to its usual appearance. The girl whistled. What was that? Naruto grinned. Nature's strike. Complete concentration of all natural energy in one point. It worked for the first time. Sakura, I was thinking, what if we surround the generator with Kurama's cloak? It should protect from attacks from both outside and inside. And then blow it up? Sounds logical. Okay, I'm with you. Naruto looked at her, as if appraisingly. Of course, he was worried about her, it was Naruto after all. And then the boy didn't say a word and it was nice. They walked up to the spirals together and stopped a step away from the sparkling wall of blue lightning. The monsters behind them slowly backed away, filling the hall with a shuddering hell. As if they sensed what was happening. Sakura looked for the boy's hand, but instead, Naruto simply wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed her to himself. She looked into his eyes, from the bottom up, and he smiled tiredly in response. So that the explosion doesn't separate us. Sakura silently hugged his waist. Taking a deep breath and pressing themselves against each other, they spread Kurama's cloak around the spirals and began to grow it. 8. Naruto thought that the battle with Erasure would be the hardest test of his entire stay in the whirlpool. He was wrong. Contemplating the bodies of people in shinobi uniforms, frozen islands and a sea of blood, he felt how dangerously close the darkness of despair had come to him. He wanted to give up and surrender. Something like this had happened before, and each time, thanks to his friends, he miraculously managed to swim to the surface, to the light. Naruto glanced at Sakura and smiled, feeling such tenderness and warmth for her that he was afraid to express in words. Dirty and wounded, she was a flint, reliable and without which, he came to the conclusion, he no longer wanted to stay. Kurama's veil around the generator became even stronger. The girl closed her eyes, her cracked lips slightly curved into a smile. I wonder what she is thinking about. Naruto, concentrate. I will have to use all my chakra, without a trace. It will take time to recover. Yes, Kurama. Let's begin. When the veil became strong enough, when the glowing dome of chakra filled the entire room, Naruto grabbed the white-hot spirals with his chakra paws and began to bring them together. The metal squealed pitifully, lightning snaked up the chakra paws, reaching the young man. Shock darkened his vision, the skin on his hands turned red, and he smelled of scorched hair. Naruto growled, continuing to bend the spirals through the pain, which turned out to be surprisingly strong. Sakura pressed herself into him, lines crawling in all directions from the mark on her forehead, forming bizarre patterns. The girl trembled, giving all of herself to supporting the dome. With one last movement, Naruto crushed the spirals. There was a deafening silence, just for a moment, and then the metal flared brighter than the sun and exploded. The fireball, smaller than an apple at first, spread out in all directions with a piercing buzz, burning entire layers of chakra. With every meter it covered, the heat became more and more unbearable. Naruto grabbed Sakura and shielded herself from the waves of flame, feeling that she was starting to burn. The fire burned through her cover, licked her back with hot fingers. The clothes, wet from being in the ocean, dried instantly. The jacket began to smoke and crumble into ash. The flames touched her skin. Naruto screamed in pain. "Hold on, Naruto!" Kurama roared. Petals of yellow chakra touched the wounds, healing them, but they could not keep up with the intensity of the flames. Naruto hugged Sakura tighter, praying that she would be okay. The fireball continued to pulsate, snow-white waves roaring over it, sweeping away Kurama's veil, which was growing again, but too slowly. At some point, the boy felt that this was the end, but the end did not come. His flesh burned and smoked, but he lived. The chakra dome trembled, but held, not allowing the explosion to escape. Naruto looked down at Sakura, the girl looked at him, completely covered in patterns of intricate lines. These lines crossed on her face, went down her neck, to her shoulders and arms, and continued moving from them to his own. Sakura was healing them both. Naruto did not know how long the detonation lasted, how much time they spent surrounded by dancing curls of flame. He only remembered how everything suddenly stopped and he and the girl fell to their knees. Sakura was trembling and he took her hands in his to remind her he was near, she was safe. The girl looked at him and tiredly showed a thumb. Naruto smiled. Adrenaline and relief gushed through him, and gods, how he wanted to kiss her. The boy held back and instead looked around the generator room. There was nothing left of the glass. The explosion had burned the entire room, along with the monsters, the shinobi bodies, the blood and brown flesh, leaving only a surface covered in black soot. In some places, the flames had not yet died down, spreading a suffocating, bitter smoke. The annoying siren had long since stopped howling, or were his eardrums simply tired of the constant noise? Naruto listened to himself, whether he had enough strength, and slowly rose to his feet. Sakura stood up after him and, holding hands, they hobbled towards the exit of the room. At this moment, they did not need words. The girl adjusted the tail on his head, he wiped the soot from her cheeks. Gesture after gesture, they did not notice how they began to heal each other. "Useless fire system," he whispered, breaking the fragile silence. "We'll have to stay here, restore what was destroyed," Sakura responded. The Byakugo lines on their bodies began to disappear. "Not counting this demon machine, of course. I want to visit the families of the victims. Each one. We can start at least from tomorrow. Thank you. You know, now it seems to me that everything that happened up to this moment is nothing compared to what we will have to endure in the next days. Maybe months. We don't have to rush anywhere. Master Kakashi will understand," she stroked her thumb over the back of his hand. "Besides, I want to monitor Karen's recovery. She lost Yugo, almost died herself, and all because she stood up for me." Naruto understood what a burden the girl was carrying on her shoulders. 2 years on the road, parting with Sasuke, caring for him, worrying about his clan, Yugo's death, and Karen's injury, everything they saw in this room. And so he didn't stop her when she stopped, covered her face with her hands, and burst into tears. He just hugged her, pressed her to himself and, burying his nose in her dirty pink hair, listened to her incoherent speech. Finally, Sakura spoke out and, sniffling, wiped her face. Sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional in front of you. I am a shinobi, after all. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Sakura, what I definitely don't want is for you to be embarrassed to be emotional in front of me. Karen did what she thought was right and saved many people in doing so. It's not your fault. You're both great. And as an Uzumaki, no, just as a person, I'm grateful and will spend as much time here as necessary. Sakura sobbed and buried her forehead in his chest. And then, he added after a pause, we still have to try out the local beaches. The girl laughed quietly. Would you like that? Yeah, Naruto admitted after a short pause. And you? Yes. That would be wonderful. They looked at each other alone in the middle of the destroyed hall and shuddered at the same time when the fire alarm started working and a cool rain fell on them. Laughing and wiping the water off their faces, Naruto and Sakura were enjoying the moment until a robed toad fell on them with a slap. Grandpapa. Great sage. You're both right, the toad croaked and gestured for them to step back, then pulled out a scroll 3 times its size from its bosom and unrolled it on the wet floor. A web of intricate symbols, with a black and white circle in the center opened up before their eyes. With a whoop, Pa slapped it with his paw. There was a loud pop and Hatake Kakashi himself appeared in a cloud of steam. Master! Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Hey, guys, the man waved at them. His face was hidden by a mask, but his eyes and wrinkled forehead betrayed concern for something greater than themselves. Are you okay? Teacher, Karen is in the medical bay on the 5th floor. She is seriously injured. Reinforcements will arrive here soon and they will take care of her. There is little time, so answer briefly. Is the situation settled? Mission accomplished? Yes, teacher. Well done. Your next task is to remain in the maelstrom and maintain order. I will take care of the rest. Teacher. Did something happen? Sakura also felt something was wrong. The situation in AIM is precarious, but we will settle everything now. Don't worry and keep working. I will visit you in a week. And Kakashi turned into a cloud of steam with a pop. Shadow clone. Pa rolled up the scroll and hid it in his bosom. Well, kids, I made it before lunch, he croaked contentedly. And I hear the clatter of feet somewhere above. They must be your reinforcements. Well, boy, is there anything else you need from me? No, Grandpa. Thank you for everything. They bowed together to the wise toad. Pa grinned, plopped down into the deepest of the puddles, and, immersed with his head, disappeared, leaving them alone again. Aren't you cold standing? Sakura asked timidly. Huh? You're almost naked. He looked down and realized that he was wearing only his pants. The rest had burned away in the flames of the explosion. The girl looked little better, her clothes looked like they had been in Kurama's mouth. One of her sneakers was missing a sole. Well, I lost my shoes when I used the Bija bombs in the fight with Erasure. Sakura, what are you doing? I'm examining you. The regeneration is going too slowly. You broke your wrist, did you notice? Turn your back. And talk. Naruto obediently turned and felt how the cold streams of water were joined by the touch of the girl's warm fingers. She slowly moved them from side to side, going down from his neck to his shoulders, to his shoulder blades, down his back. The young man closed his eyes and smiled involuntarily. It was nice. He continued his story. Erasure, did you kill him? No, I left him on an island, far, far away in the ocean. The clones cancel themselves one by one every 5 minutes, so I know everything that's going on there now. He doesn't have long left. And what about Hayuki? Had to freeze. I think she's still thawing up there. I tried not to kill anyone. And not to maim them unnecessarily, either. Naruto turned around in an unexpected impulse and took the girl's hands in his. The bitterness of losing so many people faded into the shadows for a while, replaced by a surge of tenderness and warmth for the person who selflessly did much more for him than he dared to expect. He wanted to say a lot, but he didn't know where to start. Sakura looked at him, timidly raising her eyebrows. Her beautiful green eyes seemed to be searching for something in his own. Her tired, scratched and bruised face brightened. "Come on, tell her. Tell her that you love her," the young man mentally told himself. 9. Sakura froze, looking into Naruto's blue eyes. The words froze on her lips. "Tell me," she said angrily to herself, and suddenly remembered the conversation with Karen on the beach. Did she have the right to interfere in his life? What if he didn't feel anything for her anymore? What if she hurt him too deeply? What if he still loved Hinata? What if they ended up like Sasuke? No. I can't hurt him anymore. I don't want to. At that moment, a clap was heard behind her and they both flinched at the same time. The moment was lost and Sakura felt it with every fiber of her being. And she hated herself for it. 10. Naruto winced, berating himself for his weakness, and, releasing Sakura's hand from his, turned to Uzumaki and his own clone. The clone put the man on his knees, nodded to the boy, and with a pop, dissolved into a cloud of steam. Naruto, just in case, took a kunai with his father's mark out of his pocket and bent down to examine the man. He looked bad. His skin had turned gray, his lips were cracked and bleeding, his eyes were red, his once yellow hair had turned gray. His blue sports clothes resembled a storm-torn sail, dark and swollen from sea water, with sand stuck everywhere. The dagger of the death god still dangled from his belt, now useless. "Erasure, you will die at any moment. Name your savior. It will not correct the mistakes, but it will give our clan a chance for a worthy future." The man looked up at him and smiled crookedly. "I shouldn't have counted on Senju. That was my only mistake. If only he hadn't killed Kao, you wouldn't be here." That smile infuriated Naruto. He squatted down in front of the living dead man, eager to beat him to a bloody pulp, grabbed him by the chest and pointed his finger at where the portal generator spirals had stood just recently. "Do you know what was there, bastard?" He growled, feeling the rage swirling inside him. "Monsters, monsters of chakra and flesh. They killed everyone who believed in you, everyone who protected our village. Your dream wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth a single tear from their family and friends." He felt Sakura's hand on his shoulder, disgustedly threw the man to the floor and heard the approaching stomping of many feet. A few moments later, a crowd of shinobi burst into the hall, flowing around the three of them and spreading out along the perimeter. "Where is he?" an angry cry rang out. "Is Uzumaki here?" Naruto rose to his feet, looking at Uncle Takashi, who burst into the hall in clean scarlet cloaks. When did he manage to change them, looking like an enraged fox? He had never seen him so angry. His burning gaze pierced everyone he fell on, the air around him trembled from the thickening chakra. Takashi approached Erasure, who was kneeling. The man, whose amber eyes were covered in a veil of blindness, narrowed his eyes at the sight of him and proudly straightened up. "Ah, Master Takashi. How do you like the sight? I believe this is fair payment for betrayal." "You are pathetic," Takashi hissed. "You killed all these people, tried to kill our guests, threatened my family." Erasure smirked, turned his head to Naruto, and opened his mouth to say something when the old man took a dagger from his belt and slashed it across his throat. There were shouts and curses. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Sakura shuddered next to him. Erasure reached out to the boy with a wheeze and fell on his back, gurgling blood from his throat that had opened up like a pocket. His vision finally went cloudy, his last breath escaped his lips. His body slowly relaxed and froze on the cold wet floor, finally. The shinobi took Takashi away, who continued to spew curses, and Naruto hugged the trembling Sakura, continuing to look after the old Uzumaki. He couldn't be helped, he whispered and buried his nose in the soft pink crown. "He died many years ago. They stood hugging for a long time, as if protecting each other from the consequences of the horror of the last hours. The fire system was turned off. The shinobi restored order and left, leaving only a few guards. The doctors finally got to them and asked about their well-being. "What happened to the red-haired girl from the medical bay?" asked Sakura. "She will live. We transferred her to the village hospital, they are observing her." Thank the gods. The medics left. They finally broke their embrace. "What will happen now, Naruto?" "Well, we seem to have finished with the previous mission. Infiltration, undercover investigation. A couple in love, all that. Yeah. Now we have a new mission. Protect the village, help with the rebuilding of the tower. And also visit the relatives of the deceased." The girl raised her finger. "But first it would be nice to get some sleep and eat. I didn't have time to really have a bite to eat at the party, not counting dessert." Sakura's eyes sparkled and she touched her lips with her fingers, smiling. "Then let's go and get a bite to eat. Lady Nemui won't refuse us food after I saved her children." "What a great idea. I hope she makes ramen." "I want ramen. 2, no, 3 servings. Just don't overdo it, okay? I want you to have room for dessert." And the girl went to the exit, putting her hands behind her back and humming a melody under her breath. Naruto stood there for a few more moments, his gaze boring into her back. "Well, are you just going to stand there like an idiot, not giving yourself a chance? Or are you going to pull yourself together and hit on the girl you love? Kurama?" No. No, those were his own thoughts. Naruto ran his hand through his hair, scratched the back of his head, and ran after Sakura. "Wait, I have something to tell you." 11. What a wonderful day to become everyone's enemy again. For the first time, the sun shines brightly over Amigakure. Sasuke made a visor with his hand and looked at the blue window in the clouds. Then he added another line on the once crumpled piece of paper. "I must ask Kakashi not to tell Naruto that he was not the first to have the honor of stopping the eternal rain. When it's all over, I'll have to go on the run again. Sleeping under the shade of trees, showering under streams of waterfalls and showers, hunting for animals." Surprisingly, I do not feel repulsed by the thought of this. Maybe Tobirama is not so wrong, and our lot is eternal loneliness. In any case, I do not consider it a curse. I wonder if the older brother suffered, condemning himself to the same fate. He froze and thoughtfully looked through the rakeage, who sat motionless opposite, his head thrown back and snoring. The troops of the 4 countries, gathered a few hundred meters behind the dark-skinned man, all froze, staring at the giant warrior of purple flames who stood between them and the city, his shoulders pushing the sky. Enormous saucers of eyes glowed blood-red. Sharingan. There was a pop behind him. Sasuke did not turn around, only crossed his arms over his chest, expecting a lecture. Kakashi approached him, measuring the rakeage with his gaze. "What did you do to him?" "An ordinary genjutsu, projected by Susanoo. Not the moon, but it will do." "You put 20,000 people into genjutsu? Some hotheads could have screwed up, and I am not in the mood for killing." "Are they not in pain?" "No. Kakashi, I am not Madara or Itachi. These people are in a deep, healthy sleep. When it's all over, they'll wake up." Kakashi made a seal and a stone stump grew from Sasuke's chakra next to the chair. The man sat on it, leaned back and crossed his legs. "Then fine." The clone brought good news from the whirlpool. Naruto and Sakura resolved the conflict. There will be no war. Sasuke chuckled. "Then we can wake them up." "Wait a minute. Sasuke, I spoke with the daimyo. They are grateful for your intervention, but they don't want you to ever visit Amigakure. The manifestation of your power today only emphasized the imbalance of power between the great countries. They are interested in the reign prospering, but the presence of 2 people here at once who are potentially capable of destroying humanity will in itself make society nervous. Simply put, they are afraid of you." Sasuke lowered his head, trying not to show his bitterness. He had guessed that this would happen, he was prepared for it, and yet he was unprepared. Kakashi was silent, apparently understanding what thoughts and emotions were overwhelming him. The young man smiled crookedly and rubbed his eyelids. So Naruto will still be able to return to AIM? Yes. It's already a done deal. That's enough for me. I never liked this place anyway. Too much metal. He rose from his chair and snapped his fingers. Susanoo disintegrated into shreds of purple flame, carried away by the wind. The Raikage perked up and jumped to his feet. What the hell is going on here? Hatake? Konoha has come for battle? Calm down, Raikage. Kakashi rose from the stump and raised his palms. I'll explain everything to you. Let's gather in the tent and discuss our next steps. Sasuke turned his back on them and walked towards the abyss, beyond which the skyscrapers of AIM glittered. The blue window disappeared, the low gray clouds began to cry again. Teacher, I have unfinished business in the city. It will take an hour, no more, after which I will leave. Of course. And? Sasuke. The young man turned around. A warm smile appeared on Kakashi's tired, haggard face. He raised his fist to his chest and gave a thumbs up. You're always welcome at home. Sasuke grinned and, waving goodbye, pulled his hood up. Then he summoned a falcon and flew towards the city. There, the man he had promised to return to was waiting for him. 12. What is it? Sasuke asked, looking suspiciously at Sarada, who was beaming with joy. The girl helped him take off his coat, sat him down at the kitchen table, and fed him some delicious hot ramen. Did you do something wrong and now you're hoping for forgiveness? Sarada, with a wide smile, handed him a solid, thick tome in a glossy black cover, which she had previously hidden behind her back. Sasuke wiped his palms with a towel and, coughing, took it. This is... He looked at the girl, raising his eyebrows. Come on. Open it. The young man obeyed and, opening the book, ran his gaze over the empty lines. After turning several pages, he finally realized what it was. His eyes stung. I felt terribly sorry for your diary, and so I ran around the shops today, while the hustle and bustle. Sasuke put the tome aside and hugged the girl tightly, feeling a single tear slide down his cheek. Thank you. Letting her out of his arms and taking the diary in his hands again, he began to turn the pages. I hope you didn't steal it? No, what are you saying? I bought this one with the money I saved up. I believe you. Sasuke took a crumpled piece of paper from his bosom, ran his eyes over the last written line, and smiled sadly. Then he looked at Sarada, who was standing next to him and nervously tugging at a strand of hair. I'm leaving AIM, forever. And I wanted to ask. Yes. The girl exclaimed, blossoming like a daisy. I've even already started packing my things. Sasuke snorted in discouragement and put the piece of paper between the pages. Just keep in mind, we're in for a long and tiring journey through places you couldn't even imagine. Adventures. We'll have to fight all sorts of bastards, possibly deadly ones. Romance. Sasuke shook his head, watching Sarada jumping down the hallway, fencing with an invisible opponent with the sheath of his katana. And, hiding the new diary in his bag, he got up from the table. It seemed that eternal loneliness was cancelled. Will you teach me cool techniques? He rolled his eyes. And eternal peace too. A month later. Naruto loved the evening whirlpool. There was something incredibly attractive in the appearance of the snow-white city behind him, with palm alleys and well-kept hanging gardens, in the cheerful hubbub of people walking along the beach, in the noise of the waves that approached his and Sakura's feet, in the sea breeze and salty spray. Seagulls flew in the sky, filling the warm air with drawn-out cries, and the setting sun painted the dark masses of clouds hanging over the horizon in red and pink. When the heat subsided, he stretched out on the towel with pleasure. Sakura lifted her head from his shoulder, waiting with a sleepy expression for him to take a comfortable position, then settled down on him again, tickling his chest with her breath. Do you want to go already? She asked and threw her leg over his own. She did it so naturally that it immediately made him feel hot. Always, without fail. No, Naruto answered, smiling, and stroked her back. It's still a long time until morning, we'll have time to pack our things. Then why are you so tense? How did you understand? My heart is beating faster than usual and my blood pressure is higher than normal. Sorry, we agreed that I wouldn't use my abilities on you unnecessarily, but when I'm worried, it happens automatically. Everything is fine, Sakura. So what is it? We visited and helped the families of the wounded and killed with money, repaired the tower. Everything in aim is ready for our arrival. Naruto looked at the coastline and the sun-gilded whitecaps of the waves. It's about Uzumaki, who Erasure was talking about. But we already discussed this topic and I didn't want to disturb you again. Sakura's warm lips touched his cheeks and he turned his head to her. The girl pressed her palm against his chest and hung over him, looking into his eyes. Her long silky hair fell in pink curtains, separating the two of them from the rest of the world. First of all, I don't want you to be afraid of worrying me. I'm not a crystal vase, if you haven't noticed yet, I won't break. Besides, two heads are better than one. It's always good to have someone to discuss a problem with. I noticed, Naruto smiled, feeling proud of his girlfriend. She casually lay down on him with her whole body and it took him a lot of effort to control his excitement. The fact that he was wearing only black shorts, and she was wearing an open white swimsuit, didn't help at all. Secondly, we already have an idea who this Uzumaki is, Sakura ran her finger along his cheek. She's teasing me, for sure. Our clones and Konoha spies will keep an eye on him. And when we settle things in aim and return, we will deal with him in earnest. And the third? Naruto, with a sly squint, pressed the girl to himself, not letting her get off. The anxious thoughts retreated. Sakura brightened, looking at his smiling face, and began to kick her legs, mechanically fidgeting on him. Oh demons! What happened, kid? Yes, I mean that figuratively, Kurama. Go away. Kurama laughed loudly and disappeared. We have some free time and we're finally going on a date. But we've already been on a date. A clone date doesn't count. Would you like it if it were us in the toilet instead of clones? Yeah. Me too. Even though clones pass on experience, I still want to experience the process myself. Then tonight? But I'm not ready. You'll have a couple of hours at least, Naruto carefully noted, looking at the girl with one open eye. She looked back thoughtfully, then blew sand off his forehead. Okay, that's enough. Then it's decided. He kissed Sakura and, releasing her from his embrace, sat up. Do you want a drink? The girl nodded and accepted the bottle of water from him with a grateful smile. They had been lying on the beach since almost the morning, after visiting their last family, alternating walks along the shore, splashing in the warm water and relaxing in the shade of the palm trees. Naruto crossed his legs on the towel and, resting his fist on his cheek, watched with a smile as Sakura drank, holding the bottle with both hands and throwing sly glances at him from time to time. Who could have imagined that such strength and tenderness were hidden in those graceful hands? Who could have imagined a month ago that she would be my girlfriend? At that moment, the hair on his neck stood up and it became cool. Naruto turned around at the splash of chakra and, jumping to his feet, joyfully opened his arms. Sasuke. The young man, in loose black pants and a white shirt, grinned. The Uchiha's cold aura contrasted more than ever with the expression on his face. He was definitely feeling better than the last time they met. Hello, guys. They hugged and, having patted his friend on the back properly, Naruto stepped aside, giving way to Sakura. At the same time, he mentally crossed his fingers for her. This was an important moment. Sakura and Sasuke measured each other with their eyes and, smiling slightly, the girl embraced the young man in a short hug. Stepping back, she put her hands on her hips. And something has changed in you, Sasuke. As if a piece of the puzzle was added. Made you more whole. I think it's Sarada. Sarada. The young man spun around, his searching gaze suddenly becoming very excited. Then he looked up at the sea and shouted. Sarada, be careful, the tide is coming in. Don't go too far. Naruto and Sakura looked in the same direction and saw a girl jumping knee-deep in the water and knocking down whitecaps with her hands. It's so beautiful here. She cried out in delight. Finally, she ran up to them and, taking Sasuke by the hand, measured him with a wary look. Sarada, these are my friends, Naruto and Sakura. Guys, this is Sarada, my student. They greeted the girl with smiles, and her wariness was blown away like the wind. I like you, she said and looked at Sasuke. Can I play some more? Just keep an eye on me. If anything happens, do as I taught you. A kick between the legs and I'll run, I remember. And she ran, spreading her arms to meet the noisy surf. Naruto grinned. What happened? Sasuke briefly told them about the events and aim, and they, in turn, told him about their adventures. And what happened to Hayuki? After learning about Arashi's death, she committed suicide. Sakura dropped and rubbed her shoulders, as if she felt the cold. Naruto walked up to her and hugged her tenderly. The girl clung to his hand and gratefully stroked the back of his palm with her thumb. Sasuke looked at the two of them and grinned. Naruto grinned back. So you two, run the city? We already had enough to worry about. The city is run by the council, as before, it's just that a control group from Konoha has been added to it. For a while until Karen gets better and decides what to do next. I heard about Yugo. How is she? Resting in a country house. Tea plantations, peace and privacy. By the way, if you drop in on her, you'll find an old friend there, too. The young man folded his palms and moved them like a toothy mouth. Sakura grunted with laughter. That's what I'll do. Sarada and I are planning to stay here. I promised to show her the sea and the islands. Kakashi said you were going to leave? Tomorrow morning, Sakura said. But we'll leave the clones, just in case. They'll tell you more about what and how. And also, it would be good if you asked Karen to keep you company. Maybe the girl's company will help her. I don't know if she'll be happy to see me, but I'll try. The young man turned around and called Sarada. Are you coming already? Damn, how come we never have time to have fun? I don't want Sarada to lose all her energy in 10 minutes. Have a good trip, guys. Sasuke slowly walked towards the alley, beckoning the girl to follow him. And Naruto. Oh. I didn't forget about sparring. See you in the future. Of course. Naruto smiled widely and raised his fist. Welcome to the maelstrom. Goodbye. Naruto. Goodbye, Sakura. The girl waved at them. They waved at the strange couple, feeling the gusts of warm wind, and followed them with their eyes until they disappeared into the alley. It's good that he has company now, Naruto said, smiling. Maybe a student will dilute his boredom. Yeah, she's not only a student, but also an adopted daughter. He certainly doesn't have time to be bored. And how are you? I mean the meeting. It wasn't easy. Some wounds can't be healed by adding a 2-year journey with the one who inflicted them. But you know, this meeting showed me that I was moving in the right direction. And thank you for being there. Always. Sakura smiled, stood on her tiptoes, and, cupping his face with her palms, kissed him. Heat filled her body and, overwhelmed with happiness, Naruto put his hands on her waist and kissed her back. They merged into one, breathing heavily and moaning, taking a short break, and then again clinging to each other. The sun almost disappeared behind the green caps of the distant mountains when they finally broke away from each other and, holding hands, went to collect things swept away by the sand. It was wonderful, Naruto said quietly, beaming. It was like the wind picked me up and carried me to heaven, Sakura whispered back, still red as a tomato. Only now my tongue hurts. And lips. They laughed and waved at a passing family, who happily waved back. Then they began to get dressed. Speaking of a date. We need to stop by Aunt Nemui's to get a dress. Is that necessary? I thought we'd just put on swim trunks, go on a boat, and eat ice cream. Naruto, if I wear swim trunks, you'll go in a bathing suit. Naruto chuckled. They slung their bags over their shoulders and headed toward Karen's apartment, where they'd decided to stay for a while after leaving Uncle Takashi's mansion. The perverted technique will suit me. Huh. Save your imagination for the mass shadow cloning. What did you say? He felt the blood rush to his cheeks. I didn't say anything, Sakura said, hiding her smile in the high collar of her knitted gray turtleneck. It was clear that she was blushing, too. Well, I bet you're full of surprises, Miss Haruno. I told you, there's a lot you don't know about me, Lord Uzumaki. Giggling and chatting, they reached Karen's apartment. The house was on a hill, and from here, there was a picturesque view of the evening city, with its parks, a web of water canals, and a beach. The street lights were already lit, spreading a dome of illumination over it. Stepping onto the porch and pushing the door, Sakura turned around. By the way, I prepared a surprise for you. Just don't tell me I bought all the tuxedos in town. The girl smiled broadly. Madame Okoshi was so impressed by the salvation of the village that she allowed me to take 3 for free. Cool, huh? You're the best, sunshine. Sakura, looking extremely pleased, took his hand and went inside. Before following and closing the door behind him, Naruto took one last look at the whirlpool and the starry sky. And he smiled, feeling at home. Life was good. That's the end of the story. Thank you for listening to the story to the end. That's it. Thank you for listening to the story to the end.